As twilight descended, fading, a loud, scolding sound rang out in front of the Chen family's estate. Today is Father's grand birthday celebration. Father is busy entertaining the esteemed immortal elders. How could he possibly have time to meet a useless waste like you? If you know what's good for you, stop embarrassing us here. The one arrogantly shouting was none other than Qin Yu. Qinlai, looking like a beggar, bowed low and pleaded in a hushed voice. "Ninth elder brother, please let me meet Father. It's already been 3 years since I've been able to speak with Father." Qin Yu still loudly yelled, "You want to meet Father? Based on your useless aptitude." With that, he raised his fist high in front of Qinlai's face, his voice growling menacingly. "Don't just stand there dreaming. Scram now!" Qin Li was grabbed by his collar, his small, pitiable frame. He could do nothing but stammer 2 trembling words. "You," just as Qin Yu's fist was about to land. An unexpected force struck his arm from somewhere. This caused the punch to veer away from Qinlai's face. Both looked on in surprise, turning to look towards where the force originated. Before their eyes was a tall, handsome young man in a gray robe, exuding an extraordinary, robust aura. "Old Ninth, I'm warning you. How many times have I told you not to bully 13? It turned out to be the second young master of the Kuan family. Qin Feng sternly warned Qin Yu. Do you take my words as mere wind in your ears? The young boy, as if rescued by a bodhisattva, his face radiant, a cheerful smile, cried, "Second brother." Qin Yu looked visibly flustered. "Second brother, please don't be angry with your little brother." He offered a crooked smile. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng roared, "Scram!" Qin Yu could only cower and slink away. Qin Feng bent down to look at Qin Li. His gaze landed on the blue box the boy was holding. He asked curiously, "Oh, is that Father's longevity gift in the box?" Qin Li bowed his head, gently cradled the box, and softly replied, "Mm-hmm." Qin Feng squatted down in front of the young boy. He gently said, "Father's grand longevity celebration means he has to entertain the venerable elders. So he's quite busy. It's quite normal that he doesn't have time to see you. I'll take you inside." After speaking, he reached out his hand, intending to help Qin Lai. The little boy suddenly grew sorrowful. He asked in a trembling voice, "Big brother, Father hasn't forgotten me, has he?" Qin Feng was speechless, unsure how to respond. He just looked at him with eyes full of pity. He gently patted Qin Lai's shoulder, comforting him with a smile. "How could that be? Father's too busy. He just momentarily forgot. Don't overthink it." After hearing that, Qin Lai simply replied, "Is that so?" He knew full well those were just comforting words, so he silently bowed and left. Qin Feng watched the young boy's small figure fade into the distance. He thought to himself, "Little Lai, don't blame Father. If you must blame, blame being born into a heartless cultivation family." Pitiful Qin Lai. Alone, holding the box, he walked through the Qin family's main gate, amidst the cold, falling snow. On the way, he, looking rather ragged, encountered 2 youths his age. His appearance immediately attracted their attention. Those 2 lads looked at Qin Lai, laughing and mocking him. "Look, isn't that good-for-nothing back again, heading into the main hall to offer tributes? It's obvious. Every year he shamelessly comes here. Doesn't he even consider with his aptitude? How could Father possibly acknowledge him?" Hearing those insults, Qin Li angrily yelled, "You too!" Those 2 heard him. They then turned to look at him with disdain, as if wanting to see what Qin Lai intended to do. His small frame was completely alone. Qin Lai knew he couldn't confront them, so he stammered, "Nothing." He then scurried away, and those 2, seeing his timid demeanor, burst into loud laughter. "Ahaha, wants to fight, huh? Give him 100 guts and he still wouldn't dare." Not far from there stood a dilapidated house. Inside, there was nothing of value, just a single table and a bed. Qin Li was meditating on the bed, calming his mind to cultivate, which is divided into 9 ranks and 7 layers. For 15 years now, I've still been stuck at the lowest, spiritual void layer, without any real power. I have no aptitude to compete with them, no matter what. Only through cultivation can I prove myself. Just thinking about the mocking looks of those guys, his will to cultivate grew even more determined. Suddenly, the bracelet he was wearing on his hand cracked open, and a surge of spiritual energy emanated from within. At the same time, within his body, there seemed to be a corresponding source of spiritual energy. As it burst forth, Qin Li startled awake, eyes wide, panting heavily. His mind was utterly bewildered. Whoa, what in the world is happening? He raised his hand, lifting the blue necklace from his neck to examine it. The string he accidentally picked up as a child suddenly cracked. Suddenly, a golden matrix appeared before his eyes, radiating brilliantly. Brilliantly shining, Qin Lai exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa! What is this?" He suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up, and he grinned gleefully. Could this be the vessel phenomenon my 2 elder brothers spoke of? He then quickly suppressed the joy in his eyes, telling himself, No, don't get too excited." With that said, he slipped his hand into his robe and took something out. It was a small bottle. He poured 2 pills into his palm, looking at them as he recalled what his elder brother Qin Sang had once told him. If you achieve the vessel phenomenon, Immediately take these 2 chi gathering pills. No sooner had the words finished echoing in his mind than the 2 chi gathering pills in his hands suddenly stirred. They began to glow, and inside them, a stream of liquid seemed to squirm before escaping outwards. Qinluo was astonished. Huh? The impurities in the chi gathering pills are being pushed out. He picked up the pill, staring at it in surprise. A pure chi gathering pill. Could it be that this formation has the effect of purifying elixirs? Qinli was so overjoyed he nearly screamed, but he managed to rein himself in just in time. He clapped a hand over his mouth. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to get too carried away with joy. Afterward, Qinli calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and began circulating his cultivation technique to control his spiritual energy, absorbing the medicinal ingredients. At this moment, he broke through his bottleneck. The circle of his bottleneck gradually began to move right before his eyes. The next morning, a servant from the Qin family came to knock on Qinlai's door. He relayed the master's instructions. The 13th young master has turned 16. 3 months from now, he is to come to the medicine refinery to help out. A reply of, "Got it," echoed from within. Hearing Qinlai's voice, the servant curled his lip in disgust, then turned and left. It seems that in this Qin manner, even a mere servant dares to openly despise the 13th young master. Inside the room, morning light filtered through the crack in the door, illuminating Qinlai's space. He thought to himself, "To the medicine refinery, huh? It seems the clan truly wants to sever my path of cultivation, even though I just broke through to the second layer of spirit void. It's too late." He turned to look at his hands, which were currently circulating internal energy at the second layer of spirit void. However, his spirit essence was now effective for refining elixirs. 3 months from now, I'll go to the medicine refinery to help out, and conveniently make use of it. In another part of the Qin manor. What? Qinlai is coming to the medicine refinery? Young Master Qin Yu sniffled, tearfully looking at his mother as he whined. "Mother, what should we do?" Although Qinlai is a good-for-nothing, he's not stupid. If he tells father what we did at the medicine shop. Qin Yu's mother was a woman in her 40s. With an arrogant demeanor and a sharp gaze fixed on her son, she slammed her hand on the table, roaring, "You utterly useless fool! What's there to fear? Just tell young Master Ju to wait for Qinlai. He'll teach that brat a lesson and ensure he never gets a moment's peace." Young Master Qin Yu looked smug. He smirked, glancing at his mother with a satisfied expression. HMPH. That fellow is truly nothing but a mama's boy. 3 months later, at the Qin family pharmacy street, the young man from back then, now laden with bags and bundles, spoke to the old man standing inside. "Shopkeeper Zhang, I am Qinlai. I've come here today." The shopkeeper, upon hearing the name Qinlai, immediately recalled young Master Ju's instructions from a few months prior. That good-for-nothing 13th young master is arriving soon. Help me receive him properly. He looked at the skinny young man in front of him. "Oh, 13th young master," he said, then turned to tell the errand boy. "Little two, take the 13th young master to his room." The errand boy looked at Qinlai and gestured for him to follow. "13th young master, please come this way." Qinlai followed along. The path was lined with empty rooms. Some were sweeping, others were tidying up. It looked incredibly clean and well-maintained. As he was engrossed in looking, the attendant spoke up. "We're here, 13th young master." "This is your residence, young master." Qinlai followed the attendant's gesture, pushed open the door, and peered inside. He couldn't believe his eyes. This. A scene inside the room unfolded before Qinlai's eyes. Is this a room for a human? Or a pigsty or chicken coop? No, that's not right. A pigsty or chicken coop wouldn't even be this dilapidated. Even an animal pen keeps out the sun and the rain. Yet his room had a massive hole in the roof, big enough to sun-dry laundry. And if it rained, the whole room would surely flood. Blazing sunlight streamed through the hole, illuminating the cracking wall, the rotting wood piles in the corner of the house, and even the overgrown weeds that had absorbed nutrients. Qinlai was stunned, his face turning purple. The servant behind him spoke up. 13th young master, let me bring your luggage inside. Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out from afar, "Shao." The servant turned around. Before him was a plump, gaudily made-up rich lady. To make matters worse, she was very corpulent and wore a garish, colorful outfit. By her lip, there was a huge black mole. Her shrill voice rang out, "Hurry up and fetch hot water to clean my room. This horrid weather is freezing me to death." She looked at the servant with disgust and gave her orders. The servant stammered, "Madam Manager, this servant is currently guiding the 13th young master." Madam Manager caught sight of the young master's figure in front of her and exclaimed, Well. Qinlai ignored her and turned to ask the servant, "Are you sure this is the right room?" The servant stammered, "Well, this. Madam Manager stepped over to Qinlai. She put her hands on her hips and looked down at his small frame. Just then, she met his sharp gaze looking up. She sneered, reached out and pinched his cheek hard, growling a reminder. "Oh, you useless young master. I'm afraid you still don't understand the Qin family's rules. With your cultivation level, even a pill furnace. You can't even refine pills properly. It's best you just do menial tasks, and menial tasks are exactly what you're suited for here. So don't you dare be unreasonable." Poor Qinli. It seems you can't escape your fate of being oppressed, no matter where you go. Though contempt and anger churned within him, he maintained a cold expression, staring straight into her face. "Let go of my hand!" The fat woman saw that he was not only unafraid, but even dared to order her around, and she became even more furious. "Do you actually think you're some young master? Let me tell you, when you're at this alchemy pavilion, you'd better learn some manners." Before she could finish, Qinli gave her a cold stare, uttering each word distinctly. "Let go of my hand." As he spoke, he used his strength to push her backward. The immense force sent her flying backward, landing perfectly into a nearby flower bed. In pain, her heavy, plump body awkwardly struggled to get up. Several servants nearby rushed over in a panic. "Oh no, manager's wife. Quickly, call the manager over here." Qinli frowned, looking at the woman. While he had acted in anger, it wasn't as if he couldn't control his strength. He then looked down at his hands. "It feels like something has changed." From a distance, Yao Air approached, respectfully telling the shop manager, "Master, this way." The manager had just arrived when he saw his wife struggling to get up from the flower bed. He immediately exclaimed, "What in the world is going on here?" From behind, a voice called out, "Manager Jiang." He turned his gaze backward, seeing Qinli, stern and unyielding. "Your wife stated that according to the Qin family's rules, I can only live in this room as a menial servant." He looked at the young man before him, unable to help but feel suspicious. What's gotten into this good-for-nothing? He must not have expected this scrawny brat, who was so weak a few months ago, to now be able to push his wife down. Qinli cut off his thoughts. "Let me ask second brother then, if these truly are the rules." With that, he turned sharply and walked away. The manager, seeing him leave, immediately grew flustered, putting on a fawning expression. A misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. How could we possibly let young master do menial work? He feared this matter might reach the second young master's ears, despite his internal fury. But on the surface, he still had to maintain a cordial facade. After speaking, the old man looked towards the servant and yelled, "You foolish slave! The 13th young master's room is the one next door. Hurry and take the young master there." This servant, feeling timid, quietly said, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." With that, he ran to the room next door and opened the door for Qinli. "13th young master, please follow me." From behind, Manager Zhang angrily yelled, "What are you still standing around for? Go fetch a doctor, quickly." The servants awkwardly dispersed and quickly followed his orders. He looked at his wife and thought to himself, "To think he actually pulled a fast one on us. A mere good-for-nothing dares to be so arrogant? Just you wait, his debt will be repaid." Setting down Qinli's travel bag, the servant said, "13th young master, you will be staying in this room. 13th young master, if there's anything else you need, just instruct this servant." As he spoke, he tidied up the bed for Qinli. Qinli looked out the window. He noticed there were two people in the room opposite, a man and a woman. He then wondered, "Who are those two over there?" The servant replied, "That's the kindling room for the alchemy lab, where they dispose of failed pills. Normally, refining pills is incredibly difficult. It's rare to even get a single successful one. The rest are all waste pills, left for disposal over there." Tanlai frowned. "Waste pills, huh?" As night fell, those two were still working inside the woodshed. Waiting for them to leave, Tanlai hid in the bushes, waiting for no one to notice. Then he sneaked inside and opened the door. Surprisingly, there were so many waste pills. Inside were dozens of wooden boxes filled with waste pills, piled haphazardly. Many even spilled all over the floor. Tanlai walked in, picked up a pill and examined it. He tried to use the waste pill to circulate energy and absorb it. As he activated his mental cultivation technique, a golden circle, signifying his cultivation realm, slowly manifested. A stream of impurities flowed out from the waste pill. His eyes lit up instantly. "My spiritual foundation can truly purify elixirs, even though my innate talent is subpar. These elixirs can replenish spiritual energy and boost my cultivation speed." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack echoed in his palm, and the pill crumbled. "Failed." Tanlai wasn't discouraged, and tried again. He went to the pile of waste pills, trying one after another. Inside the room, continuous crack, crack, crack sounds kept echoing. He didn't know how many pills he tried, but they all failed. A few days later, in the garden, Tanlai was practicing his water arrow technique. Whack! Whack! His hands were vigorously chopping at the tree trunks. His cultivation has progressed significantly. Qinli mused, "If I could just activate it in a flash, I could totally take on people stronger than me. But refining this elixir isn't exactly a walk in the park. It takes days just to refine one measly pill, so clearly, I need to try harder." Back at the Qin estate, Qin Yu shrieked, "What? Qin Li actually dared to be that insolent? Quinyu's mother sat calmly in her chair, her hand still holding a teacup. She casually continued listening to Manager Zhang, who looked at her with a tearful expression. Elder sister, you simply must do something for me. That wretched beast. If he'd merely beaten someone up, I wouldn't even be complaining. He even threatened us, saying he wouldn't spare us if we kept causing him trouble. Qinyu's mother, her voice cold, whispered something to Qinyu. Qinyu's expression immediately shifted. He arrogantly smirked, then declared with a triumphant, "Ha! A mere good-for-nothing dares to utter such wild words? Just wait until I teach you a proper lesson." Placing a stack of books on the table, Qin Li said to Erzi, "These have all been taken care of." Erzi respectfully bowed, saying, "13th young master, you've worked so diligently," and then reached out to take the stack of books. Qin Li, seeing the books next to him, spoke, "I'll take those things to be dealt with as well." Subordinate quickly said, "Those things are always personally handled by the chief steward. There's no need to trouble, young master." Qin Li thought to himself, "The import and export of pills are always hidden from me. There must be something fishy going on." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. "Qin Li, you beast! Get out here now!" Outside stood Qin Yu, leading a group of people, including Chief Steward Zhang, his wife, and some servants. Arrogantly, he cracked his knuckles, shouting, "Don't you dare pretend, you stinky brat! Didn't you hear? You hid my ninth aunt, didn't you?" The curtain covering the door parted, and a young man with a cold expression stepped out. "So what if I hit her?" Qin Yu roared. "She's your elder, after all. You're being insubordinate. Do you know that?" Qin Li retorted, "She's your elder, Qin Yu, not mine, Qin Li's." Qin Yu fumed, "How dare you call me by my name? As your elder brother, I must teach you a lesson." He had been bullied, humiliated, and beaten by him time and again. Qin Li couldn't take it anymore. "What right do you have to call me, elder brother?" That fellow had been. Qin Li's words made him lose control in a fit of rage. He clenched his fist and roared, "You'll know soon enough whether I have the right." After saying that, he flew towards Qin Li, intending to kick him. Suddenly, a blue energy stream whizzed past his shoulder. Qin Yu froze. "That's magic!" Before his eyes, Qin Li stood with a cold expression, accompanied by the blue spiritual energy moving around him. Qin Yu looked at him with a disgruntled expression. He actually broke through to the second level of spirit void. No wonder he's so arrogant, haughty like that. He threw his fist at Qin Li, but the young man didn't flinch. Instead, he turned and swatted his hand away. That hand released a stream of spiritual power, heading straight for Qin Yu. But quickly, another stream of spiritual energy enveloped him, blocking Qin Li's spiritual power. Qin Yu was startled. Impossible! How is his water arrow technique so incredibly fast? Qin Li looked at him. That spiritual energy was a protective shield. If he keeps maintaining it like that, it will also consume spiritual energy. Qin Yu's strength definitely won't last long. Shopkeeper Zhang turned to look at his wife. Didn't they claim the 13th young master was a complete good-for-nothing? The 9th young master couldn't even gain the upper hand. She looked at her husband and whispered, "Think quietly." Qin Yu heard this. Feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many people, he growled at Qin Li. "Today, I'll beat you to death." With that, he channeled all his internal energy and struck directly towards him. Qin Li looked at him and smirked coldly. "Oh, really? But you've already lost, haven't you?" Before Qin Li could even fully unleash it, a powerful wave of spiritual energy had already struck. Qin Yu couldn't react in time. That force was so strong it sent his body flying backward. Everyone around was absolutely stunned by the sight before them, their mouths agape. Qin Yu lay sprawled out in front of them. Several servants rushed forward to help their master. Even the 9th young master and manager Zhang exclaimed with worry. Qin Yu looked at the young man and said with an unyielding voice, "You, Qin Li, how dare you strike me? I'll tell father to punish you for disrespecting your elder brother, no less." Qin Li replied, "Don't you respect your elder brother? Clearly you were the one who attacked first." He retorted sharply. "Are you trying to pressure me? You want to keep the matter of the medicinal furnace from being exposed, don't you?" "Father, on the contrary, I would welcome it." Qin Yu angrily suppressed his frustration as he glared at the youth before him. In the living room of the Qin residence, one person sat imposingly on a large, intricately carved chair. On both sides, 2 youths stood, while below them servants of the Qin family were seated. Qin Yu kneaded his throbbing hands. Beside him was his mother. She held a handkerchief, wiping away her welling tears, as whispers came from the other side of the row of seats. "Old 9th was beaten by someone? I heard 13 did it. That good-for-nothing 13 did it? How strange." Standing below was Qin Li, his head bowed low. "I truly didn't expect to meet father this way." Sitting imposingly before Qin Li was Old Master Qin, a man of burly figure with a square beard. He gazed at the youth with a stern expression. Suddenly, Madame Zhang knelt prostrate before him, crying bitterly. "Old master, you must get justice for your—" Patriarch Qin stood up, speaking sternly and loudly. "What is there to cry about?" he continued. And you dared to raise a hand against your own kin, engaging in such fratricidal conflict, to commit such a shameful act. As he spoke, he looked down at the slender figure, small and fragile below him. Those eyes didn't dare to look up at him. Beside him, Qin Feng leaned down and whispered, "It's the 13th brother, Qin Lei," he snapped. "HMPH, rebellious son, why did you strike your elder brother?" Upon hearing his father's scolding, Qin Lei immediately knelt down respectfully. "Esteemed father, please accept this kowtow from your son." After speaking, he bowed down, kowtowing to his father. In his heart, he felt a pang of sadness. He didn't even know who his father truly was in his heart. The authoritative voice from above rang out again. All right. Now, answer my question." Qin Li respectfully clasped his hands and replied, reporting to father, "Today's incident began when Qin Yu came to provoke your son first. Please, father, judge this matter with clarity." Madame Zhang, standing nearby, interjected, "Nonsense! Clearly it was you." Dissatisfied with Qin Yu, who launched a sneak attack, Qin Lai retorted, "You're making false accusations." She pointed a finger directly at Qin Lai. "Me? Making false accusations? Clearly you, the villain, accused my Yuer first. She treated you with all her heart. She merely spoke a little harshly, and you immediately plotted against her." After she finished speaking, she feigned crocodile tears. She took out a handkerchief to wipe away her streaming tears, whimpering like a victim. "How could a cultivation good-for-nothing like you have done it without a sneak attack? How else could my Yuer have gotten hurt?" The whispers and gossip started up again. Ninth Elder muttered, "He's only Spirit Void Layer 3 after all. Utterly worthless trash. And his character is just as despicable." Another person chuckled, "Ha! Be careful what you say, or he might hold a grudge." A loud shout of "Silence!" made the chattering room fall into a sudden hush. Everyone looked towards the center of the room. Qin Patriarch said, "Qin Li, I ask you, what is your current cultivation level? Is it on par with your 9th brother's?" Qin Lai replied, "Father, I broke through to Spirit Void Layer 2 not long ago." Qin Patriarch angrily snapped, "You rebellious son! If you're going to lie, at least do it carefully. Who do you take your father for?" Qin Li was taken aback by his father's words. Anyone else could scorn him, but never his father. However, he disbelieved him and spoke to him that way. Qin Li retorted indignantly, "If father doesn't believe me, before all the siblings, you can send a Spirit Void Tier 3 cultivator to spar with me. If I fail, I'll gladly accept the punishment." Qin Lai continued, "Just let the Spirit Void Tier 3 make the first move. If I fail, I'll commit suicide to atone for my guilt." After he said this, everyone stared at Qin Lai in utter surprise. A heavy tension filled the air. Suddenly, another person standing beside old Qin stepped forth, smiling. "Since 13 has made such a statement, father, why don't you just let him try? If he truly wins, it won't be too late to discuss it further then." After speaking, he immediately addressed everyone. "Is there anyone here who wishes to challenge Qin Li?" Everyone glanced at one another. Suddenly, the figure of a young man stepped forward, appearing a few years older than Qin Lai. That was Qin Tong, the 11th son of the Qin family, whose cultivation was also at Spirit Void Tier 3. The young man stepped forward and declared, "Father, allow me." Elder Qin said, "If that's the case, then let Qin Tong fight." Qin Tong looked at Qin Lai with a smug, self-satisfied expression. Normally, everyone would bully Qin Lai, and he'd never resist. A few months ago, his cultivation was still weak, so people haven't seen his true power yet. That's why everyone still despises Qin Lai. Qin Tong was no exception. He laughed and said, "I'm a few years older than you, junior brother, and my cultivation is higher too. Actually, it's perfectly fine if you attack first, junior brother. Haha." As he spoke, he laughed smugly. Qin Li stood up and gestured for Qin Tong to proceed. "No need! Only if 11th brother attacks first can it prove my superiority." Qin Tong confidently laughed. "Oh, so confident. Just how many types of magic arts have you learned?" Qin Lai coldly extended his hand, assuming a ready stance. He replied, "Only one type, the water arrow art." As soon as Qin Tong heard that Qin Lai had only learned one type, he immediately scoffed with disdain. "Ha! How utterly impressive! Ha ha ha!" Qin Lai continued, "The magic art 13th brother just taught me. If it happens to hurt you, then this junior brother humbly asks for your pardon." After his boastful words, Qin Li unleashed his spiritual power to attack, as a fiery assault also came his way. However, that fiery power was even slower than Qin Lai's. Qin Lai dodged to one side, his hand already channeling the spiritual power of the water arrow art. It whizzed past Qin Lai's shoulder. Qin Lai felt a surge of spiritual energy whiz past his shoulder and was instantly startled. Qin Lai glared at 11th senior brother. "Magic is blind, 11th senior brother. Please be more careful." The spiritual energy in his hands surged even more intensely. Qin Dong roared in fury. "I was just going easy on you a moment ago." "Don't be ungrateful." Who yielded to whom? It was clearly Qin Li who yielded to him. Qin Dong, seething with rage, channeled all his internal energy, causing the spiritual energy in his hand to surge. It brewed a storm, much like his own fury. Chin Dong hadn't even unleashed that spiritual energy yet, when suddenly a stream of spiritual energy pierced his shoulder. Chin Dong couldn't believe his eyes. He froze, then crumpled to the ground. The spiritual energy in his hand also dissipated from that moment. Who would have thought Chin Lai's technique would be so incredibly fast? Whispers once again rippled through the crowd. Chin Dong lost. 13th young master's magic is unbelievably fast. He's not using charms, is he? Don't talk nonsense without any proof. Chin Feng gazed at the scene unfolding before him and thought to himself, Xiao Lai is only at Spirit Void level 2, yet he's already this strong. From now on, no one will dare to call him a good-for-nothing. Old Master Qin gazed at the child in front of him, lamenting such rapid spellcasting ability. It's a rare talent, but what a shame he's already past the suitable age for cultivation. Qin Lai knelt, respectfully clasping his hands towards his father, hoping for a decision. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Li, lost in deep thought. From the side, a voice reminded, Father, though Qin Lai has proven it wasn't a sneak attack, however, brothers fighting each other did happen. If this isn't dealt with severely, I'm afraid no one will be disciplined later on. As these words were uttered, Qin Feng and Qin Li both turned their gaze toward him. Qin Lai looked up at his elder brother and questioned, Severe punishment? He Kai, elder brother. Weren't you going to say? Before his words were finished, He Kai immediately snapped. How dare you? Brothers of the same family fighting is a violation of our family rules. Your defense, whether it was a sneak attack or not, is merely a minor detail. Or are you dissatisfied with the Qin family's laws? Qin Lai respectfully replied, I only hope for a thorough investigation into this matter. He Kai cut him off. Why are you dissatisfied with your elder brother? Madame Zhang added fuel to the fire. Precisely. He behaved the same way towards you. His mother died young, so he never had proper guidance, did he? Hearing her mention his mother with such contempt, Qin Lai's voice dropped. He Tai continued, Father, let alone ninth elder, he doesn't even acknowledge my existence. Please, Father, decide. Old Master Qin looked at Qin Lai, thinking, he won't be able to advance. Even if his spellcasting ability is higher, it's useless. He said, Dear isn't wrong. This child hasn't been properly taught. He's completely undisciplined and needs a good lesson. According to the Qin family's rules, I'll punish you and Qin Yu with half a year of confinement. Your monthly elixirs and allowance will also be reduced. He then said to Qin Yu, You are injured. Go back to your residence and heal. For half a year, you are not to meddle in the affairs of the medicinal cauldron hall. Qin Yu clasped his hands in front. You all understands. Old Master Qin then looked at Qin Lai and said, And you, I'll punish you with half a year of hard labor in the firewood room of the pill refining chamber. Reflect deeply on how to mend your ways and cultivate your character. Qin Lai could only lower his head and comply. After speaking, Old Master Qin stood up and loudly warned everyone. You heard that, didn't you? If anyone dares to err, they will be severely punished without mercy. Elder Yang's gaze swept across the room, finding no one dared to object. He then declared, If you've grasped the situation, then scram! With his words delivered, he descended, merely glancing over his son, who was still groveling on the floor. His voice was so utterly devoid of warmth, it was as if his heart had never acknowledged this child. Now, begone! Qin Lai held his breath, not daring to even glance up. Does father truly not acknowledge a son like me in his heart? As evening descended, the air was still, heavy with a dreary silence. Qin Feng approached Qin Li's small, dejected back and softly called, Xiao Li. Father, you see, he's the clan head, so he's in a rather awkward spot. Just apologize, all right? From behind, other Qin clan brothers arrived, and Qin Yu let out a contemptuous chuckle. Oh, look, did the beast's mighty aura just evaporate? Now you can't even get a decent meal. Just inhale firewood smoke in that dusty shed. Itai added, And how dare you speak so insolently to father? You should really check your own pathetic standing. Qin Feng, watching Qin Li being cornered, suddenly burst out in anger. You're all seriously crossing the line. Qin Lai stepped in, raising a hand to halt his two senior brothers, and with a glare, declared, Today's little spectacle? It's just you lot ganging up, using your Qin clan status to bully me. I don't really have any true capabilities myself. He, Tai, relying on his powerful family backing, was shamelessly arrogant. So what about it? He haughtily declared. Don't think that just because you broke through the second layer of Lingzhu, you can now look down on everyone else. If you leave the Qin family, you're absolutely nothing. Qin Lai looked at him without flinching and retorted, Even if I leave the Qin family, I, Qin Lai, will still stand tall and firm, unlike you, bunch of rabble. Itai smirked and challenged, If you're so capable, then leave the Qin family. Qin Lai growled, That day will definitely come. What's more, I will definitely make all of you regret this. Qin Feng, overhearing from the side, spoke up to warn him, Little Lai, you shouldn't say such things. Those young men, hearing Qin Lai say that, merely chuckled, paid no attention, and walked away. Their voices echoed back from behind them. "We can't talk big like that. If he's so capable, he should just get lost right now. I think he's just all talk." Leaving behind a small, pitiful figure with his two senior brothers, Chen Feng looked at his back and said, "Little Lai, I know you've endured much humiliation, but you shouldn't say it like that. After all, this is your home." Qin Lai looked up at the star-studded night sky. He sneered. "The word home sounds truly cruel and cold. Home? A home where your father doesn't protect you, your brothers despise and bully you, even the servants in the house look at you with contempt. In this house, everyone treats Qin Lai worse than a stranger." Somewhere out there, 2 streams of tears flowed down Qin Lai's cheeks. "I swear from now on, I will never shed another tear for the Qin family again." Qin Lai clenched his fists, looking up at the sky with sharp, cold eyes. In the silent night, Qin Li walked alone to the woodshed and gently pushed open the door. He gritted his teeth. "I am the first son of the Qin family, forced to do chores, and also the first disciple of the Qin clan. To endure such cruel and heartless treatment." He stood in the middle of the room. Amidst tens of thousands of discarded pills scattered about, he looked. "Though this wretched room isn't even as good as a pigsty, it still has countless discarded pills for me to refine. I must turn this anger into strength and diligently cultivate." Qin Lai's anger was palpable. His eyes gleamed with the golden color of the spirit vessel. Qin Lai poured all his effort into circulating his internal energy, his heart brimming with unwavering determination. Half a year later, Qin Lai could easily purify low-grade spirit-gathering pills, and his cultivation grew faster each day. He grew taller and more robust. His once small and slender frame had become tall and strong. He now resembled a healthy young man, and his face had grown more refined. Yet there was also a hint of fierceness. The Queen family also possessed a type of spirit protection pill. This pill strengthened meridians, enabling one to cultivate spiritual techniques. It ensured no damage to the meridians. With the spirit protection pill's support, Qin Lai's cultivation progressed at a phenomenal speed. He mastered low-level spiritual techniques, becoming proficient in the spirit art. Furthermore, he became proficient in the fireball technique and the area technique, the internal vision technique, eagle eye technique, and immunity technique, the entanglement technique, wind walk technique, and levitation technique, water arrow technique, and even the spirit energy shield. Although his half-year confinement had ended, Qin Li chose to remain in the fire chamber. He used the fire chamber's elixirs to continue his cultivation. During this time, Qin Feng came twice, ordering him to apologize to Qin Yi. However, Qin Li adamantly refused and remained in the fire chamber for another 2 years. 2 years later, almost everyone in the Qin family had forgotten about the 13th young master. Inside the fire chamber, Qin Lai had just finished practicing his spiritual techniques. He looked at his fist, deep in thought. "My cultivation has already reached the 3rd layer of the spirit void realm. All my low-level spells are completely mastered, officially ranking me among the 5th-tier cultivators. This mysterious spiritual scroll can only be tested once. Even the best alchemist fire chamber only yields low-grade elixirs with my current cultivation. Without mid-grade elixirs, advancing further will be incredibly difficult." Pondering this, Qin Lai realized his only option was to leave the Qin Manor. He needed to forge his own path to future advancement. With that decision made, he began packing his bags. Grabbing his satchel, he left. The Qin family's alchemy lab could no longer satisfy his needs. "I needed a larger place, a whole new sky to conquer." Just as he stepped out of the gate, Qin Lai saw 2 people chatting cheerfully by the roadside. "The Qin family and Lin family are uniting through marriage. Young Master Qin Yu is their greatest hope." The other person chimed in, equally delighted. "Oh, absolutely. I heard young Master Qin Yu advanced to the 4th layer of the spirit void realm a month ago." Qin Li frowned. "The Lin and Qin families are intermarrying, and Qin Yu broke through to the 4th layer?" The sound of a door being pushed open abruptly cut off their conversation. Qin Lai and the 2 onlookers turned their gazes towards it. The door was now wide open. Qin Feng, the 2nd young master of the Qin family, stepped out and pushed the folding doors open wide. "I must see the 13th brother." After half a year, Qin Feng's face had gained quite a bit of charisma. As soon as he saw Qin Lai's figure, he beamed. "Oh, 13th junior brother is out." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng ran over, grabbed Qin Lai's hand, and pulled him inside. "Quickly, follow me home. There are good things waiting for you." Qin Lai, suddenly grabbed by the hand by his 2 senior brothers, let out a surprised, senior brothers, wait. Can you explain clearly what this is all about?" Qin Feng paused and explained. "It's like this. A year ago, Father rescued Lin Suifeng, a master from the 2 great clans. Lin Suifeng, moved by Father's kindness, became fast friends with him, Upon their very first meeting, Lin Suifang decided to marry off his daughter, Lin Yuran, to one of our sons. Originally, the Qin family was going to choose Qin Pu. However, Miss Lin had one request. That was to let the Qin family's disciples compete fairly. The one who passes the trial will be chosen as Miss Lin's fiancé. Qin Feng grinned triumphantly, immediately thinking, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for Qin Lai. If Lin Yuran takes a liking to him, with the Lin family as his backing, the Qin family members will definitely not dare to look down on him anymore. This senior brother is truly too kind. He always thinks of Qin Lai first, especially when it comes to good things. Qin Feng told his younger brother, 13th brother, you absolutely must seize this opportunity. With that, he practically dragged Qin Lai to the arena where the matches were in full swing. We're here on the martial arts arena. Two people were currently battling it out. Below them, the spectators were cheering enthusiastically. And on the side of the arena were Qin Yi and Lin Suifang. Behind Lin Suifang sat a young lady with a delicate, graceful face. Her golden hair made her look distinctive. She exuded the aura of a high-born young lady. Her name was Lin Yuran. She was intently watching everyone compete. Her slender, fair fingers idly toyed with a lock of her hair. Qin Lai found himself staring, completely mesmerized. He had truly never seen a girl this beautiful before. Qin Lai could only manage a dazed, so beautiful. The beauty before him, bathed in the morning sunlight, radiated an ethereal glow of elegance, making every single spectator below gaze at her with captivated eyes. The 9th match on the arena had just concluded. Xin Nen was the victor. Standing triumphantly on the arena was the robust figure of a young man. He raised his arm, displaying the might of the victor. After observing this match, Qin Lai finally had an idea, just looking at Xin Nen, judging him. This Qin Nen only has good looks. His spell-casting speed is slow. I'm afraid he won't even catch the Lin family's eye. Over there, old Master Chen chuckled. Ha! What do you think of my boy, Nanner? Lin Suifang forced a smile. This child, Qin Nan, is fine. However, it still depends on Ru Yan. After saying that, he turned to his daughter and asked, Ru Yan, what do you say? She replied with a dejected expression, having to accept it, then let out a sigh. Only because of old Master Chen's favor, her father had promised her in marriage. She observed the martial arts contest. No one caught her eye. She could only reluctantly obey her father and marry. Qin Lai stood far away. Seeing Miss Lin's expression, he immediately thought to himself, Lin Ruyan has no interest in this arranged marriage. Could it be that she's being forced? Old Master Chen looked at Lin Suifang and smiled, saying, all right, Qin Yu and Qin Nan, let these two have a match. Then we'll see how Miss Lin decides. Lin Suifang showed his agreement. Just as he finished speaking, two young men stepped forward from the side, and Qin Feng spoke up. Father, did you forget? My 13th brother hasn't entered the arena yet. Qin Lai's appearance surprised everyone. That good-for-nothing finally showed his face. What's he doing here? The other young masters of the Qin family laughed and pointed. Isn't Qin Lai just here to try his luck? Becoming the Lin family's son-in-law would change his life in one step. So he's that trash who was locked in the fire chamber for over 2 years. How dare he contend with us? Qin Lai could only suppress his anger at the gossip, and pointing behind his back, Lin Suifang glanced at Qin Li. Old Master Qin saw this and felt utterly ashamed. He was ashamed before the Lin family. He looked at Qin Feng and scolded him. Finger. Stop messing around, Qin Feng respectfully replied. Father, my younger brother is also in his youth. Why not give him a chance? Tai's voice spoke up. My two younger brothers. Today is an important day for the Lin family. We're here to help Miss Lin choose a husband. In my opinion, there's no need to waste any more time. Qin Feng retorted. Senior brother, junior brother 13 is also a son of the Qin family. Miss Lin already said that choosing a husband isn't important. Junior brother 13, why can't he participate? That fellow Qin Yu standing nearby interjected. Second brother, Miss Lin is a rare talent. How could her husband be a good-for-nothing? Everyone, am I right? That fellow Qin Yu, after 2 years, still hasn't changed. He still has that hateful, smug look on his face, always showing off and lording it over others. Everyone looked towards Qin Lai. Junior brother 9 said he's not wrong. How could a good-for-nothing be worthy of appearing before Miss Lin? A mere toad, daring to dream of swan meat? Qin Feng angrily ground his teeth. Seeing this, Chen Li immediately ran up to stop second brother. Second brother, let it go. I don't want to participate. Qin Feng looked at Qin Lai. Why? Qin Yu interjected, answering for Qin Lai. What else could it be? He's just afraid of losing face, isn't he? Everyone around burst out laughing, pointing fingers and smiling, looking at Qin Lai with contempt. Qin Lai was furious. He yelled, You're humiliating a fellow clan brother in front of outsiders. Aren't you making things even worse? Having said that, he clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes sharp and cold as he stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu yelled, What did you say? From a distance, Lin Sui-feng observed the young masters of the Qin family. He thought to himself, according to the investigation regarding the Qin family's junior generation, Qin Lai's talent is subpar. His reputation as a good-for-nothing is completely accurate. What surprises people is that despite enduring such humiliation and being scorned by others, he shows no trace of anger. On the contrary, every word he speaks calmly retorts against Qin Yu. This level of cunning is difficult for ordinary people to possess. He doesn't seem like the good-for-nothing people claim him to be. Could it be that the intelligence is flawed? On the other side, Qin Yu was still shouting, "You good-for-nothing. What did you say? If you're so brave, say it again." Qin Lai bravely retorted, "What right do you have to call me a good-for-nothing? If I'm a good-for-nothing, then you're even worse than a good-for-nothing, aren't you? My defeated minion." Qin Li once again stirred up the memory of Qin Yu's defeat at his hands. Qin Yu was enraged. "You overbearing jerk, you're really something. You dare to challenge me? I also want to see who among us is the real good-for-nothing." With that, he immediately swung his fist upward. Qin Yu was so provoked by 13 that he became reckless with anger. 13 smirked. "You wish to challenge me? Very well. As long as Father permits it, I wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with you." Lin Sui-feng observed this, pondering. Qin Yu clearly disgraced Qin Li in front of outsiders. However, Qin Lai wasn't angered. Instead, he provoked Qin Yu in return. Could it be that Qin Lai's cultivation has drastically advanced in these past 2 years? With that thought, his eyes emitted a stream of spiritual power. He used his primordial spirit to investigate. Spiritual void, 3rd layer. He had always assumed Qin Lai's and Qin Yu's cultivation levels were on par, but it turns out he was mistaken. This young man is merely putting on a show, that's all. Lin Yu Ran, witnessing the scene unfold, immediately turned to old Master Qin and spoke. "Yes, Uncle Qin, today is the day to select Miss Dai's husband. How about we let Miss Dai preside over the 2 esteemed brothers? Competition." Old Master Qin sighed. "Very well, if you Ran and Miss Dai have spoken so. Then let's proceed according to your suggestion." With that, he gave an order. The 2 practitioners began their fair combat on the stage. Qin Jok thanked his father. Then he flew straight onto the arena, glaring fiercely at 13. "13! Are you ready? I'm making my move now." Qin Li smiled, beckoning him with his finger. Qin Gok then unleashed his move. "How daring! Let's see your move." Qin Lai quickly observed Brother Nine's move. He quickly realized this was a profound technique. With a basic skill, he quickly sprang from his position. Qin and Gok missed, hitting the arena floor. Angrily, he unleashed another move. Fireball technique. A massive fireball quickly struck down at Qin Lai's position. Qin Lai easily dodged. Compared to 2 years ago, the fireball technique was much more powerful, but it still couldn't hit Qin Lai. Thus, Qin Li dodged one move after another from Qin Nok. The surrounding people saw this and laughed. "I thought it was something, but he's still being overwhelmed. This guy is just all talk. He has no real skill. Trash is still trash. He's no match for Brother Nine." Elder Qin watched nervously, thinking 13 was sure to lose. Beneath the arena, Qin Lai dodged techniques while smiling and speaking to Qin Yu. "Do you really think frantically unleashing killer moves can kill me? You don't even know how to pick the right moment to attack. You're not worthy to fight me." "What?" Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. A surge of spiritual energy suddenly shot up from beneath his feet. It surged forward, piercing upwards. Qin Yu quickly leaped up to evade. Standing far off, Qin Lai cracked a smile. He pointed 2 fingers, unleashing his entanglement spell. A vine shot up from below, as swift as a snake. It coiled around his leg and yanked him forcefully downwards. Qin Yu was tightly bound by the vine, unable to cast any spells. Qin Lai stood above him, looking down and saying, "You, when casting spells, you need to focus on timing and coordination. You cast spells haphazardly. Aside from wasting spiritual energy, it's utterly useless." Having said that, Qin Li immediately unleashed another spell at him. "Now, try my quicksand art with my entanglement spell." Qin Yu's body was tightly ensnared by the vine, leaving him no way to escape. Qin Lai chuckled, his hands beginning to cast the water arrow art. "And now, perhaps you should finally activate your protective spiritual artifact, shouldn't you?" With that, he unleashed the attack upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu had no other choice, so he activated his protective spiritual energy. The spiritual barrier enveloped his body, blocking Qin Lai's water arrow technique. Indeed, it was just as Qin Lai had anticipated. Qin Lai continued to deploy the entanglement technique. Several vines sprouted again, coiling around Qin Yu's arms, leaving him unable to move. Qin Lai rushed forward from the front, executing the wind movement technique. Palm strike hit him directly, and fresh blood spurted from Qin Yu's mouth. Qin Lai looked at him, smirking, and uttered, "Quicksand technique." He deployed a technique, making Qinlai tumble to the ground. Qinlai looked at him with a slight smirk playing on his lips. The most important thing is for techniques to flow together perfectly. Even if a spell is weak, if you know how to combine it into a chain of attacks, it can still unleash its maximum potential. After speaking, a stream of blue spiritual energy reappeared in Qinlai's palm, aimed at Qin Yu, who was deploying the water arrow technique. It struck as Qinlai then said to him, "Hurry and use your protective spiritual energy. Otherwise, you're toast." Once again, he had no other choice. Qin Yu had to deploy his protective spiritual energy. At this moment, Qin Yu's spiritual energy was depleted, and he was panting heavily. Each move he unleashed came with immense difficulty. His abilities demonstrated incredibly strong synergy. His magic intertwined perfectly. His profound techniques and footwork combined perfectly. He had almost reached a level where there were no flaws whatsoever. Qinli looked at him and said, "Well, that's twice now. You barely have any spiritual energy left, do you?" Having said that, Qinli continued to unleash his entanglement art. Several vines shot up from the ground, quickly coiling tightly around Qin Yu's limbs. Qinli looked at him and smirked. "Let me teach you one last lesson. The weak aren't those with low cultivation levels. What's important is knowing how to seize the opportunity." Between Qinlai's hands, a fireball slowly grew larger. Qinlai unleashed his fireball art and sent it flying. The fireball flew right in front of Qin Yu. Qinli declared, "You've lost." Qin Yu once again used all his remaining spiritual energy to unleash his protective aura. Unfortunately, his spiritual energy had already been depleted in the two previous exchanges. Now, using only a tiny bit of spiritual energy to cast this spell, his protective aura was no longer as sturdy as it had been at the beginning. Worry and fear began to surface in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. The protective aura shattered under the overwhelming force of the fireball art's spiritual energy attack. The fireball spell flew directly into Qin Yu's chest. It sent him flying, spitting blood as he crumpled onto the ground. Everyone standing around, witnessing the intense battle unfolding, they were absolutely flabbergasted by 13. When did he become capable of such masterful spellcasting? Is this truly the good-for-nothing from before? Old Master Qin, seeing his ever-beloved son, now defeated by the very son he had once abandoned, was filled with remorse. "I am his father, yet I never understood 13. I even thought he was a good-for-nothing. How could I have been so blind? What kind of innate talent must 13 possess to cultivate to such a level? Because of his perceived low talent, I never paid him any mind. What a muddle-headed fool I was." Lin Suifeng, witnessing such a breathtaking display from that spirited young man, immediately had a change of heart. If I could have a son-in-law like him, who cares if he's not from a powerful clan? Just give him enough time, and he will surely stand above all, dominating an entire region. Lin Yu ran, seeing the handsome young man who, despite suffering humiliation, displayed no anger, yet achieved such a magnificent victory, gazed at him with a blooming smile. She looked at him with eyes full of adoration. She then turned and whispered something into her father's ear. Lin Suifeng then smiled, turned, and said to Old Master Qin, "Qinlai's performance. His actions were beyond my expectations. It seems my trip here wasn't in vain after all." Old Master Qin let out a heavy sigh, as if a great burden had been lifted. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness I was always worried that Miss Lin wouldn't be interested in this marriage alliance." He turned to Lin Yuran and said as much. "This junior has already chosen someone in her heart." Lin Suifeng smiled, his gaze turning towards the handsome young man standing on the martial arts stage. He declared, "I believe Qinlai is the most suitable." Old Master Qin, overjoyed, shouted loudly, "Excellent! If that's the case, then let's settle it." Lin Yuran, looking a bit embarrassed, replied, "This junior will respectfully follow Father's and Uncle Qin's wishes." Upon hearing this, Qinli immediately clasped his hands towards the three people seated grandly above. "Father, please forgive this son, but I cannot agree to this marriage." Old Master Qin heard this and immediately roared in anger. "What did you just say? What did you just say? Say it again, I dare you." The elder pointed directly at Qinlai's face and questioned him. Qinlai replied, "I said I cannot agree to this marriage." Lin Suifeng and Lin Yuran, upon hearing this, were both furious and utterly humiliated, yet they held themselves back to observe the situation. Old Master Qin pointed at Qinlai and roared, "Insolent brat! You say you don't agree, and that's just it? You unfilial son! I, your father, will punish you in front of everyone today. Apologize to Uncle Lin and young Miss Lin. If not," Qinlai immediately cut off Old Master Qin's words. "If not, then what? Will you just kill me? You—" Old Master Qin was so furious he was speechless. Qin Feng immediately ran over and said, "Third brother, what's going on? Why are you speaking to father like that?" Qinlai turned and said, "Second brother, I have my own plans. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." After saying this, he turned back, cupped his hands respectfully, and gravely addressed Old Master Qin. "Father, your son came here today not to participate in the competition, but to bid farewell, and then he bowed his head towards Lin Yu-ran. I never expected things to turn out like this. I apologize to Miss Lin for the misunderstanding I caused. Miss Lin Yuran has always been a young lady pampered by everyone. This is her first time facing rejection. Anger flared in her heart as she spoke to Qin Li. Apologies are not needed. I just want to ask you, what about me, Lin Yuran, is unworthy of you? That you would break off our engagement in front of everyone? If you don't explain yourself clearly, you won't be leaving here today. Old Master Qin saw Lin Yuran's rising fury and felt a chill of dread. Fan Feng looked at the enraged young lady before him and said, Miss Lin, you're overthinking this. It's not that Miss Lin is unworthy of this humble one. Rather, it is this humble one who is unworthy of Miss Lin. Lin Yuran furiously retorted, I don't accept that excuse. Qinlai didn't know how to explain, so he remained silent. Lin Yuran saw that Qinli said nothing and immediately grew furious. Of course, girls absolutely hate it when the guy they like just stays silent. She yelled, You won't speak, will you? Qinlai looked up, about to speak. Miss Lin, do you truly wish for me to speak? Miss Lin, Qinlai explained in a low voice. May I ask, Miss Lin, is this marriage alliance to select a husband truly your own wish? Lin Yuran suddenly remembered and replied, As a daughter, I can only obey my parents' command. Queen Lai then clarified, So this marriage alliance is not what you truly desire, young lady. It is merely the wish of the Lin family elders. Lin Yuran lowered her voice, naturally. Qin Lai continued, Actually, I guessed at first glance that Miss Lin truly had no desire for this marriage alliance. It was merely your father's wish, which is why you showed no interest during the husband selection competition. Lin Yuran replied, That's because I haven't found a suitable person yet. Qin Lai continued, So you chose me, Qin Lai. If that's the case, allow me to presumptuously guess Miss Lin's true intentions. I, Qin Lai, have always been ridiculed by everyone as a good-for-nothing, a complete waste. Regardless of whether Chen Yu wins or loses, you still would have chosen me. But it's not because you have feelings for me. Rather, you wish to use me to politely decline this marriage engagement. Lin Yuran looked as if she wanted to explain herself. Qin Lai then continued, Miss Lin, please don't speak. Let me finish first. The Lin family is a distinguished noble family with an illustrious reputation. Miss Lin is furthermore a heaven-blessed maiden, a rare and exceptional talent. Tell me, with Miss Lin's status and position, how could a measly Qin family ever be worthy of you? What's more, after Miss has chosen a husband, I will enter the Lin family. Miss Lin, after becoming dissatisfied with me, can completely dismiss me like that. You won't defy your father's wishes, yet you'll protect your pristine reputation. To be more precise, Miss, you only wish to use me, Qinlei, to politely decline this arranged marriage. Am I wrong? Lin Yuran suddenly found herself quite speechless. This... Lin Suifeng turned to his daughter, asking, Yuran, do you truly think that way? Lin Yuran looked at her father. It was true that she initially didn't fancy an engagement with the Qin family. It was true she harbored feelings for Qin Lai, and she did indeed want to marry him. However, Qin Li had already rejected the engagement. She was of noble birth. She also couldn't declare in front of everyone that she truly liked Qin Lai. She didn't know how to explain it to her father. She could only remain silent. Lin Suifeng angrily pointed at his daughter. You unfilial child! You've completely shamed me. Patriarch Qin, seeing this, immediately rushed to stop Lin Suifeng. Brother Lin, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lin. It's all my son's fault for wasting my good intentions on him. As soon as Qinli heard the words, good intentions, he let out a cold laugh and said, Good intentions? Excuse me, what good intentions are we talking about? Father, your child lost his mother at a young age. For 16 long years, all I ever wanted was to receive love from Father. But what did I ultimately get? For over 15 years, Father never even bothered to look at me once. Over 15 years, you even forgot your own son's name. Father's love, good intentions. I no longer dare to hope for such things. As for today's matter, if Miss Lin hadn't chosen me, I dare ask, Father, would you have gotten this furious? Patriarch Qin's son seemed to want to continue speaking, but he couldn't find the words. He listened to every word his son said. It was true he had abandoned his son. It was true he hadn't cared for him. He truly didn't even remember his son's name. Queen Lai knelt before his father and said, Actually, I came here today not because I wanted to participate in this matter. I merely wished to bid Father farewell. If my 2 elder brothers hadn't called upon me, none of this would have happened. Qin Li kowtowed to the ground. In short, this child no longer wishes to remain in the Qin family. However, before my departure, I wish to come here and express gratitude for Father's upbringing. This child will never forget the grace of 18 years of nurturing, not for a lifetime. Once I achieve renown, I will certainly return to repay your kindness. Old Master Qin, seeing Qin Lai's resolute departure, could no longer hold him back and had no choice but to let his child leave. Qinlai clutched his satchel and departed with unwavering determination. I'm thoroughly fed up with the sneering contempt from my clan brothers and the cold, heartless tyranny of our family's rules. I want to find a new horizon. No matter how difficult or perilous the path ahead, as long as I possess a steadfast heart, from now on, the vast blue sky shall be my companion, free liberation my desire, and the green cloud my ultimate aspiration. Light shall be my very heart. Queen Li departed from the Qin family, stepping towards a new horizon. In Shangyuan ancient city, Qinlai stood within a room, speaking to its master. Such a small room, yet it costs 30 spirit stones per month? This is the imperial capital's territory. How can there be cheap rent here? The landlord said this is the normal price. It's already the cheapest. If you don't rent, don't cause trouble. Qinlai rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a pill. He asked, "Can I pay with a pill instead? I have a low-grade spirit-gathering pill here. Can it be used as rent?" The landlord yelled angrily, "If you don't have spirit stones, get lost. Don't waste my time." Qinlai didn't have much money, so he had to leave. Without money, there's no respect, no status. The outside world is indeed even more ruthless. Suddenly, someone from behind spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, do you really need spirit stones?" Qinlai turned around and said, "What do you want?" The man smiled with a cunning expression. "Nothing, it's just that I saw you getting ripped off just now. I just thought, this must be your first time in Shangyuan ancient city, so you don't know the rules here." Seeing his demeanor, Qinlai said suspiciously, "What exactly do you want to do? Whether it's my first time or not, what does that have to do with you?" That person smiled and explained, "Taoist friend, please don't get agitated. I have no ill intentions. It's just that I just heard Taoist friend wants to exchange elixirs for spirit stones. I then guessed that Taoist friend has no money in your pouch. If that person didn't take the spirit gathering pills, how about Taoist friend sells them back to me?" Qinlai replied, "All right, 1 pill for 5 spirit stones." That person haggled. "That won't do. Here, 2 spirit stones per pill is already a high price." "2 it is then. But how many do you need?" "I need to pay enough for the room first." He looked behind him, saw Qinlai's satchel, and asked, "You still have more?" He said with a cunning expression, "How about this? I don't have many spirit stones on me either. You come with me to my place. However many spirit gathering pills you have, I'll buy them all." Qinli thought to himself, going with a stranger to his territory is not a good thing. He immediately said, "That won't do. How about you go back and get them? I'll wait here." Upon hearing that, he immediately said, "Fellow Taoist, are you perhaps scared? I'm not one of those villains you find in ancient origin city, so there's no need to be wary of me. Besides, it's almost dark already. My place is quite a ways off the main road, and it's really not safe at night." Hearing this, Qinli said, "All right then, where do you live?" "West City, Lotus Harbor. Just follow me." Qinli followed him. In the deepening night, the man flashed a sinister smile. Night fell, the moon rose high, and the stranger was still leading Qinlai. "Still not there yet." Qinli, exhausted from walking behind, finally said, "Stop! Where exactly are you taking me?" He replied, "My home. We've arrived." He pointed inside. "It's right in there. Go on in." Qinlai took out a small pouch, held it forward, and said, "I'm not going in there. Here are 18 spirit-gathering pellets, a total of 36 low-grade spirit stones. Take these. I'll wait here." Seeing Qinli's resolute refusal to enter, the stranger took the pouch of spirit stones and went inside. "Fine then. I suppose it's natural for someone new to be cautious. Afraid I'll harm you, huh? So you just wait here. I'll head in and come out. Got it?" As soon as the door closed, an ear-piercing scream echoed from within. "You audacious thief! Drop my stuff at once!" Along with that, fighting sounds erupted. The clang of metal striking metal. The sounds of fighting grew increasingly fierce. Qinlai, realizing things weren't going well, immediately rushed in. The moment he stepped inside, a fireball hurtled down towards Qinlai's position. Qinlai quickly dodged. It was a fireball art. Qinlai looked up, towards the origin of the spell. On the rooftop, a skinny youth in black attire stood. He looked down at him with a sinister smile, then landed on the ground. "So you finally entered. How simple." Qinlai immediately spun around. This brat, just by looking at him, you can tell he's a total noob. That guy doesn't even have protective armor. Does he really have so many elixirs? That was the black-clothed guy speaking to the stranger who had led Qinli. That stranger replied, "Don't underestimate him, Junior. This brat managed to hand over 18 low-grade gathering spirit pills to sell to me in one go. I'm certain he still has a lot of good stuff on him. And even if not, 18 low-grade gathering spirit pills is still a good haul. If he's giving them away for free, why wouldn't we take them?" The guy in black then spoke again. Second brother said, "Big brother, you've been gone for so long and our elixirs are almost used up. If this brat has delivered himself to our door, then there's no need to hold back. You guys dare to kill someone in the capital city? Aren't you afraid of others finding out?" The stranger chuckled lightly. "Afraid? You brat, you're truly naive. The rule in this Shangyuan ancient city is simply that the weak fall to the strong. Who dares to interfere Besides, don't you know every household here consists of cultivators? And since they're cultivators, then naturally there will be talisman arrays to block spiritual energy. A talisman array is a talisman pasted on the front door of a house. When the talisman is pasted, the formation activates, blocking off spiritual energy. Chin Lai was puzzled. This talisman? The guy in black cut him off. Second brother, don't waste words on him anymore. Let's finish this quickly. If someone discovers us, that'll be trouble. As he spoke, he began to conjure spiritual energy. A ball of energy swirled in his palm. All right, let's attack. As his second brother cried out, a fireball spell struck down in front of Chin Lai. Chin Lai swept his hand in a circle. Afterward, he unleashed a surge of blue spiritual power, striking towards him. He immediately used his own spiritual power to conjure a spiritual shield to defend. What? Eagle eye technique? He blurted. No, that was just an illusion technique. It was a feint. And my own feet are caught too. That blue spiritual power dissipated. Beneath the stranger's feet was the spiritual power of the quicksand technique. Quicksand technique was holding him back. Chin Lai continued to unleash the water arrow technique, striking towards him. The guy yelled, "Fourth brother, save me!" Right after he spoke, the spiritual power of the water arrow technique pierced through him. Blood flowed profusely. Second brother collapsed in a pool of blood. On the other side, fourth brother was tightly bound by the vines of the entanglement technique. Fourth brother looked at Chin Lai, his mouth still stained with blood, furrowing his brow in assessment. This kid is too cunning. That eagle-eyed technique just now fundamentally wasn't just for attacking. It was merely taking advantage of the similar casting methods of the eagle-eye technique and the water arrow technique. They're just similar enough to be a fake-out. What's terrifying isn't the eagle-eye technique itself, but rather how quickly it can be cast. Second brother, currently writhing on the ground, looked at fourth brother, struggling. Fourth brother, use a talisman. Use a talisman quickly. Dream on! Chin Lai, standing nearby, finished speaking and immediately cast the water arrow technique and fireball technique. Two spells simultaneously rained down upon Old Fourth. The violent collision of spiritual energies echoed through heaven and earth with an earth-shattering boom. Old Fourth groaned, his legs buckled to the ground, and then his entire body collapsed. He fell like a tree that had been chopped down. Old Fourth was dead. Old Second looked up at Chin Lai and pleaded, "Your Excellency, I was wrong. So wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Chin Lai, enraged, continued to unleash a water arrow spell, striking him directly in the back. Old Second had just scrambled to get up when Chin Lai's water arrow spell struck him again, sending him sprawling to the ground. A gurgling sound escaped his mouth, followed by a gush of blood. Chin Lai, killing for the first time, felt his hands tremble, especially after casting so many spells. Having exhausted all his spiritual energy, he was now utterly spent, breathing feebly. "I must leave this place quickly," he thought, when suddenly Chin Lai noticed something beneath Old Second's robes. Chin Lai stepped forward and retrieved it. It was a small yellow pouch. It was late, and in the tranquil night, Chin Li looked at the pouch and suddenly remembered. This is a Cheong Kun pouch. It's a type of bag used to store spiritual artifacts, typically resembling a coin purse. It has a cubic space that can hold quite a lot of things. Having said that, Chin Lai bit his thumb to draw blood. The blood bonding ritual, a skill mastered by every true realm cultivator, is unlike magic spells. Blood bonding is very simple. You just need to prick a little blood onto an unowned spirit artifact, then use spiritual energy to engrave a magic seal. This allows the spirit artifact and its owner to achieve a soul link. In the room Chin Lai had just rented, he smeared his blood onto the bag. Since Chin Lai was already a spirit void, stage 6, layer 3 cultivator, blood bonding was not difficult for him at all. In just a few breaths, it was a success. The bag had accepted its master and, now mastered, emitted a golden light before slowly opening. Inside the cosmic bag were over a dozen talismans, 2 bottles of elixirs, and 1 command medallion, 1 secret manual, and several dozen spirit stones. Because he obtained a treasure, Chin Lai's guilt from killing flew up to the 9th heaven. After picking them up and bringing them back, the first thing to do was to summarize and analyze the lessons learned. Mistakes made would absolutely not be repeated a second time. Otherwise, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for him to die. Thinking this, he sighed in relief, stretched, and prepared for bed. Leaving home, he journeyed to Shangji Yuan. His goal was to get closer to the world of cultivation, to follow the righteous immortal path. Unexpectedly, he almost lost his life on the very first day. This is truly worrisome. He must remember this for the future. When outside, never trust the words of any stranger. Chin Lai clenched his fists. The next morning, Chin Li went to explore Shangji Yuan City. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from somewhere. What? A mid-grade chi condensing pill requires 30 low-grade spirit stones? At the black market, it's only 10 pieces. Are you a swindling merchant? The shop owner, a man with short hair and a chin-strap beard, said, "My good brother, you already said yourself that it's only sold for 10 pieces at the black market. If that's the case, You should just stay at the black market then. Why bother coming to my shop? Otherwise, go try asking around. Even the lowest price won't be as low as 10 pieces. Upon hearing that, the man shouted, "What the heck? If I could go to the black market, would I even need to come to asterisk your shop? HMPH. Then just leave. Anyway, my shop can't lower the price." Another man, shorter in stature, with a handsome, refined face and long hair tied in a high bun. The blonde-haired man stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, "Big brother, I think we should just skip this. This place is far too expensive." The straw-hatted man with the beard replied, "I know, but what choice do we have? The two of us can't go to the black market right now." That blonde-haired man propped his chin, deep in thought. From a distance, Ken Lai walked over. "Brother, may I have a word with you?" That man turned to look at Chin Lai. "What do you want?" Twin Lai smiled amiably. "Ah, ha, ha, ha. I just happened to overhear you two are looking to buy mid-grade spirit-gathering pills. I happen to have a few. Wonder if you two would be interested." That tall, burly, straw-hatted man with the beard looked at Chin Lai and asked, "You have some? You don't even have a spatial bag, yet you claim to have mid-grade spirit-gathering pills?" Twin Lai replied with a chuckle, "No offense to you two, but a few days ago I happened to stumble upon some mid-grade spirit-gathering pills. I originally intended to keep them for myself, but as you two probably know, in this godforsaken Shangyuan ancient city, you can't do a single thing without spirit stones. Yours truly has no other choice. I just had to sell it for some cash." The two men exchanged glances. The blonde-haired man spoke. "How much are you asking?" Tan Lai chuckled. "Okay, here's the deal. From what I hear, mid-grade chi-gathering pills on the black market. Go for 10 low-grade spirit stones. I'm not asking for much. How about just 12 low-grade spirit stones?" The man in the straw hat retorted, "Brother, frankly, 12 pieces is still too much. Didn't you just overhear us haggling with that merchant over there?" Tan Lai conceded, 2 streams of tears rolling down his face. "Fine, 11 pieces then. This is the absolute lowest I can go." "I don't actually have many on me. Just 4 pills. If you take all of them, I'll sell them all to you. 11 pieces is acceptable. Let's finalize the deal now." With that said, the 3 men looked rather pleased. A swift exchange. The man in the straw hat, holding the bag of spirit pills, remarked, "It took half a day just to get these 4 pills. Not even enough to last a single day. Hey kid, if you get more, just come find me. I'm at number 19, Yunzi Lane, Zihao Street, Tongcheng City." Chun Lai replied, "You must be joking, seniors. I only have this much, and I don't even know how to refine pills. Where would I pull so many out of thin air?" Hearing that, the 2 men turned and left. "All right, I get it now. Go on, take your time, Tilda." He watched the 2 men's backs as they departed. Behind them, Chin Lai broke into a smug grin. Kin Lai mused, "A spatial pouch? Well, obviously, I have one. Moreover, I don't just have that many mid-grade chi gathering pills. This first business venture, though quite coincidental, could be considered a success. Last night, in that fiend Liu's pouch, I found a total of 2 bottles of pills. One was a mid-grade chi gathering pill. This must have been refined by a master of the core foundation stage. Unlike the previous batch, these pills were refined using an essence formula, turning them into mid-grade chi gathering pills. If I could buy them at a low price, and then add my own concocted ingredients, it could become a perfect transaction, achieving high profits. What a pity I have no clue what the other bottle of pills is. The moment I poured one out, its fragrance immediately filled the entire room. It could only be quickly put away for now. Speaking of this asterisk, Ngu Nguyen Tan asterisk secret tome. The system claimed it was the cultivation method of the asterisk Ngu Nguyen Tone. What a shame. This asterisk Nguyen Tan isn't even as good as the Xiang art. It can only be cultivated up to the 4th layer of the spirit void realm. Kinley observed that markets were everywhere in the space surrounding Shangyuan ancient city. In fact, there weren't just markets inside the city. There were several even outside its walls. What originally gave people a headache was the method of acquiring goods through transactions. Unlike before, there's now a solution: the black market. Talisman principles, similar to sorcery, are both methods that cultivators of the cultivation world use in some way to comprehend the natural principles of heaven and earth. What are known as talismans are simply the symbols left behind by ancient people who believed they could connect with the natural world. Through these symbols, one can connect with heaven and earth, attract heavenly secrets, and wield heavenly might. This can generate unparalleled power and reveal the will of heaven. One can grasp heavenly secrets, seize heavenly secrets, and confront the heavenly Tao directly. Qin Lai held the talisman, raising it to examine the essence of talisman principles and mental cultivation techniques. Tempering one's body and qi, much like these, possesses numerous applications. Qin Lai took 12 talismans from the cosmic bag on demon disciple Liu's person. After comparing them, he finally understood what these treasures were. Talismans in this world are typically divided into 9 grades from low to high, ranging from grade 1 to grade 9, each corresponding to 9 ranks of magic, with higher grades possessing greater power, naturally. However, according to the Essentials of Talisman Arts, there are actually up to 10 grades, and even 11th and 12th grade talismans with even more formidable power. But these are merely legends that still require verification, obviously. Generally, the 9 grades are common knowledge, but when categorized by function, talismans are divided into 4 types: offensive talismans, defensive talismans, support talismans, and soul talismans. The first 3 types are straightforward, but soul talismans are quite distinct. They are also highly revered, as one might expect. Just imagine if 2 masters of the same rank were locked in a fierce battle. Then one suddenly summoned a beast soul. Wouldn't fighting become incredibly easier with an extra helper by their side? It's a no-brainer. Therefore, soul talismans are considered paramount among all types of talismans. They are even much more favored by cultivators than any other kind, for good reason. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that he snatched 12 talismans from demon disciple Liu, including 5 fireball talismans, 4 water arrow talismans, 1 levitation talisman, and 1 invisibility talisman. A prison cage talisman. Out of 12 talismans, 9 are for offense. The ascension talisman and the invisibility talisman are for support. Only the prison cage talisman is a type of soul charm. Inside it are the ghost souls of the famous prison cage grass demon flower. In combat, it can transform and suppress enemies. It's clearly more effective and useful than Zhang Niao's quicksand trap. As he read the Talisman Law Essentials book on the table, Qin Lai smirked. To gather information on the black market, he spent 5 low-grade spirit stones. Buying this Talisman Law Essentials was totally worth it, wasn't it? Now that I have talismans, now I must execute my plan to earn spirit stones. I can't just sit around doing nothing forever. It's truly not easy. Heaven just gave me such a great opportunity to acquire a treasure like this. Not taking advantage of it, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Having said that, he opened the door and stepped out. At Heijing Alley in the South City, thump! Qin Lai's sign was hung. On the sign, there were words: buying low-grade qi-gathering pills, low-grade spirit-guarding pills at high prices. People in the black market typically come relying on luck. There are also some who come because they have unused items they want to sell. Most of the items for sale weren't expensive. A spirit-gathering pill only required 2 low-grade spirit stones to purchase. This was even higher than the usual market price. If it were 3, someone would quickly come knocking. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Brother, how much are your pills?" Qin Lai replied, 3 low-grade spirit stones, and no haggling. At the end of the day, Qin Lai took his sign and went home. His daytime earnings from selling mid-grade spirit-gathering pills, combined with what he retrieved from his Qiankun bag, quickly amounted to 25 low-grade spirit-gathering pills and guardian pills. He just needed to take these 25 pills and refine them. This way, he wouldn't be exposed, and selling them would still leave him with quite a nice profit. After acquiring the pills, Qin Lai quickly returned to the inn. He refined them all night, successfully producing 10 mid-grade pills. In the market, the price of mid-grade pills was standardized. Each pill cost 15 low-grade spirit stones, which was quite a high price. On the second day, in front of the Yipin Lu counter, Qin Lai looked at the sign. Yipin Lu. So this is the place. Qin Lai stepped into the shop, and someone spotted him entering, rushing out to greet the guest. "What would you like to see, sir?" Qin Lai replied, "I wish to sell some pills. I'm looking for your shopkeeper." That person turned inside. "Please come this way then called out, "Shopkeeper, someone's looking for you." The shopkeeper of Yipin Lu was Zhu Songji. He was middle-aged, wearing a round monocle over one eye. He asked, "May I ask, young master, what brings you here?" Qin Lai replied, "I'd like to sell some elixirs. Let's negotiate the price." What kind of elixirs, and how many?" Qin Lai continued, "Shopkeeper, I'm looking for a long-term partnership. Perhaps we could discuss this somewhere more private." "Oh, young master, please come this way." And just like that, the negotiation between Qin Lai and shopkeeper Zhu was concluded. Qin Lai departed, a bag of spirit stones clutched in his hand. Through their negotiations, Qin Lai would obtain at least 10 mid-grade elixirs every 3 days. He also acquired 12 low-grade spirit stones during his negotiations with Zhu Songji. The only condition was that his identity must never be revealed. Zhu Songji, naturally, would agree to such a profitable arrangement. From then on, Qinlai never had to worry about money. With the help of the energy-gathering pill and the meridian guarding pill, Qinlai's cultivation speed increased rapidly. In just 3 months, he was able to break through to the 4th level of spirit void. As the number of spirit stones and medicinal pills continuously increased, some items began to become useless to him. He sold 5 elemental cores on the black market, exchanging them for the 9-path fist and a short sword. However, Qinlai never expected these seemingly insignificant and careless actions would bring him such misfortune. In a forest near Shangyuan City, Qinli was diligently cultivating a profound martial art technique to fully comprehend the 9-path fist. The 9 streams of energy within his body had to link into a seamless flow without interruption. Only then could his power break through to a new level. He had successfully cultivated 6 of these paths, but remained unable to integrate the entire fist technique into a unified whole. If this situation persisted, it would undoubtedly leave detrimental flaws in his future cultivation path. What should he do? Qinlai let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a group of people approached, their conversations drifting into his ears. Most notably, a young lady's clear voice stood out. That infamous one-eyed demon. And there are so few of us. When will we ever catch that thing, huh? A handsome young man, walking beside him, spoke up to console him. How could you say something like that? Heaven never disappoints those who persevere. As long as we work together with one heart, we'll surely nab it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the young man spotted Qinlai heading his way. He quickly called out, "Brother, please hold your steps." Qinlai stopped, asking, "What's the matter?" "It's like this," the young man explained. "We're looking to cross the swamp over there to find the one-eyed swamp frog, and we're a bit short-handed right now. We'll pay a reward of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, might you be interested?" Standing before Qinlai was a motley crew of frog catchers. It included a beautiful and spirited young woman, along with 2 handsome lads. Qinlai, without hesitation, turned away. "Apologies," he stated. "I'm not interested in the slightest." The other young man piped up, trying to intervene. "Qin, enough already! Brother, just look at his age. He's most likely younger than us. His cultivation can't be anything noteworthy. If he can't handle it, he'll just cause more trouble. Why bother with such a risk?" The young man named Qin, however, still pressed on, trying to persuade him, "Brother, those 5 low-grade spirit stones, you just need to help a little. It's very easy." But Qinlai isn't lacking anything. He simply shook his hand in refusal, then turned his back and walked away. The woman behind him spoke up. "Qin, just let it go. Everyone has their own path." The young man named Qin turned back and replied, "All right, what a pity." The girl watched his departing figure, forcing a laugh. Ha. Just as they were about to leave, a loud shout rang out, stopping the group in their tracks. "Stand still!" Immediately, 3 men, looking like formidable martial artists, appeared. The leader, a tall and imposing figure, had a menacing great saber strapped to his back. He held a piece of paper. He looked at it, then at Qinlai, and nodded decisively. "No mistake, it's him! Exactly like the drawing from the Jufeng Trading Post's wanted poster. He's the one who sold the secret manual." "A secret manual, huh?" The leader swiftly drew his saber and pointed it straight at Qinlai's face. "Brat, you made us work so hard to find you. All right, you lot. Attack on my command." All 3 simultaneously drew their sabers and fiercely slashed towards Qinlai. With his swift movement technique, he easily dodged the attack, 3 blades slashing past the spot where he had just been. While dodging the move, Qinlai spoke in a calm voice. "What are you guys talking about? I don't get it." Qinlai suddenly remembered, inwardly cursing. "Oh, I messed up. I got too cocky. If I'd known, I wouldn't have sold all 5 primordial essences." Those 3 guys swung their blades and attacked once more. Clang! A metallic clash echoed as the youth named Jian used his own blade to block the attack. After a loud shout, he brought his blade down hard on the ground, causing the ground in front of them to explode and push all 3 thugs back. The youth named Jian spoke with utter disdain. "Have you no shame? 3 against 1, what kind of heroes are you trying to be? Besides, he already said he didn't know anything." Of the 3, 2 had fallen sprawling on the ground, leaving only the leader still standing safely. He sneered. "So you have backup. Seems Old Manner's death wasn't in vain after all. Aha! So there is an accomplice." Old Manner's demise was truly inevitable then. With those words, he pulled out 3 talismans, his eyes turning ferocious. "Perfect. Today, yours truly will deal with all of you at once." Young Master Jian immediately stepped forward, blocking the way. Qinlai resolutely declared, "I'll help you, brother. Don't be afraid, huh?" Qinlai managed to smile, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Or perhaps it was about the competence of the young man currently shielding him. The other young man rushed over, yelling, "Wei Jian! Get back here! What does this have to do with you? Are you out of your mind? Yue Zihang, shut your trap! Your old man here just can't stand bullies who gang up on the weak. If I learn all these skills and can't even help the weak, then what in the world is your old man cultivating for? No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his blade, unleashing a magical attack. Whatever your grand schemes, just lie down and take it. Instantly, 3 streams of magic, entanglement art, flash art, and fireball art simultaneously shot directly at him. The leader swiftly unleashed his own magic to block the incoming attack. The girl standing beside him also drew her blade and called out, "Tianjia, I'm coming to help you, big brother." Yue Zihang raised a hand, stopping her. "Wait, NHU Mui," he mumbled. "Seriously, how idiotic. Nothing better to do, so he just goes around playing the big hero. NHU Mui, someday you're going to get yourself killed by that idiotic Wei Jian. It's best if we run first to avoid attracting disaster." Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy rushed towards Wei Jian. At the same time, vines appeared from nowhere. They wrapped tightly around his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Ru Mei, standing nearby, frantically cried out, "Ah, Jian Ji!" The powerful spiritual energy. It struck directly at Wei Jian's position, sending him flying far away. Ru Mei gasped, "Jian Ji!" Tears of worry were already welling up in her eyes. The leader, witnessing the scene, burst into triumphant laughter. "Hehehe, I'll just burn you to ashes, won't I? Wait, something's not right." From within the smoke and dust, a golden light suddenly flashed. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Qin Lai stepped out, a bit disheveled, perhaps. Yet, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. Qin Lai immediately stepped forward, unleashing a powerful move, the 9 Comprehension Fist. The 9 Comprehension Fist struck directly into the leader's chest, making him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. He was pushed backward, but Qin Lai loudly declared, "It's not over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his spirit sword. That guy saw the sword appear, radiating a brilliant aura. He was immediately scared out of his wits. Such formidable spiritual energy from a spirit void mid-stage cultivator like yourself. Yet, you actually possess spiritual energy? Tan Lai swung his sword, his voice cold. "Now you realize it's too late!" As he spoke, he slashed his sword forward, causing the space in front of him to explode. With a thunderous boom, the leader, however, had just enough time to channel his energy and escape. The space in front of him exploded, leaving behind a piece of wood that fell to the ground, on which the character Shui, water, was carved. The gathering cloud sword's spiritual energy. If not for it, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Tan Lai's face was pale. He was so tense he didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Spirit weapons are indispensable artifacts for cultivators in the cultivation world, divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and ultimate grade. The higher the grade, the greater the power of the spirit weapon. The most common type of spirit weapon found in the cultivation world is the flying sword. He originally thought the mysterious star compass was only used to increase the potency of elixirs. He never expected it would actually be effective at miraculously restoring damaged spiritual energy to such an extent. Supported by Ru Mei, Wei Jian struggled to walk over, expressing his admiration. "My brother! Truly impressive." "I, Wei, am impressed," Qin Li replied humbly, clasping his hands. "You're too kind, brother Wei. This one will remember your assistance in my heart, both of you." After speaking, Qin Li bent down and picked up the wooden piece carved with the character Shui, thinking to himself, "Now that I mention it, earlier, a very special-looking wooden piece fell out." Qin Lai handed the wooden piece to Wei Jian. It seemed each of them had one of these. "Do you recognize what this is?" As soon as he saw the character carved on the wooden piece, Wei Jian's face changed color with fear. This is Bishui Village, brother. You've gotten yourself into big trouble." That evening, at Yipin Lu, "Young Master Qin, where have you been recently? Why haven't we seen any sign of you?" Qin Lai pointed at the bottles and jars on the table. He said to Zhu Songji, "Recently, I've encountered a bit of trouble. It's not convenient for me to show my face. These are exactly the elixirs you needed. No more, no less. Go ahead and count them." Steward Zhu looked at the items on the table, then turned to Qin Lai and asked worriedly, "Could it be that something has happened?" Qin Lai recalled the conversation from that morning. Wei Jian had explained to him that Ti Shui Stronghold was a gang. They were notorious brigands on Mount Ganqi. They did not docilely obey the imperial court's orders. Unlike the cultivation world practitioners in Shengyuan Ancient City, they always sought confrontation. Their stronghold master was named Mo Shen, an extremely powerful, vicious, and cunning individual, full of nefarious schemes. The imperial court had sent troops to surround them many times. However, they were never able to find their lair. Now, in Shengyuan Ancient City, everyone shudders at the mere mention of Tishui Stronghold. Even Yuanlin Ganqi Mountain, considered the royal family's spiritual vein, they dared to plunder. What colossal nerve! That's why Brother Wei Jian warned him that whenever he enters or leaves Shengyuan Ancient City later, he must be extremely careful and absolutely not let anyone from Tishui Stronghold spot him. Ru Mei, standing beside them, also added, quote, Sindog, rest assured. We won't speak of today's events to anyone. After all, no one else saw anything. Wei Jian's face darkened, and he warned in a stern voice. If I ever find Yue Zihang blabbering about this outside, your old man will cut out his tongue. Returning to the present, under the clear night sky, Qin Li, bathed in moonlight, looked at Zhu Zhangui and reassured him. It's nothing, don't worry. It's just a minor hiccup. Steward replied, Young master, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then I won't press further. Master Qin, do you require my assistance? Qin Li, currently operating under a secret identity, squinted while speaking to Elder Zhu Song. The elder then promptly said, Young master, lean in closer. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. He leaned into Qin Li's ear, whispering for quite some time, before finally bidding farewell and departing from Yipin Lu. From the side, a small, worried voice chimed in. Third elder, is it truly wise to help him in such a way? The Xiu clan can't possibly compare to our Zhu clan. What if? Steward Zhu turned around. He cultivated in his room for a whole month, without any contact with other masters. Yet he could produce 100 different kinds of elixirs. Aren't you even a little curious? The subordinate, however, remained hesitant. Steward Zhu, however, offered a calm smile. In short, Qin Li's affairs are known only to the heavens, the earth, myself, and you. Absolutely no third party must ever know about this. As long as he lives, I will have the chance to seize the true power of the Zhu clan. At Ziyu Alley, in the northern part of Jiyu City, knock knock, a knocking sound echoed. From inside, a voice echoed out, Who is it? Qin Li replied, Elder Zhu of West City's first-grade tower sent me. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man, appearing to be around Steward Zhu's age, stood at the entrance. Come in. Qin Li stepped inside. Senior, Elder Zhu sent me. I wish to inquire about the Linglong bone-transforming art and the spirit concealment technique. No problem. Qin Li smiled. Before he could even utter a word of thanks, the man picked up a yellow pill. But I must warn you, he said. Take this bone-shattering pill. If you can endure its horrific pain, then we'll continue our discussion. Qin Li looked at the pill in front of him, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. What? Scared now? Provoked, Qin Li decisively replied, What's to be scared of? If you say drink, I'll drink. With that said, he grabbed the pill and popped it straight into his mouth. Immediately, an excruciating pain assaulted him, making him dizzy. He couldn't help but brace his hands on the ground. Qin Li's entire body trembled violently from the pain. In just a moment, Qin Li was drenched in sweat. He was about to scream in agony when he caught Wang Wazi's mocking gaze. Unable to scream under that gaze, Qin Li clenched his teeth tightly. He tried to push himself up. However, the medicinal effects of this bone-shattering elixir were simply too potent. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him from the inside. Qin Li quickly felt exhausted, his bones seemingly shattering into countless fragments. This agony was utterly unbearable for any ordinary mortal. Though Qin Li had heard tales of the bone-shattering profound art, he never imagined it would be this utterly horrific. An hour later, Qin Li slowly began to lose consciousness. Using his internal vision technique, he watched his entire skeleton shatter, only for each piece to knit back together. Then they would shatter once more, only to reassemble again. This excruciating process repeated endlessly. It felt as though someone was wielding a colossal hammer, a 1,000-pound hammer, smashing every single bone in his body. Then, with an unbelievably strong adhesive, they would glue them back together. In utter agony, Qin Li clutched his head with both hands, repeatedly telling himself, Don't scream! Absolutely, do not scream. Just as Qin Li's consciousness threatened to freeze over, 28 mysterious stars suddenly appeared. They vibrated, then integrated themselves into his primordial spirit. At that moment, the potential within Qin Li erupted. He finally realized a simple truth. A cultivator must possess an unyielding will, like iron and stone. However, those who have endured extreme suffering will often develop fear, pain from deep within their subconscious. This fear will shake their spirit, consciousness, and belief, causing their temperament to become unstable and their spiritual essence to gradually fade. For such people, minor cases lead to chi deviation, while severe ones result in death. The primordial spirit of a cultivator resides in their spiritual platform, holding their spirit, consciousness, and a person's belief. Since ancient times, it has helped people maintain their primordial vitality and not lose what is most pristine. Many cultivation methods all contain teachings, reminding cultivators to always firmly uphold their spiritual awareness and belief within the spiritual platform of their primordial spirit. Only if their spirit is clear and pure will it not depart from the physical body. Only in this way can one achieve a state of purity and control over life and death. But Qin Li was merely an ordinary person. In the end, he still couldn't endure it, lost consciousness, collapsed, and sank into a coma. Wang Ozi watched Qin Li fall to the ground and cried out, He can't see us anymore. The guard who followed Steward Zhu knelt on one knee before him, saying, Senior. Wang Wazi snorted coldly, You and your master are truly alike, always sticking your nose into everything. This kid can actually endure the shattering bone pill of this old man. Just who exactly is he? The guard replied, Senior, I am truly sorry. This junior cannot answer that question. Wang Wazi clasped his hands behind his back, turned away, and said, Although this is a favor I owe old Zhu, the one who taught the Ling Long Yi Ji Yu Ju and the Ling Yin Shu, also wants to exchange a wish with me. This kid isn't bad at all. I am very pleased with him. The man, kneeling on the ground, looked bewildered. Senior, it's been a very long time since you praised anyone. Is this person really that formidable? HMPH. Wang Wazi glanced at him. Unless you think my shattering bone pill has a problem, if you're not convinced, you can try it yourself. Do you want to? The guard awkwardly refused. Oh, no thank you, Senior. This junior has completed his task. May I please return to attend to my duties? Indeed, utterly useless. The prince snorted. Qin Li still lay motionless on the ground. The soul-gnawing pain from the Suikat Dan was eternal, endless, basically leaving no hope amidst such agony. Under such unbearable pain, abandoning one's resolve was inevitable. Qin Li was no exception. He, too, was on the verge of failure. However, the appearance of mysterious stars was like a glimmer of hope, which timely awakened him. At that very moment, Qin Li's pupils widened in astonishment. Under the influence of the 28 stars, Qin Li had regained consciousness. He gritted his teeth and continued to stubbornly endure. He knew clearly in his heart that the medicinal effects of the Suikat Dan would not diminish due to the appearance of those mysterious stars. Those stars, at best, could only awaken him, preventing him from giving up and helping him maintain the serenity within his spiritual core. Time passed, little by little. Qin Li couldn't recall how long it had been, only that this whole ordeal was long enough to drive anyone insane. Kid, congratulations! You have successfully overcome the medicinal effects of this Suikat Dan. Now, I shall transmit to you the Lin Lung bone-shifting art and the spirit concealment art. Once your bones have healed completely once more, sit up straight. Wang Wazi's voice, like a divine sound, reached Qin Li's ears, and he dared not delay. He immediately sat up straight. Wang Wazi continued, This cultivation method is a fusion of mystic skills and spell arts. Its level might be low, yet its efficacy is absolutely marvelous. Circulate your spirit power according to my mantra. First, mend your bones. Only then, cultivate the spirit concealment art. Upon hearing this, Qin Li was overjoyed and immediately began cultivating according to Wang Wazi's mantra. Qin Li entered a meditative state, his two eyes tightly shut. First, he followed the mantra, circulating his spiritual energy through the 7 heavenly cycles. Indeed, the shattered bone fragments had mended. A stream of green spiritual energy flared up like a flame, enveloping Qin Li's entire body. Then, he slowly practiced the mantra once more, and the pain throughout his entire body gradually disappeared. A stream of spiritual energy appeared in Wang Wazi's hand. He continued, Next, I will transmit to you the spirit concealment art. Remember the mantra for the Lin Lung bone-shifting art well. The bone-shifting art allows you to freely alter your appearance, yet the aura of the cultivator can only be concealed through the spirit concealment art. Kid, your fortune isn't half bad. If I hadn't known Zhu Songji, you wouldn't have had the chance to learn Lao Zi's cultivation method. With that, he placed his hand on Qin Li's back to impart the spirit concealment art and said, After you've learned it, just remember one thing. Then he whispered something into Qin Li's ear. After the matter was concluded, Qin Li left, and a reminder echoed from within the room. What happened today must not be spoken of to anyone else. Just pretend it never occurred. Qin Li bowed, cupping his hands towards the senior within. This junior will never forget your great kindness and virtue. With that, Qin Li turned and walked away. Immediately, crackling changes began to appear on his body. Qin Li's outer layer of skin peeled away, revealing a new layer underneath. Qin Li had now transformed into a man. He looked several years older than before, and his stature was also over 10 centimeters taller. His appearance was significantly more mature, and his hair had also become shorter. He waved his hands, realizing the difference in himself. This is truly the miraculous, exquisite bone-shifting art. It can, through changing the shape and structure of the bones throughout the entire body, completely alter one's appearance. This is so good that even acquaintances won't recognize me anymore. Now, I must return to the inn to further cultivate the spirit concealment art. I must conceal my presence. It was late. The moon hung high. Qin Li had just reached the inn's door when he heard voices echoing from inside. Damn it, he got away. Another voice chimed in. We received the intel too late. It's no wonder he slipped away. It seems this Qin Li isn't just any ordinary cultivator. Qin Li peeked inside curiously, saw 2 unfamiliar faces, and immediately turned away. From inside, a worried voice echoed out once more. But if we return empty-handed, the boss will give us hell. What do we do now? It's not our fault, the other voice replied. The intel was leaked by that Wei Jian fellow. If there's any punishment, it won't be for us. Though he might have known we were coming for him. He might not have the heart to leave a tranquil place like Shangyuan Ancient City. The two of them stepped outside, deep in discussion. Thus, it's highly probable he's still in Shangyuan Ancient City. You head back, bring a few more people here, and scour every nook and cranny of the city. If necessary, I can use some spirit stones to hire people from the underworld to gather information. I must find him. Qinlai watched the backs of the two men who had just left. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth. The person they spoke of must be Wei Jian. He betrayed me! On the surface, I thought he was such an upstanding man. He even assured me he wouldn't reveal anything. Unbelievable. He betrayed me in just one day. What a truly cunning fox. The voice of one of those two was somewhat familiar. Qinlai clenched his fists, his heart burning with resentment. Good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, I fear I would have lost my life here tonight. A true gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after a decade. Although I have now learned the Linglong bone-melting art and the spirit concealment technique, if I seek revenge like this, my identity would be too easily exposed. Moreover, because of the bone accumulation people from Bishui camp are surely hunting for me everywhere. Wei Jian must have many protectors by his side now. In this Shangyuan Ancient City, if I want revenge, I must have sufficient strength. The only way now is to go into secluded cultivation. Time flew by like a shuttle. 3 years have passed. As cultivators matured, the world seemed to gradually become dry and uninteresting. For someone in the cultivation world, 3 years is but a tiny blip in their endlessly long life. With the gathering cloud sword, Qinlai roared loudly, unleashing a sharp torrent of sword chi. It cleaved a boulder, 1.5 times its height, in two. Sharpened to perfection, it struck stone to create sparks, its sword light like lightning, cutting through steel as if it were mud. Success! After 3 whole years, he finally broke through from the 6th level of Spirit Void to the late-stage Spirit Void. He had also finished cultivating the lower half of the Qin clan's Xiang art, originally thinking he could only break through to the 5th level. Who knew he could actually break through to the 6th level? Continuing to cultivate this would make it hard to advance any further. It's time to venture out and find another cultivation technique. 3 years later, Qinli had become even more imposing. His face also clearly revealed the sharp, angular features of a mature man. Qinlai's eyes turned stern as he recalled the events from 3 years ago, and that scoundrel Wei Jian, who betrayed his friend for glory. Letting you live for 3 more years is surely long enough. With a heart full of vengeance, Qinlai left his secluded cultivation spot. To easily gather information, he used the exquisite bone transformation art and the spirit concealment art to disguise himself. Afterwards, he recalled Wei Jian's residence at the time and immediately set off to find him. Maisie Alley, East City. I've arrived. Suddenly, he heard footsteps of 2 people approaching. Wei Jian was in a drunken stupor, staggering and muttering, "You Zihan, you piece of trash. This daddy won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. You! Yue Zihan silently followed behind, then suddenly delivered a kick to his back, causing Wei Jian to fall face first onto the ground. You crazy bastard! If this Shangyuan Ancient City didn't prohibit murder, I would have long sent you to the Yellow Springs. Qinlai quickly hid himself behind a nearby wall. A female voice spoke up. Yue Zihan, what are you doing? Oh, so it's Ru Mei. You can ask him what he's doing. We were happily drinking, but he ran out here and caused trouble. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Just for a random passerby in distress, he lost all his cultivation. Yet he still doesn't know how to repent. Brother Wei Jin, you're truly a big idiot. Tell me, brother, back then when Big Boss asked for Qinlai's whereabouts, if you had just directly told him, wouldn't everything have been over? Why did you have to be so stubborn? And now? Qinli, has he returned yet? Did anyone even come to visit Senior Brother? People fundamentally don't consider Senior Brother a friend. Ru Mei showed a hint of sadness. She sat down next to Wei Jian, channeling spiritual power to heal him. Yue Zihan turned to Ru Mei, warning, I'm telling you, Ru Mei, if there's a next time, we absolutely won't be lenient anymore. After saying that, he turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to utter scornful words. Still dare to pick a fight with me? Go take a good long look in the mirror first. You think you're still the Wei Jian from 3 years ago? This old master only sees you as a pathetic piece of trash now, so I can't be bothered to even lift a finger. Otherwise, I would have already dismembered you into 8 pieces. Qinlai, standing behind the wall, clearly overheard the 3 people's conversation. Turns out, the one who betrayed him wasn't Wei Jian. Furthermore, Wei Jian was even injured. His cultivation was crippled? How is that possible? 3 years ago, during the battle with those petty bandits, Wei Jian wasn't injured at all. Damn it. What exactly happened 3 years ago? It seems I'll have to deal with that Yue Zihan first to get to the bottom of things. Yue Zihan walked back alone, seething with anger. He snorted, thinking, this is truly infuriating. Someone next to him was talking. It's just that the primal yang pill can help one become an immortal. Just then, these words reached Yuezi Han's ears. The primal yang pill, you say? He let out a triumphant laugh. Wham! Yuezi Han acted, slamming the drunkard's face straight into the ground. He twisted the man's fingers. This old booze hound actually has a primal yang pill? Such a good item. Is there any justice left in this world? The gagged drunkard, vomiting, mumbled incoherently. A brother from the 4 seas to be able to meet you. I'll give you a bottle. Don't be shy. Yuezi Han drew his sword. Brat! Next time you reincarnate, remember not to be so ostentatious. Now die. With that, he aimed his sword and lunged straight forward. Thwack! 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 Yuezi Han was sent stumbling backward. He exclaimed, You weren't drunk at all. A mix of panic and astonishment now crossed Yuezi Han's face. Standing before him was the man from 3 years ago. Qin Li, you're Qin Li. Who Qin? You're Qin Lai. Qin Lai said, You still remember me? Well, aren't you something? 3 years ago, I already knew you weren't a good person. But I never imagined that even your so-called friends would want to kick you down. You truly don't deserve to be called human. Yuezi Han panicked. It has nothing to do with us. Those Mo Yi guys did it. I was just a minion. He came to us to ask about your whereabouts. I truly had no other choice. If I didn't speak, they would have killed me. The Si Shuizhai's methods are brutal. You know how ruthless the Si Shuizhai are, don't you? Qin Lai stepped forward with his sword. So you betrayed Wei Jian, didn't you? Yuezi Han panicked. Actually, I didn't want to. I already advised him. But Wei Jian wouldn't budge. I really didn't want to do it. Qin Li lunged forward, his sword pointed. You scoundrel! Betraying a friend for glory? What kind of twisted logic is that? With that, he plunged his sword through the man's shoulder, fresh blood gushing out. Qin Lai swiftly withdrew his sword, and Yuezi Han gritted his teeth, letting out a pained groan. He collapsed backward onto the ground. Qin Lai spoke again. I'm going to ask you a few questions. You had better answer me truthfully. Yuezi Han, terrified, muttered. Luling Shu, 6th tier. He's already that strong? Yuezi Han, his voice trembling, managed. All right. After hearing Yuezi Han's words, Qin Li finally understood. Turns out, the scoundrel who harmed Wei Jian is none other than Mo Yi, the Tishuizhai master's very own younger brother. This sinister and utterly vile fellow was dispatched to Shangyuan ancient city to take charge of his little crew of gossip mongers and intelligence gatherers. 3 years back, Mo Yi, the very same guy, managed to track down Yuezi Han and strong-armed him into spilling the beans on Qin Lai's whereabouts. But Qin Lai and Yuezi Han weren't even on speaking terms back then. So, naturally, he turned his attention to Wei Jian. Mo Yi's cultivation, let's be honest, was nothing to write home about. Still, after years of grinding, he'd managed to scrape his way to the post-spirit Void 6-layer realm. What's more, in Shangyuan ancient city, Tishuizhai practically owned the neighborhood with all their eyes and ears. When he showed up, he brought a dozen goons with him, and in the blink of an eye, they had Wei Jian pinned down. At that time, Wei Jian went through absolute hell. But when it came to Qin Lai, he was as silent as a grave. Mo Yi, naturally, blew a gasket. Right there, in front of everyone, he ruthlessly crippled Wei Jian's cultivation. Then, Yi Ru begged and pleaded, and Mo Yi, seeing Wei Jian's cultivation completely zapped, didn't strike again, and generously spared his miserable life. But from that point on, Wei Jian went completely bonkers and didn't budge from his bed for a whole year. The mystery of 3 years past was finally unraveled. Yet the inferno of rage in Qin Lai's heart only flared up into an even more monstrous blaze than it had ever been. He always believed Wei Jian was a two-faced backstabber. Though Wei Jian didn't die, the suffering he endured was far worse than death. Qin Lai gritted out each word. Where is my Yi? Lying on the ground, Yuezi Han struggled to speak. The Mei Ren Xuan, in the inner city. It's in the east city. Good. Now you can die. A sharp gleam of the sword shone down before Yuezi Han. He groaned. No, please, spare my life. Spare you? The soft splatter of warm blood echoed faintly in the tranquil night. In a room in Meizi Shang, a young woman knelt beside the bed. On the bed, Wei Jian lay sleeping. His brow was furrowed tightly. It seemed he wasn't sleeping peacefully. How's he doing? After speaking, she turned to look at the food spilled all over the table. Not very well. Yi Ru turned, saw the familiar figure, and hastily called. Qin Li, that incident from years ago wasn't related to him. Actually, Qin Lai cut her off. I already know the whole story. Yuezi Han is dead. Think of a way to cure Brother Wei. Yi Ru sadly looked at the young man and said, The injury is in his purple palace. His primal yang is gone. How can it be cured? He's a good person, someone who would never betray his friends, Yet he's fallen into this predicament. Moreover, he stubbornly believed you hadn't left, and was always searching for you. Why are you only just arriving now? Qinlai tossed a bag onto the table. He said this was Yue Zihang's personal bag, and it contained many precious medicines. Perhaps it will help you too. I'll leave these items here. Use them carefully. Remember, Will, I was never here today. Understood? I'm leaving. After speaking, Qinli left. In his mind, the name Mo Yi echoed. Qinlai etched that name into his heart, along with his deep-seated hatred. Inside the inner city, at Mei Yunchuan, delicious wine. A maiden, a little shy yet enticing, stood before him. Looking at the man before her, she spoke. Young master, why do you only drink wine when you come here? The man before her was Qinlai. He smiled and said, I heard you have someone here named Ru Yue, whose beauty makes birds fall, fish sink, flowers blush, and the moon hide in shame. Today this master is in a good mood. Go call her to me. The maiden replied, Great lord, I'm afraid you might be disappointed today. Ru Yue already has a patron. What do you mean? Great lord, have you heard of Hong de Tong? Qinli tossed a money bag onto the table. Hong de Hol, you say? Which one? I haven't heard of it. Tell me about it. After speaking, he handed her a money bag. Her eyes lit up when she saw the money bag. She quickly grabbed it. Grand Master is truly generous, but it truly can't be done. The Hall Master of Hong de Hall is a master of the East City. I heard he's already reached the 6th level of Spirit Void. Ru Yu is currently attending to him Grand Master. You've come here for pleasure, so please don't stir up trouble over such a trivial matter. Grand Master burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Excellent wine. Let's get properly drunk and have the time of our lives. The wine cup clattered onto the table. The young woman slumped forward. Qinlai stepped out and quietly made his way to Ru Yu's room. From inside, sounds of a couple's unrestrained indulgence could be heard. Oh, Hall Master, you're so good to me. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Inside the room, the scantily clad young woman lifted the chin of the man beside her. With a gentle look in her eyes, she purred seductively. Hall Master, when will you visit again? The naked man wrapped his arm around the beauty's shoulder, closing his eyes in blissful enjoyment. He smiled. Don't be so impatient, ha-ha. I'll come back after I've delivered the secret manual to Big Brother. He stopped, realizing something. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open by someone. He quickly stood up, pulling on his shirt, muttering, Who dares disturb this old master's rest? You, step inside. Are you Ma Yi? Ma Yi looked at the person in front of him, thinking, He knows who this old master is, yet he still dares to barge in? Well, isn't this just grand? With that said, Qinlai, still disguised, immediately unleashed a fireball art, striking out. Ma Yi managed to dodge in time, looking downwards and muttering, Oh, darn it! Boom! A section of the room was destroyed. His spatial pouch accordingly fell out into the flames and was incinerated. He yelled, You stinky brat, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Qinlai restored his original appearance. His joints rearranged themselves, emitting clacking sounds. You not even know what you've done. My friend Wei Jian, a truly upright and honorable hero, had a portion of his cultivation crippled by you. Today, don't even dream of leaving here alive. With that, Qinli pulled out over a dozen talismans. He threw them at him. Ma Yi saw so many talismans and exclaimed, Wei Jian, just who are you? With that, he deployed a spiritual qi shield, blocking the incoming talismans. Unexpected. Yet another talisman struck him from behind. Ma Yi dropped to his knees. Over a dozen talismans, and they only grazed him slightly? Looks like this isn't the time to be stingy. Swish, swish, swish! Dozens of talismans appeared, swirling around Qinlai. These talismans flew straight at Ma Yi, attacking him. Ma Yi panicked. There were simply too many. His spirit shield wouldn't hold up. His flimsy spirit shield rose before him. Ma Yi fundamentally couldn't withstand that attack. The talisman slammed into the spirit shield, erupting with a resounding boom. The spirit shield shattered, and he tumbled to the ground, kneeling as he gazed at the young man before him. So that's how it is. Your casting speed, it must be tied to your deceptive prowess. You're Qinlai. I've been looking for you, and now you have the audacity to come seek death yourself? Before he could finish, Qinlai once again pulled out over a dozen talismans. Talismans again? Why so many of them? It seems Qinlai came prepared to deal with him this time. He absolutely has to kill him and retreat quickly. Dozens of talismans flew towards him. Ma Yi scoffed. He let out a grunt, then sprang back to dodge. He yelled at Qinlai, Have you no shame? Are we seriously having a magic duel right now? Qinlai then pulled out dozens of talismans. Heavens, is he a talisman printing machine? Where did he get so many? Qinlai closed his eyes, To deal with the likes of you, this young master doesn't even need to face you directly. With that, his eyes sharpened as he looked at the person before him. Just go. Die! Mo Yi, his body injured, struggled to resist with both hands. Qin Lai then pulled out 2 more stacks of talismans. Still want to resist, huh? Then I'll give you a little extra. With a booming sound, the roof of the Mainan pavilion exploded into smithereens. Debris and talismans flew everywhere. That Mo Yi had collapsed in a pool of blood, groaning and writhing in agony. Qin Li summoned his spiritual sword, then looked down at the person on the ground. He was like a fish lying on a chopping board. Even like this, you're still alive. You've got quite the stubborn life force, don't you? With that, he turned to pick up the bag Mo Yi had dropped. All right, one final move. With a swoosh, Qin Lai sliced him across the body. This time, Mo Yi truly couldn't survive. The remaining blood spurted out. He died with his eyes wide open. The next morning, at the Shangyuan Ancient City Lord's Manor. Damn it! Someone dared to murder within my manor's territory, and you let them escape? You are truly useless to Shangyuan Ancient City. City Lord Hu Yujing roared, "And the murdered man was Mo Shen's younger brother." They truly have a death wish, don't they? Hu Yujing, with one hand holding a brush, used the other to grip it tight and snap it in 2. Send someone to investigate if any strangers infiltrated the Mei Renshuan tonight. Seal off Shangyuan City. Search every house. See if there are any suspicious individuals. Also, Old Cheng. You know what method the culprit used? Hu Yan, who stood beside Hu Yujing, replied, according to the testimony of the brothel staff. At that time, Mo Yi was in the room with a girl. He was undressed, and his Xiankun pouch wasn't by his side. When the culprit entered, they attacked directly. Based on the spiritual energy and the remaining ash of a talisman, as well as the spell traces on the ground, we can deduce the culprit used a talismanic art. Before arriving, they had prepared thoroughly. That's why they were able to injure Mo Yi in such a short amount of time. And then, he killed him. City Lord, today Ma Yi died within our territory. Surely Ma Shen won't just let this slide. Report! Someone panicked and just ran inside. Yu Jing commanded, report, City Lord. Young Lady Ru Yu, inside the establishment, said that when Hallmaster Ma was attacked, she called out the culprit's name. Qin Lai. Following Hu Yujing's citywide lockdown order, the situation at Mei Renshuan gradually took a turn. It seems Wei Jian's revenge has finally been exacted. Moreover, this time, unlike before, a touch of worry and fear crept into his mind. The Qin Lai of today has completely grasped the ways of the outside world. He felt no remorse whatsoever. Ma Ye's Qiankun bag, which he always kept by his side, could finally be opened. Inside were 5 bottles of elixirs, a handful of talismans, a low-grade spirit artifact, and even a secret manual for the true Yang strength. Recalling that day, outside the 3rd floor of Mei Renshuan, he'd overheard Ma Yi talking to Ru Yue. Only then did Qin Li realize that the secret manual Ma Yi had mentioned was precisely this true Yang strength secret manual. He'd always known of it, but was never supposed to see it. The thriving cultivation ranks within the Zhao Kingdom. Moreover, it's almost impossible to find such an excellent secret manual within the city. All sects are unwilling to let their secret manuals be circulated outside. I suppose this secret manual was on its way to Tishuizai, and I managed to acquire it. Talk about perfect timing. Qin Lai opened the secret manual and examined each line of text. Zhenyang Gang Qi is the Yan Yang men's secret canon, their strongest cultivation technique manual. It can be cultivated to reach the Danyang realm. The Qin family's Ziyang Ju can only break through to the Gizhen stage. To reach any further is unimaginably difficult. Although I only have the lower volume of Zhenyang Gang Qi in hand, at least it can help me break through to the Gizhen stage. It can even reach the 3rd or 4th layers of the Guizhen stage. Finally, Qin Lai noticed a wooden token. It was a proof of identity for Tishuizai. His gaze turned more profound. On the wooden token, the character Shui was carved for the people of Tishuizai. They established the Hongda Tang within the city, dealing in various goods related to the cultivation world. It seems they are controlled by the imperial family. It's completely untrue. Don't tell me there's still a secret here that no one knows about. I killed Ma Yi and obtained the secret manual, originally intending to bring it to Tashui village. I'm afraid they won't let this go easily. From now on, I must be more careful. He was being very cautious. Wait! Qin Lai suddenly remembered something, panicking. No! Big Brother Wei! Today, Ma Yi recognized me as someone from the pleasure house. He must have heard my identity. It's highly likely it's already been exposed. Before, I even killed Yue Zihang. If the city lord's mansion residents are even a little bit smart, they'll definitely connect this matter to Wei Jian. In that case, I need to quickly inform Big Brother Wei and his group so they can prepare. No sooner had he thought it than Qin Lai swiftly left the room. His figure shot like an arrow towards number 80. Meizi Alley, Wei Jian's residence. Meanwhile, in a simple, humble room, Yi Ru held a steaming hot bowl of congee, gently scooping a spoonful and bringing it to the mouth of the man languishing on the bed. "Brother Jean, you need to take your medicine now." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. "Big Brother Wei!" Qinlai shouted loudly, rushing in. "It's me!" Wei Jian, despite his weakness, couldn't help but be surprised. "Ben, little brother, is it really you?" Qinlai stepped closer, his voice laced with regret. "Big Brother Wei, I'm truly sorry you were dragged into this." Wei Jian struggled to his feet, turning towards Qin Li. The two men slapped their arms together, a greeting more profound than any words. "You rascal, where have you been hiding these past 3 years? Come on, let's talk inside." Qinlai, a little sheepish, stepped inside. "Big Brother Wei, I'm truly sorry. How are your injuries?" Wei Jian waved a dismissive hand, indicating it was nothing. "Then, my little brother, why bother with such talk? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? If anyone's to blame, it's my low cultivation. It even dragged Ru Mei into this." Ye Ru, who was nearby, quickly waved her hand. All right, you two. Enough with the formalities. Big Brother Qin, I wanted to ask, was that demonic incident you're doing?" Qinlai nodded, acknowledging, "That's right, but let's not discuss it for now. I came here because I wanted to see you both, and to ask if city guards were here just a moment ago." Ye Ru widened her eyes in alarm. "It's really you, brother," Wei Jian confirmed, arms crossed. Indeed, the city guards did come, and they made quite a ruckus, too. They searched every nook and cranny of every house before finally leaving. Qinlai furrowed his brow, questioning. "So did they suspect you two?" Wei Jian replied nonchalantly. "Why would they suspect us? Let me tell you, the water fort being controlled by the royal family is a sham. It's merely for show, for outsiders to see." Qinlai stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "I'll be frank then. After Yue Ziheng and Mo Yi died, my identity was also exposed. As soon as the city lord's people discover the bodies, they will certainly think it's connected to you two. I hope you two leave Shangyuan City immediately. We can discuss what happens next later." Wei Jian immediately became resolute, his face serious. "No, that's impossible. I will not leave Shangyuan Ancient City. This is my home. I'm not going." But Qinlai still wanted to persuade him. Wei Jian interrupted his brother. "Junior brother, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I'm not going anywhere. When my mother passed away, she told me this place was the only thing my father left behind. I want to stay here and wait for my father to return. Even if I wait my entire life and he never returns, I must still wait even longer. People are dying, and the entire city is sealed off. Where can we possibly go from here?" After speaking, he clasped his hands. "Brother, I know your intentions are good. Your big brother has received your kindness." Qinlai could only sigh. "If Big Brother Wei has made up his mind, then I, your brother, won't try to force you anymore. There's still much to do. It's not convenient for me to stay here long. You two should leave first. I'll think of another way." The three of them bid farewell. Qinlai turned and left, Wei Jian's words of caution still echoing behind him. "Brother, travel safely." "Are you kidding me right now? What is a mere courtyard compared to a person's life?" Kunli ran off in a hurry, pondering this. "Right now, there's only one way for those two to get out of here. In recent years, the only one I've had dealings with is Zhu Songqi. In this city, only he knew my identity." Thinking of that, Qingli made his way to Zhu Tongji's residence. As soon as he arrived, he pushed open the door and shouted loudly, "Old man Zhu, are you there?" Qinlai thought to himself. He must have guessed that I was the one who slew the demon lord. Inside the villa, Zhu Tongji turned to look at Qinlai with a joyful expression. "Young Master Qin, excellent. I was just looking for you. Come on in, let's chat." Qinlai couldn't help but wonder, "Elder Zhu, has something happened?" The two of them entered the room, and Zhu Tongji quickly poured 2 cups of tea. He placed 1 cup in front of Qinlai, then got straight to the point. "I ask you, can you refine a middle-grade Gizhen Dan?" Qinlai was surprised. "A middle-grade Gizhen Dan? What do you intend to use it for?" Zhu Tongji, with no other option, began to recount the whole story. "All right, then let me tell you from the very beginning. A few days ago, in Shangyuan Ancient City, a group of disciples from a prominent clan appeared. Among them was a young man, not even 20 years old, who had already cultivated to the perfect Lin Shu 6 level, a high-grade heavenly thief, no less. This influential family wants that disciple to break through the Kuai-Zhen stage. They acquired Kuai-Zhen pills from all corners, intending to use the pills' powerful medicinal properties to help that disciple enhance their breakthrough potential. But guess what? That disciple, after consuming over a dozen low-grade Kuai-Zhen pills, still couldn't break through. Naturally, the head of the influential family was extremely worried. After this lengthy explanation, Zhu Kong just looked at Qinlai with a face full of pity. Just imagine a young man of only 20 already having a shot at the Kuai-Zhen stage. How important is that to an influential family? Whether that person successfully breaks through or not determines the future direction of an entire powerful family. Cultivation means constant advancement, doesn't it? There's no turning back. So what they desperately need is a mid-grade Kuai-Zhen pill, Unfortunately, even low-grade Kuai-Zhen pills are already incredibly difficult to refine. Refining it 10 times might not even yield one finished pill. And get this, mid-grade is 100 times harder to refine than low-grade. Their family head has already thoroughly scoured all of Shangyuan ancient city once, but still couldn't find a mid-grade Kuai-Zhen pill. Thus, they put forth a generous reward. Whoever can provide them with a mid-grade Gizhen Qi elixir will be granted a house within the inner city. Furthermore, they will fulfill any request that person makes, as long as it's within their power. Qin Li was surprised. Then a suspicious smile bloomed on his lips. Any request? This truly is an excellent opportunity. Just as I was fretting over Wei Jian's situation, an opportunity has presented itself. The two Liu noble families possess a master at the Danyang stage. The Tishui stronghold surely wouldn't dare to cross them. If I can arrange for them to reside in a noble family's estate, the problem would practically be solved. Zhu Songji continued, his voice brimming with excitement. This news, once it spread, caused quite a commotion throughout Shangyuan ancient city. All the major powers in the region became bustling, mobilizing their manpower to search for the mid-grade Gizhen Qi elixir. Naturally, my Zhu family is no exception. As soon as the news leaked out, we immediately took action. Li smiled suspiciously, looking at Zhu Songji. Old Master Zhu saying all this. Are you perhaps eyeing that house in the city? Zhu Songji raised a finger, adjusted his spectacles neatly, and spoke without any pretense. My Zhu family? While having some standing in the city, as many family members, but alas, my cultivation is quite lacking. We cannot seize a place like this. This is our chance. I hope young Lord Qin can lend his full support. This old man Zhu will certainly not forget such kindness. He hesitated, not knowing if young Master Qin would agree. He clasped his hands towards Qin Lai, making a sincere plea. Qin Lai pondered for a moment before speaking. Whether I can do it or not, let's not discuss that just yet. Instead, I have a question for you. If I successfully refine a mid-grade return to true wondrous pill, what exactly do I gain? Benefits, you ask. Oh, that's simple enough. As long as you can refine a mid-grade return to true wondrous pill, you can have absolutely anything you desire. Queen Lai decisively placed his teacup on the table. He stood up, declaring, All right then, I'll return in 3 days. Success or failure, I'll let you know. Having said that, he picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup. Then he asked, Old Man Zhu, may I inquire about the origins of this world? Old Man Zhu shot to his feet, utterly stunned. You haven't heard? It's the Lin family. Qin Lai brought the teacup to his lips and took a slow sip. The Lin family? Which Lin family? Is there any other Lin family within hundreds of miles of Shangyuan ancient city? Qin Lai took a sip of tea, wondering, it can't be a coincidence, can it? He then asked, Sir, what's the name of that family disciple you mentioned? Why, Lin Yuran, of course. Haven't you heard of her? As soon as he heard the name Lin Yuran, Qin Lai flinched. He choked, nearly spitting out the tea he had just sipped. That name practically scared the wits out of me. Qin Lai's face darkened, and he raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Why do I have to run into her again? Meanwhile, at the Lin family's private villa in Shangyuan City, a young woman was deeply engrossed in cultivation, her hands fluttering like butterfly wings. Her feet gracefully and agilely touched the ground. She looked beautiful, lively, and agile, no longer possessing the graceful and delicate charm of her past. The wind around her began to swirl gracefully, growing stronger with each passing moment before rushing away swiftly. She struggled to use her spirit energy to resist. Standing beside her, old Master Lin Sui Feng, could only sigh. Your spirit energy isn't stable, and your breathing is chaotic. You failed again, Yuran. Stop now. Lin Suifeng looked at his daughter, sadly thinking to himself, this girl Yuran has such high talent yet. Why is she stuck at the spirit void's sixth perfect completion? Indeed, cultivating the righteous path requires eliminating all distracting thoughts. Only with a heart free of worries can one succeed. Her heart, however, still lingers, entangled with. Lin Yuran let out a weary huff. A trickle of sweat down her delicate face interrupted Father's train of thought. She said, Father, your useless daughter has disappointed you. Elder Lin comforted his daughter. Yuran, my dear. Cultivation must rely on a heart free of distracting thoughts. You suffered the blow from Qin Lai and made an oath to cultivate, which indeed yielded evident results. In 3 short years, you were able to cultivate to the great perfection of the spirit void. 6th stage. In fact, that has already amazed and earned everyone's admiration. What a pity, though. You're eager to break through, but you still carry an obsession, a heart demon. If you still can't let go of that obsession from 3 years ago, then even if I were to give you more Gizhen pills, it would still be very difficult to break through to the Guizhen realm. Lin Yuran clasped her hands respectfully before her father. Father's every word of instruction, Yuran will surely heed. Lin Tuifeng looked at his daughter's unyielding face and sighed. These 2 children never listened to reason, But no matter what, if assisted by a mid-grade Gi Zhen pill, perhaps she might still be able to. Why bother worrying about this strange issue? He still needs to grasp it first. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with news, reporting to Venerable Master. Yu Song-chi of the Shengyuan-ju family requests an audience. Yu Song-chi? What's he doing here? The servant replied, "Reporting, Master. He said he possesses a mid-grade Gi Zhen pill." The Lin father and son exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Lin Suifang, overjoyed, quickly said to the servant, "Usher the esteemed guest to the front room." "Yes, sir." In the reception room, the elderly Zhu respectfully, Zhu Song-chi pays his respects to the Lin family head. Lin Suifang replied with a smile, "Many years ago, your elder brother, Zhu Songming, and I had the fortune of meeting once. Brother Zhu, there's no need for such formality. Please sit." After saying that, he gestured towards the stranger standing behind elder Zhu. "May I know who this is?" Zhu Songchi then replied, "Lin family head, coming here today, I am merely an intermediary. This young gentleman, whose surname is Lai, is actually the true owner of the mid-grade Gi Zhen pill." Young Master Lai cupped his hands in a bow, greeting Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin chuckled. "Ha, you're here. For now, there's no need for such polite words, young friend Lai. I'm sure you've heard the Qin family's conditions. If that's the case, could you show this old man the mid-grade returning to truth wondrous pill?" Lin Li immediately took out a small box, which a servant received with both hands. They knelt down and presented it to Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin hummed, reached out, and clattered it open. Inside was a transparent pill, emitting a rich fragrance and a mystical aura. This truly is the mid-grade returning to truth wondrous pill. He certainly came prepared. Lin Suifeng picked up the pill and marveled. As he examined it closely, young Master Lai cupped his hands. "You've seen the pill now, clan head Lin. Are you satisfied?" Old Master Lin smiled smugly. Ha, satisfied. Truly satisfied. Young Mr. Lai truly has profound backing. It probably wasn't easy either, Chen Lai thought to himself. Indeed, it wasn't easy. It took 3 nights of refining just to get one pill. But because I stubbornly refined it, this pill can only break the restraints of realms. I have now reached the great origin spirit perfection realm. Since ancient times, how many geniuses and heroes have achieved great origin spirit perfection? Now my opportunity has arrived. Xin Lai grasped this chance firmly. He placed the box on the table. Old Master Lin said with a smile, "If young master doesn't wish to speak, then so be it." He stood up and spoke to the person in front of him. "I, Lin, have stated that whoever can provide a mid-grade return-to-truth chi stone will not only receive a house, but I, Lin, will also fulfill one request of theirs. I presume young Master Lai also came for this reason. If you have any request, just speak up. There's no need to hold back." Chen Lai replied very simply, "I hope the Lin family can take in 2 friends of mine." Old Master Lin harumphed, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Who are they, and where are they now?" Young Master Lai replied, 1 male and 1 female. The male is Wei Jian, and the female is named Ye Ru. Lin Suifang asked, "Young master wishes to arrange for the 2 of them to stay with the Lin family. I wonder what your intention is." "It's nothing. They just wish to receive guidance from the Lin family." Lin Tuifeng mused, "My Lin family possesses formidable power, with countless secret cultivation manuals from the cultivation world. Many aspire to join my Lin family." It's hardly surprising he'd think that. With that thought, Old Master Lin replied, "In that case, this Lin agrees. Young sir, does this Lin need to send someone to the manor to escort them?" Li Xiaonian replied, "I couldn't ask for more. When your manor's people arrive, just mentioning my name will suffice. No need for further words. They'll follow of their own accord." "All right, please wait a moment then." After a short while, a servant suddenly rushed in from outside, looking flustered. He urgently reported, "Reporting to the family head. The person the family head wanted this subordinate to fetch has been apprehended by Hu Yujing's men, and Lord Hu Yujing has led them into the grand dungeon." "What?" Zhu Songji and Lin Tuifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "When?" Old Master Lin urgently questioned the servant. The servant replied, "It was just a short while ago, right after Hu Yujing returned to the city. He immediately ordered those 2 arrested and thrown into the grand dungeon." Liet Xiaonian clasped his hands and spoke. "It seems they are connected to Mo Yi's death at Mirin Pavilion a few days ago." Old Master Lin turned to the person before him. "Young Master Lai, what in the world is happening?" Young Master Lai sighed. "Lin family head, it seems our terms must change now." Having said that, he turned and pointed at the medicinal pill. "Rescue and protect those 2. In return, I'll give you this medicinal pill." Old Master Lin, still clueless about what was happening, was left utterly bewildered. He cried out in vexation, "Young Master Lai, what in the world is going on?" The person facing him had no choice but to answer truthfully. "To be frank, 2 friends of mine have offended some powerful people, which is why they sought my help. My own abilities are rather limited, and then I just so happened to hear about the Lin family head situation. That's why I came to impose upon you." Old Master Lin closed his eyes and thought. He realized this whole affair was far more complicated, even involving the imperial authorities. If not handled deftly, it could drag his entire clan down, so he spoke. "Young Master Lai, this matter is of great importance. You want me to believe you, based on just one statement? That doesn't seem very reasonable." Qin Lai sighed. "It seems I can't hide it any longer." So he recounted the incident once more. Of course, he didn't mention his own identity. He only said that Ma Yi was killed by someone named Qin Loi. As Qin Lai previously had ties with Wei Jian, the city lord, naturally, he'd pin the blame on Wei Jian. Crash! Outside, there was the sound of something shattering. Towards the source of the noise, the three of them turned, surprised. "Qin Lai? Why is it Qin Lai?" Thwack! The door was violently flung open, hitting the wall as Lin Yuran walked in, demanding answers. "You keep saying Qin Lai harmed others. If that's the case, he should be the one taking responsibility. So why are you protecting his friend, huh?" Elder Lin reminded his daughter. "Yuran, don't be foolish. It's Lin Yuran," Qin Lai thought. So she was in the next room all along. Lin Yuran walked over, fiddled with a strand of her father's hair, then spun to Qin Li and barked. "It seems you're still hiding something, aren't you? Unless you don't want others to recognize you, or are you the one who truly killed Mo Yi?" With that, Lin Yuran, with a swoosh, unleashed a spell and attacked Qin Lai. Zhu Songji cried out, "Young Master Lai, watch out!" 2 fireballs swirled into a circle, and with a boom, Qin Lai didn't dodge. "Young Master Lai, are you all right?" 2 fireballs struck, causing injuries to his face. Blood flowed from the wounds on his face. Lin Yuran, flustered, muttered, "Blood! Blood from his face? He's not faking it!" Lin Yuran exclaimed remorsefully. You're not him." Young Master Lai knew she doubted he was Qin Lai, which is why he didn't dodge when she attacked. To dispel her doubts, he said, "Even if I deliberately hid the truth, Miss Lin, you didn't have to resort to violence, did you?" He brought his finger to the wound, wiped away the blood, and then casually traced the bloodstain on his finger. He continued, "The Lin family is a prominent clan, after all. Is this how you treat your guests?" Lin Suifang looked at his daughter, visibly uncomfortable. "You ran, my child. You're being too stubborn." He then turned to young Master Lai and said, "Young Master, please don't take it to heart. I just don't want to cause any more trouble for the Lin family. That's all," Qin Lai said. "Lin family head, we shouldn't drag this out any longer. I just want to know about the mid-grade return to truth pills. Does the Mu family still want them?" Old Master Lin stroked his beard, pondering, when Qin Lai continued, "To tell you the truth, Wei Jian saved my life. He rescued me. Now, I want to repay this debt of gratitude, even if I don't know what huge trouble they've gotten themselves into." Old Master Lin let out a sigh. "All right then, leave your 2 friends here. This old man will help you protect them." Qin Lai clasped his hands and bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Lin family head. Let's consider this matter settled. I won't trouble you any further." As he was about to bid farewell and leave, Qin Li seemed to remember something, turning his head to say, "All right, I notice the young lady is heavily burdened with worries. If the pills can't help her, the Lin family can come find me. I still have plenty of pills, but next time, the price will need to be reasonable." With that, he turned and left. Lin Suifang was astonished. He still has so many mid-grade true pills? Who exactly is this young rascal? At the Yipin Lu, Elder Zhu praised. "Young master, your skills are truly exceptional. I'm thoroughly impressed." Jin Lai said, "Elder Zhu, some things are best kept in the heart. Knowing is enough. No need to speak of them aloud, right?" Zhu Tong merely chuckled and said, "Haha, I, Zhu, absolutely won't breathe a word of it. My lips are sealed." Jin Lai thanked him. "Elder Zhu, this favor I shall never forget. In a few days, I will bring some elixirs to the Zhu residence. How could I refuse? I, Zhu, gladly accept this kindness from young master." "Ha ha," Jin Lai continued. "Elder Zhu, I still have one more matter I need your assistance with. Do you know of any elixirs that can heal a Zifu injury?" Zhu Tong asked, puzzled. "Injuring one's Zifu? Wouldn't that essentially cripple someone? Why is asterisk your Zifu injured?" "It's not mine. I was just asking, you know." Zhu Tong immediately guessed. He sighed. "It's Wei Jian again, isn't it? Earlier I heard that Wei Jian was afflicted by a demonic force and crippled. Wei, was it because of this that you killed Ma Yi? What guts, oh my." "In Shangyuan Ancient City, there's a man named Yan Shou. Have you heard of him?" "Not yet. I heard he's a very skilled alchemist, a disciple of an immortal. His cultivation isn't high, but he's very famous in this Shangyuan Ancient City. Half the elixirs in this city are refined by him. Before, someone cultivated to the point of qi deviation, damaging their purple mansion. After that, thanks to a concentrating heart pill from Yan Shou, they recovered their cultivation. If you can get a concentrating heart pill, then Wei Jian can be considered saved. However, don't get your hopes up too soon. The purple mansion is the foundation for cultivators. Even if the concentrating heart pill can restore cultivation, its future cultivation will be very difficult. Qin Lai clenched his hand resolutely. No matter what, I must try. Now I'll go figure something out. I'll ask for a bit more information about Yan Shou. Qin Lai just left first-rank restaurant and went to Yan Manor. However, Yan Manor's door was tightly shut. Not even a shadow could be seen. Upon inquiring, I learned that here, day and night make no difference. The doors are always tightly shut. It seems this Yan Shou isn't someone just anyone can meet. In the following days, Qin Li came to the entrance of Yan Manor. He observed the situation from morning till noon before returning. Sometime later, he had grasped a general understanding of Yan Manor. He decided to go directly and request elixirs. This approach was obviously a terrible idea. A month later, Qin Lai saw countless cultivators come to Yan Manor to request elixirs, but they were all unceremoniously booted out the door. The reason was they didn't have recommendation letters from influential figures in the city, so Yan Manor wouldn't receive them. Pondering it over, Qin Lai still felt he should approach it through Lin Manor. If he could get a recommendation letter from Lin Manor, he could easily enter the main gate of Yan Manor. And so Qin Li returned to the Lin family's detached residence. A month ago, he had wanted to find a place for Wei Jian to stay. He was almost exposed by Lin Yuran then, but now there was no better option. Arriving at the gate, Qin Li heard someone approaching, so he quickly hid. Listen up, everyone. When we enter Lin Manor, don't cause any trouble. And don't bring shame upon the Qin family. Please inform them that Qin Yi of the Qin family requests an audience. It was old Master Qin, Qin Lai's father. Hidden behind the wall, Qin Lai was astonished. Why is father here, of all places? Someone came out from inside to greet them. Ha ha, Brother Qin, what an honor to have you. Please forgive us for not rolling out the red carpet sooner. Qin Yi dismounted his horse, stood up straight, and then spoke. Brother Lin, there's no need to be so formal about the Lin Manor's affairs. I, Qin, have already heard about them. My visit this time is to help the Lin family. I hope you won't think little of my Qin family. Lin Suifeng smiled courteously. Brother Qin, please don't say such things. Everyone must be tired from your journey. Please, come inside and rest. Two people walked past Qin Lai, whispering to each other. Qin Lai overheard the man in red say, in just 1 month, several groups have already arrived at the Lin Manor. A man in blue replied, see? The Lin family has really reached the point where they have to scour everywhere for help. Those people, you can tell just by looking, aren't exactly powerful noble families. They're all just eyeing the Lin family. The Lin family is currently in conflict with the Tishui fort. Who wouldn't want to see such a golden opportunity to show off? After hearing this, Qin Lai felt puzzled, so he called the two young men over to ask them about it. Esteemed brothers, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I'm quite curious about what's going on. The other person turned around. My friends, you wouldn't believe it. The three of them were just discussing how not long ago, Qin Lai used a mid-grade elixir to secure a safe place for Wei Jian, and everything spiraled from that very moment. That day, Lin Suifeng led his people to the great prison, rescued Wei Jian, and settled them in the annex. News quickly reached Tishui camp. They say after that, Mo Shen himself journeyed to Shangyuan ancient city. City Lord Hu Yujing acted as a mediator, paying a visit to the Mu Manor. Though he claimed it was a visit, he was really there to demand someone's handover. Who knew, after that, the two great families became sworn enemies. I hear that very day, Lin Suifeng and Mo Shen almost came to blows. Had Hu Yujing not been there, perhaps the two great families of Shangyuan ancient city would have already clashed. Mo Shen, nursing a deep grudge, immediately dispatched people to Shangyuan City that very night. He arranged for informants to be everywhere. He once declared that as soon as Wei Jian stepped out of the manor, death would be unavoidable. Lin Suifeng couldn't sit idly either. That evening, he sent a letter to Mu Mountain Villa, requesting several masters to be sent over. Ever since then, Lin Manor and Tishui Camp have been constantly clashing in the shadows. Hearing all this, Qin Lai's heart turned cold. He had originally believed that keeping Wei Jian at Lin Manor was a safe arrangement. The Lin family has a true return stage master with seriously potent demonic elixirs. Even someone with immense courage wouldn't dare try to snatch an egg, let alone pick a fight with a rock. But he never expected that profound demon would not only confront the Lin family, but also act so arrogantly. Thinking of this, Qin Lai slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Qin Lai thought to himself, relying on others isn't a long-term strategy. It's better to restore my cultivation and protect myself. Having made up his mind, he immediately headed towards the Lin Manor. Hey, stop right there. Seeing a stranger, and one dressed quite ordinarily too. Figuring he wasn't some fancy young master from a prominent family, the gate guard, standing haughtily at the manor's entrance, questioned him. Qin Lai then said, please inform the family head that I have a matter to discuss with him. The gate guard scoffed arrogantly. You brat! Do you think just anyone can meet our family head? If you have nothing important, scram! Or else, what's all this commotion? What kind of decorum is this place maintaining? Lin Yuran's voice cut in. The gate guard turned, saw young Lady Lin Yuran and immediately knelt down. Young Lady Lin Yuran angrily snapped, "Who taught you to be so boastful and arrogant?" Quote, "Moreover, this is a distinguished guest. Such insolence. You will be imprisoned in the woodshed for 3 days, then report to the utility room." The gatekeeper, trembling with fear, Yes, this lowly one will go at once." Lin Yuran gave an awkward smile. "This official has been rude. I hope esteemed sir won't take offense. Please, this way." Qin Lai thought to himself. This Lin Yuran suddenly changed her attitude. It's likely something is up. She's still in the great perfection of spirit void realm. There's been a turn of events. Qin Lai walked in. "Miss Lin, there's no need to be so formal, please." "Miss Lin, you're being overly ceremonious. It was merely a few words." "There's no need to make such a big deal out of it," Lin Yuran said. "The Lin clan has always governed the household strictly. It's only natural." Qin Lai then remembered and asked, "That's right. Have you used the medicinal pill I gave you?" Lin Yuran sighed. With a hint of sadness in her expression, she said, "To be frank, esteemed Sir Lai, this humble girl has already taken that medicinal pill. It's just that I still haven't achieved the breakthrough I desired. This humble one was also looking for Master Lai. I wonder if Master Lai could perhaps bestow upon me another spirit pill." Qin Lai replied, "Miss Lin, I've told you before, your problem lies with your inner demon. If your inner demon persists, your mind will surely remain unstable. Even using more spiritual elixirs, it would simply be futile." Lin Yuran abruptly turned back, retorting, "Master, you still haven't clearly stated your intentions for coming here." Qin Lai quickly surmised that, a moment ago, she was suppressing her naturally cold personality. She wanted to confront her inner demon with willpower, so she temporarily adopted a more amiable facade, Now that she's been provoked, she's reverted to her true self again. Qin Lai then said, "As I've said before, the Lin Manor has helped me a great deal. As long as Miss Lin needs assistance with anything, I will do my utmost to help. However, this spirit elixir is not easily refined. Miss Lin will have to wait a few days. In that case, I shall leave it all to Master Lai." He thought, currently, Lin Yuran is solely focused on achieving a breakthrough. Even inner demons can be overcome with elixirs. "Well, I've just found myself a new business venture." Qin Lai stated, quote, "This one's purpose for coming this time is..." Qin Li then recounted the entire story from beginning to end. Lin Yuran then asked, "Sir, you wish to request a condensing heart pill from Yan Shou?" "Oh? Is it that difficult?" "Not exactly. That Yan Shou has some affection for this humble maiden. I can write a letter for you. Then, sir, you'll be able to meet Yan Shou. It's just that this Yan Shou is a notoriously selfish and miserly fellow. Even with the Lin family's reputation backing you, he won't give even the slightest discount on the remuneration." "Sir, are you certain you wish to be fleeced by Yan Shou, all for the sake of Wei Jian?" Qin Lai replied, "If Miss Lin would be so kind as to assist, that would be for the best. As for the remuneration, I will personally find a way to manage it." Lin Yuran then placed her brush upon the paper. "Sir, you can indeed acquire a mid-grade reversion true pill. Naturally, there's no need to worry about the payment. However, if this humble maiden writes a letter for Sir, what will Sir offer in return to repay this humble maiden?" Tan Lai flinched. Oh, blast it, she tricked him. Tan Lai rubbed his forehead. He had only planned to snag a small profit. "Unexpectedly," Tan Lai said. "In a few days, I will bring some elixirs. Consider it a gift for Miss Lin." Lin Yuran smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! Then many thanks, esteemed sir." The letter was finished. Lin Yuran, holding the letter with both hands, handed it to Tan Lai, all while humming a cheerful tune. A look of pure delight spread across her face. Tan Lai looked at her adorable smiling face and thought to himself, this smile, it must be genuine now. Tan Lai took the letter and formally thanked her. "Many thanks, Miss Lin. This humble one has another request, if it's not too inconvenient. Might I meet Wei Jian?" Lin Yuran replied, "I knew esteemed sir would bring this up. Follow me. I'll lead you there." With that, Lin Yuran led the way for Tan Lai. Normally, the Lin estate's back courtyard does not permit outsiders to enter. After all, the family of this estate resides within. However, in response to esteemed Sir Lai's request, we have arranged for Wei Jian to stay in the back courtyard, although this place is a bit modest. Nonetheless, we also prepared a few nourishing meals for them to restore their health. We wonder if esteemed sir is satisfied. Before his words could even fully drop, a loud shout erupted from inside. "So, you are the ones who dared to cause such a commotion throughout the estate." Inside were the familiar figures of Wei Jian and Ye Ru. Before them, a young maiden was interrogating them in a raised voice. "Tell me, who arranged for you to come in here? Dare to lie to me, and I'll cut out your tongues. Get out quickly. Scram from the Lin estate. If you don't scram now, I'll just kill you all." Qin Lai let out a surprised gasp at the scene before him. "Miss Mu, what exactly is going on here? Is this how your Mu family treats its guests?" Qin Lai questioned Lin Duran. She offered a strained smile and walked up to the young girl, asking, "Do keen, little sister. What are you doing here? Big sister, you've come at just the right time. So this is Lin Duran's younger sister. Duran then said, I finally found these guys. They offended the folks from Tishuizai outside. I'm just about to kick them out of here. The two individuals before them gave a wry, pained smile to the naive young maiden. Duran, don't just act recklessly, she exclaimed. They're people Father personally invited. How can you just say, get out, and expect them to leave? The young lady said, hands on her hips. Clearly they offended someone else, which is why they ran into Lin Manor. Though our Lin Manor isn't afraid of the Tishui stronghold, we can't exactly take the fall for someone else, can we? Miss Lin, what exactly is going on? Qin Lai questioned. Lin Yuran turned, looking rather awkward. Just a small misunderstanding. I'll resolve it immediately. Yu Lian shouted, Big sister! What misunderstanding? They did it on purpose. Qinli looked at the young lady in front of him and stated, Miss Lin, it seems your esteemed manor has quite a prejudice against my friends. Lin Yuran, as the older sister, spoke up for her younger sibling. Mr. Lai, please don't blame my little sister for her lack of etiquette, for offending your friends. Yulian's face hardened. They're your friends, so you're saying you intentionally arranged for them to enter the manor? Queen Li answered without a hitch. Indeed, I brought them to seek refuge with the Lin family. This is a matter between me and the Lin family head. What does it have to do with you? Yi Ru and Wei Jian forced an awkward smile. Little sister, don't cause trouble. Go back at once. Wei Jian let out a sigh and added, Otherwise, I'll hand you over to your father to deal with. Yu Lian saw her sister, and seeing her not defend her or take her side in front of others, she fumed. Sister, why are you helping outsiders? After all, they can't stay in this manor any longer. You guys, quickly kick them out for me. Lin Yuran snapped. I'd like to see who dares. Tense silence fell, and no one dared to step forward. Her hands clenched, trembling with rage. Yu Lian spun around and yelled, Qin Yu, Qin Tong! Don't you two want to go hunting with me outside the city? Throw these three out for me, and I'll agree to go with you. The two guys Yu Lian had just called out looked at each other with triumphant grins. All right, those two guys ran over. The eldest young lady doesn't want to be the bad guy. Well then, let us do it instead, Qin Lai huffed, refusing to listen. In a flash, he leaped up, unleashing his 9-aperture fist mystic technique. He punched the two approaching thugs, sending them flying sky high. Both young ladies, Lin Ra among them, watched and exclaimed, What? What a formidable move! Those two guys crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps approached. Mu Lian, Mu Lian. What's going on here? Old Master Qin and Old Master Lin were deep in conversation when they heard the commotion. They immediately headed to the rear courtyard to investigate the ruckus. Oh, Mu Yulian saw her father arrive and immediately burst into sobs. She tearfully accused and recounted the entire incident. Old Master Lin stroked his beard, looking at his daughter, and said, Nonsense! Are you so idle that you'd come here and cause trouble? Brother Qin, this matter is a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything to you in a moment. The young junior standing nearby spoke up. Uncle Lin, you really shouldn't say such things. If this Mr. Lai has injured a member of the Qin family, we cannot possibly ignore it. Old Master Qin stated. Huinde agreed. Exactly, Brother Lin. Let the younger generation settle their own affairs. Lin Suifeng found this situation rather awkward. Huinde cupped his hands in greeting towards Qin Lai and spoke. You brat, you injured a member of my Qin family. Tell me, how do you propose we settle this? Qin Lai exclaimed. Qin family? Which Qin family? I've never even heard of them, you stinky brat. It seems you truly have the gall of a tiger and the courage of a leopard. Qin angrily stepped forward, his fury blazing. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know the true might of Bianjing. Seeing Qin prepare to strike, Old Master Lin spoke up to dissuade him. Qin, my worthy nephew, you all, this oppressive aura shows no intention of holding back at all. Old Master Qin reassured. Brother Lin, rest assured. Qin has always known how to act with restraint. Lin Suifeng sighed deeply and called out to the junior. Qin, worthy nephew, please show some mercy. Qin began unleashing his spirit energy, shouting, Take this! Fireball spell! As a fireball shot towards Qin Lai. With a resounding bang, the fireball spell collided with Qin Lai's protective spirit shield. Old Master Lin was astonished by the abundant spiritual energy of the protective shield. There's no trace of weakness at all. Qin Lai snorted with a chuckle. I thought it was some formidable character, you know. At such an age, you're merely at the great perfection of Spirit Void Realm, and you think you have the right to be so arrogant and unruly? Qin Lai provoked him once more. He's certainly grown up, but his personality hasn't changed a bit. Qin, infuriated by Qin Lai's provocation, felt a blazing inferno ignite in his heart. He let out a roar of arrogant words. When Lai unleashed his water arrow technique, striking Qin who dodged and retaliated with continuous attacks towards Qin Lai. Qin Lai, however, easily dodged them. Seizing the moment, Qin Li unleashed his magic. He quipped, "You've only grasped a tiny bit of magic, and you still want to avenge those two? Honestly, you don't know your own strength." With that, he unleashed a move, striking towards Qin Dai quickly gathered his spiritual energy into a shield to block the force of the water arrow technique. However, the attack Qin Lai launched was simply too powerful. He couldn't even stand firm, struggling desperately to defend himself. His heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap right out of his chest. When the spirit energy shield couldn't withstand that immense power, it began to crackle and boom, shattering as Qin Dai was sent flying. Old Master Lin and Old Master Qin were both aghast. Lin Yuran looked at the scene before her, a hint of awe on her face. "I didn't expect this Sir Lai to be so formidable." He's not the Qin Lai of back then anymore. The Qin Lai from back then only had cultivation at the 3rd or 4th layer of Spirit Void. In just a few years, it's virtually impossible to reach the 7th layer of Spirit Void. Yet who exactly is he? His spellcasting technique is simply too brilliant, or perhaps he's just a master cleverly hiding his true talent. He's such a young master. How many others of the same generation could possibly compare? I just wonder who he inherited this power from. Qin Dai crawled back up, gnashing his teeth in fury. "Damn it! I originally respected the Lin Manor and spared your life. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and threatening." He thought he could beat others. Yet, who knew he was the one beaten so badly he had to crawl back up. Losing face, he began to cast spells, determined to fight back and vent his rage. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Take my chain fireballs." After saying that, he launched his attack, whooshing several projectiles towards the person in front of him. Qin Lai immediately recognized these as Tier 2 spells. Several chain fireballs flew straight towards Qin Lai. Qin Lai watched him casting his spells. He smirked inwardly, having already guessed that's how it was. He didn't hesitate to use a secret art to cast this move. Now he's just all bark and no bite. Well then, this will be easy. After saying that, he took out a talisman. Simultaneously, he cast a tangling art, and vines began to sprout, wrapping around Qin Lai's body. Seeing this, Qin Dai burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! You want to use a tangling art to deal with my chain fireball? Don't you know? A tangling art fundamentally cannot resist a chain fireball." "Idiot," Qin Lai retorted. "You're the idiot for using a secret art to boost your spiritual power. Your spiritual energy is insufficient. Your primordial spirit is disturbed, so your chain fireball fundamentally has no power whatsoever." Boom! A powerful collision occurred right in front. An explosion of light flared up. Qin Dai saw it and haughtily declared, "So much for your blabbering! It's better to just obediently accept your fate." Before he could finish his sentence, he widened his eyes in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "What?" As the dust gradually dispersed, Qin Lai was still standing perfectly upright. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Around him, the ashes of the talismans flew everywhere. Yet he wasn't harmed in the slightest. "How can this be?" Qin Lai, feigning regret, sighed. "It seems your master and family head didn't bother to teach you well. What a waste for someone so young." After saying that, Qin Lai leapt up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "To call you stupid would truly be an overestimation." Without another word, Qin Lai's fist landed squarely on Qin Dai's face, sending his face straight into the ground. One of his teeth couldn't withstand the force and flew out. Qin Yu and Qin Dong, who were standing nearby, were scared stiff and rushed over. "Big brother, are you all right?" Qin Yu helped Qin Dai, who lay unconscious on the ground, up and roared furiously. "Damn you! How dare you injure my big brother? What are you still gawking for? All of you, get him! Seize him!" Qin Lai merely snorted, then sneered contemptuously. "If you can't beat me alone, then all of you come at me." The Beyond Jingjin family is truly something else. Qin Yi, seeing the chaotic scene before him, yelled out in shame. "All of you, stop this at once! What are you doing? If you can't beat him, you gang up on him? Are you trying to bring even more shame to the Qin family?" Everyone immediately stopped. No one dared to move. Old Master Qin cupped his hands, showing his admiration. Young Master Lai is truly formidable. My Qin family has lost this round. I, Qin, failed in my upbringing, and hope young Master Lai will forgive my shortcomings." Qin Li looked at the man before him, his mind a swirl of thoughts. Father, who wouldn't even spare me a glance before. Yet now he, indeed, in this world where strength is paramount, only one's own formidable cultivation can earn the respect of others. Seeing Qin Lai lost in thought and silent, Elder Qin called out, "Young Master Lai!" Lin Suifeng, standing nearby, quickly intervened, breaking the awkward tension. All right. It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Attendants, quickly take Qin Dexian downstairs for treatment." Lin Yulian stealthily tried to slip away, But before she could even take half a step, Elder Lin roared, "You too, you Lian! Get back to your room right now! You are not allowed out without my command. Hurry!" Lin Yulian had never seen her father so furious before. The little girl burst into tears, mumbling, "Yes, sir." Turning to Wei Jian, Qin Lai said, "Brother Wei Jian, I need to speak with you too." The three of them then went into the room to talk. "Brother Qin, you're truly incredibly formidable. In just a few short years, you've actually cultivated to this level already." Wei Jin sighed, looking at the person in front of him. Ye Ru, standing beside him, then reminded Big Brother Wei, "Look at you, brother. You've forgotten his identity again." Wei Jian scratched his head, forcing a laugh. "Ah, that's right. It's Brother Lai." Qin Lai replied, "There are no outsiders here, so you can call me whatever you want." "Oh, right. That day when you entered the Lin Manor, you didn't accidentally say anything, did you?" Wei Jian laughed and said, "Of course not. Actually, that day, the Lin family came to rescue us. We already guessed it was arranged by you. However, those people didn't seem very natural, so we were very careful when we spoke." Qin Lai let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. If the Lin family found out I was Qin Lai, who knows, you, Big Brother Wei, and the others might be driven out by the master." Qin Li stood up and declared firmly, "After this, no one will dare to provoke you in the Lin Manor anymore. I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay long. Remember this, even while you're in the Lin Manor, you must still be careful." Wei Jian cupped his hands, his voice filled with gratitude. "Brother Qin, your great kindness cannot be repaid. From this day forward, our 2 lives are yours." Qin Li turned back, smiling as he said, "Among us, there's no need for such formalities." In the study of the Yan mansion, a voice rang out. "Have things been properly arranged?" The next day, Qin Lai held Lin Yuran's handwritten letter, knocked on the door, and successfully entered Yan Shu's mansion. The attendant gestured forward, inviting Qin Lai inside. In the room, an old, white-haired elder sat before a large alchemy furnace, his back to the door. In the center of the room was an 8-trigram yin-yang circle. Qin Li cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "This humble one, Lai Feng, pays his respects to the elder." The elder opened his eyes, turning around with a stern expression. "So you are Li Feng? What business do you have with this old man?" Qin Lai replied, "I won't hide anything from you, elder. This junior has a friend whose Zifu is injured, making them unable to accumulate spiritual energy. Therefore, this junior wishes to request a condensing heart pill from you, elder." The elder let out a mocking, "Ha, young man, just how rare do you think a condensing heart pill is? What makes you think this old man will give it to you?" Qin Lai looked at the grumpy old man and thought to himself, "Sure enough, it couldn't be that easy. Fortunately, I was already mentally prepared to pay a huge price." Qin Lai clasped his hands and said, "This junior knows well that refining a spirit condensing pill is no easy feat. If senior can lend a hand, this junior will repay you at any cost." Seeing Li Feng's sincere plea, the elder then said, "If that's the case, then you must agree to one request from this old man. You'll stay by this old man's side for a year, serving as my medicinal attendant. In return, this old man will give you 1 spirit condensing pill. How about that?" Meanwhile, at the Lin family side, in his room, Lin Tuifeng looked at his daughter and said, "The Qin family's people have made all the arrangements. This time, many Qin family elites have come to provide support. They are sincerely helping us guard against the Jushui encampment. If our old ancestor hadn't suffered a cultivation deviation while cultivating, causing his vital energy to be damaged and forcing him into seclusion, how could the Lin Manor possibly suffer such humiliation from the Jushui encampment?" Lin Yuran looked at her father and spoke up. "Father, today that Li Feng is fighting with a Qin family disciple. He used arcane arts and sorcery very smoothly and expertly." Seeing his daughter say that, old Master Lin immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Ruoran then replied, "I believe he is that Qin Lai who killed Mo Yi, isn't he?" Ruoran continued, "This fellow has killed people, yet he dares not show his face and never wanted to implicate others. He only used our Lin Manor to escape trouble, father. This guy cannot be trusted." Hearing his daughter's speculation, old Master Lin then said, "That's one way to put it. Still, this person is willing to scour all corners for his friends. He can also be considered someone who values loyalty and righteousness, a rare find in the cultivation world." Lin Ruoran stroked her chin, showing agreement. "Indeed." Old Master Lin asked, "Ruoran, tell me, is this Qin Lai the 13th son of the Qin family?" "No," Lin Ruoran replied. "Father, you're overthinking it. This person's cultivation is extremely high and hard to fathom. That 13th son of the Qin family has ordinary aptitude. He absolutely couldn't have cultivated to this level within 3 years." Then Suifeng clasped his hands behind his back and said, whether he is Li Feng or Qin Li. If we can maintain a good relationship with him, it would also greatly benefit the Lin family. Duran, from now on, you should pay attention to befriending and interacting with this person. Although the Lin family is a lower-tier noble family, they have always been loyal servants to the Sixth Prince. In the future struggle for succession, perhaps this Qin Lai can contribute a portion of his vigor and might. Yes, your daughter understands. At Yan Manor, while Yan Shao was giving his instructions, Li Ziheng entered the room to clean up the discarded pills. But Xin Li suddenly volunteered for the task. After all, the elixirs this old geezer refines are incredibly valuable. Isn't this a golden opportunity for me to get some free elixirs? For free? Qin Lai picked up the discarded pills, chuckling to himself. I can get a concentration pill for Wei Jian and secure an endless supply of elixirs. At the same time, under Yan Shu's guidance, Qin Lai's knowledge of the various spiritual herbs and materials in the world had skyrocketed. Suddenly, Qin Lai realized that staying at Yan Manor wasn't such a bad option after all. 1 month later, under a clear, moonlit sky with a cool breeze and tranquil surroundings, the distinct caws of birds echoed loudly from the tree branches. A figure walked softly. Seeing the familiar figure rushing somewhere, Tan Li quickly asked Ziheng, "It's already late. Are you still planning to go out?" Caught off guard, Ziheng hastily replied, Grandmaster Yan has something. I'll go check it out and be back soon." Having said that, he hastily rushed away. The next day, while Tan Lai was eating alone in the kitchen, he saw an old woman pass by. He then asked Auntie Li, "Why hasn't Ziheng arrived?" The old woman replied, "I haven't seen him yet. However, that boy wakes up very early every day. You all live in the same courtyard, didn't you see him?" Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside with news. No, it's terrible. Ziheng, he's dead." His face was panicked and terrified. Tan Lai was startled, remembering yesterday's events when he was talking about his conditions. That Tan Lai had to stay at Yan Manor and become a medicine tester. Tan Lai then thought, a full-body guinea pig for all the newly refined elixirs? 1 year, consuming all sorts of elixirs. I'm definitely dead. I never imagined his demands would be so harsh. Should I agree to this? The elder saw Qin Lai's tense expression and burst out laughing. Ha, young friend. Lai, don't fret. Just become this old man's medicine attendant. Every day this old man will give you a Qingling pill to neutralize all the toxins from the elixirs. There will absolutely be no harm to your body. Qin Lai looked at the elder's smile, thinking to himself, his words sound sweet as candy. It's all well and good to say, but if this old geezer isn't as benevolent as he claims, not only will I fail to save anyone, I might even lose my own life. Fortunately, the mysterious star compass within me has a special elixir purifying ability. Once it detects anything amiss, expelling the elixir wouldn't be too late. I'll just take things one step at a time. With that thought, Xin Lai clasped his hands and bowed. If that is the case, this junior agrees. The elder said, very well. From this moment on, you are my medicine attendant. Ziheng, come in. Pointed at a man outside the door and called out. He was a short man, one who didn't know how to use martial arts, Yan Shou said. Starting today, Xin Lai will be staying with you in the west courtyard. Take him and help him get acquainted with this place. Ziheng respectfully bowed as they made their way to the backyard, where Li Feng chatted with Li, the medicine boy. Ziheng then realized this young medicine boy had been Yan Shou's medicine attendant for 2 years already. According to his account, he would occasionally get poisoned while testing medicines. However, each time, the powerful medicinal effects of the Qingling pill would cure him. Li Feng managed to dispel some of his doubts. After settling into Yan Shou's mansion, the next morning, Yan Shou asked Li Feng how he found the place. Li Feng replied, "Senior, the west courtyard is quiet. This junior slept very well." "Good, then. Later, this old man will refine pills here. You and Li Ziheng guard outside." With that, he handed a pill to Li Feng and said, "I have a Qingling pill here. Drink it first. Once the new pills are ready, you and Li Ziheng will help me test them." Li Feng took the pill and agreed. Li Feng turned to Ziheng and said, "Ziheng, could you watch for a moment? I need to process this Qingling pill first." Li Feng held the Qingling pill to his mouth and swallowed it. He thought to himself, This Qingling pill is only low grade. I'll refine it a bit. If it's truly beneficial for the body, then turning it into a mid-grade one would yield better effects, wouldn't it? Li Feng noticed something. He sensed that Yan Shou wasn't refining pills at all. Instead, he was observing him. But what was his purpose in doing so? Did he already know about my cultivation level? Could it be that he merely wanted to probe to see if I had already used the Qingling Dan? However, after consuming this pill, not only did I feel a cool, refreshing sensation, it was also incredibly comfortable, with absolutely no adverse reactions. Li Feng wondered, he's retracted his spiritual sense. Was it really just to monitor me using the pill? Yet, Something still feels off. That evening, Yan Shu finally emerged from the pill refinement room. He then handed the newly refined pills to 2 people for consumption. After consuming them, nothing unusual happened to the 2 individuals. Qin Lai, recalling yesterday's events with suspicion, stepped into the courtyard and announced, "There's Ziheng's corpse." Yan Shu looked at the corpse, his face filled with sorrow. Heaven truly has no eyes. For such a good child to be gone just like that, I fear he already had an illness within him. His fate was simply sealed. A man stepped forward, examined Ziheng's corpse closely, then looked at Yan Shu and said, "Old master, did Ziheng die from qi deviation?" Yan Shu rubbed his forehead. I sighed. I had already warned him. Cultivation cannot be rushed. But alas, he treated this old man's words as mere wind passing through his ears. Wang Fu, send someone to buy a coffin, find a spot with harmonious yin and yang in the forest outside the city, and give him a proper burial. "Yes, old master," he replied, then carried Ziheng away. Li Feng saw Ziheng's corpse. He noticed something unusual. Why is Ziheng's chest caved in like that? It looks like it's been hollowed out. How could a qi deviation cause this? Fundamentally, there are many things wrong with this situation. Yan Shu, who had appeared behind Li Feng at some point, called out to him. Li Feng, startled from his thoughts, turned around and clasped his hands. "Senior Yan," Old Master Yan said, "Yes, I know your relationship with Ziheng was usually very good, but the deceased cannot return to life, so you shouldn't grieve too much. At present, I have no one left by my side. You can temporarily help me manage the medicinal herbs. Once I find a suitable person, I'll hand it over to them. This period has been really tough on you." "All right then," Li Feng replied. Once finished, Yan Shu turned and sighed. That poor lad Ziheng. Xinlai watched his receding figure, his heart full of doubt. According to Yan Shu's words, Ziheng's death was due to qi deviation. He was still healthy just last night. How could he die such a strange death today? Something's definitely not right. On his way back to his room, Li Feng saw 2 people approaching from the opposite direction and asked, "Butler Wang, is something wrong?" Wang Fu replied, "The master told me to bring some people to pack Li Yue's belongings and move them to another room. Among those belongings, we can surely find some clues about Ziheng's death." Li Feng replied, "Then I'll go help out as well." Arriving at Ziheng's room, some sorted through documents, while others swept. Li Feng saw 2 books on the table. He opened them, thinking to himself, Ziheng once told me his memory wasn't very good. To truly grasp the secret technique, it always required multiple repetitions. This notebook's records are surprisingly mundane. There's absolutely nothing peculiar about it. Could Ziheng's death really have been an act of fate? Thud. A notebook tumbled off the cabinet. Oh, there's another one here. We'll burn it along with the deceased later. Li Feng glanced at the open book and vaguely made out a few words. It said, "Used spirit elixir pill, day 187. Both body and mind are exhausted, suffering from hallucinations. Used spirit elixir pill, day 365. Hands and feet are icy cold. Spiritual energy depleted. Heart pain recurred 3 times in one day. Used spirit elixir pill, day 920. Heart pain frequently flares up. Shou Tianjing has no effect. The body is becoming increasingly weak." Xinlai was startled. These are Li Yu's records. They're about the adverse side effects after using the spirit elixir pill. After tidying up the belongings, Wang Fu said to Li Feng, "Li Feng, all the belongings have been tidied up. Let's go." Xinlai hurriedly snatched the book, shoved it into his chest, and turned to urge, "Let's go!" Wang Fu declared, "Burn all of Ziheng's belongings. Keeping them is utterly pointless." Once he returned to his room, Li Feng shut the door tight. If Ziheng's records are accurate, then that spirit elixir isn't some life-extending panacea at all. It's a hidden poison, a lethal risk, definitely. If nothing has changed, then I've also been taking the spirit elixir for a month now. Damn it, I must find out what Ziheng endured. With that thought, Li Feng pulled out the book he'd hidden in his chest. Damn it, I need to see what Ziheng went through. Li Feng pondered, then opened the book and laid it on the table. As he turned each page, he discovered that the spirit elixir was no divine pill. It was poison. After consuming it for a full 4 years, all accumulated spiritual power will vanish without a trace. On one page, Ziheng wrote, "It's been 4.5 years now. I must find out where my spiritual power has truly gone." What exactly is Yan Shu's true agenda? Today, Shui Qi died. Turns out he and I are in the same terrible boat. His situation seems far more severe than mine. He started earlier than me. Could it be that accursed spirit elixir? Turns out all my spiritual energy was drained back into my heart. Why on earth did I never notice this before? Li Feng's eyes widened, scrutinizing each repeated word of the phrase. My bodily functions are failing. The acupoints in my heart are blocked. The spiritual energy I cultivated became chaotic, blocking my blood vessels. I don't have much time left to live. I can only rely on Yan Shou. Lai Feng, reread those words once more. Tensely, he ran a finger over the words on the page. He thought to himself, the ink is still fresh. This must have been written just before his death. That's why he mentioned wanting to find Yan Shou that day. Lai Feng angrily slammed his hand on the table. I was tricked. Yan Shou pretends to be a good person, but in reality he's harming Ziheng Yan Shou's scheme might be wicked. Yet, I'm no match for him. If this matter comes to light, I'll simply have to put myself in a perilous situation. The next morning, as per usual, Lai Feng went to Yan Shou's alchemy room. He found him standing outside the door. Seeing Li Feng approach, Yan Shou asked him, So, did your visit to pay respects to Ziheng go smoothly yesterday? Li Feng replied, Everything went smoothly, senior. There's no need to worry. Yan Shou, with a regretful expression, continued. Ziheng had been with me for 6 long years. To think he'd meet such an end now is truly unbelievable. Li Feng, though, offered a word of comfort. Senior, your care for Ziheng was truly his good fortune. It's all fate, senior. Try not to dwell on it too much. Yan Shou looked at the young man before him and reluctantly spoke. You're still so young, yet you possess such profound insight into all matters. Quite impressive for someone your age, indeed. Having spoken, he took out a medicinal pill. Cultivate diligently here with me. In a year, I'll give you a mind-concentrating pill. Lai Feng, with an inward sigh, reluctantly reached out to take it. Yes, thank you, senior. After speaking, he popped a spirit essence pill into his mouth and swallowed it. To avoid Yan Shou noticing anything amiss, Lai Feng continued to use his spirit essence pill as usual. He simultaneously refined the medicinal effects and cultivated his mysterious spirit essence. He thoroughly investigated the origin of the spirit elixir pill. With Ziheng's dying warning in mind, Qinlai was exceptionally focused this time. Concentrating his spiritual energy into his heart meridian, he indeed discovered something unusual. Due to the spirit elixir pill's effects, the spiritual power within his Zifu Yuanyang split, and a portion of it invaded his heart meridian. Afterward, Qinlai felt a blockage. Continuing its circulation would require immense effort. Qinlai let out a difficult sigh. Qinlai stood up, pondering inwardly. As expected, this spirit elixir medicine is clearly not good news. That despicable Yan Shou. He always has schemes to harm others. The meridians within the human body are a grand circulatory system. It's a repeating cycle for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet I inherently lack natural talent. After taking this spirit elixir pill, it's even harder to raise my cultivation level. Moreover, why was there a sunken mark on Ziheng's chest? This Yan Shou has far too many secrets. If your intentions are already so devious, don't blame me for being impolite. Harming me won't be that easy. Half a year later, in the medicine room, on the table, was a tray holding spirit royal grass, 3, Tu Chi Song, Yin Hua, and Ji Yu Shan Yan. Qinlai entered the room, holding a wooden box in his hand, as usual, taking the discarded elixirs out of the alchemy furnace. Qinlai looked at the medicinal ingredients on the table, lost in thought. These 4 ingredients are the key components of the true spirit elixir. It seems Yan Shou has been concocting this recently, but the true efficacy of the spirit elixir is still unknown, so it can't be used for now. For the past 6 months, Yan Shou has ruined quite a few elixirs in his attempts. After re-refining them, he obtained quite a few elixirs that greatly benefit cultivators. Combining them for use can increase cultivation speed 3-fold compared to before. Utilizing this, he can find a way to neutralize the toxicity of the spirit essence pill. At the same time, he also gained a lot of knowledge. It can also be considered quite a beneficial haul. Qinlai took the box in his hand and placed it on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door, and Qinlai quickly rushed to open it. Who is it? The person outside walked in, cupping their hands in greeting. Qinlai smiled and greeted them back. Oh, it's Butler Wang. What's up? Wang Fu cupped his hands, a joyful expression on his face, and said, Congratulations, brother. Master Li Feng is about to accept you as his disciple, so he asked me to call you to have a talk. Qinlai frowned. Accept me as a disciple, huh? Wang Fu explained. After Ziheng passed, the old master has always been incredibly worried. He constantly regretted not passing on his cultivation methods to him. Now he must have come to his senses. He doesn't want his lifelong knowledge to be without an heir. That's why he wants to take you as a disciple. Qinlai pondered, taking a disciple at this moment. It can't be that simple, can it? What's this old master really up to? Qinlai had to get to the bottom of this. After pondering, he went alone to the pill refining peak. Senior, I am Lai Feng. From within, a muffled, echoed. Come in. Yes, Qinlai said, then pushed the door open and entered. The moment he stepped in, he noticed a clattering sound coming from behind a bookshelf. The bookshelf opened. Behind it was a staircase leading directly down to a basement, and a voice echoed up from below. Come straight down here. Qinlai was astonished. There's a secret chamber behind the bookshelf? Qinlai cautiously descended. Upon reaching the bottom, he announced, Senior, I'm inside. Below the secret chamber was a large room, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. Making visibility fluctuate between clear and blurry, a massive alchemy furnace stood in the center of the room. Yansho emerged from behind the alchemy furnace and spoke. "You're here, are you? Have a seat." Quinlai respectfully replied, "This junior wouldn't dare." Yansho chuckled. "It's all right. I'm sure you've already grasped my intentions. Do you agree to take this old man as your master?" Quinlai clenched his fists. He couldn't advance. He couldn't retreat either. At this distance, Yansho could kill him as easily as flipping his hand. He could only agree for now. Then he'd figure out a plan later. So Qinli replied, "To be esteemed so highly by a senior like yourself, this junior couldn't possibly ask for more." Hearing Qinli say that, Yansho's expression turned stern. "Good. If that's the case, we'll keep things simple. You'll make a blood oath here to seal the master-disciple ceremony." Qinli's pupils constricted. A blood oath? Swearing with one's primordial spirit means you can never, ever go back on your word. Once this is done, even the slightest hint of defiance will cause the oath to backfire spectacularly. Qinli looked down at the table, which had a large censer. Incense smoke billowed upwards, and on the table there was also a bowl, a few talismans, and a bell. "This is a hangmen feast. He definitely knows I haven't used spirit pills for half a year. As long as the apprenticeship succeeds, I'll never hope to escape this mess. I'm doomed. Well, it seems this can't be hidden any longer." Gambling on it, Qinli reluctantly walked to the table, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed towards the censer. Afterward, he made a small cut on his thumb. He dripped a drop of blood into the bowl of water. Yansho said, "Good. Wait a moment. Once I finish my ritual, you will be my first disciple." "It's done," Qinli said, pointing towards the table. "Senior, it's all set." Yansho hummed, then began performing the ritual by the table. Qinli was getting anxious. Yansho was drawing talismans. If I wait until the ritual ends, it'll be too late. Now's the time. He pretended to reach inside his shirt, as if taking something out. "Swish, swish, swish," Qinli grunted. Yansho flinched and spun around. He quickly deployed a layer of spiritual energy to protect himself. Clang, clang, clang. Qinli's spirit-condensing nail bounced off, dropping. Qinli was surprised. "A barrier spell array?" Yansho, as if he had already predicted it, let out a hearty laugh. "Kid, since you've already made your move, there's no need to pretend you don't know anymore. Tell me, when did you discover the secret of the spirit elixir?" Qinli clenched his fists, realization dawning on him. Indeed, the spirit elixir is a poison. It seems Zihang's death wasn't from a cultivation. Deviation. Yansho furrowed his brows and asked, "So you're implying you suspected me right after Zihang's death?" Qinli replied, "Not quite that early. However, I later found a journal in Zihang's room. It detailed the reactions after consuming the spirit elixir." Yansho let out a derisive chuckle. "Ha ha ha! It seems Zihang caused this old man quite a bit of trouble. Since you've uncovered the truth, then this old man will grant you a perfectly clear demise." Finley exclaimed in confusion. "What? Li Feng? Didn't you always desire the condensing hardan?" Qinli wondered aloud. "What does this have to do with the condensing hardan?" Yansho explained. "It's deeply intertwined with the refining of the heart condensing pill. Just using a refining furnace and medicinal ingredients isn't enough. It's absolutely necessary to use a human heart as the medicinal catalyst. After guiding the medicine, its potency must be refined. Then, the medicine is guided to break down and infuse the heart. This must accumulate day by day, waiting until the medicine is fully broken down and refined. Only then can it be taken out and further refined in the furnace. It's called heart condensing, because it's cultivated using the essence within the heart itself, accumulating day and night, blending with the medicine's potency." As he said this, his expression turned gloomy. "Now you know how difficult it is to refine a single heart-condensing pill, don't you?" "What?" Qinli exclaimed in surprise. "Using a human heart to refine medicine? And the poor cultivator has no idea? Just diligently cultivating away? Accumulating day by day, when the medicine's potency is refined, the heart will be taken out of the person and put back into the furnace for further refinement." Qinli suddenly realized. Therefore, the spirit essence pill is the catalyst for refining the heart condensing pill. Qinli recalled Zihang's record book. No wonder the record book mentioned a feeling of blockage in the heart. Turns out his condition was already beyond saving. Yansho laughed heartily, revealing a small medicine bottle in his palm. "Ha ha ha! Zihang truly is a smart and clever fellow. For him to figure this out, it truly wasn't easy. But by the time he discovered it, it was already too late." Opening the bottle cap, he spoke with a voice full of malevolence. "This old man merely followed heaven's will, taking out his heart and continuing to refine it in the furnace. Finally, refining this heart-condensing pill." Hearing this, Qinli suddenly remembered Zihang's corpse. On it, there was an unmistakable indentation on the chest. Yansho's face darkened as he uttered cruel words. "A mere human life? How can it possibly compare to my heart-condensing pill, Lai Feng, you absolutely must die today. Qinlai gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. Just for one heart-condensing pill, you mercilessly killed a human life, then summoned his sword spirit, wielding the spiritual energy-emitting sword. With his other hand, Qinli summoned dozens of talismans, roaring loudly. Death isn't even enough to atone for your crimes. Finishing his words, he slashed viciously at Yansho. Yansho, caught by surprise, let out a grunt and pointed two fingers, still channeling spiritual energy to counter. Such paltry skills. Is that all you've got to offer? He bellowed. Let two streams of spiritual energy collide and battle it out for me. However, Yansho's spiritual energy was too potent, striking back at Qinlei. Qinlai then manifested a spiritual energy shield to protect himself. It's no good. The spiritual energy was too overwhelming. The shield shattered and struck him directly. Qinli was violently flung against the wall. The immense force caused the wall to crack too. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Yansho squinted at the young man before him, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Spirit Void, 6th layer. You've been concealing your cultivation. His pupils constricted in surprise at who stood before him. It wasn't the young man called Lai Feng, but an even younger youth. That was Qinlai's true form. His injuries were too severe. Qinli no longer had the strength to maintain his spiritual energy and conceal his identity. Qinlai swiftly cast the water arrow art, knocking away the 7 incoming flying darts. Yet he effortlessly evaded them all. He nimbly darted behind Qinlai, delivering a powerful counterattack. Whack! Qinlai was caught off guard, and blood spurted out. He watched Qinlai scramble to dodge aside and chuckled. Youngster, you're all out of tricks, aren't you? Qinlai smirked. That's not so certain. Seeing Qinlai remain so calm, he flew into a rage. In this predicament, you can still manage a smile? Is your head full of water? Don't act like you're so smart. Don't think I didn't notice you deliberately dropping the flames to seize the chance to escape. This old one's secret chamber has a formation barrier. Without someone to cast a spell and activate it, then don't even dream of escaping from here. Qinlai snorted. Who says I want to run? A cat cried out, and a stream of purple spiritual energy condensed into a massive cat. Around its body was a dark aura. Qinlai summoned it, then looked at him and spoke. The one who should be running is you. Yansho was astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. The shadow cat. The shadow cat from the dark arts. The cat's sharp eyes widened as it lunged at Yansho, unleashing its claws. He quickly dodged, but unexpectedly, he exclaimed, Damn it! The eagle eye technique. Just as the cat struck, Qinlai seized the opportunity to unleash his magical attack immediately. That old man couldn't react in time, so he had no choice but to activate his protective spiritual energy. A layer of protective spiritual energy cracked open as the cat's dark spiritual energy struck, causing him to fall to the ground, and the very ground within the area shattered into chaos. The dust billowed. The cat quickly landed on the ground. Yanshu crawled up, witnessing the scene before him, stammering, Your beast talisman? Qinlai chanted a spell, thinking to himself, What a powerful blow. It can bring down a return-to-origin stage master. Before he could finish, Qinlai snorted. He realized his injuries were too severe. He couldn't maintain his beast form any longer. Yansho struggled to his feet, noticing that his beast talisman seemed to have lost its effect. And right at that moment, clunk, he seized the opportunity to unleash a punch. Although the cat couldn't maintain its massive form from earlier, it hadn't completely dispersed yet. It condensed into a tiny kitten. Qinlai chanted a spell. The kitten leaped up from behind, baring its claws to kick him backward, then vanished. Old Yansho spat out a mouthful of blood, falling with a thud to the ground. Qinli gasped for breath. He had expended too much spiritual energy, leaving him completely drained. That was too dangerous. My spiritual energy is depleted, and the beast talisman just vanished. My physical strength is almost completely exhausted too. Thank goodness. Qinlai breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the room, which was in a mess, along with old Yansho lying flat on his back on the floor. You think this is enough to defeat me? The voice startled Qinli as Yansho painfully stood up. He covered his mouth, coughing. Coo-coo! Blood still trickled from his mouth. Qinlai's pupils constricted. He's not dead yet. Ha ha ha. Despite his injuries, the old man still managed to laugh aloud. More blood flowed from his mouth. Drops of blood splattered on the ground. He immediately covered his mouth, looking furious. Damn it! You're out of luck today, I can't. Coo-coo. He coughed up blood as he spoke, while Qinli opposite him remained astonished. He's still alive? This venomous old geezer really is as tenacious as a cockroach. Qinlai gritted his teeth, his hand pulling out another stack of talismans. He shouted, launching dozens of talismans towards the old man. Yan Shou raised his hand to block, but still couldn't completely evade them. He took that entire volley head-on, didn't he? Qin Lai continued to roar. Seeing Yan Shu collapsing before him, he continued to cast the fireball spell, the orb piercing straight through Yan Shou's body. He screamed in agony, "Argarga!" then fell straight into the elixir furnace. The elixir furnace was hit by a powerful force and rolled uncontrollably. Qin Lai gasped. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" He was utterly exhausted. He brought a hand to his forehead, his legs gave out, and he collapsed, face down, onto the floor, unconscious. Some time later, Qin Lai's eyelids fluttered, his pupils opened, and he pushed himself up with his hands, standing. His wounds throbbed, and Qin Li couldn't help but cry out in pain. Qin Li thought to himself, "I can't believe I fell unconscious when my stamina ran out like that. I wonder how much time has passed. Oh, right, Yan Shou." Qin Lai scanned the chaotic room, searching. In the middle of the room, the old man Yan Shou lay breathless. He let out a long sigh, as if a huge burden had been lifted. "He's finally dead!" Luckily, I went all out with the spell formations at the end. I overwhelmed him with sheer numbers to win, and Yan Shou underestimated my true power. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be dead today. As he thought, Qin Lai lit the oil lamp and walked over to Yan Shou. "It's been so long since I've been outside. Wang Fu and his lot will definitely be suspicious. Gotta be quick. I've also finished grabbing Yan Shou's treasures. Time to bolt." From his robes, Qin Lai, inhabiting Yan Shou's body, took out a bottle of heart-calming pills and looked at it with remorse. "Forgive me, Zeheng. You shouldn't have died, just so Wade Age could live out your remaining days." A moment later, Yan Shou emerged from the alchemy room and looked at the steward, speaking. "Wang Fu, this old man has accepted Li Feng as a disciple. He is currently cultivating in the secret chamber." Wang Fu cupped his hands and respectfully congratulated his master. Qin Lai, outwardly appearing as Yan Shou, spoke. "I intend to leave the manor for a while, and I'm unsure when I'll return. While I'm away, the Yan family will be managed by Li Feng. You all must treat Li Feng as you would treat me. Is that clear?" "Yes, master," Wang Fu replied, bowing his head in obedience. Having said that, Qin Lai turned and left. "Very well. This old man is leaving now. Don't forget my instructions." He left the steward behind, who performed a respectful bow. "Master, rest assured, we respectfully send you off." Qin Lai then pretended to leave Shengyuan Ancient City, looking up at the plaque above its gate. He thought to himself, in Shengyuan Ancient City, one cannot just casually kill people, and Yan Shou is quite renowned here. If anyone saw me, they would definitely become suspicious. But I've learned the miraculous bone transformation art, so your identity is mine to borrow, eh? Turning to Yan Manor in the guise of Li Feng, Qin Lai returned to his room to cultivate, his eyes serious. Qin Lai focused on unleashing spirit water, a torrent of water swirling around him. It formed a perfect circle encompassing Qin Lai. He gathered his spiritual energy, which converged into a sphere, radiating a blinding light in Qin Lai's hand. Qin Lai smiled in satisfaction. "Success! 3 months, and I've reached the great completion of the Lingshu realm, all thanks to Yan Shou's divine medicine. No more worrying about my innate talent. It's time to break through to the Gizhen period. This is no longer Yan Shou's Yan Manor. Now it's my residence, complete with personal guards. It's just like one of the 3 great noble families. It's just that when I go out, I still have to use Li Feng's identity. Next, I'll enter secluded cultivation, so I should prepare first." Inside the Yipin Lu, joyful cheers rang out. "Hurry! It's young Master Li Feng. Quickly, invite him in." Zhisong immediately greeted Qin Lai as he approached. "Young Master Li Feng, long time no... See, are you still doing well?" Qin Li looked at him, smiled, and replied, "Still good. Why do you ask?" Zhisongji replied, "That's good. Recently, Zhou Shui's stronghold has been in an uproar, and Elder Qiao is also worried. That's why we have to take precautions." Qin Lai frowned and asked, "Be on guard against Zhou Shui stronghold." "Why?" Zhu Songji explained. "Young master, haven't you heard yet? 7 days ago, Zhu Shui stronghold and the Lin family had another conflict. The scale was the largest ever. Both sides sent out nearly 100 experts. Several other aristocratic families also got involved. However, Zhu Shui stronghold only sent out elite experts. The Lin family suffered a crushing defeat and even had hostages taken." Hearing this, Qin Lai froze the teacup he had brought close to his mouth and exclaimed, "Taken hostages! Zhu Shui stronghold has some serious nerve." Zhu Songji sighed. "That's right. Originally, Zhu Shui stronghold was just a group of mountain bandits. However, now we know it's also connected to the imperial family." He placed the teacup on the table, a troubled expression on his face. "Moreover, this time, 3 influential aristocratic families are also involved, putting us in a situation where the stakes are incredibly high. We cannot act rashly to rescue anyone, especially when they stubbornly refuse to release the hostages. A bloody storm is probably about to break." After hearing that, Qin Lai also felt a headache coming on. He turned to ask Yu Songqi, This is truly a mess. Who exactly were among those captured? Zhu Songqi stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he recalled. Let me recall. The Fang family from Jin District, the Zhu family from Qi District, and also the Qin family from Bianjing. Bin Lai froze. The Qin family was his clan. The others might not be important. But that name made him involuntarily recall a familiar youthful figure. What's wrong? Zhu Songqi's voice cut across his surging thoughts. Qin Lai's growing anxiety. Qin Lai lifted his teacup, trying to appear calm. It's nothing. This Qin family. I know them. I've met them before, at Lin Manor. So specifically, who exactly was captured? Zhu Songqi repeated his habit of stroking his beard whenever he was deep in thought. I'm not clear about that either. Apparently, it was the Qin family's second elder. Crack! The teacup in Qin Lai's hand suddenly shattered. In his state of extreme tension, he had unconsciously crushed it without even realizing it. Zhu Tongqi worriedly stood up abruptly upon seeing the young man in front of him. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Qin Li quickly waved his hand, apologizing to Zhu Tongqi. It's nothing. I just had a minor mishap during cultivation. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. When Qin Lai left, Zhu Tongqi saw him off all the way to the gates of Yipinlu. He earnestly reminded the young master to take care of himself. Otherwise, let me prepare a room for you to rest. Qin Li waved his hand in refusal. No need. I must return to the Lai estate, so I'll be heading back now. With that, he turned and left. On his way back, Qin Li's mind was flooded with images of his beloved second senior brother. Memories came flooding back. It was second brother who had once protected him from Qin Yu, the ninth elder. How many times have I told you? Don't bully 13th. Second brother had always shown concern for him. Father is very busy. Let me take you in. And it was second brother who had once encouraged him. 13th. You must seize this marriage alliance opportunity. If it succeeds, the Qin family will no longer dare to look down on you. In the entire vast Qin manor, only Qin Feng truly cared for and protected him. He genuinely regarded him as family. Qin Li, because of this also, respected and loved this elder brother more than anyone else. Second brother Qin Lai unconsciously clenched his hand into a fist. The fire of anger and determination for revenge flared up in his eyes. He muttered to himself, Brother, just try to wait a little longer. I'll come back to save you. In the suburbs of Shangyuan City, Yue Li was surveying the terrain. At Dishuizhai, he suddenly squinted, looking into the distance. There are people ahead. Are they the rescue troops from Lin Manor? A familiar male figure appeared, secretly hiding behind a mound of earth to observe. Bin Lai approached and was surprised to realize it was Wei Jian. How could it be Big Brother Wei? Wasn't he still in Lin Manor? Qin Lai called out, Big Brother Wei! Wei Jian turned around, instantly recognized Qin Li's disguised appearance, and immediately asked, Brother Qin, why are you here? Qin Li retorted with a slightly sulky tone. I'm asking you. What do you intend to do? Wei Jian stammered, making up an excuse. Just going out for a stroll. Qin Lai shouted loudly. Stroll my foot! You're trying to walk right into a trap. Using your life to exchange for someone. Your cultivation is completely lost now, so it's useless. Wei Jian argued defiantly. Brothers, I, Old Wei, fear nothing in this life. I can't let others suffer for me. So many people have been captured by Tishui because of me. How can I just be a scaredy cat? Qin Lai angrily retorted. Foolish. Are you sure, brother, that if you go there, they'll release people? The one Mo Shen needs is me. He wants to use you to dig up my whereabouts. Wei Jian was speechless. The truth was exactly as Qin Lai had said. The one Mo Shen is looking for is none other than the person who killed Mo Yi. Wei Jian had no words left to refute. Qin Lai continued. I spent all that effort to save you, not for you to go die. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes in a show of helplessness. Besides, now there's also the Lin family. By what right do you have to show your face? Unless Lin Tuifeng ties you up and hands you over to Mo Shen, otherwise, that coward label you were talking about will be stuck on me instead. Qin Lai, with a reckless demeanor, added, Relax, even if the sky falls, I'll be here to hold it up. It's not your turn. That's right. You know the people who were captured, don't you, brother? Wei Jian trembled as he rattled off the names of those he believed were taken in his stead. I only know a few important ones. Fang Yu, Zhu Ming, Qin Fang. Sure enough, both of them were on that list too. Qin Li let out a melancholic sigh, then pulled a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Wei Jian. All right, brother. Don't blame yourself any longer. I have good news for you. Take this medicinal pill. It will be very beneficial for your recovery. If something happens to me, then you must avenge me, brother, he warned grimly. Also, as for today, act as if you never met me. Don't even tell Yi Ru. If you go running off to seek death again, then don't consider me your brother anymore. With that, he clenched his fist and extended his arm towards Wei Jian. Wei Jian mirrored the gesture, their two arms crossing and clapping together, like a silent, unspoken pact. All right, I wish you all the best, brother. Heeding Qin Lai's words, Wei Jian turned and departed, but not before leaving him a map. Qin Lai opened it to see it was a map of the Moling mountain range. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Big Brother Wei to have come so prepared. With this map, I can avoid the Lin family and operate independently. After all, neither my second brother nor even Yan Shu are suitable to show their faces here. At this moment, Qin Li, in his violent wind guise, was hiding behind a tree, observing the scene before his eyes. Here it is. This is Tishui Camp. Wait, this scale, is it really just the camp of a bunch of bandits? It's far too large. It seems they truly have a close relationship with the imperial family. Located amidst rugged mountainous terrain, Tishui Camp appeared like a multi-story palace. From its layout, the arrangement of its pavilions and terraces, even its construction materials, all exuded an air of lavish expense. It was no different from the architecture within the Forbidden Palace. A bunch of bandits? To actually dare build such a massive establishment, there must definitely be a powerful force backing them from behind. Qin Li continued to observe from behind the tree, deeply pondering. Everything still seems quite normal. It seems the people from Lin Manor arrived later than I did. How can I infiltrate this place? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. Camp Master Ma Shen, would you care to show yourself? The shout immediately drew Qin Lai's attention. It's Lin Suifeng. He actually came in person. Lin Suifeng led the Lin clan army straight to Bishui Camp. A cold snort echoed, and a figure stepped out. It was none other than Camp Master Ma Shen of Bishui Camp. He bore a striking resemblance to Ma Yi with long beard and hair. His face was grim, a long scar slashed across it. He gritted his teeth and replied to Lin Suifeng, As expected, you've arrived. Lin Suifeng roared, Ma Shen, for better or worse, you're still a camp master. Yet you resort to kidnapping hostages to threaten people? Have you no shame? Taking advantage of the confrontation, Qin Li had already infiltrated the camp. The terrain of Bishui Camp was incredibly complex, but luckily, thanks to his intelligence, he quickly found his way to the prison inside. In the pitch-black darkness, Qin Li suddenly saw something that startled him. He quickly covered his mouth to avoid making any sound. Fortunately, it was sleeping. Otherwise, it would have been huge trouble. He had to be careful. He absolutely couldn't disturb this monster. In front of Qin Li was a giant green python. It was over 10 meters long. It lay motionless on the ground, as if hibernating. Qin Li tried to hold his breath and walked as lightly as possible. His eyes never left the monster. Phew, good, keep sleeping. Following the path, Qin Li discovered a room below. Peeking inside, he knew he had arrived at the right place. It was a group of prisoners, their hands tied tightly behind their backs and chained to the wall. The ground was littered with the white bones of long dead corpses. Qin Li's gaze stopped on a slumped figure, sitting dejectedly. He was overjoyed. You two are still alive. That's excellent. Qin Li scanned his surroundings, eyeing the peacefully sleeping monster, and silently understood. No wonder there were no guards here. Turns out they weren't needed at all. If I hadn't been lucky, I'm afraid things would have gone south quickly. Qin Li raised a hand to his forehead, deep in thought. There's no time to waste. I must save him quickly. Zihuan, I'll borrow your appearance for a bit. With that thought, he immediately activated the exquisite bone-shifting art. Meanwhile, outside, the confrontation was still tense. Mo Shen glared. Get out, unless you bring Wei Jian here! Otherwise, we'll have to settle this with our fists. Lin Suifeng roared in anger. Don't be so arrogant. With that, he immediately cast a spell, attacking Mo Shen. Mo Shen laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha! Excellent, bring it on! He also channeled his spiritual energy to retaliate. The two surges of power collided, creating a massive explosion. The two leaders charged at each other, and Lin Suifeng's subordinates also shouted, Kill! Save the hostages! Then, they all rushed forward. Dream on! Mo Shen's subordinates also channeled their spiritual energy, ready to fight. The two factions immediately plunged into chaotic battle, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Qin Li, disguised as Zi Xuan, had arrived before Qin Feng and the others. He joyfully exclaimed in his heart, Big brothers! But he still restrained his emotions. He replied, I've received orders from Patriarch Lin to rescue you all. Step back! He swung his sword down, and a clang rang out. Chains snapped apart, and the handcuffs opened. After freeing the other prisoners, Qin Li urged, Come on, follow me out. One person stood up, rubbing his numb arm. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. However, we were forced to swallow a cultivation scattering pill by the demon Abyss before he could even finish his sentence. Qin Li quickly handed them a bottle of elixirs. Quickly, drink this antidote. If that beast outside wakes up, you won't be able to leave. Rest assured, I am an alchemist. Everyone, drink the elixir without worry. One person in the group clasped his hands in thanks. May I ask, has Patriarch Lin also arrived here? Qin Li replied, That's right. Patriarch Mu is with people from the 3 great clans. They are holding them back outside. I was sent in here. Where are the others? The person replied with a pained expression, besides us, the people from the 3 great clans were all eaten by that beast outside. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He shouted, wait, there's still one person. The 2 young ladies of the Lin family haven't been rescued yet. Qin Lai frowned. 2 young ladies? He remembered the girl who had once loudly forbidden Wei Jian and Yiru from staying at the Lin Manor. It was Lin Yu. Fang Yu then spoke sternly. The 2 young ladies were taken to the main camp by them, quote, he stated. I believe the Demon Abyss wants to keep one of them alive. That's why they didn't lock her up with us. Qin Lai pondered silently. Why is this so complicated? With my cultivation, saving even these few people is already my absolute limit. And outside, the Lin family isn't even gaining the upper hand. He should just turn and leave. Miss Lin will surely be saved by someone else. We can barely take care of ourselves right now. Who has the energy to worry about others? Fang Yu immediately retorted, fellow Taoist, everyone here is in trouble. How can we abandon others and just not care? Your 2 young ladies are in the enemy's hands. Can we really just ignore them? If you're afraid of getting involved, then just leave. Otherwise, stay and help us save them. Qin Fang stepped forward to intervene. Brother Fang, that's a bit inappropriate, given our current situation. If we go, we'd only get in the way and be a nuisance. Fang Yu angrily roared at Qin Feng. I can't believe you're also a coward who clings to life and fears death. Fine, then I'll go save the 2 young ladies by myself. Shut up, Qin Li roared, cutting off their argument. All of you had your Cosmos bags stolen and you're still injured. Are you trying to save people or just offering yourselves up to die? Just tell me the location of the 2 young ladies. I'll go, Qin Lai thought to himself. This is no time to settle personal scores. We must quickly ensure 2 elder brothers leave safely. Fang Yu called out, fellow Taoist, I'll go with you. Qin Lai replied, rest assured. Afterwards, I will return and inform Master Lin that the 2 young ladies were rescued by your Fang family. With those words, Qin Lei seized the moment and rushed off. He recalled Qin Feng's instructions. The 2 young ladies are trapped above the mountain cave. There must be guards there. We will go find reinforcements and immediately regroup with you. Don't push yourself too hard, young brother, Qin Lai muttered to himself. 2 elder brothers, rest assured. I'm no longer the 13 from back then. Upon arrival, Qin Li kept one thing in mind. Protect the 2 young ladies first. He snorted coldly, pulling out several talismans. Simultaneously, he cast a vine art spell, shattering the guard post in front of him. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a shield emitting red spiritual energy had appeared in his hand. The guard exclaimed in surprise, a spiritual energy shield. Qin Lai chuckled lightly. Black wheel shield, one of the treasures obtained from Yanshou. Today, I finally have a chance to try it out. The gate guard summoned a large sword that looked like it was made from 2 smaller swords. He roared, so what if you have defensive spiritual energy? You can block it for a moment, but not forever. Aqua Flame Sword Art. He held the sword in his hand, aimed directly at Qin Lai, and yelled, break for me! The sword split into 2. He attacked with both hands, yet couldn't make Qin Lai budge an inch. He exclaimed in horror, ta! This is impossible! His cultivation level instantly soared to great perfection of spiritual void. Damn it! He's suppressing his cultivation again to fight this old man. Qin Li, in Zixuan's form, laughed heartily and threw a stack of talismans, sending the guard flying straight into the rubble. Dealing with him was truly as easy as flipping a hand. He approached a wooden room with a closed door. Could it be that no one is guarding it? After inspecting it once, Qin Lai, feeling assured, pushed the door open. Found her! Inside, Lin Yulian was lying motionless on the floor. Next, he just needed to take her away. But suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Do you really think that Bishui Fortress is your home? Come whenever you want, leave whenever you want. The guard wasn't dead yet. Qin Li quickly turned back. It was Gui Chen Su Chi. He continued. The campmaster had already guessed you'd send someone to infiltrate and rescue them. However, he didn't expect there'd only be one of you. The 2 young ladies of the Lin family are our honored guests. Since you've come, why not stay here with us indefinitely? As expected, there are guards watching. I knew it wouldn't be this easy, Qin Lai replied coldly. I refuse. The guard cracked his knuckles and smirked contemptuously. Seeing you're so young and already at the 5th layer of the Spirit Void realm, I actually wanted to recruit you. What a pity. Finishing his words, he launched an attack. You refuse the offered wine, yet you want to drink the penalty brew. Qin Lai leaned back, dodging the blow. Then the other man shouted, unleashing an ice needle art technique. Qin Lai clamped 2 talismans between 2 fingers, shouting, silk thread binding! More than 10 silk threads emerged. These sharp spiritual threads shot forward. The threads tightly bound the guard, making it difficult for him to even lift his saber. If he so much as twitched, the thin threads would tighten like razor blades. He gnashed his teeth, screaming, you think this can hold me? Dream on! He then activated his water flame sword box, channeling all his spiritual energy. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, tearing the silk threads apart. Immediately after, he used his spiritual power to blast the wooden house to smithereens. See that? This is the true power of the Guiyuan stage. Qin Lai merely smirked. HMPH. The guard's face turned cold, his expression darkening. What's so funny about that, huh? He angrily shouted. Even if you possess a defensive spiritual artifact, you still can't block my attack unless... He paused, as if suddenly realizing something. Startled, he looked towards the ruined wooden house. Qin Lai approached. It seems you've already figured it out. That silk just now wasn't meant to restrain you. How could such a low-level spell work on you anyway? However, the silken threads from the bone silkworm are not only incredibly tough, but also imbued with potent venom. Currently, your cultivation level has probably plummeted to only the 5th layer of the Lingshu stage, right? Right? The guard spat resentfully. You despicable wretch! How dare you ambush me? Even if you kill me, the 2 young ladies would still be crushed to death by the rubble. You can forget about. He suddenly fell silent, staring in astonishment at the pile of rubble. Inside the rubble, vines had wrapped around and protected the 2 Miss Lins. He exclaimed in his mind, Vine art? He used it to protect the 2 young ladies? Could it be that? He recalled Shin Li casting the vine art during the attack, but not a single vine had wrapped around him, so it was used to protect the 2 Miss Lins all along. Qin Lai pinched a talisman between 2 fingers. There's nothing else you want to know, right? With that said, a massive shadow lynx appeared from behind him. Qin Lai closed his eyes and ordered, Kill him! The gatekeeper, terrified by the shadow lynx, stammered, No, but how could Qin Lai spare him? A painful scream echoed, then faded. He fell dead in a messy puddle of blood. Qin Lai thoughtfully stroked his chin, considering, To the south, there's a camp gate. He can get out from there. After that, I need to figure out a way to inform the people of the Lin Manor. They should retreat as well. At another location, Qin Feng, Fang Yue, and Zhou Ming were on their way to deliver a message. In front of them, the 2 young ladies of the Lin family lay motionless on the ground. Fang Yue exclaimed, Hey, look! Those are the 2 young ladies! Qin Feng wondered skeptically. Why are the 2 young ladies here? Could it be the cultivator who saved us? Fang Yue rushed over, helped Lin Yulian lean against a tree trunk, then examined her. He said, She probably drank soft bone powder. She won't wake up for a while, but there's nothing to worry about. Qin Feng stepped closer. If both young misses are here, then that Taoist priest must have already escaped danger. We should quickly take her back to the Lin family, and afterwards we'll find the Mu family head to express our gratitude. Before his words even finished, a woman's voice chimed in. Your second brother Qin Feng, aren't you? Qin Feng's gaze immediately snapped towards the source of the voice. Striding towards them from the distance was none other than the Lin family's eldest young miss, Lin Yuran. Lin Yuran stepped closer, a slight smile playing on her lips. Relax, it's just me, she said. The 3 of them burst out. Eldest young miss! Eldest young miss! What on earth are you doing here? Lin Yuran answered, My father ordered me to infiltrate the mountain stronghold and rescue those captured. But then she eyed the 3 young men standing before her, a perplexed expression crossing her face. My father's going to ask how you 3 managed to get out on your own. Qin Feng, looking rather bewildered, stared at eldest young Miss Lin and questioned. Wait, so it wasn't someone from the Lin family head, who were sent to rescue us? What exactly is going on here? Qin Feng then proceeded to narrate the entire incident, from start to finish. Lin Yuran propped her chin and thought. So that's what happened, she mused. You're saying an imposter claimed to be sent by my Lin family? Qin Feng quickly affirmed. Precisely. We didn't suspect a thing at the time, which is how we managed to escape here. Lin Yuran managed a rather forced smile. Well, to be perfectly honest, this is quite embarrassing, she admitted. The team we sent to infiltrate and rescue people. We hadn't reached our destination when bandits surrounded us, not long after our previous escape. He immediately showed up. We only have 1 rescue squad. There's no one else. The person you speak of, we've never met. Fang Yue exclaimed in surprise. What? Who is he? Why did he save us? Lin Yuran pondered for a moment, then asked, Did he use any spirit artifacts? Qin Feng replied, I only saw him with a golden flying sword. Everyone thought he was from the Lin family manor. The Lin family doesn't have such an expert. If we did, this person would have long been taken in as a disciple by the patriarch, diligently cultivated. Lin Yuran continued, No matter who this person is, as long as we know he's a friend and not an enemy, that's enough. Since everyone is safe, investigating this person's identity later isn't too late. If he has already helped us, then we should also lend a helping hand. You, take a few scouts and check around here, see if anyone comes out. The subordinate next to her bowed with clasped hands, acknowledging the order. She continued to instruct, once I discover this person's identity. If he encounters any danger, just stay hidden and provide assistance. The others will take you Lian to rendezvous with the main force. Let's split up and escape from Tishui camp." With that said, everyone immediately departed. Lin Yuran's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. It was as if there was something behind her. She turned back, saw nothing, then immediately spun and fled. She turned back, saw nothing, then promptly spun around and bolted. Qin Lai, in his true form, was currently lurking behind a tree trunk. He let out a sharp breath. "That was far too dangerous. I was almost exposed. Just now, my Linglong bone art suddenly stopped working. Could it be because I exhausted too much energy fighting earlier? It seems I can only wait for the cover of night to make my move." Sun was already high in the sky, and Qin had recovered a good deal of his strength. He stepped out from the bushes. To be safe, Qin Lai cast his Linglong bone-shifting art, transforming into the guise of Lai Feng. Just as he was about to depart, suddenly, a woman's loud shout rang out from behind him. "Stop! Who are you?" Qin Lai's heart pounded. "I've been discovered." Could it be someone from the Tishui stronghold? He immediately turned back to look, only to see it was young lady Lin. Lin Yuran was standing amidst the bushes, observing. Lin Yuran was equally surprised. She approached, asking, "Sir Lai? Why are you here?" A flicker of panic crossed Lai Feng's face. He tried to regain his composure. "Miss Lin, you here?" Lin Yuran let out an "oh," then quickly explained. "Just have a little something I need to do. I just happened to be passing by here." "Mr. Lai, did you come from Demon Ridge?" Lai Feng's heart was dancing with glee, yet he managed to force a calm smile. "Aha, I didn't come to Demon Ridge. Isn't that Tishui Village's territory?" Qin Lai tried his best to look oblivious. He calmly continued. "I came to Tishui River to gather some medicinal herbs." "What? Is something wrong?" Lai Feng, sensing the young lady's scrutinizing gaze, just waiting to pounce on any flaw, then thought to himself, "I've already changed my clothes. Perhaps I won't be recognized." Lin Yurian asked, "Mr. Lai, when exactly did you arrive?" Lai Feng calmly replied, "Me? This morning." "Miss Lin, what exactly do you want to ask?" Lin Yurian observed him, found nothing unusual, and then thought to herself, "What's going on? He's actually talking so calmly without a single shred of worry. Could it be that I guessed wrong?" She fell silent for a second. Then she continued, "Oh, it's nothing. Mr. Lai, the outskirts haven't been very peaceful lately. I think you should probably avoid coming around too much." A hint of joy flickered in Qin Lai's heart. "All right, looks like I've dodged a bullet." Qin Lai feigned surprise and said, "Miss Lin, is the Lin clan preparing to strike against Bishui's stronghold? If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. Though this humble one's cultivation isn't high, I still have some skill at fishing in troubled waters." Qin Lai's acting truly was too good. Even Lin Yu, who was so intelligent, could still be deceived by him. She replied, "Mr. Lai, you're joking. If you're here for medicinal ingredients, then please return quickly." "Oh, right." As if remembering something, she turned back to look at Qin Lai, smiling. "I haven't properly thanked Mr. for the elixir you gifted me before. When this little girl broke through to the Gu Zhen stage, Mr. wasn't here yet. In the future, if there's an opportunity, I invite Mr. to visit my humble residence. This little girl will personally thank you." Qin Lai smiled and replied, "It was merely a small convenience, miss. There's no need to dwell on it. In that case, this humble one shall take his leave." Qin Lai was shocked. She already broke through to the Gizhen stage? Could it be that she overcame her heart demons? Looks like I'll have to speed up my progress too. The sun and moon intertwined, the stars shifted, and 2 years passed in a flash. At the Yan Manor, Qin Li was diligently cultivating. The punch of his hand, the bricks beneath his feet, shattered. Qin Li smiled. His spiritual power moved at his command, and the true essence in his dantian was stable. I finally entered the true return realm. Next, I just need to consolidate this realm. But young master, something is amiss. Servant's announcement cut short Qin Lai's train of thought. Qin Lai opened the door and stepped out, asking the servant, "What's wrong? Didn't I say I was in seclusion?" The servant replied, "Well, yes, but recently a cultivator has been showing up here often. Even though we told him you weren't here, he wouldn't listen. Consequently, this person has become increasingly unruly. Last time, he almost started a fight." Qin Li crossed his arms and said sharply, "Who is so brazen as to dare cause trouble in the city?" The servant replied, "Your subordinates don't know either. He's already forced his way in here." Qin Lai walked out of the backyard. "That audacious, huh? Let's go take a look." The servants obeyed Qin Li and followed behind him. In the middle of the courtyard, a blond young man stood centrally. Servants surrounded him, preventing him from causing any damage. They seemed ready to counter the arrogant young man's attacks. A servant standing behind Qin Li pointed towards the blond fellow. Leaning close to Qin Li's ear, he said, "That's him." Qin Li walked up to the man, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "This humble one is Qin Li. May I know your excellency's honorable name?" The other person arrogantly replied, Never heard of it, he countered. Li Feng, who is your master? Where is he now? Li Feng replied, my esteemed master has been out wandering for many years now. The mansion has been entrusted to this humble one to manage. I wonder if your excellency has any objections. That guy was surprised. You're Yan Lao's disciple? Impossible! Yan Lao has never accepted disciples. Where did a disciple like you suddenly come from? He felt that Li Feng's words weren't trustworthy. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with danger, and shouted, where exactly is Yan Lao? Bin Lai said to him, your excellency refuses to state your identity, yet you speak such disrespectful words. At this, Xin Lai crossed his arms. He looked at him with stern eyes. Then, in a sharp voice, he asked, what do you think Yan Mansion is? That you can casually flaunt your power here? That guy completely disregarded Li Feng and arrogantly sneered, who the heck are you? Even Yan Lao wouldn't dare speak to this humble Liang like that. A mere subordinate? Qin Lai angrily cursed. What audacious words! Qin Li extended his hand to stop the subordinate who was about to make a move. Liang Mao, being utterly tactless, swung his hand, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. He muttered, looks like I, Liang Mu, will have to lend Elder Yan a hand and teach him a lesson. This ignorant brat like you! Qin Li also channeled spiritual energy into his hand, snorting with a hint of arrogance. With that, he swung his hand in retaliation. The two waves of spiritual energy clashed against each other. Qin Lai roared, teach him a lesson! You'll need another 100 years of training. Now, lie down for me. As he finished speaking, Qin Li added a bit more power, and the violent spiritual energy surged towards Liang Mu. Boom! 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 Everyone turned to look at the scene before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. The young master actually broke through to the true reversion stage. No wonder he wasn't afraid of this villain at all. Liang Mu was sent flying by Qin Li and crashed hard into the wall. Where he landed was a section of cracked and shattered wall. Dust billowed behind him as Liang Mu grunted and struggled to move. Qin Li walked over to stand in front of him and said, now, can you tell me who you are? The man on the ground looked at Qin Li defiantly, gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. Qin Li sneered, still stubborn, are we? Do you know why I haven't killed you? Because you just mentioned Yan Lao twice. I see you still have some respect for my master, so I'll spare this dog's life of yours. Coming to Yamanor, time and again, what exactly is your purpose? That fellow Liang Mu lowered his gaze, the smile of contempt playing on his lips. He said, if you don't know me, it proves that Yan Lao hasn't told you everything. In other words, he still doesn't fully trust you. Even if you kill me, I still won't speak. Qin Lai silently propped his hand, observing and assessing him. He thought to himself, could it be that Yan Shou isn't just some loose cultivator? Instead, he actually has a prominent background. I need to clarify this matter. What if Yan Shou still has some powerful backing behind him? If he gets killed by someone else, then that would be a huge problem. With that thought, Qin Lai then said, you won't talk, huh? Then don't even think about leaving. You conveniently damaged the plants in my courtyard. I think keeping you here as fertilizer would be just perfect. Uncle Chen, find a few people and chop them up. Understood. Liang Mao thought Qin Li was serious. He blurted out, wait a moment. He said, do you dare to come with me to a certain place? Where? He looked up at the person in front of him and replied, the West City Black Market. Qin Li followed him to Shenyuan West City and entered the Zhu family's mansion. Qin Li looked around, assessing his surroundings. Wow, what an impressive Zhu family mansion. A 5-elements branch formation with freely flowing primary meridians, and the 4 yin-yang veins perfectly formed. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from ahead. Ha ha ha! Young friend, you truly have a keen eye to notice this Zhu family's 5-elements branch formation. Not many people can truly discern it, I tell you. It seems Elder Yan has indeed taken on a talented disciple. A young man, clad in azure robes, appeared. One glance was enough to tell they were rare and costly garments. He smiled warmly, looking at the person before him, Liang Mu. Upon seeing him, Liang Mu gently clasped his hands and respectfully greeted the Manor Lord. With a gentle smile, his elegant voice carried a friendly tone. You've gone through much trouble. Liang Yu, you may withdraw. Yes. Qin Li clasped his hands and bowed. This humble Li Feng greets the Manor Lord. May I inquire about the esteemed name of the Manor Lord? The person before him chuckled. Ha ha ha. This humble one's surname is Shui, given name Yuanji. You may call me Manor Lord Shu, or fellow Taoist Shu. Either is fine. Qin Li's eyes revealed his astonishment. Zhou Yuanji? You are the overlord of Shenyuan Ancient City's black market, Shui Yuanji? The young man before him smiled, letting out a soft, oh. So what are the rumors out there about this humble one? He asked, and answered himself. A stoic, proud hero, an iron-blooded killing god. He laughed as if he couldn't care less about the rumors out there. However, there's one thing they weren't wrong about, and that is this humble one. Indeed, not a speck of dust could cling to my eyes. As he spoke these words, his previously joyful eyes turned cold again, radiating a dangerous aura. Qinlai looked at the person in front of him in surprise. He exuded the aura of a true paramount master. This was Sui Yuanji's deliberate attempt to suppress Qinlai, as well as to warn him. Sui Yuanji then offered a friendly smile. Young friend, you must be wondering why I wanted to invite you here. Actually, if we're talking about the black market, it's simply made up of several groups of cultivators. Everyone's goal is united. They hope to one day achieve enlightenment and become immortals. However, the cultivation world is cruel, where the strong prey on the weak. To maintain order among everyone, this humble one then established an alliance. This is precisely the black market. Qinlai understood and said, "So Master is also part of this alliance, right?" Shi Yuanji smiled again at the youth in front of him, saying, "That's right. For cultivators, going into seclusion to cultivate is a common occurrence. However, in recent years, Elder Yan hasn't shown up. Young Qinlai, tell me, where do you think Elder Yan could have gone?" He smiled. A seemingly friendly smile that was, however, probing, and it held a touch of danger. Qinlai looked at the smile before him, his heart churning. "He suspects me! I'm busted!" He feigned ignorance, determined to deny everything. No good. I don't know Elder Yan's situation at the black market clearly. I'd be easily exposed, and even going all out won't work. His cultivation is far superior to mine. Damn it, what should I do? Qinlai's mind raced, unsure of which path to take. So he just blurted out a vague statement to hide his thoughts and buy himself more time to think. He forced a smile and said, "My master probably went abroad to wander the 4 directions. You never know." Ji Yuanjie let out a chuckle and replied, "Well, that's troublesome then. Just recently, the black market has run into some trouble and needs Elder Yan's help." After speaking, he sighed with regret. "Alas, but Elder Yan isn't here now. What should I do about this?" Qinlai's pupils constricted. He knew the other party was hinting at him, so he cupped his hands and spoke. "Prefect Su, what kind of difficult situation have you encountered? I wonder if this junior can be of any help." Qinlai thought to himself, "At this moment, if I want to protect my life, the only method is to make him feel that I'm still useful. All right." Sui Yuanjie turned to him. He let out a chuckle. "Ha! This self-confidence is exactly like Elder Yan's." As he finished speaking, he handed over a rolled-up scroll, then said, "Very well. If this young friend has truly received Elder Yan's authentic teachings, then you might as well give it a try. Open it and take a look." He tossed the scroll towards Qinlai's hand. Qinlai opened it and read, seeing the 3 characters Rong Yuan pill. Shui Yuanjie then continued. This pill formula belonged to an ancient cultivator who left it behind before the age of demonic chaos. It's been lost for generations, until today. Our prefecture also stumbled upon it by chance not long ago. He walked right next to Qinlai, smiled, and asked, "So, finding it a bit tricky, are we?" Qinlai replied, "If Prefect trusts this humble one is willing to devote himself to studying it." But regarding the time frame, Shi Yuanji raised 3 fingers. Qinlai turned back with a snort. Shi Yuanjie looked at his 3 fingers and spoke. 3 years. I'll only give you 3 years. Is that clear? He smiled at Qinlai, his voice sounding refined. However, hidden deep within was a feigned smile. It hinted at danger. His voice was soft, yet it was a command, radiating danger. Qinlai looked at the young man, smiling at him, thinking, 3 years is far too short. Seems the Rong Yuan Dan is very important to him. Qinlai clasped his hands and said, "Please rest assured, Estate Master. This junior will certainly give the Estate Master a satisfactory reply." "Good. I particularly like juniors like you. Confident, bold, daring to act, and owning your actions." He brought a hand to his forehead as if remembering something. "Oh, that's right. If your master has gone on his Yunyu travels, then when the other elders gather for meetings, you'll be in charge. Naturally, it's only temporary. Whether you can gain recognition from others will depend entirely on your own abilities." Qinlai respectfully clasped his hands, thanking the Manor Lord for his trust. "In that case, this junior will go purchase the medicinal ingredients Rong Yuan needs. I'll take my leave now." Zhu Yuanji nodded. Go on." With that, Qinli turned and departed. When the young man's figure had disappeared into the distance, Shui Yuanji then called out to Liang Yu. From within the shadows, Liang Yu stepped out, knelt on one knee before him, clasped his hands, and reported, "Your subordinate is present." Still maintaining his posture with his back turned towards his subordinate, he spoke in a low, deep voice. "What do you think of this person?" Liang Yu immediately replied, "Well, first, let's not even discuss whether this person is Elder Yang Gao's disciple. Even if that were true, his skills are still lacking. His alchemy, I'm afraid, is... Furthermore, Elder Yan's sudden disappearance is absolutely not a coincidence. His claim that Elder Yan went wandering is also not very trustworthy." Zhu Yuanji's voice grew colder by a few degrees. "Indeed. With his cultivation, he could absolutely kill his master and usurp his position. But do you think that Yan Shou's reputation in Shengyuan ancient city, where does it come from? The reason is, Elder Yan Shou's alchemy was truly extraordinary. That's because he possessed a legacy book. This very legacy book helped him master alchemy knowledge, unrivaled by anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to become a black market elder. Yang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Unless the estate master believes that. Lai Feng's alchemy surpasses Elder Yan's? Zhuanji chuckled. I don't actually know what Lai Feng's alchemy is like, and I don't need to know. All I need to know is whose hands that medicine book is in. Liang Yu was still skeptical. The medicine book is, of course, in Elder Yan's hands. Shui Wanji slowly turned around and continued. Then Lai Feng will go find Yan Shou, and then take action against Yan Shou. Liang Yu suddenly realized, what if Elder Yan is caught by Lai Feng? I get it now. A dangerous smile crept onto Liang Yu's lips. If that's how it is, Lai Feng is related to Elder Yan's disappearance, so that book will also fall into his hands. Shu Yuanji's eyes narrowed. Though he was smiling, his voice held a hint of ice. Indeed, Yan Shou. Whether he lives or dies is none of my concern. All I need is the origin melting pill. Success would be great, but what if by some chance he can't refine it? Ha ha ha. He abruptly stopped laughing, his eyes becoming terrifyingly cold. Whether it's him or Yan Shou, the outcome will be the same. Liang Yu hastily bowed his head. Manor Lord is wise. Leaving Shu Manor, Qin Li walked and pondered. This Zhuanji, on the surface, appears refined and gentle, but in reality, he is a cunning and treacherous schemer. As soon as they met, he used his cultivation to gradually suppress me. Yet at the brink of despair, he suddenly let go. Then he made a request to refine pills, which I couldn't refuse. And finally, he gave me the position of elder. This is clearly a carrot-and-stick approach. Thinking of this, Qin Lai gritted his teeth. How detestable. He's totally played me. Origin melting pill. Interesting, Qin Lai. I'm no weakling either. Though this pill refining method is difficult, it's not impossible to accomplish. With so many books available, there's definitely still a chance. Zhui Wuji. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price. Qin Lai raised a hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. For now, I need to figure out how to get the materials for the Rongwan pill. Young Master Lai, a voice rang out from behind him. Qin Lai turned to look at the person who called. You are? I remember, you seem to be a shop assistant from Yipin Lu. That shop assistant quickly replied. That's right, the shopkeeper has an invitation. He sent this humble one to find you, sir. Qin Lai. Huh? He uttered a sound, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Just at the right time, I also need to buy some medicinal herbs. Let's go. I'll check it out. With that said, Qin Lai and the shop assistant headed to Yipin Lu. As soon as he caught sight of the young man, Zhu Song immediately rushed out to greet them. Young Master Lai, you've arrived so quickly, Tan Lai replied. Just in time. I was about to come find some herbs. Zhu Lao, is something wrong? Zhu Kong simply sighed softly. It's not my problem. It's my friend's. It's about Wang Owazi. Tan Lai was startled. Wang Owazi? Zhu Kong clasped his hands behind his back, turned and said, Yes, he's the one who taught you the Linglong Yigu Ju. At first I also thought he was just an ordinary rogue cultivator. Later, I discovered Wang Owazi as the next generation's sect master of Xianmen, Huandong, on Liuli Mountain. Furthermore, he's also a traitor to his sect. Yanlai was so astonished he couldn't utter a word. What? That senior? He's actually a traitor? Zhu Kong continued. That's right. That year, he was framed and reluctantly became a traitor. To this day, he's been living in seclusion for 25 years. I originally thought those from Liuli Mountain wouldn't be able to find him anymore. However, yesterday, his enemies unexpectedly found him. He turned and looked directly at Qin Lai. So I want to invite you to save him. Qin Lai wondered, Save him? Did Wang Wazi tell you to come find me about this? Zhu Tongji simply nodded. That's right. However, I won't force you after all. If it weren't an important matter, old Shao wouldn't have easily made this request. Recalling the kindness from a few years ago, Qin Lai bowed and cupped his hands. Senior, this great kindness and virtue your junior will never forget. Then he looked up and said decisively, How about this, old Zhu? How about we make a deal? Zhu Tongji was surprised. A deal? Qin Lai nodded. That's right. Recently, I refined a new kind of medicinal pill, but it's missing a few precious ingredients. Zhu Tongji raised a hand to stroke his beard, a slight smile forming on his lips. I see. This is your condition for helping out, isn't it? These medicinal ingredients aren't hard to find. This, old Zhu agrees to. Old Zhu is indeed straightforward. Then tell me a bit about Wang Wazi's plan. Zhu Song just laid out the plan. It's quite simple. Wang Wazi is being watched now, he said. That person's power is truly formidable, and they've brought many people with them. You've already learned the Ling Long Yi Ji Yu Ju and the Ling Yin Shu. All you need to do is disguise yourself as him, appear behind the mountain, and then lure those enemies away. That way, you'll buy Wang Wazi enough time to escape. Qin Li immediately asked, "But what if the opponents chase after me relentlessly? What then?" Zhu Song simply took out a talisman. Earlier, I mentioned visiting the Heishi. I spent a fortune there to buy a Xingxing talisman. This can instantly boost your running speed, making you outrun even the top experts. Young Master Chen, everything depends on you. According to the plan, Qin Lai went behind the mountain. He deliberately jumped around a few times, then quickly hid behind a large rock. The ambushing enemies immediately pursued the sound. "Quickly, chase him! Don't let him get away." Qin Lai let out a sigh of relief. He was safe for now. What's wrong with these disciples from Liuli Mountain? Their pursuit is seriously intense. Good thing I used old Zhu's talisman. I'll rest for a bit, then proceed with the plan. Let's lose them in Xiaonan Village. Xiaonan Village is built on mountains with fertile land. It also has clean water sources, so it's densely populated. According to Qin Lai's findings, this place is a Shanzhuang Ruji of Zhao country. The local area is very safe. "So have you found him yet?" The young man replied. "Not yet. That traitor is too slippery. Our people have already blocked the other roads. Now he can only hide here." The other guy worriedly said, "However, there are over 300 households here. How can we possibly search them all?" He also knows the ethereal form technique and the Lingyan art. Finding him will be as hard as reaching the heavens. The other guy turned around and cursed. "You idiot. Don't you know how to think? You mean, that's it? Kill everyone, leave no one alive." By then, he'll have nowhere left to hide. Hiding behind the wall, Qin Lai overheard their entire conversation, secretly terrified. Could it be? They intend to harm the villagers. A voice echoed from inside. "We'll gather everyone. Just tell them it's for negotiations." Afterwards, as the moon rose high, mournful screams echoed through the village. "Help me! Ah! Ah!" Bloody scene rapidly unfolded. The killer Wang Wazi laughed maniacally, wildly excited. Using spirit arts to slaughter innocent villagers, Qin Li, standing behind the wall, clenched his hands into fists. "Damn it! These people are utterly devoid of conscience. I had only intended to hide in Xiaonan Village to escape this calamity, but instead, I've brought disaster upon everyone in this village." Qin Lai's rage flared up fiercely. "These scums! They don't even spare newborn children, and they hail from the Liuli Mountain, supposedly a renowned righteous sect. Yet they mercilessly slaughter the villagers at any cost. If you insist on acting so cruelly just to force me to appear, then consider it granted." Qin Li raised a talisman, exuding overwhelming killing intent. Let's see who lasts longer in the end. In ancient Origin City, at the first-rank pavilion, the attendant knelt before Zhu Songji, saluting. "Steward, this subordinate has returned." Zhu Songji sat in his chair and asked, "Well, did you manage to dig up any news?" He replied, Master Lai entered New Tushan. It's already been 2 days since then. Currently, this subordinate has no useful news to report. However, Wang Wazi sent word that he successfully escaped. "Oh, that's right. Recently, news came that Xiaonan Zhuang was wiped out by a single person in one night." "Steward, do you think this matter is related to Master Lai?" Zhu Songyi stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, then said, "After all, Liuli Shan is considered a righteous sect. Even if Master Lai's cultivation is high, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm afraid he's already dead, isn't he?" From outside the door, Qin Lai's voice rang out. The two quickly looked over. Qin Lai walked in, with traces of dried blood still on his mouth. "What, I didn't die? Does that disappoint you greatly?" Zhu Songji hurriedly stood up, approached the young man, and said with a smile, "How could that be, Master? With Master's return, this old man is naturally overjoyed." "The wounds on your body, however," Qin Lai replied coldly. "It's just a tiny scratch, nothing serious." "So, the news spreading through the streets said little Nam was wiped out. Turns out this whole mess actually involves me." After you recounted the entire story, Zhu Songji couldn't help but be stunned. "I see. So that's what happened. What a mess." Qin Lai's eyes flashed with resentment. Even though the disciples of Liuli Mountain didn't have high cultivation, they still killed ordinary villagers. How detestable. After a night of fierce battle, only 1 child was saved. All the other villagers died tragically. Zhu Songji turned towards the young man to comfort him. "Young master, there's no need to blame yourself so much. After all, you've already avenged them. The living must live on, and the dead shall rest in peace. You've already done your best." Qin Lai let out a sigh. "This time, besides informing you, I also have something to discuss." Zhu Songji exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, young master, please speak your mind. Don't hesitate." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lai summoned a magical artifact that resembled a royal canopy. It emitted a sparkling golden light. "Elder Zhu, with your extensive wisdom, surely you know what this is, right?" The moment Zhu Tongji laid eyes on the object before him, he exclaimed. This! Could it be the Fufangji? Indeed. And what's more, it even incorporates the demon core of a Huangfengguai. This is truly a top-tier spirit artifact. It's powered by a blend of wind and spiritual energy. Through its rotation, it generates invisible, shadowless wind blades. Even a late-stage return to true expert wouldn't dare approach it, especially with favorable terrain. Its power is enhanced by yet another level. Young master, this item. Don't tell me you, Qin Lai, retrieved this artifact? That's right, it's precisely from the hands of a disciple from Liuli Mountain. Zhu Tongji said, overjoyed. Then, congratulations, young master. You've truly stumbled upon a treasure. Qin Lai then cautioned. Please, Elder Zhu, help me keep the matter of the Fu Fengqi a secret. The rescue of that person has also been smoothly handled. This humble one shall take his leave. Young master, wait a moment. Elder Zhu, is there something else? Zhu Tongji handed him a book. Wang Huazi instructed me to give this to you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance. Qin Lai picked up the book, The Radiant Bone Transformation Art, Complete Collection. So what I learned wasn't the complete set after all. Holding the book, Qin Li let out a hum, still at the Yan residence. Truly, those old foxes. No wonder the appearance transformation would lose its effect after an intense battle. But the most important thing right now is to refine the fusion origin pill. He tucked the book back into the cabinet. 3 years is still too short. If I can't succeed within this time, then my life will only have one outcome. That Shu Yuan Ji is a master of the late stage return to true realm. Even if my talent is high, I'm afraid there's no way he could surpass me in 3 years, right? No, that's not right. If he already believed Yan Shou could succeed, he must be relying on something. In Yan Shou's secret chamber, there were only 2 bookshelves. Unfortunately, the books contained no records about this type of pill. Qin Lai slammed his hand against the bookshelf. He searched helplessly. Suddenly, he let out a hum, noticing a slash mark on the wall. Why are there sword cuts here? Could it be something Yan Shou left behind from our duel? How could I have missed this before? Qin Lai opened the back of the bookshelf, revealing a hidden compartment. Given Yan Shou's personality, I really should have figured this out earlier. What an oversight. Inside, wrapped in oil paper, was a precious tome. Qin Li carefully picked it up. It was the Hua Yuan Jingju, so this turned out to be a secret alchemy technique manual. The Hua Yuan Jingju is divided into 3 volumes, the Hua Yang Yun Huo, Hua Sheng Fen Hui, and Zhu Xin Jing. Cultivating the true Tao involves using truth to traverse myriad meridians. If an alchemist trains daily according to the method of the Hua Yang Yun Huo Heart Sutra, then they can continuously refine their own alchemy true fire. Accumulating powerful true fire day by day will greatly improve the success rate of pill refinement. The Hua Sheng Fen Hui, however, is a different kind of alchemy, a cultivation art that allows alchemists who practice it to fully control their primordial yang true fire. Qin Lai sat down and followed the instructions in the book. When circulating his energy, he used the Huasheng method to recall the excess true fire. This way, a significant amount of primordial yang true fire could be conserved. If you get sidetracked, you'll just drag out the time for alchemy cultivation and physical training. Final volume is the Zhu Xin Jing. This is where the alchemist master explains the intricate techniques of alchemy. It meticulously records many tricky problems encountered during alchemy, along with solutions. These include unique refining methods for various elixirs. Through years of deduction, exploration, and rigorous experimentation, a path to resolution was finally forged. By the end, Qin Lai finally understood why even a Changkun bag couldn't be trusted by Yan Shou, and the grievances filling the world all stemmed from the insatiable desire for treasures belonging to others. Yan Shu didn't trust Xuanji. Naturally, he wouldn't carry this secret manual on his person. There are countless individuals stronger than him in this world. He was scared. He was scared his reputation as a grand alchemist would be stolen, which is why he hid this divine skill, but then somehow stumbled upon this little treasure. Qin Li glanced at the vials of elixirs before him and mused. After testing the elixirs refined using the commentary of the Hua Yuan Jing, they were indeed noticeably different. The color and aroma of the finished elixirs were far superior to those made by conventional methods. Next, I'll try using the spirit array to further purify these elixirs. Let's see if I can really play around and net some serious results. The yellow spirit plate before him suddenly turned blue. His eyes widened. What? What is this? Incredible. The array of the mysterious spirit plate isn't yellow. Since when did the golden hue turn blue? The medicinal pellet also turned blue accordingly. Qin Li exclaimed in surprise. A Bai Xuan Qi pill, a top-grade medicinal pill, an ordinary Qi gathering pill, could actually be refined to top grade. Could it be that after many years of refining, The mysterious spirit plate's ability has broken through. A flash of insight sparked in Qin Lai's mind. Wait a minute, isn't this the second refinement? This way. Even if my alchemy technique is ordinary and I only refine low-grade medicinal pellets, it won't matter, as the mysterious spirit plate can refine them into top grade. Ha! The heavens truly have eyes. The first refinement spirit array was already a golden spirit array, and the second refinement is blue. It perfectly corresponds to the medicinal pellets grade, so let's call them respectively Ling Huang, spirit power, and Qing Yun, spirit power. Still, excitement is one thing. Qing Yun's spiritual essence isn't exactly an open book, 3 months later, Qin Li finally reaped his rewards. His true essence was now fully internalized, encompassing his origin core. He finally broke through to the second layer of the Return to True realm. During this time, thanks to the Fire Origin Scripture's incantations, he refined quite a few low-grade elixirs. Then, with his second Qingyun refinement, his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds. Qin Lai then gazed at the 3 newly refined, high-grade pills. He mused, I've pretty much got a handle on Hua Yang's concealed fire in the Incarnation split art now. Well, it's time for the main event. Wen Li recalled the scroll Xie Yuanjie gave him, then opened his herb box. Inside were 100-year-old ginseng, verdant emperor grass, wind drinker dew, and 100-year-old He Shu Wu, earth dragon spirit Ganoderma, and the one-heart featherbone. All truly precious medicinal ingredients, if you ask me. All right, everything's prepared. Time to start refining the Dan Yuan, he declared. After such arduous cultivation, Qin Lai had finally reached the second layer of the Return to True realm. The second refinement of the Qing Yun Essence tablet indirectly boosted his pill refining techniques even further. Add to that the experience accumulated from the Fire Origin Scripture's incantations. Qin Lai was making miraculous progress on the path of pill refining. Yet, with a mighty whoosh, cauldron up, Qin Li bellowed as the pill cauldron levitated, its lid opening wide for the ingredients. Into the cauldron, Qin Li declared, placing several spirit herbs inside. Then, I'll ignite the true Yuanyang flame. The fire beneath the cauldron lights up. Based on the pill concocting method, I'll use 7 parts gentle heat and 3 parts intense heat to refine it for 2 hours. After that, at the hour of Chen, when yin and yang are balanced, I'll add the essence of heaven and earth. Then, it can proceed to the second stage. The true Yuanyang flame is a pill-refining fire formed from the spiritual power of a return-to-truth stage cultivator. I've already advanced to the second layer of the return-to-truth stage, so there shouldn't be any problems. But then, crack appeared on the cauldron, and with a bang, the pill furnace exploded into smithereens. Qin Li immediately used his spiritual energy to protect himself. He let out a frustrated huff. Sure enough, it explodes every single time I reach this step. Qin Lai bent down to pick up a fragment. I've already checked the medicinal ingredients. There were no problems. After eliminating my own methods as a factor, there's only one possibility left. The cauldron itself is faulty. It seems I'll have to find a way to get a better cauldron. A voice called from outside the room. Young master, eldest Miss Lin Yu Ran requests an audience. Qin Li crossed his arms and closed his eyes, looking rather annoyed. He let out another huff. Eldest Miss Lin Yu Ran coming to visit surely means Yu Yuanjie knows about it too. It seems I'll have to find an excuse to cover this up. Tan Lai heard. He knows and is coming right away. Tan Li, in Lai Feng's appearance, walked out and Lin Yu Ran greeted him. Greetings, Sir Lai. It's been many months since we last met. To my surprise, Sir Lai has already entered the true return realm. How truly delightful. This humble one dared to visit your door to inquire. I hope I haven't bothered you. Tan Lai forced a wry smile. Ha! How could that be? Miss Lin has arrived. I couldn't greet you from afar. It is my negligence, Lai. Tan Lai continued. Miss Lin, I wonder what brings you here. Lin Yu Ran replied. I wonder if Sir has heard outside Shangyuan ancient city. A group of fierce bandits has appeared. Fierce bandits? Tan Lai exclaimed in doubt. Lin Yu Ran placed her finger to her chin and continued. I'm sure Sir Lai still remembers. A few months ago, Lin Manor, in alliance with the 3 great aristocratic families, had a conflict with Kui Shui camp. Therefore this humble one has come today, because I wish for Sir to lend me a hand. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, appearing to plead. Tan Lai stroked his chin, then, a moment later, chuckled and said, What's wrong, Miss Lin? Could it be you're after the Return to Truth pill again? The price is negotiable, you know. Lin Yu Ran was taken aback. She hadn't expected Qin Lai to tease her like that, so she immediately stammered, No, it's not, and cleared her throat. Lin Yu Ran quickly regained her serious demeanor. This time, I'd like to ask Mr. Lai to contact Elder Yan on my behalf. That's why this time, I, representing the Lin family, have come here. I hope to acquire the Dragon Tiger pill and the Heaven Spring pill that Elder Yan refined. Qin Lai let out an, Oh, you even know about the Dragon Tiger pill and the Heaven Spring pill? Qin wondered to himself. These two types of pills were plundered by the Black Market Alliance. They were then handed over to Elder Yan for research and refinement, unless the elders within the alliance or Xuanjie himself agrees. Otherwise, no transaction can proceed. Qin suddenly remembered something. He mused. Wait a minute. Wasn't it originally, thanks to a letter from her, that I was able to enter the Yan estate? Could Yan Shou have told Lin Yuran about it? It seems this girl is more complex than she lets on. Qin Li then said, then what do you need the Dragon Tiger Pill and Heaven Spring Pill for? Lin Yuran didn't hide anything. Slowly recounting the entire story, it turned out the Lin clan and Jushui camp had become enemies. Because of Wei Jian, their initial attempt to capture someone had failed. Mo Yi and Mo Shen's revenge didn't continue after that. Instead, they vanished without a trace for several months. Not long ago, a force of unknown origin suddenly rose up. They murdered and plundered everywhere, committing every imaginable crime. In just a few days, they had plundered a vast amount of resources, as discovered after investigation. It was discovered that the leader of that force was none other than Mo Shen. So he had gathered all the bandits and rogue cultivators nearby, building an organization called the Zhu Ming, and no one knew where he found several masters of the Guizhen stage. Suddenly, the Jushui camp's influence soared like the midday sun. After Lin Fei received the news, he profoundly sensed Mo Shen's resurgence. He immediately sought out the major clans for a secret meeting to unite the surrounding families and all the manpower they could attract to ensure complete success. Therefore, the Dragon Tiger Pill and Heaven Spring Pill were precisely prepared for the alliance members. Just in case, one day, Mo Shen attacks, they could still have a fighting chance. Qin thought to himself, something's not quite right. Mo Shen is a mere bandit, yet he knows how to adapt and secretly expand his influence. This isn't something a mere thief would do. Would there be someone pulling the strings behind him? Qin said, Miss Lin, Mo Shen's actions clearly harbor ill intentions. Miss Lin, your family is a second-tier noble house, and even has a senior expert of the Danyang stage guarding it. Why not deal with Mo Shen directly? Instead, you just let him do as he pleases? Lin Yuran immediately replied, to be honest, our family's patriarch has been in seclusion for many years, single-mindedly pursuing the Tao. The old man once said, if it doesn't threaten our foundations, then he won't bother himself with it. Qin suspicions were practically scorching his eyebrows. Doesn't care even when it's this obvious? Surely the Lin Manor doesn't actually have a Danyang stage master, does it? Qin cleared his throat and said, excuse me, I know this is rather nosy, but may I ask how many spirit pills the Lin Manor requires? Lin Yuran raised a single finger. 100 pills. What's more, 100 pills of each kind. Silence fell between the two. Lin Jinlai was startled. 100 pills? I didn't mishear, did I? Lin Yuran smiled warmly. Lin Xinlai then spoke. Miss Lin, your proposed number truly astonishes this humble one. So many elixirs. That's not something that can be made in just a day or two. I can't make that decision on my own. He thought to himself, such a huge matter definitely requires discussion with Ziyuanji, otherwise it won't get past him. Xin Lai let out a sigh. Lin Yuran looked at him and said, that's precisely why I hope you, sir, can contact Elder Yan. An awkward silence hung between them. Jinlai appeared to be at a loss for words. All right, I'll try to see if I can contact my esteemed mentor. Having said that, he raised a hand to his forehead, deep in thought. However, I hope Miss also prepares herself. Firstly, let's not even discuss whether my mentor possesses such a vast quantity. Even if the esteemed elder agrees and begins refining them right away, it wouldn't be ready in merely 10 days or half a month. Lin Yuran replied, this is only natural. I'll trouble Senior Lai to convey my message to Elder Yan regarding the head warden position. With that, a light shone from his hand, and a large chest of gold materialized before their eyes. Beside it, there were also silver chests and bags filled with many gemstones. As long as Lin Manor can provide such an amount, there will absolutely be no bargaining. Qin Lai's eyes widened, witnessing such extravagance. At the Lin family's extravagant spending, his mouth twitched. I will honestly convey Lin Manor's intentions. Lin Yuran smiled and said happily, if that's the case, then I'll trouble Senior Lai. With those words, Lin Yuran turned to leave, when Qin Lai's voice echoed from behind. Miss Lin, please take your time at Su Manor. So that's how it is. Who knew Mo Shen, after enduring silently for a few months, could actually already stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lin family? Shui Yuanjie chuckled and continued. Thinking back, the patience of the Lin family, along with the Jushui encampment, has also almost reached its limit. Elder Lai, can you contact Elder Yan? Li Feng cupped his hands and said, this matter is not easy. My esteemed master has been traveling for several years, and I don't know where he is in closed-door cultivation. He's practically unreachable. Shi Yuanji then offered a friendly smile and spoke. Even if he's unreachable, relying on Elder Lai's alchemy skills and a few Dragon Tiger pills along with Heaven Spring pills, it shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Does the Manor Lord mean? Shi Yuanji propped his hands on the chair, stood up, and said, "The Lin family has already made a plea to you. You should go help them. But you must remember one thing. This task is to be handled by you alone, with no connection to the Black City Alliance." He smiled as he spoke, though who knew what thoughts were hidden behind that grin. As for the reward, you can keep it. This manor doesn't need a cut. Moreover, find a way to join the Lin family's faction and gather some intel. Queen Lei's heart was filled with doubt. Gather intel, you say? Xie Yuanjie clasped his hands behind his back and continued. The Lin family patriarch dodged the challenge and refused to fight. He probably has some hidden distress. And the rampant demonic presence, acting brazenly and without restraint, makes it even more suspicious. After speaking, he turned his head and smiled gleefully at Qin Lai. Therefore, I want you to investigate the reason why the Lin family patriarch is ducking out of fights, as well as the Lin family and Kui Shui camp. He's definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. You already have a bit of a connection with the Lin family's eldest young miss. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Don't disappoint this lord. Qin Lai cupped his hands in acknowledgement, a faint smirk playing on his lips. So this is his true objective. He doesn't want to implicate himself. Yet he still wants to acquire intelligence. HMPH, how could there be so many good things like that? After their discussion, the two saw each other off at the gates of Zhu Manor. Qin Lai cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Ma! If there's nothing else, this subordinate shall take his leave. Very well, very well. I've troubled you, Elder Qian. The Lin Manor in Shangcheng. The three great noble families are rapidly discussing important matters in the main hall to confront the demonic abyss. Lin Sui Fong spoke with a grave expression. The current situation is dire. The demonic abyss has returned, more aggressive and arrogant than ever. Do any of you esteemed family heads have suggestions? Qin Yi cupped his hands, stepping forward to answer. Brother Lin, the entire Qin family will heed your commands. I've already notified a few of our allies. As long as we declare war. Suddenly, a cough came from the side, interrupting Qin Yi's words. Gentlemen, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should speak it. Lin Ruifeng extended his hand, inviting the man before him. Esteemed brother, if you have something to say, please speak. Liang Yu, Sui Yuanji's confidant, infiltrated here to snoop for information. He works for Shui Yuanji, always with that sinister look on his face. Everyone knows that we and Kui Shui camp are like oil and water. But why would we form an enmity with Mo Shen? I'm sure everyone isn't clear on this, are they? Therefore, I believe we've already taken the blame for others, even if it means death. We should at least die with clarity, shouldn't we? Who exactly is the real murderer who killed Mo Yi? And who brought Wei Jian into Lin Manor? What is their true background anyway? Shouldn't we know the full truth? Xing Yi, standing nearby, immediately replied, Esteemed brother, I know who brought Wei Jian into the manor. This person's name is Lai Feng, and he is none other than Yan Shou's disciple. A year ago, I, a mere junior, once exchanged blows with this person. Liang Yu scoffed triumphantly, so he should step forward now, rather than playing the timid turtle now. At these words, Lin Yuran's expression darkened, and she spoke. Esteemed seniors, fellow Taoists, this junior has something to say. She shot a sharp glance at Qin Yi, then turned to the center of the room and continued. Regarding the matter of the Lin Manor for your assistance, the Lin Manor offers boundless gratitude. However, this junior believes that Lai Feng is not the murderer of Mo Yi. He merely has a deep relationship with Wei Jian, which prompted this transaction. Furthermore, considering our numerous encounters with Jushui Fortress over the years, I trust everyone can clearly see that Mo Shen is absolutely not focused on mere revenge. His return and the target of his sword are aimed directly at Lin Manor, very prestige of the Upper Yuan territory. The grudges and animosity between Chu Fan and Mo Yi are all in the past now. Therefore, they are not greatly relevant. Instead, it's a clash between the orthodox and unorthodox paths. Is that not right then? Yu Ran is not wrong. Lin Suifang stepped forward and said, Esteemed sirs, Mo Shen has committed evil deeds in Shangyuan City for many years, yet the authorities have always turned a blind eye. This matter is far-reaching and already involves higher powers. If Ma Shen manages to overthrow Lin Ra and install the fourth prince's confidant to oversee things here in Shangyuan Ancient City, do you really think we'll have bright days ahead? Therefore, our conflict with Kui Shui camp is, in essence, a clash between two princes. Lin Suifeng continued. Ma Yi's incident is merely a spark, giving them a pretext to make the first move. Everyone has been pouring their efforts into the sixth prince's cause. Now, you should all understand our circumstances. I trust that we can unite with one heart from now on. Liang Yu, Failing to sow discord, helplessly clasped his hands and said yes. Then Lin Suifeng continued. Furthermore, yesterday, Yu Ran visited Yan Manhwa, requesting Lei Fang to contact Yan Shou to contribute some strength and help us eliminate Ma Shan. Trin Day interrupted. Uncle Lin, I heard Yan Shu has been traveling abroad and hasn't returned for several years. So can Lai Feng even contact him? I don't think the chances are high. Besides, I don't see those Lai as particularly virtuous either. We're in a death match against the Jushui camp. Has he ever lent a hand even once? Tan Yi, who was standing beside them, found his son's words quite sensible and chimed in. Brother Lin, I reckon we can't count on the Yan Manor either. Why don't we all activate our personal networks and find some friends to acquire medicinal ingredients? That's certainly better than just hanging on a branch waiting for death, right? Lin Suifeng grunted, weighing the options with a heavy heart. He then turned to his daughter, seeking her input. Ru Ran, how confident do you think Lei Fang truly is? Old Master Yan has been wandering for years and hasn't returned. Even if you fully trust Lei Fang to give his all, we still don't know if he's even been in touch with Old Master Yan. She was pondering a comprehensive answer when suddenly a messenger burst in from outside. Urgent news, the person exclaimed. Patriarch, eldest young miss, Steward Wang Fu from the Yan family has arrived at our residence. This news arrived just in time, like a savior for Lin Suifeng. A real stroke of luck. Lin Ruran hummed, then walked over and asked, Where is he? Quickly invite him in, a subordinate reported, handing only a single bag to Lin Ruo Ran. The other party only left this brocade pouch, stating it was for the eldest young lady. Lin Ruo Ran reached out, declaring, Give it to me! Yes, miss! Lin Ruo Ran opened the brocade pouch and carefully peered inside. Lin Zuifeng, equally eager for the news, turned to his daughter, Ruo Ran. What's the verdict? She spun around with a brilliant smile, announcing, He agreed, father. Lai Fang actually agreed. Everyone was stunned by the outcome. No one had expected Li Fang to agree so readily to such an enormous quantity. A quantity of cultivation elixirs that massive? That's fantastic. Though after accepting the Lin Estate's demands, Pinlai's stress levels soared. On one hand, he had to refine the elixirs the Lin Estate required. On the other, he needed to raise his own cultivation. Simultaneously, the refining of soul origin pills couldn't cease. With a deadline less than a month away, he desperately needed to accelerate his pace. To boost efficiency, Qinlai planned to visit various markets, spending heavily to acquire as many pill furnaces as possible. However, high-quality pill furnaces aren't something money alone can buy. After a fruitless shopping spree at the apothecary, Qin Li finally blurted out, An auction, you say? The shop manager replied, Precisely. There'll be an auction later. Everything you can't find with us, you'll find there. Among them, there's a treasure, a precious cauldron to be exact. Perhaps the esteemed guest might go try your luck. Qinlai stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it is. A large number of items with, shall we say, unclear origins. That's why they don't circulate on the regular market. If it's an auction, then one can also put their own items up for bid, right? Earlier, when I was trying to break through the Gizhen realm, I had some leftover elixirs. They could be auctioned. Looks like I'll have to check it out. Qinlai then headed to the auction to register for participation. Arriving before the registrar, Qinlai greeted him. Hello, I'd like to buy a jade token to get in, he said. The man replied, Sold out. You'll need to come earlier next time. Not even a single spot left? I can pay extra spirit stones. The man replied with an annoyed sigh. No, absolutely not. Come 2 days earlier next time, and then anything you want will be available. Qinlai pressed. Isn't there really any other way? Fellow reluctantly replied. Our establishment always serves its esteemed guests with the utmost passion. Honestly, there's just no other way around it. Next time, my Taoist friend, do try to arrive a bit earlier. Qinlai sighed, clasping his hands. Well then, I suppose I'll give up. With a regretful sigh, he took his leave. Someone walked past. Qinlai was startled, spotting a familiar silhouette. That person, too, turned to gaze at Qinlai, their eyes locking. Ah, Sir Qinlai. Qinfeng was astonished, never expecting to run into second brother here. Qinlai stifled his delight, feigning ignorance as he spoke. You recognize me? Qinfeng replied. Sir Qin Li, you are Elder Yan's esteemed disciple. Naturally, I would recognize you. Sir Qinlai, are you also here for the auction? Qin Li, with a hint of regret, responded, Indeed. However, I arrived too late, and all the good spots are already taken. Qinfeng chuckled. What a coincidence! The very last spot just so happens to be reserved under my name. If Sir Qinlai wouldn't mind, would you be willing to share a room with me? Qinlai blurted out. Second brother, I truly wish I could agree. But what if Father and Qinde show up this time? Struggling to suppress the regret in his heart, Qinlai declined Brother Qin's kind offer. He chuckled. I think we can skip this. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Qin. Qinfeng waved his hand, signaling it was no big deal, and chuckled. Mr. Lai, There's no need to worry. This auction, it's just me, Chin Mao, here. Qin Lai's heart swelled with delight. Oh, then this is a great opportunity. The young man then turned and politely returned the smile. In that case, I shall humbly accept. With that said, the two immediately headed towards the auction house. Chin Feng pushed open the door and entered first, then turned back to invite the one outside. Mr. Lai, please come in. This is the room Chin Mao reserved. Many thanks, Brother Qin. Qin Lai stepped in, looked around, then glanced through a window. So that's how it is. We're on the second floor. Below must be the main auction hall. From here, one can look directly down and observe the situation below. Down below, tables were arranged, and people were bustling about, meticulously setting up the auction items. One could say the treatment for honored guests here. It's hard to imagine how much money Brother Qin spent on this. What does he want? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, and Qin Lai turned around to ask, Brother Qin, what's going on? Qin Feng walked to the door and said, It might be a maid coming to help with the auction. We'll go check. Strange. The auction hasn't even started yet, so why? Qin Feng walked up to the door, called out, Who's there? And just as he pulled the door open, outside stood a familiar figure. Qin Yi, Qin Feng's father. Qin Feng asked in surprise, Father, why are you here? Old Master Qin replied, Zijian brought me here. Behind his father's tall figure, there was a small figure, peeking out Qin Feng's eldest son, little Qin Zijian, with his tiny frame. With bright, clear eyes, a little scared, he mumbled his reply. Father, I'm sorry. Qin Li saw Qin Feng had been at the door for a while, so he walked out to ask, Brother Qin, what's wrong? Qin Li was startled, seeing the familiar figure of the father, just as Qin Yi recognized the presence of a stranger. He couldn't help but ask Lai Feng in surprise, Why are you here? Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to explain, shaking his head slightly, as if to say, This has nothing to do with our guest. Ah, it was I who invited Mr. Lai in, Father. I thought Father wouldn't be attending the auction today. And it just so happened that Mr. Lai couldn't find a spot. Having said that, he turned to Qin Li, who at this moment also politely cupped his hands in a salute. Greetings, Patriarch Chen. Qin Yi snorted coldly and walked over to the guest table with a rather displeased expression. If my son invited him, then I, your humble father, shall welcome him. Qin Feng turned back to Qin Lai with an awkward apologetic smile. Mr. Lai, I'm truly sorry. I thought Father wouldn't be coming today. Qin Lai merely replied calmly, his eyes without a single ripple. This room was originally yours. Why would I possibly mind? His gaze suddenly stopped at a small figure standing next to Qin Feng. Who might this be? Ah, this is my humble son, Qin Zijian. Boy, Zijian immediately cupped his hands in a salute. The clear voice of a child, but it concealed an unusually dignified bearing. Greetings, Uncle Lai. Qin Li was momentarily surprised, an indescribable feeling suddenly welling up in his heart as he looked at the child. Time really flies. It feels like just yesterday, and Brother Hai already has such a big son. He silently assessed the child, noticing his aura felt a bit superficial, his eyes lacking spiritual radiance. Clearly, his core energy was insufficient. Could he be like me from back then? His natural talent just too exceptional. He gently extended his hand, taking Zijian's small hand. Can Uncle take your pulse? Don't worry. Uncle has no ill intentions, however. The moment his fingers touched the boy's wrist, Qin Lai's expression abruptly changed. This child's meridians were pitifully weak, like delicate silk threads that had hardened and could snap at any moment. What was worse, within the boy's Zifu, an ominous aura was concealed, preventing all external spiritual energy from entering. If an ordinary person's Zifu is a hollow sphere, then this child's Zifu is a solid, incredibly firm stone sphere. A stone sphere. A stone sphere. Could this be the legendary stone mansion physique? Qin Feng, noticing the extreme astonishment on Qin Li's face, trembled. He could no longer suppress it, and admitted, Mr. Lai, your guess is correct. It truly is the stone mansion physique. This child always cultivates harder than anyone else. Yet from beginning to end, they couldn't guide spiritual energy into their body. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Qin Lai immediately understood his intention. So, Brother Qin, you want to use the rare and exotic treasures at this auction to resolve this incurable illness? Precisely, Qin Feng affirmed resolutely. This old man, Qin, even if I go completely bankrupt or lose this very life, I must cure my son, even if he cannot cultivate. It's still so he can live as a normal person. Finishing his words, the father could no longer hold back his emotions. Tears streamed down his face profusely. Witnessing his son's weakness, old Master Qin furiously slammed the table. Enough! What dignity is left with such endless blubbering? Fanger, I ask you. You wish to bid for the Nung Sheng Chong Ru? Qin Feng immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands respectfully, his voice full of pleading. Father, your son truly needs this item. These are the spirit stones I've accumulated all this time. Absolutely no one in the family shall be implicated. Father, please grant me permission." Qin Lai, standing nearby, let out a soft huff, inwardly thinking, Qin Feng's father really is a strict man bordering on cruel. He doesn't even want to bid on a treasure to save his own nephew. Qin Yi stood up, looking directly at his son. "Finger, your master has already advised you. Zijian is not suited for cultivation. Why are you so stubborn? Aren't your spirit stones provided by the family?" Hearing this, Qin Feng was utterly at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Yet he raised his head, his eyes alight with unprecedented determination. "No, father. This time I am determined not to back down." "Father, do you still remember what happened with 13th Junior all those years ago?" Hearing his name mentioned, Qin Li trembled slightly, inwardly calling out, "Second brother." The room immediately plunged into a heavy silence. It was a painful memory that Qin Yi never wanted to revisit, as it was connected to his past mistakes. Qin Feng continued. His voice was like a blade twisting in an old wound. "That year, 13th Junior was exactly like this. Father, you believe 13th brother had no talent, so you simply left him to fend for himself. My only regret is that I couldn't stop 13th brother back then." Qin Lai was deeply moved. So someone still remembered him after all, and there were still two brothers who actually cared about him. Father Qin Feng stated adamantly, "I absolutely refuse for Zijian to become a second 13th brother. At least I've fulfilled all my responsibilities toward him." "Impudent!" Old Master Qin thundered, furious. "Are you implying that I treated 13th unfairly that year? Is that why you left home? You're being incredibly bold, you know." Qin Feng hastily bowed his head, his voice dropping low. "Your son wouldn't dare." Watching his son kneel on the ground, choked with grievance and tears welling in his eyes, Qin Yi became even more vexed. Furthermore, just look at how much that male spirit insect nectar fetched at auction. A staggering one. 100. A full one. 100 spirit stones, if you can believe it. Amidst the tension, stretched taut as a bowstring, a calm voice suddenly rang out. It sliced right through their heated argument. 100 spirit stones? Is that really considered expensive? Qin Li had spoken, and both Qin Yi and Qin Feng whirled around, utterly dumbfounded. "What?" Standing behind them, Qin Li repeated with a slight smile. "I said, is 100 spirit stones really that expensive? Until there's a price, I'll bid again, keep raising the price, until I can buy it." Qin Feng, who had been kneeling, shot up, his voice full of suspicion. "Master Lai, you want the male-born worm nectar too? Why?" Qin Lai didn't answer immediately, instead walking over to Zijian. He gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Brother Qin, don't be hasty. This male-born worm nectar, I'm buying it for Zijian on your behalf." Qin Feng's eyes widened in utter shock. Qin Lai rubbed Zijian's head, smiling as he continued. "Moreover, I'll gift an additional dragon tiger pill each month, along with a heavenly spring pill. Who told me I'd like this kid so much, huh?" Then he turned to Qin Yi, his demeanor turning serious. "Family head Qin, rest assured, you don't need to return the spirit stones. I'm not exactly short on spirit stones anyway. However, there must be reciprocity. The Qin family must wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to nurturing Zijian." "What do you say?" Qin Yi crossed his arms, secretly calculating the offer. The Qin family wouldn't lose a single hair, but would even gain more benefits. He let out a breath and cupped his hands in respect. "To be valued by Master Lai is Zijian's good fortune. I, Qin, thank you here in advance. Zijian is, after all, a member of the Qin family. The family will naturally nurture him. Master Lai, there's no need to worry. If that's the case, then I can rest easy." Qin Li nodded. "I have matters to attend to, so farewell, everyone." You truly don't want to see your father's face for another second, do you? So many years have passed, yet he's still so stubborn and set in his ways. Everything in the Qin family never prioritizes familial affection, especially over that cauldron business. The auction for the alchemy furnace. You'll find another way later. Qin Feng watched after him, wanting to call out to Master Lai, but Qin Li paid him no mind. He slammed the door shut and quickly left. None of the three people in the room noticed the fleeting change on his face. When only the two father and son remained, old Master Qin turned to ask, "Son, since when did you have such a connection with Qin Lai?" "Father," Qin Feng replied, "this child has never met this person before." Qin Feng honestly replied. Old Master Qin grew even more perplexed. "It seems he truly is Shi Zijian, but I always feel something isn't quite right." Unable to pinpoint what was amiss, he could only wave his hand. "Forget it. Son, take Zijian back to the imperial capital. I'll figure out the rest." "Thank you, Father." "There's one more thing, Father. This child believes we should also reciprocate," Tan Feng continued. "Qin Lai's visit to this auction is for that supreme-grade cauldron. This humble son suggested it. We will bid on this item and then gift it to the Yan Manor. Consider it a token of our gratitude." Early the next morning, Tan Feng indeed brought the medicinal cauldron to the Yan Manor to express his gratitude. However, With too many prying eyes around, Qinlai didn't dare act overly familiar. Afterward, he advised Tan Feng to return soon. In the following days, things became much simpler. Thanks to a myriad of nourishing elixirs, Qinli smoothly advanced to the middle stage of the third level of the Gijin realm. Moreover, the time granted by Ji Wanjie was also running out, yet the Rongwen pill had still not been refined, filling Qinlai with immense worry. He kept pulling at his hair, desperately trying to recall the words the medicine formula had once spoken. According to the medicine formula's description of the refining method, I fully grasp the refining method for the Rongyuan pill. So why on earth won't this thing just refine already? Every noon, the yin nourishing and yang replenishing steps have all been performed. 3 refinements, 3 declines, 7 refinements, 7 flourishes. The fire control, every single part, is impeccable. Why, though? He shook his head a few times. Then he quickly ran towards the bookshelf. He could only flip through the Zhujinjing once more. Soon after, Qinlai's eyes shot open. His brows furrowed relentlessly, and sweat began to pour down. His demeanor also became extremely tense. This is it. Exactly. This notebook, although it doesn't mention the Rongyuan pill, but in the refining method is equally effective. It can be used. Just as he was about to refine it again, Xanos suddenly ran over, pounding on the door and shouting loudly, "Young master, are you in there? Liang Yu is here." Upon hearing these words, Qinlai's heart immediately felt a touch of panic. Zhui Wanjie sent someone already? This quickly? The deadline has arrived. If I can't hand over the Rongyuan pill, I'm afraid it'll be a matter of life or death. Damn it! What on earth am I supposed to do now? Liang Yu quickly approached Qinli's door and triumphantly shouted, "Lai Feng, I know you're in there. Mansion Master requests your presence for a visit." Seeing that Qinli didn't utter a word, he immediately uttered a few words of warning. "If you still don't come out, I'll barge right in." As soon as the words fell, Liang Yu stepped closer, extending his hand, ready to push the door open and enter. At the same time, Qinli quickly stepped out from inside. He subtly furrowed his brow, looking at him with clear displeasure. "What's with all that shouting? I heard you already. Let's just go." After a while, the two of them arrived at Su Manor in West City. As soon as they arrived, they saw Sui Yuanji already waiting there. Seeing this, Qinli merely bowed his head and cupped his hands reverently, then said, "This subordinate greets the manor lord." Zue Yuanji immediately spun around, smiling brightly at him with an exceedingly impatient attitude. "You're finally here? Where's the vitality elixir? Haven't you refined it yet?" Qinli let out a soft sigh and quietly replied, "Manor lord, this subordinate is incompetent. This vitality elixir is not as easy to refine as one might think." After Shui Yonjie heard these words, his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. The words that came out of his mouth sounded, at first, like merely ordinary reprimands. But in reality, they were all actually thinly veiled threats, like holding a knife to Qinli's throat. "Elder Lai, you should know perfectly well in your heart how generously this manor has treated you, shouldn't you? Since I began our alliance, I even indulged you by letting you sell elixirs to Mu Manor. I haven't even touched a single one of the spiritual medicines brought to this prefect's residence. Not even the connection between you and the Qin clan. I didn't even mention it." After saying that, he stepped beside Qinli, gently asking again, "This prefect overlooked all your actions, and this is how you repay me?" Upon hearing this, Qinli's eyes widened, and he was too choked up to utter a word. "What? Is someone monitoring me?" All my recent actions, Shui Yuanji knew like the back of his hand. Then, an image of Liang Yu quickly appeared in Qinli's mind. Could it be him? Qinli tried to regain his composure. He quickly clasped his hands together and continued resolutely, "Lord Prefect, please calm your anger. Your subordinate has already found a solution. Please grant your subordinate 3 months. If I'm late by even a single day, I'll gladly accept any punishment." After saying that, sweat continuously poured down Qinli's face. He nervously awaited Shu Yuanji's answer. Shu Yuanji immediately turned around and chuckled a few times, his demeanor full of suspicion. 3 months? Why should I give you 3 months? If you still haven't finished, you'll want this prefect to wait another 3 months, won't you? Upon hearing this, Qinli hastily shook his head in response. If this subordinate says 3 months, then it will definitely be 3 months. Shu Yuanji, finding his words completely untrustworthy, pressed him further. "So tell me, what exactly do you plan to do?" Qinli, at this moment, slightly lowered his head and slowly began to explain. "Manor Lord, refining this elixir demands extremely precise heavenly timing and earthly advantage. Therefore, during the refining process, I need to find a place where yin and yang intertwine, so I can daily expel yin, supplement yang, and have primordial spiritual essence assist me." Zui Yuanji, hearing of such a thing for the very first time, felt utterly suspicious. He slightly narrowed his eyes, asking him suspiciously, Yin and yang intertwining, you say? You're not just spouting nonsense to fool this lord, are you?" Qinli, appearing exceedingly confident, continued, "This method is absolutely precise. I beg you, Manor Lord, Please grant this subordinate 3 months. Should I exceed it by even 1 day, this subordinate will personally offer up his head. After all, to obtain the elixir, he would have to rely on Xinlai anyway. Therefore, Shui Yuanji did not pursue the matter any further. He immediately agreed. Fine. If you are so resolute, I shall grant you 3 more months. Then he turned and continued to ask, when do you plan to go find this place where yin and yang intertwine? Xinlai didn't wait too long, immediately clasped his hands and respectfully replied, this matter cannot be delayed. Your subordinate will depart immediately. However, Xinli was also secretly making quite a few plans of his own. Humph. I'm not so foolish as to place all my hopes on just any place of yin-yang harmony. As long as I leave Shengyuan Ancient City, even if, in the end, I still can't whip up a deep forest high mountain elixir, escaping would still be easier than from this zoo manor. Shu Yuanji is not an easy person to deal with. He acts with extreme caution. As if he could predict Qin Lai's moves, he immediately proposed his idea. All right, if you wish to leave the city to refine pills, then to protect your safety, I will assign an attendant to you. He will ensure your safety. Then, turning to his side, he spoke loudly. Liang Yu, Elder Lai is departing this time. You will be responsible for Elder Lai's safety. You will also assist Elder Lai with miscellaneous tasks. Understood? As soon as the words fell, Liang Yu quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Yes, Manor Lord, rest assured. After arranging everything, Sui Yuanji joyfully turned back to Qin Li and softly warned him. Elder Lai, in these final 3 months, if you can refine the Dung Yuan pill, I will not only not punish you, but I will also heavily reward you. But if you fail, you must already know what the consequences will be. Then he waved his hand and continued. Go on, I await your good news. After that, Qinli and Zhang Yu quickly set off to find a suitable place for the convergence of yin and yang, to refine the Dungyuan Dan. 300 miles east of the city, there was a large mountain. It was a gloomy, dark place with no traces of humans and countless demonic beasts. Its name was Bai Yun Mountain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they were swiftly at the foot of the mountain. Xinlai cautiously looked around. Then he continually nodded. Here, besides Shanghun Valley, everywhere else, the yin energy is abundant and merges with other yin energy, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu quickly replied, this place has a waterfall, and behind it there's a secluded valley where the yin energy is strongest. As for yang energy, we can just find a spot near the mountain peak. After walking a bit further, Zhang Yu suddenly became pensive. He softly murmured, this place should be perfect now. The scene before them was a vast mountain. In front, there was a small lake, and inside there was even a small mountain cave. The surrounding trees and plants were incredibly lush and fresh. Xinlai, seeing this, continuously nodded and softly questioned, oh, what a great spot! And there's even a mountain cave, Liang Yu. It seems you're quite familiar with this area. Liang Yu immediately looked displeased. He just muttered a few words and then walked away. HMPH. I just passed by here a few years ago, that's all. For now, we should still go set up the spirit guarding formation first. Ben Li noticed Liang Yu's strange attitude. He couldn't help but speculate in his heart. He seems much colder than before. Shu Yuanji probably gave him some instructions before he left. Thinking of this, he immediately felt utterly disgusted. On the surface, he said he was protecting me, but in reality, he's more like monitoring me. However, after saying that, he broke into a very smug smile. No one knows my true strength is actually at the Profound Realm's 3rd stage. Stage 3, while not enough to deal with Shui Yuanji, is still more than enough for Liang Yu. Luang Du, ever the cautious one, swiftly plastered a spirit-warding talisman right at the cave entrance, just in case things got a little too spirited. Tanliet, on the other hand, had a few friendly reminders of his own. From this very day forward, we'll be cooped up in this charming abode for a whole 3 months, and to save us all from, let's say, unnecessary verbal sparring matches. From now on, this cave is a no Luang Du zone, without my express permission. After all, our chances of actually succeeding are slim, and if the estate lord comes down with a vengeance for any slip-ups, let's just say, I'm not taking the fall for it. Luang Du, naturally, just smirked. His nonchalant demeanor was practically an art form. He completely brushed off Tanliet's little sermon, and promptly marched straight into the cave's interior. Don't fret, Elder Liet, he called out. Just focus on your pill refining, all right? 3 months might sound like an eternity, but trust me, it'll fly by. Tanliet, seeing his words utterly ignored, swiftly got to work on his own refining. To concoct the primordial pill, one needed nothing less than black spirit reishi, devil's seed herb, and the ever-elusive icy snow marrow. Employing the primordial yang true flame for smelting, precisely 1 Kangeo asterisk later, a refined medicinal liquid would emerge. Following that, a 300-year-old Huangjing was to be introduced as the guiding catalyst. This would then awaken the latent medicinal powers of the 3 primary ingredients. Once purified, all of it goes into the refining cauldron for a 749-day refinement. Every day at noon, just add some yin and yang. Qin Li frowned, looking at the medicinal cauldron before him. As for the rest, all we can do is wait. However, whether it will succeed, I cannot guarantee. If it succeeds, that's naturally for the best. Otherwise, he then used the bone transformation art to instantly change his appearance, a smirk playing on his lips. He pondered. About 8 to 10 days before the deadline, I just need to find a chance to make a run for it. By then, there won't be any need for further trouble constantly changing disguises like this. Just as he stepped out, he saw Liang Yu waiting outside, ready to scrutinize him. Elder Lai, what exactly are you doing? Qin Li frowned slightly, crossed his arms over his chest, and replied, I've already put the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. From now on, we'll need 1 bucket of spring water every day to refine the elixir. I'll go upstream to that waterfall and fetch 1 bucket first. Liang Yu scratched his face a few times, then quickly scurried closer. All right, I'll come along. Wen Lai calmly shrugged and walked forward. Fine by me. With you here, I'll be even safer. Let's get going. After that, Qin Lai glanced back at him. He glared with unceasing disdain. For a loyal dog, Luang Yu isn't half bad himself. He continuously followed Qin Lai, never leaving his side. Lai Feng, don't you dare try any tricks. The 2 of them quickly made their way upstream. Above them, the sky was pitch black. Spiritual energy continuously surged back and forth. Qin Lai looked around for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim, even after all these years in Shangyuan Ancient City, the atmosphere here is still the best. Upon hearing that, Luang Yu merely replied coldly, The spiritual energy of Shangyuan Ancient City is greatly influenced by Mount Gan Qi. Of course, there are many benefits, but there are also too many cultivators. Qin Lai nodded slightly a few times. Someone like me should go to places with fewer people. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Lai suddenly stood up, his face paling. Wang Yu, do you smell anything? Luang Yu's expression grew puzzled as he continuously glanced around. What a wonderful fragrance. It's wafting from over here. Qin Li pointed at the wisp of pink smoke floating in the sky. He added, It seems to be due our west. Let's go check it out. The 2 of them swiftly followed the fragrance spreading across the ground, feeling this whole thing incredibly peculiar. What on earth was this fragrance emanating from? Qin Lai frowned faintly, shaking his head, finding it hard to guess. Even within the impoverished Zhao Kingdom's borders, one can still find quite a few strange treasures, especially in the deep mountains, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally abundant. It readily allows wondrous flowers and peculiar herbs to flourish. They walked on and on until night fell, yet still hadn't discovered anything conclusive. The scene before them now felt somewhat strange, unlike that previous cave. Qin Li cautiously surveyed his surroundings for a moment, then spoke to Liang Yu. I noticed here, with its lush flowers and grasses and dense foliage, it must be from some kind of medicinal herb. Liang Yu frowned slightly, his expression turning suspicious. This place is very close to Shanghun Valley. Unless... He then stared wide-eyed. The scent is gone. It was wafting from the west. We've already traveled 3 miles. The fragrance only disappeared when they reached this point. Qin Lai didn't overthink it. Directly placing his hand near the base of the gnarled tree there, he carved a large mark onto it. All right, let's mark this spot first. Tonight, after I've refined my spiritual energy, I'll coincidentally have some free time. We can come back here for another look. Liang Yu himself was also a little curious, but being a man of few words, he simply gave a cool, all right. Qin Lai, at this moment, was absolutely delighted inside, as if he'd already predicted Liang Yu's answer. Ha! Just as I expected, he couldn't refuse. To witness a treasure of heaven and earth is a rare stroke of luck. Any ordinary cultivator, really, who could possibly resist such a chance? Afterward, if he gains some benefit, I can just make sure he doesn't report it to his superiors. That way, he'll surely feel content under Ji Yuanjie. However, I can't make him betray Ji Yuanjie entirely, but at the very least, it'll make my own escape much easier. Next, I'll just have to see if this treasure truly possesses such captivating allure. After returning to the mountain grotto, Qin Li quickly added Yin's spiritual energy into the medicinal cauldron. Only a moment later, he stepped outside, quickly ran in front of Liang Yu, gave him a signal. Go on, take a look. The 2 quickly went to the marked tree, constantly speculating. Indeed, that direction was Shanghun Gulch. Liang Yu subtly furrowed his brow and nodded a few times. It seems we weren't wrong. That thing is indeed in the gulch. The space around here is truly terrifying. It constantly emits strange sounds. It really makes your hair stand on end. Suddenly, in front of them, a pillar of light shone straight down from the sky. It quickly attracted the attention of Qin Li and Liang Yu. Qin Lai then continued, All around here are the cries of lonely spirits and wild ghosts. It's even louder than the Alchemy Mountain Cave. Liang Yu nodded several times. He then recounted to him what had once occurred here. That year, Shanghun Gulch had over 100 soul cultivators. They enjoyed snatching the souls of the living. Ordinary specters were no problem. But what if there are spirits? Just then, a loud bang suddenly echoed, startling Liang Yu. He shivered a few times, immediately falling silent. Queen Lai, upon seeing this, couldn't help but let out a few chuckles. "What's wrong? Scared now?" Liang Yu only murmured, Afterward, Qin Li looked at Liang Yu with a serious expression and said, "I know you've also broken through to the first level of the Guizhen realm. Given our current cultivation levels, venturing a bit deeper shouldn't be an issue, right? The moment we sense danger, we'll immediately split up. What do you say?" Liang Yu's hand suddenly trembled violently at this. He could only clench his fists, taking a deep breath. He then turned and decisively walked straight ahead. "All right, let's go." After walking a short while, they suddenly spotted a small stone tablet by the road. Carved on it were the 3 characters, Shanghun Jiyu. It looked incredibly eerie. Kinley immediately pointed ahead and whispered, "This is the place." Liang Yu subtly glanced around and replied, "It's freezing here. Are the ghost-repelling talismans ready?" Qin Lai just replied coldly, "Relax." Afterward, the two continued walking toward the pillar of light ahead. "We're almost there." Upon arrival, both stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, completely speechless. This is... Before them was a rather tall tree. It emitted a brilliant golden light, though it had no leaves. In the middle of the tree trunk, a strange fruit had grown, perfectly round and enormous, just like an egg. Shenlai pondered for a moment, continuously piecing together the events. That's why, recently, countless yin spirit herbs would naturally grow here. However, the most challenging part is that this contrasting plant, the azure spirit fruit, can be considered a one-of-a-kind spiritual treasure. Liang Yu, hearing about this fruit for the first time, asked, in astonishment, "So, what does this fruit do?" Qin Li immediately replied, "This fruit is the primary ingredient used to refine the profound gold elixir. Yet, it can also be consumed directly to drastically increase the user's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu's eyes widened, completely speechless. Qin Lai chuckled a few times, then turned to him and gently asked, "Do you understand what I mean, Liang Yu? Although everyone is for the mansion lord's sake, after all, we were the ones who discovered this Qingling fruit. Isn't that so? When cultivating Qingling fruits, it's not like with other ordinary plants. Brother, observe carefully. Inside, it's cultivating 3 actual fruits. Don't tell me you intend to hand all 3 over to the mansion lord, do you?" Liang Yu simply crossed his arms calmly over his chest and replied coldly, "What else could I do?" Qin Li had already anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't overly surprised by his reply. However, he merely tried to persuade him gently. "Listen, Liang Yu, I know you are devotedly righteous, yet sometimes you ought to think of yourself, shouldn't you?" At these words, Liang Yu immediately gave him a suspicious look. "Are you implying you want to monopolize the Qingling fruits?" Seeing this, Qin Lai quickly waved his hands, saying, "How could that be? Aren't you right here with me? Just think, there are 3 fruits. You and I each take 1. The remaining one, hand it over to the manor lord. Wouldn't that be perfect then? This way, I get rewarded. And I also get a little something for myself. Why wouldn't I do it?" These words made Liang Yu ponder, to say the least. He gritted his teeth, his mind fiercely battling itself. After a spell of deep contemplation, he finally agreed to Qin Lai's entirely reasonable proposition. Still, he maintained a calm demeanor as he reminded him, "All right, if that's the case, then we'll split it. However, this matter is strictly between you and me. No one is ever to speak of it again." Qin Li was utterly delighted. He immediately stepped forward and retrieved 2 small fruits from the spirit fruit. Holding them out, he nodded slightly. "Of course you take these too. Keep one for yourself. As for the other, bring it back and hand it over to the manor lord. This means we've successfully concluded yet another matter." "Congratulations!" The two hadn't gone far before a furious voice erupted from behind them. "Who dares to be so brazen?" Immediately afterward, a furious whirlwind stirred up. Both of them were so terrified their faces turned pale, standing still like statues. A green demon with a menacing appearance and teeth as sharp as thorns. It quickly spread its claws and lunged straight for them. This demon is none other than the Guizhen demon spirit. It glared at Qin Lai and Liang Yu, then roared, "How dare you touch my spirit stone fruit?" Both of them turned around simultaneously. Liang Yu frowned slightly. "We've been discovered." Qin Li, on the other hand, just chuckled. "Since we can't hide it anymore, we'll just have to kill it." After a moment, the demon spirit's eyes turned feral. It couldn't contain the joy in its heart. It burst into hearty laughter. "Since you've arrived, don't even dream of escaping today. This spirit hasn't tasted fresh souls in ages. Ha 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 ha." Then it shot a beam of power towards Qin Lai. Thanks to his agile movements, he fortunately dodged the attack. though it left Qinlai a little flustered. Cold sweat suddenly beaded on him. This thing actually has the power of the third layer of the Guizhen stage? This isn't good. He then turned to Liang Yu and yelled, "Ghost-dispelling talismans have no effect on true-form ghost spirits. Liang Yu, is there another way?" Liang Yu, I barely managed to dodge a few of its attacks. He's panting non-stop. He took a running start, dashing towards Qin Li, a new talisman in his hand, and continued speaking. "There is a way. Try to hold it off for me, just for a little while." With that, he gently closed his eyes and began to cast his spell. After waiting a moment, Qin Li still didn't see any reaction from him. As that ghost spirit drew even closer, he grew impatient. "Still not done yet," he said, then whipped around to face Liang Yu. Just then, Liang Yu's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed as he bellowed, "Spirit subjugation, go!" With that, he flung the talisman towards the ghost spirit. As the ghost spirit charged, it was immediately suppressed by the talisman's power. It shrieked relentlessly, utterly unwilling to yield, and continued to curse. "You disgusting humans! Just you wait for me." No sooner had it spoken than it slowly vanished. Seeing this, Qinlai ran forward. "Come on, let's go see." After searching for a while, the two of them couldn't find any trace of it. Only then did they dare to let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that's finally dealt with. At that moment, Qinlai clasped his hands and bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for lending a helping hand today. Without you, I'm afraid this one here would have become food for that demonic creature." Liang Yu immediately turned away, continuously dusting off his hands. "It's nothing. Protecting you was an order from the Fuzhou. We really should leave this place quickly. This is merely my temporary seal. It will reappear after a short while." He also didn't forget to remind Qinlai. "Furthermore, you should really start worrying about yourself. If you fail to cultivate the Rongyuan Dan, it certainly won't be me who suffers." Upon hearing these words, Qin Li simply remained silent. He said nothing more, and then both quickly returned to the mountain cave. At this moment, Qinlai couldn't stop pondering the day's events. From Liang Yu's attitude, it was clear that even if he successfully cultivated the Rongyuan Dan, he likely wouldn't find a favorable outcome either. Presently, the greatest threat wasn't the Mo Shen, but rather Xie Yuanji himself. After that, he looked at the Qingling fruit in his hand, continuously making calculations. If you want to escape, then you must prepare thoroughly. Or what if they turn hostile? What qualifications do I have to compare myself to him then? I'll just have to risk it then. Liang Yu still has 2 pills on him. When I can no longer be saved, I'll seize them first. Having said that, he quickly consumed the azure spirit fruit in his hand. Outside, Liang Yu quietly took out a talisman. He transformed it into a bird. Afterward, he carefully instructed it. "Go, deliver this news to the Manor Lord," he said, then released it, his heart swelling with smug triumph. "Ha-ha, Li Feng! Your death is drawing near." After consuming the azure spirit fruit, Qinlai was tormented with doubled agony. The yang spirit of this venerable fruit was incredibly abundant, causing his body to struggle greatly in withstanding this primal yang spiritual power. It was like a wild, untamed horse, causing Qinlai unimaginable agony. After a long, agonizing period of assimilation and despair, Qinlai finally managed to transform this power into his own strength, entering the late stage of the Guizhenfu realm. Qinlai let out a breath after cultivating. It successfully completed the 6 layers of true return. However, rising 3 cultivation realms in one go still needed a bit of time to stabilize. While this strength still couldn't compare to Mo Shen, against Shu Yuanji, he already had a fair chance of victory. As he considered this, he felt the opportunity firmly in his grasp. Rumble! A thunderous sound shook the heavens. Everything in the cave trembled. Rocks and dirt fell from above, leaving Qinlai puzzled. What was that? An earthquake? No, that's not right. This direction leads to Kanghun Valley. Qinlai shifted into his gale wind stance and darted out of the cave. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. What on earth just happened? Could it be that Ghost Spirit destroyed the seal? He approached Liang Yu. Qin Li asked Liang Yu, "What's going on?" The other man turned around. "Elder Lai, this doesn't concern you. Go back to your pill refining," he sneered. "What's wrong? Or perhaps, after 2 months, you've already refined a Rongyuan pill?" Qin Li gasped internally. Had I been in seclusion for that long? On the outside, he was still verbally sparring with him. "Liang Yu, I'm warning you, this isn't your domain to control here." Liang Yu replied, "The Manor Lord has ordered me to ensure your safety. He hopes I won't leave this area." Qinlai retorted, "The Manor Lord has arrived." Qinlai couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Oh no, I can't believe Zhu Yuanji is here. Could it be that he already spoke to Su Yuanjie about Shanghun Valley? No, that's not right. I've been in seclusion for so long, and Zhu Yuanjie has never come to find me. Could it be he has some other objective? Thinking this, Qinli shoved Liang Yu aside. Get out of the way! I'm heading out of this cave, fast! Liang Yu, startled by Qinlai's push, nearly stumbled and exclaimed, "Hey!" When Li went outside the cave and saw, several mountains away in the distance, a pillar of light flash. Sure enough, it was in the direction of Shanghun Valley. Liang Yu shouted, "Li Feng, what are you doing?" Qinlai scoffed and said, "Nothing. Just going back to continue refining pills now." Qinlai's heart, unable to make sense of the situation, also felt a few glimmers of unease surface. The situation doesn't look too good. Sui Huanji's actions are always so strange. I can't tell what he's planning. Since Liang Yu has already revealed the Azure Spirit Fruit, leaving won't be so easy. In the days that followed, Qin Li observed the goings-on outside, day after day. Sui Huanji didn't show up, and Liang Yu kept watch outside the cave entrance every day. Meanwhile, in Kanghun Valley, a few flashes of light occasionally pierced the gloom, as if someone was engaged in a fierce battle. Due to the constant surveillance, Qin Lai couldn't go over to investigate either. Just like that, the final month passed, and Qin Lai emerged, holding a pill freshly forged from the furnace. The black pill, radiating an icy, chilling aura, signaled the successful creation of the Fusion Origin Pill. An extreme yin pill, indeed. Is this pill a magical artifact used by soul cultivators? Could it be that Shu Yuanji's forte is soul cultivation's secret arts? Li Feng called out from outside the cave, "Elder Lai, the mansion lord has arrived. Please come out to meet him." From within, Qin Lai called back, "All right, I'll be right there." Shui Wanjie watched Li Feng approach, then asked, "Has the Fusion Origin Pill been successfully refined?" Li Feng responded, reporting, "Mansion Lord, your humble subordinate has not disappointed you. I invite the Mansion Lord to test it." His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Ji Yuanji held the pill, which radiated a chilling aura. Corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Such cold spiritual energy. It truly is an essence melting pill. Elder Li Feng is indeed this lord's lucky star. However, having such extraordinary merit without proper reward, what kind of logic is that, Liang Yu? He turned, flashing a knowing smile at his loyal subordinate. Liang Yu, his longtime confidant, immediately understood, cupping his hands respectfully. "Yes, this subordinate understands, my lord." An ominous premonition flared within Qinlai's heart. Extraordinary merit without reward? Even a fool can grasp the profound implications. Could this scoundrel really be burning bridges so quickly? Liang Yu slowly approached, manifesting a vibrant orange orb in his palm. It emitted dangerous energy rays, and he smirked. His pupils, too, gleamed with a deadly orange hue. "Elder Li Feng, have a pleasant journey, won't you?" His pupils, Qinlai's pupils recoiled, only two words flashing in his mind. "Thunder sound!" Then, with a bang, it all vanished. A terrifying explosion engulfed Li Feng's position. When the smoke and dust dispersed, his figure was no longer there. Liang Yu let out a sound, a hint of regret in his voice. He's quite the quick one, isn't he? Shui Yuanjie believed Li Feng couldn't get far with his current strength. Capturing him again was merely a walk in the park. He smiled calmly. "Liang Yu, go after him, quickly. I want him found, dead or alive." Liang Yu smirked confidently. "Master, rest assured he won't get away." Qinlai shot through the dense forest like an arrow. In his mind, he was silently calculating his miscalculations. Who knew they'd turn on me so fast? Could it be because of the wrong yuan pill formula that I possess? HMPH. Unbelievable. Instead, I'm spared from wasting it on Yan Shou now. That old geezer, even in his wildest dreams, wouldn't have imagined being betrayed by Shu Yuanjie. Perhaps this is the price for taking that old man's life. Gasping for breath from running for his life, Qinlai suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. A familiar figure was already waiting there. "Liang Yu, that quick, huh?" Seeing Lai Feng's pathetic struggles, Liang Yu flashed a mocking smile. "Elder Lai, why aren't you running anymore?" "Go on, keep running." Qinlai thought to himself, "No way! He got here before me? How is that even possible?" Oh, right. He suddenly remembered a few months ago, when he came here with Liang Yu. During a conversation, he had inquired and learned that Liang Yu was extremely familiar with the terrain of Baiyun Mountain. Qinlai looked straight into his opponent's eyes. His voice deepened. "Liang Yu, don't you forget about the spirit purification fruit. If word gets out, you'll bring a heap of trouble down on yourself." Liang Yu scoffed contemptuously. "Don't you worry, all my fruits have already been handed over to the estate lord. As for the ones on you, well, I'm not even talking about those. Once I kill you, naturally, they'll be mine anyway." His gaze on Qinlai was like looking at a fish already on the chopping block. "Since you're practically at death's door, I'm not afraid to tell you this much. For years now, I've been an informant sent by the estate master, always keeping an eye on you. Even infiltrating the Lin family alliance to gather intelligence, you were the one out in the open, while I worked from the shadows. It's just a pity I couldn't get any useful intelligence." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, his hand unleashing spirit energy. He bellowed towards Lai Feng, "You can take that boundless gratitude of yours and rest in peace." With those words, a mighty palm strike shot straight towards Qin Lai. However, Qin Lai, quick as lightning, dodged the fatal blow, then used the momentum to spin around and grab his hand. With a whoosh, he flipped him onto his back. Liang Yang fell sprawling on the ground, his body colliding hard with the rocks and pebbles. He struggled to sit up, his heart filled with shock and bewilderment. This oppressive aura, its late stage return to true. Qin Lai snatched the Thunder Sound Orb from his hand, looking down at the defeated opponent at his feet. I'll return a Thunder Palm Strike to you as well. That could be considered tit for tat, wouldn't you say? With that, he launched the Thunder Sphere forward. Liang Yang cried out, "Ah!" He hastily deployed a Spirit Energy shield for protection. The two streams of Spirit Energy collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion, reverberating throughout the green forest. HMPH. As the dust and smoke cleared, Qin Lai saw an unexpected sight. Shui Yuanji appeared, blocking that palm strike just now for Liang Yu, one who was kneeling on one knee, saluting. Shui Yuanji's voice was a bit testy. "So, the Manor Lord himself came to your rescue, Liang Yu? You're quite the big shot, aren't you? Honestly, you've forgotten who's the master and who's the servant." Immediately, he changed his expression, turning to Qin Lai with a fake smile. "I never expected Elder Qin to be so adept at concealing your true power. Your cultivation has reached the late stage of the Guizhen realm, has it?" Qin Lai wasn't one to back down, continuing the conversation. "It seems the Manor Lord has no intention of sparing my life, does he? Everyone who has ever seen the Rongyuan pill, I, the Manor Lord, wish none of them to remain alive in this world." These words startled and terrified Liang Yu. He looked up at his master. He realized that statement also included him. Shui Yuanji continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Before this Manor Lord's power, reaching the 8th layer of the Guizhen realm, what more do you have to say?" Qin Lai knew he couldn't escape. In his hands, he began to channel spiritual energy. "It seems, Shui Yuanji, that at this point, anything I say is futile. If today isn't your death day, then it'll be mine." Suddenly, Xie Yuanji narrowed his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, You're not Lei Feng." Qin Lai had used his true form to confront Ye Yuanji. Only then could he unleash his full power. He declared coldly, "There's no such thing as Lei Feng in this world. My name is Qin Lai." With spiritual energy summoned to his hands, Qin Lai's face darkened, his voice icy cold. "Xie Yuanji, I never intended to become your enemy. However, since you've brought trouble upon yourself, don't blame me for being impolite." Xie Yuanji scoffed disdainfully. "You're too naive if you think you can kill me. Do you truly believe reaching the 6th layer of Guizhen means you can escape this lord's grasp?" Qin Lai completely ignored his words. He merely grunted. He then provocatively stepped forward with all his might. "Well then, let's see your true strength." Liang Yu, standing nearby, cried out anxiously, "Patriarch, be careful!" Meanwhile, Xie Yuanjie continued to laugh heartily. He then summoned a blue-purple orb in his hand. Electric sparks flew all around. He sneered at the person in front. "Doesn't know his own strength, does he?" No sooner had he spoken than countless lightning bolts shot out from the orb, showering down on Qin Lai. The lightning bolts that missed him merely slammed into the ground, exploding in a dramatic fashion. Boom! Shuang Yi, looking a tad surprised, mused, "Oh, quite agile, aren't we? But what good will that do you now?" The electric orb in his hand swelled ominously, then zipped straight up into the heavens. The lightning bolts rained down, looking like dozens of razor-sharp arrows, each one carrying a truly deadly surge of power. Qin Lai observed the spectacle before him, silently taking stock. Well, both the speed and power have clearly ramped up. Guess I'll just have to meet it head-on then. He countered with a surge of spirit energy, deflecting one incoming lightning bolt, then another. He continued to unleash continuous slashes of spirit energy, fending off the onslaught. One hand busy defending, the other Qin Lai used to casually summon a talisman. Grade 6 talisman? What's he planning now? Zhu Yuanji couldn't quite fathom it. Before he even had a chance to properly ponder, Qin Lai bellowed, "Explode! Boom!" A sky-shattering boom erupted directly ahead, as if a localized earthquake had just occurred. Everything in that spot was sent flying, turning the area into an absolute disaster zone. Shui Yuanjie merely commented, his composure utterly unshaken. This childish shock couldn't even faze him, let alone injure him suddenly from behind. Qin Lai, without anyone realizing, had already closed in, slashing at him with a spirit sword. His other hand then summoned a talisman, and Qin Lai chanted an incantation. "Gathering Cloud Sword Slash," he taunted. "Don't get too ahead of yourself." Shui Yuanjie cried out in agony as fresh blood spurted out. Liang Yu, injured, observed from the side. He was utterly astonished. In an instant, Jin Lai seemed to have gained the upper hand. Who would have thought that just a second later, Qin Lai would be defeated, collapsing to the ground. Fresh blood streamed down from his hand. His spirit sword had also shattered. Zhu Yuanjie looked at the defeated young man before him. His voice brimmed with triumph. Your spirit energy is destroyed and your right hand is crippled. Qin Lai, what do you have left to say for yourself? Qin Lai sighed. Shui Yuanji, you are indeed formidable. But today, the one who dies won't be me. Shadow Cat. With that, he pulled a purple glowing talisman from his pouch. A massive shadow cat appeared behind Qin Lai, glaring ferociously at the person before them. Shui Yuanjie was taken aback. He thought to himself, I was careless. He even has beast talismans. Shui Yuanji roared. Don't imagine a mere level 2 beast talisman can fantastically defeat me. I don't care what kind of talisman that is. As long as I kill the caster, it'll all be useless. Give up and die. He then rushed towards Qin Lai, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he noticed a thin, glowing thread wrapped around his hand. Shui Yuanji was perplexed. When did the entanglement silk get on me? Spark of delight flickered in the corner of Qin Lai's eye. Time to counterattack. Meanwhile, Shui Yuanji was still tangled up. He thought of burning them off, but it was too late. A chilling dread gripped his heart. Qin Lai chuckled as he placed the wind-guiding banner on the ground. It's too late to burn them now. The poison from the entanglement silk has already permeated your skin. Now, just wait for your cultivation realm and power to be severely damaged. The treasure's aura surged, each gust of wind radiating the same imposing presence as its wielder. Shui Yuanji stared at the treasure in Qin Lai's hand. He stammered, That's the wind-guiding banner. You have the wind-guiding banner? Tan Lai chuckled in response. Indeed. Standing before the phantom cat and the wind talisman flag, tell me, who do you think will die today? Zhu Yuanjie regained his composure, letting out a scoff. His voice carried a hint of disdain. This matter isn't all that important. Grade 2 beast talismans and top-grade spirit artifacts. They are indeed quite terrifying. However, you've been fighting me for so long. Do you still have the spirit energy to activate them? Tan Lai raised a pill in his hand and smirked. Master Shu, have you forgotten who my master is? As if remembering something, he gasped. By the heavens! Could it be? Tan Lai continued. That's right. At the very beginning of our duel, I already used the Dragon Tiger pill and Heavenly Spring pill to recover my spirit energy. Now, besides a few minor scratches, I've barely expended any energy at all. On the contrary, you've been relentlessly unleashing powerful attacks and have likely depleted half of your spirit energy by now. Indeed, simultaneously using a top-grade spirit artifact and grade 2 talismans consumes a tremendous amount of energy. But you're utterly exhausted, while I'm brimming with power. How much longer can you possibly hold out? What's more, you've been hit by the Luotuang effect. Any spirit energy you use will be consumed at double the rate. Shu Yuanji, no matter how this plays out today, you're going to die. Clap, clap, clap! Zhu Yuanji clapped his hands, a smile of praise gracing his lips after Qin Lai's outburst. Indeed, everything is interconnected. Even this lord couldn't help but praise you. I assume that binding talisman you stuck on me was also during your ambush, wasn't it? You even risked losing an arm for it. Such decisiveness. Truly a blend of courage and cunning. Just as you said, this lord's spiritual power isn't what it used to be. Your efforts in this battle to deplete my power could be considered a success. Yet, you calculated everything with precision, but ultimately, you lost. If I let you leave here today, you'll surely become a monumental disaster later. With those words, he pulled out a scroll. From within, a bizarre black-green aura emanated. Qin Lai's face turned grim. It was a black jade slip. It exuded an ominous aura. From within, a monstrous demonic soul crawled out, its eyes glowing with light. A dangerous black aura radiated from its entire body. It gazed down at the person before it, a chilling "Ah-ha-ha!" echoing as it smiled. He, Sui Yuanji, you've offered me quite a lot lately, haven't you? Zhu Yuanji snapped from the side. Enough nonsense. There are 3 living souls here. That should be plenty for you to feast on, right? The demon spirit looked around, seeing 1 spirit beast and 1 late-stage return-to-true realm cultivator. He then looked at Liang Yu, snorted, and turned to ask Sui Yuanji, this subordinate is yours, isn't he? Oh, this one also counts? Liang Yu was startled and terrified, quickly turning to look at Shu Yuanji. Master, please spare Liang Yu's life. I may not have merit, but I've certainly endured hardships. Shu Yuanji looked at him and smiled, but his voice was utterly cold. Stop babbling. If you want this fellow to make a move, he'll definitely need living souls as offerings. Otherwise, why do you think I'd bother keeping you alive? Do you really think you're that important? I already said at the beginning, anyone who saw the wrong Yuandan wouldn't live. Liang Yu's face turned ashen. He never expected that his master, whom he had followed for so many years, he thought he was a trusted confidant. and would still retain some affection from Sui Yuanji. But no, he helplessly watched the demon spirit look at him and smile. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhu Yuanji. A piteous shriek echoed through the mountains. Liang Yu has been devoured alive by the specter, Qin Li thought to himself. After Liang Yu dies, I'll be next. Quen Lai, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately summoned the Shadow Cat flag talisman of the wind. I must act to subdue it first. The specter roared with laughter. Perfect timing. This venerable one shall properly entertain a little cat like you. It surged forward, attacking the Shadow Cat. The Shadow Cat was sucked in by the specter, unable to struggle. It only managed to let out a muffled yelp. Quen Lai watched the scene unfold before him, his heart pounding with urgency. Liang Yu was refined, and the Shadow Cat was sucked away. Could it be a soul cultivator? After devouring those two snacks, the specter grew even stronger. It looked at Qin Lai as if he were a delicious treat. Kid, consider yourself unlucky to have encountered this venerable one. Now, hand over your soul. It repeated again, speaking maniacally. Kid, hand over your soul. Qin Lai did not yield. Clutching his magical artifact tightly, he roared, Dream on! Flag talisman of the wind! The specter scoffed, but the magical artifact didn't hit it. Quen Lai was astonished. It passed right through. That's right, he wasn't truly substantial. His physical body wasn't affected by it at all. The ghost saw that the person in front wasn't even fighting. Instead, they were just flailing wildly, to be precise. He sneered. Ha ha ha, see you in the next life. Quen Lai stared wide-eyed at the ghost, which was about to swallow him whole, utterly unable to resist. Its hand had already touched his chest. My life is over! Suddenly, everyone froze. Suddenly, the star compass appeared in front of Qin Lai's chest, radiating a golden glow like fire. The ghost was bewildered. What is this? Before he could even comprehend, the star compass erupted with a blinding light, and the ghost could not withstand the intense light and screamed in agony. No! 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 A second later, it shattered into a million pieces and then disintegrated. The star compass, like a nimble cat, darted into Qin Lai's chest. He looked at his chest, bewildered. What just happened? The mysterious star compass automatically appeared just now and destroyed that evil spirit. Unless vengeful spirits and weeping ghosts belong to the world of impurities, and the main function of the star compass is to eliminate impurities. It seems this operates on the same principle as eliminating impurities in refining elixirs. How lucky if the star compass hadn't helped. By now I'm afraid I've also been assimilated. Just like Liang Yu. Thud, thud. The scroll containing ghost souls fell. It's truly dead, Xu Yuanji cried out, an unbelievable expression on his face. No way. You actually weren't devoured by the vengeful ghost. Qin Lai, whose heart was still pounding after his near-death experience, laughed and said, Then I must thank Lord Xi for guiding me all these years. If Lord Xi hadn't allowed this humble one to join the Black Market Alliance in the first place, I'm afraid I would forever be unable to be your match. Xu Yuanji looked at the scroll in front of him. That good for nothing, he shouted loudly. Just half a month ago, I fed a ghost spirit's soul, and now it can't even defeat a mere kid at the Gijin stage? Qin Lai recalled. Half a month ago, a ghost spirit? Could it be the one I encountered when I took the azure spirit fruit? No wonder there was suddenly an earthquake and a radiant light back then. It turns out Zhi Yuanji was clashing. Qin Lai, summoning the talisman wind flag with a flick of his wrist, said to Shi Jianji, Enough nonsense. You exhausted all your spiritual power summoning that evil spirit, and ultimately, you brought disaster upon yourself. I'm practically at death's door right now. Zhu Yuanji let out a scoff. All right. I admit my luck isn't so great today. I may be a defeated foe at your hands, but don't imagine that once you've dispatched me, everything will go smoothly. We'll just have to wait and see about that. Qin Lai cut him off, not letting him utter another word, and soared upwards, bellowing, Enough with your tough talk. Windblade slash. Facing his imminent death, Shui Yuanjie twisted his lips into a grotesque smile, spewing words of resentment from his heart. So it's Qin Lai, the fierce wind, is it? Fine, I'll allow you to live a little longer then. Day will come when you'll truly regret this decision. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally. He stood ramrod straight, receiving Qin Lai's killing blow head-on, blood splattering everywhere. Only then did Qin Lai finally dare to let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Zhu Yuanjie was finally dead, thanks to a combination of all his strength and a touch of sheer luck. It was quite a surprising turn of events, really. Yet, ultimately, no real danger was posed. Observing his final, desperate attack, he couldn't detect any hidden schemes or conspiracies. Subsequently, his expression grew thoughtful. The spiritual energy he used also possessed the pure essence of 6 Yang. How could he possibly be related to a soul cultivator? This guy holds far too many secrets. It seems I'll have to return to Shengyuan Ancient City and investigate Su Manor. The Manor Lord suddenly disappeared. I must find a way to deceive the other elders. I can't stay here much longer. I need to quickly grab his Xiankun bag and get out. With that said, Qin Li took all the treasures from Zui Yuanji's body and left. A short while later, he quickly arrived at Shengyuan Ancient City. As he walked, he kept scanning his surroundings. Phew, it's been 3 months since I returned to Shengyuan, but this atmosphere, like swords and guns, are ready. What in the world is happening? He then quickly walked towards a young man. He gently asked, "Brother, may I ask you something? What's been happening in Shengyuan City recently?" The man's eyes widened when he heard that. "You don't know? Right now, West City is in utter chaos. Sun Tian, the leader of East City, I don't know what got into him, but he suddenly started attacking the Dark Market Alliance in West City. Later, rumors spread that this Sun Tian was actually sent by the Tishui camp. Ultimately, even City Lord Hu Yujing didn't dare to step forward and manage it anymore." Then he continued. Initially, both sides held equal status, but for some unknown reason, Shi Yuanjie from the West City black market suddenly had urgent business and had to leave. Only a month later, Sun Tian appeared and immediately seized the chance, taking over the entire West City territory. Qin Lai, hearing this, gave a slight smirk. Of course, Shi Yuanjie wasn't around. A month ago, he went to buy Yun Mountain, and well, I took care of him. That man then anxiously turned and left, continuously shaking his head as he walked. At this rate, the West City black market definitely won't be able to hold on. So many people want a piece of the pie. It's truly beyond saving now. Seeing this, Qin Li also hastily clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, my brother." Afterward, he ceaselessly pondered. "It seems the war situation has become extremely urgent. I absolutely must investigate Xi Yuanji's secrets before Sun Tian launches his attack on the Shu Manor." With that said, he swiftly headed towards the Zhu Manor. He hid behind a large wall. He cautiously observed all activities inside before making his move. Excellent. It seems the Zhu Manor is still perfectly fine at the moment. I must quickly sneak in. At the manor's entrance, 2 tall, burly men stood there, weapons at the ready. They were prepared to fight at any moment. Qin Lai merely chuckled a few times. Then, he confidently employed his stealth technique and walked straight inside. With his level 6 true origin cultivation, these gatekeepers were completely unable to detect him. Just a moment later, Qianye had safely entered the manor. Afterwards, he quickly headed down to the secret basement, glancing around and constantly speculating. Unexpectedly, beneath the Zhu Manor, there's actually such a small hidden chamber. It seems all of Suiyue's secrets are contained right here. However, the design in here is quite rudimentary. Besides the wooden box on the table, there's only a single stone tablet. On it were carved some strange ancient characters that he didn't recognize. The moment he touched it, the star array spun and emitted a dazzling light. This startled him, freezing him stiff right where he stood. What's going on? Why did the star array suddenly move? He then stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. The ancient characters on the stone slab were gradually deciphered. The immortal fiend transformation was created by 9 immortal cultivators, 6 demon cultivators, and 3 soul cultivators who together pioneered it. Demon cultivators possess extremely deep obsessions, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Immortal cultivators, with clear minds, observed and researched with a logical and open mind, day after day, month after month. The 18 of them finally comprehended the cultivation technique. This technique allowed them to simultaneously cultivate yin-yang spiritual energy. However, when cultivating the immortal fiend transformation, 2 types of pills were absolutely required. Otherwise, the body would explode and perish. Those 2 types of pills were the ascending immortal pill and the falling demon pill. Qin Lai, at this point, still couldn't believe his eyes, utterly speechless. He can actually understand the writing on this stone tablet. After that, he continued to read. Alas, the demon fall pill has vanished, with only its refining method left behind. Should a future generation be fortunate enough to obtain the demon fall pill, they should follow this cultivation method. One could cultivate an immortal demon dual body, which would undoubtedly bring immense benefits. He subtly glanced down at the yellow pill in the wooden box before him. He nodded repeatedly. So, that's it. It seems this yellow pill in the box is indeed the foundation pill. Moreover, there's another demon fall pill, but it's already gone missing. Only its refining method remains. According to the stone tablet, that pill is entirely black and emits a chilling spiritual aura. Afterward, he couldn't help but recall past events, his heart filled with suspicion. Unless that so-called demon fall pill is actually... But if that's truly the case, Then Shi Yuanji really did give me a massive gift. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the cave began to shake violently, with rocks and soil continuously falling from above. Huan Lai subtly furrowed his brow. This is the tremor of a battle, and precisely in this very place. His expression then immediately turned puzzled. Unless Zun Tian has already arrived this quickly. HMPH, what awful timing. This immortal devil transformation art still isn't fully recorded yet, nor can I let anyone discover this place. It seems that in the end, Elder Lai will still have to take action, he said. He then continued to use the Linglong bone-shifting art to transform into Lai Feng. Inside the Su Manor, smoke and flames billowed fiercely, with corpses strewn across the ground. At this moment, Sun Tian, master of the eastern part of Shangyuan ancient city, laughed triumphantly and declared loudly, "Who would have thought that the dignified eldest miss of the Lin Manor would actually secretly collude with the black market? Ha ha ha! It truly is an eye-opener for me, son." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqian merely cast him a dismissive glance and replied with utmost contempt, "Sun Tian, what kind of person are you? You should know that yourself. You're nothing but a mere bandit, and you dare come to Shangyuan ancient city to plot deceit?" Sun Tian, on his side, became even more shameless. He laughed heartily as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, I say, Lin Manor, how can you take advantage of the chaos like this? It seems the comments regarding my identity, son. This is all because of you." With that, he brandished his blade a few times. Then, he slowly advanced towards Lin Yutian. "Well then, I definitely can't let you live. And conveniently, if I kill you, the campmaster will surely credit me first." Lin Yutian frowned and replied coldly, "Stop wasting words." Immediately after, he pulled a talisman from within his clothes and flung it straight at the foe. Qing Yun Talisman. This move fundamentally couldn't cause him any harm. As he leaped into the air, he relentlessly mocked her with an irritating tone. "Ah, the young miss is indeed quite fierce. You're already using a level 2 talisman treasure right at the start of the fight. It seems Lin Manor not only possesses a profound legacy of family teachings, but even when it comes to treasures, you can instantly get whatever you desire." As soon as he finished speaking, he landed gracefully, simultaneously spreading his arms and smirking a few times. "I've changed my mind. Perhaps capturing you alive would be better. To use you to threaten Lin Tuifeng, wouldn't that be absolutely splendid?" Around him, a brutal aura simultaneously erupted, directed at Lin Yu. Tian saw this scene and froze for a moment, utterly speechless. "This is the Guizhen Sitang Shao." Then Sun Tian stared at her intently, his eyes wide, and said in a low voice, "Receive my move. Just obediently put your hands out to be tied, that's all. There's no need to waste your effort." Then, like a bolt of lightning, he shot straight towards Lin Yutian. Her eyes widened. Her entire body stiffened. "He's too fast!" Sun Tian then flashed a cruel smile. "Haha, where's all that bravado from earlier, young lady? It's over." Saying this, he brandished his blade and charged at her. "Save these pitiful laments for Lin Suifeng." Then, he decisively slashed his blade towards her. Lin Yutian quickly regained her composure. She dodged to the side, luckily avoiding this blade strike. She only sustained a slight injury to her shoulder, but the wound immediately gushed fresh blood. She softly gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure the pain. Sun Tian witnessed this scene. He felt a little surprised. Just a shoulder injury? Her reaction was quite quick, wasn't it? Sweat continuously poured down Lin Yutian's face. She clutched the wound on her arm, uttering each word slowly. "Sun Tian, I absolutely cannot forgive you." Sun Tian, on the contrary, was incredibly calm. He slowly pointed at the blade in his hand, laughing gleefully. "Ha ha ha! Don't get so worked up, young miss. This blade of mine has been poisoned. Even if you're a late-stage Guizhen, you won't be able to resist it. What's more, the harder you struggle, the faster the poison will take effect. You'll feel your body slowly go numb. After half an incense stick's time, you won't be able to move anymore." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yutian's legs buckled, her entire body seemingly drained of all strength. She just wanted to collapse right then and there. Sun Tian slowly approached, shaking his head continuously. "Ha ha ha! After all, you're just a young miss who's been pampered since childhood, that's all. Or perhaps, before I hand you over to the campmaster, I might have other intentions with you, you know." Hehe. A twisted expression flickered across his face. Lin Yutian's eyes slowly glazed over. She clutched her head, cursing in response. "You're truly disgusting. My head hurts so much." Sun Tian just chuckled a few times and reached out his hand towards her. He said gleefully, "Don't bother resisting. Just obediently listen to this elder. You might suffer a little less, ha ha ha." Lin Yutian gritted her teeth, squeezed her eyes shut, and her entire body trembled violently. Suddenly, from behind, a horseman's voice rang out. "Humph, what absolute scum!" At that very moment, a surge of power flashed forth, slicing across Sun Tian's arm. His arm fell off, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. Seeing this gruesome sight, Sun Tian's face instantly turned ashen. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but let out a loud scream. My arm! It was none other than Qin Lai, who merely cast a slight glance behind him. He then said loudly, West Black City thanks Lin Manor for its powerful assistance. I, on behalf of the Manor Lord, extend our deepest gratitude. Miss Lin, your wounds need to be treated promptly. Please refrain from using your spiritual energy for now, to prevent your wounds from worsening. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yutian was a little stunned by this scene. She was speechless. Sir Lai. Sun Tian still hadn't recovered his wits, subtly stepping back, his face unable to hide his panic. You? Who are you? Qin Li merely smirked and replied, Senior disciple of Elder Yan Shou, Sir Lai Feng. Since you've chosen to oppose me, then you'll just have to stay here tonight. Saying that, he took a deep breath, slowly spread his arms, and stared intently at Li Feng. Rest assured, everything will conclude very quickly. At this moment, an extraordinary aura emanated from Qin Lai. This instantly made Sun Tian turn pale, unable to believe his own eyes. What? A 6th level return to true realm cultivator? Lin Yutian gradually lost consciousness, softly uttering just 3 words. Mr. Lai. Then she fainted. In her stupor, she suddenly recalled the scene when she previously met Qin Lai. His attitude had been incredibly resolute. Father, I apologize, but I cannot agree to this marriage. Actually, I've realized that Miss Lin originally had no intention of an arranged marriage. Miss Lin holds no affection for me. She merely wishes to use me to escape this arranged marriage herself. These words from Qin Li truly struck at the core of Lin Yutian's heart. It rendered her speechless, and she could only lower her head. I merely... Just then she suddenly woke up and looked around, only to find herself lying in an unfamiliar room. Couldn't help but be astonished. From the other side, Qin Lai, standing by the medicine rack, asked coldly, Are you awake? Even though you've taken the antidote, I still advise you to rest more. She immediately sat up and asked again, suspiciously, Is Lai Feng here? On this side, Qin Lai opened the box with the red spirit pill and continued, This is Yanfu. I brought you here when you fainted earlier. Waking up in a strange place, why aren't you worried at all? Lin Yutian continuously shook her head. Her demeanor became incredibly calm. Some things one can sense as soon as they wake up. Why bother being surprised? Sun Tian? Qin Li found the question laughable and replied coldly, He's dead. Otherwise, where do you think the antidote came from? After you fainted, He-Shi's reinforcements arrived. Ultimately, Sun Tian died from excessive blood loss after breaking through the encirclement. Afterward, he abruptly turned towards Lin Yutian, his brows furrowed slightly. However, some poison still remains in your body, and the wound also needs tending to. Then, he handed over a prescription, giving detailed instructions. After you return, take this medicine according to the prescription for a few days, and you'll be able to completely expel all the poison from your body. As for the wound on your shoulder, you can take care of that yourself in a bit. This is my study. I usually refine pills here, and it has everything you need for bandaging. Lin Yutian gently raised a hand to her wound. Her voice carried a hint of doubt. Why didn't you do it earlier? Qin Lai chuckled softly. If I'd done it, I wouldn't be able to explain things so clearly right now, would I? Besides, didn't you say you'd know if anything unusual happened when you woke up? I'm not the type of person like Sun Tian, you know. Then, as if suddenly sensing something, he slightly furrowed his brow and asked, full of doubt, unless you don't actually know how to tend to your own wounds? As soon as those words were spoken, Lin Yutian simply sat still, silent as a statue. Seeing this, Qin Li could only raise a hand to his face and repeatedly shake his head. Miss Lin, your wound needs to be treated immediately. Otherwise, it could cause fundamental damage and affect your future cultivation. After that, he let out a soft sigh and slowly drew closer. Then please forgive my intrusion. Qin Li sat down beside her, slowly treating her wound. Lin Yutian still said nothing. She just sat there silently, her demeanor a little strained. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at Qin Lai and blush. In a few moments, she suddenly felt that Li Feng bore a striking resemblance to Qin Lai. Even their frowns were identical. Lin Yutian couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment, her face paling. She pulled her hand back. Qin Lai noticed her peculiar demeanor. He then asked, Miss Lin, what's wrong? Lin Yutian immediately shook her head, stammering in response. I'm fine, she said, then softly placed her hand on her forehead. She closed her eyes tightly. I'm truly fine. After a while, the wound was finally treated. Qin Lai nodded a few times and continued. All right, there's no problem anymore. With that, he immediately stood up. Lin Yutian softly replied, Thank you. Then, unable to hide the curiosity in her heart, she softly asked, Senior Lai, I want to ask you a question. You're the one who saved the disciples of the 3 great noble families and the 3 water strongholds back then, aren't you? Upon hearing those words, Qin Li immediately fell into contemplation. Why is Miss Lin asking this question? Only then did Lin Yutian recount the entire situation to him. I saw it before I passed out. At that time, you were contending with Sun Tian, who had reached the 6th layer of the Guizhen realm. All that talk about dying from excessive blood loss? It was all a big fat lie, right? Wen Lai simply retorted with a cold voice. If Miss Lin already knows, why bother asking more? Lin Yutian's heart grew even more impatient. She gently clenched her hands, unable to shake off her suspicion. Just what kind of person are you? You save people, yet you don't even step forward to claim credit. Clearly, your cultivation is so incredibly high. Why must you deliberately pretend to be weak? As these words left her lips, Qin Lai immediately felt enraged. He spun around, furrowing his brows as he continued. If it weren't for that, how could I have easily broken Mo Shen's arm? Did you think Sun Tian would die so easily? Speaking of which, why did your Lin family suddenly start helping the black market? At this point, Lin Yutian spoke frankly. Currently, the alliance between the Lin family and the Three Waters Fort is engaged in a final decisive battle at Mount Ganxi. All developments related to Mo Shen we will not overlook. As a member of the Mu family, naturally, I will also not overlook anyone connected to the Three Waters Fort. Bin Li felt these words were a bit inaccurate, so he continuously probed. Wait, isn't the Dark Market Alliance? Aren't there still other elders? At that time, why were you alone? Lin Yutian gently shook her head. To catch the bandits, you must first catch their leader, right? After we finished discussing, we decided to let them lure the main forces elsewhere. As for me, I would directly defeat Sun Tianji, but Qin Lai heard this and understood everything. He then crossed his arms over his chest and stated his own conjecture. It's just that you didn't expect Sun Tianji's cultivation level to be higher than yours, right? In his heart, Qin Lai suddenly felt this Lin Yutian was a little pathetic. She's still just a sheltered young lady after all. She doesn't understand the ways of the world, getting exploited without even realizing it. The days of living life on the edge, licking blood from blades. How could that possibly be? The same as cultivating safely within a clan, right? Meanwhile, Lin Yutian's expression clearly showed his disappointment. After understanding the situation, Qin Lai only gave her a few words of advice. Then he quickly turned and exited the room. All right, if you don't have any more problems, then I'll head back to the black market. There's still a mountain of work waiting for me there. You can continue to rest here. Then he turned back, a slight smile on his face. Don't overthink it. At least, in the end, Sun Tian is dead. At this moment, inside the Xicheng Shangyuan black market, the three elders, upon seeing Qin Li enter, quickly turned to him, ceaselessly questioning him. First, Lu Tianye the elder exclaimed, "You're back. Where's the pavilion master?" Li Shangqiu also couldn't hide his curiosity. 3 months ago, Lin Yu was ordered to escort you out of Shangyuan ancient city. Lei Yi, on this side, immediately spun around after hearing that. Could it be that this isn't the Manor Lord's intention? Despite the suspicious question, Qin Li maintained a composed demeanor. He nodded slightly and began to explain. Indeed, there was such a matter, but that was already 3 months ago. It was merely the Manor Lord's command for Liang Yu and me to go out and search for a certain medicinal herb, that's all. After the task was completed, I immediately returned to refine pills. Gentlemen, is there anything unsatisfactory about that? Lei Yi immediately frowned and said loudly in a cold voice, "No, you're lying. We checked with the soldiers on guard at the gate of Shangyuan ancient city, and there are absolutely no records of your return." His opponent's words splashed over Qin Lai like a bucket of icy water, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined he could have carelessly overlooked such a crucial detail. A flicker of panic involuntarily rose in his heart. Indeed, when I returned, I didn't turn into Lai Feng's form. Back then, I completely didn't expect it. These guys would cause such a ruckus. I was truly caught off guard this time. Noticing a momentary look of dismay on Qin Lai's face, Lu Qianye only smirked. With his arms crossed over his chest, he looked utterly smug. Well, Lai Feng, speechless, are we? If you obediently hand over the Cosmos bag and resign as an elder and swear you'll never step foot in Shang Ancient City, we'll let you go. Otherwise, however, before Liu Tianye could finish, Qin Lai bluntly cut him off. He swiftly composed himself, only giving an indifferent shrug. What's with all the talk? Isn't it just because you're eyeing the position of the black market's master? I originally had no such ambition, yet you all are pushing it too far like this. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to contend. The moment his last words were uttered, Qin Lai's aura suddenly shifted 180 degrees. His gaze turned icy cold, and his fists clenched tightly. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, the elders could only stare at each other blankly. Their throats were constricted as if by an unseen hand, unable to utter a word. This This is the 6th level of Gizhen. Finley swept his gaze over them, then extended his hand. Still think I'm that soft persimmon, easy to squeeze, from way back when. Hasn't the black market always valued strength above all else? With your current cultivation, who among you could possibly be my match now? Oh, and on a side note, the Manor Lord won't be returning. Lei Yao, disbelieving his own ears, asked again in horror. What? Elder Lai, what did you just say? Chen Lai chuckled, savoring each word. Did the three of you not understand? What I meant was, the Manor Lord isn't coming back. Simply put, the Manor Lord is dead. Liu Tianyé's eyes widened, his demeanor instantly turning suspicious. You said the Manor Lord is dead. Could it be that you were behind it? By this point, Qin Lai had no intention of hiding it any longer. He sneered a few times, declaring smugly, That's right, Zui Wanji is no more. From now on, the Black Market Alliance will be mine to command. So if any of you wish to challenge me, feel free to rush right in. With that, he glared at the three and softly asked, Well, want to give it a shot? As soon as he finished speaking, the three men didn't hesitate for a moment. They immediately clasped their hands and simultaneously knelt on one knee, their attitudes incredibly reverent. We pay our respects, Manor Lord. Only then did a hint of satisfaction appear on Qinlai's face. Excellent. Last night, we achieved a great victory in the battle against Sun Tian. The territory of East City is also about to be incorporated into our faction. In a short time, the Black Market Alliance's status will no longer be shaken. As for the spoils from Sun Tian's side, you can divide them among yourselves. The three men's eyes widened, and their mouths hung open. They couldn't utter a single word. Qin Lai continued, No need to be so nervous. I am nothing like Su Yuanji. In short, everything will remain as it was before. Liu Tianyé couldn't hide his joy, continuously chuckling. Manor Lord, your benevolence is boundless. We are eternally grateful. After a moment, Qin Lai continued to give orders. Right. As for Sui Yuanji's death, just say he's gone traveling the 4 seas with no set date of return. Understand? Liu heard these words and couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt in his heart. This feels a bit familiar. Isn't this exactly how San dealt with outsiders regarding Yanshou? So it seems Yanshou also. Qin Lai turned, about to take his leave, but then paused, adding one more instruction. Yet, compared to these mundane affairs, Tai place greater importance on cultivation. From now on, the minor affairs within the alliance, the three of you shall handle together. Should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions toward our Black Market Alliance, then I shall personally step in to deal with them. You all grasp my meaning, yes? The three elders, upon hearing this, clasped their hands and, in perfect unison, declared, Understood. Your subordinates will certainly devote themselves wholeheartedly to handling the Alliance's affairs. We absolutely shall not disappoint the Lord of the Manor. Qinli gave a faint nod. Excellent. Should anything arise, simply send someone to fetch me. Qin Lai inwardly swelled with immense satisfaction. Indeed, a blend of benevolence and intimidation always hits the mark. So this is the sensation of holding absolute power in my grasp. Not too shabby, I must say. From today, it can be said that all the dark forces of the ancient city Zhengyuan now belong to me. I will no longer have to worry about the scarcity of spirit stones or talismans. Thanks to the resources and network of connections Sui Yonjie left behind, finding magic treasures is now well within my grasp. However, if I do that, my Leifeng identity will surely be recognized. I won't be able to move freely through the city anymore. After all, for now, he himself isn't in a rush for revenge. I'll just restore my original appearance first. On that day, Qin Lai returned to the Yan mansion. He discovered Lin Yuran had already left, leaving behind only a handwritten letter. Apparently, due to the urgent war situation, she wanted to support the front lines. Qin Lai didn't really mind. He began cultivating Sui Zhuanjie's new cultivation technique, which he had just unearthed. As expected, the so-called Rong Yuan Dan was actually a duo Mo Dan. To cultivate the immortal demonic physique, Shui Yuanji absolutely had to rely on the duo Mo Dan's assistance. As for its cultivation, it absolutely had to be completed before reaching the Danyang realm. It could be inferred that Shui Yuanji had already reached the late stage of the Gizhen realm ages ago. He had constantly suppressed his cultivation, not daring to break through. If he has already reached the Danyang realm, I absolutely cannot defeat him. The demonic transformation technique is extremely formidable. In the secret cave, only one immortal ascension pill was found. Moreover, there's no pill formula. This is a one-time opportunity. Winner takes all, loser loses everything, and this is the only chance. As soon as he finished speaking, cold sweat continuously poured out, and his expression immediately became cautious. He took a deep breath, then opened his mouth wide and shoved the spirit pill into it. Then he directly swallowed it. At this moment, at the Lin Family Alliance's base on Ganchi Mountain, Lin Tuifeng nodded a few times and said, "You ran. Killing Sun Tian this time must have been exhausting for you. But why did you only return after 3 days?" Then Yu Ran sighed softly and replied, "I sustained some injuries during the battle. That's why there was a slight delay on the way back." "Father, what's the situation like now?" After hearing this, Lin Tuifeng fell into deep thought for a moment. Sun Tian's death is like severing an arm from the demonic faction. His plans in Shangyuan City also came crashing down because of this. This situation was originally in our favor, but as he spoke, a worried expression instantly appeared on his face. In recent days, Mo Shen suddenly broke through to the Danyang realm. Following that, his forces' morale skyrocketed, and our alliance is on the verge of utter collapse. Lin Yuran listened, his brows furrowed in disbelief. "How can this be? Father, how did this Mo Shen suddenly break through his realm? There must be something wrong." Lin Suifeng nodded slightly. "I think so too, but right now, it's not the time to investigate how he broke through." Before he could even finish his sentence, a frantic officer from outside rushed in, shouting loudly, "Report! Our scouts at the front have received enemy intelligence. On July 16th, at the hour of the rat, the sect master of the Wuxin demon sect commanded his demonic hordes to attack the Lin family manor. They murdered the Lin family ancestor, Lin Miaoxiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Suifeng's face instantly turned ashen. Faint to the east attacked the west. So Sun Tian was merely a disposable pawn for Mo Shen? His true objective was our Lin family alliance's main headquarters? "Oh no, we're doomed." His demeanor then shifted to urgent, as he spun around and loudly declared, "Immediately withdraw our forces and return to reinforce the Lin family manor." In the dead of night, under a clear moon and cool breeze, the surroundings seemed deceptively peaceful. But no one knew that in just a moment, at Lin Manor Villa, a bloodbath would unfold. This is Lin Manor. One person from the horde of demons stood amidst the crowd, scouting the terrain. Everyone here was just waiting to carve up the Lin family's pie and divvy it up. After more than an hour, that person returned, spotting a young man wearing a hat, covering his face, landing silently behind them. He turned to look at the masked young man, a look of distaste on his face. "Another one? Looks like we have quite a few rivals for tonight's spoils." The bald old man standing nearby chuckled, "Which only proves the immense allure of the Lin family villa, doesn't it?" On the other side, a group of people whispered amongst themselves, "Who knows how many treasures the Lin family has? We'll plunder until our hands go numb. Such a good opportunity. No one wants to miss it. Just be careful when you make your move. Don't provoke those we can't handle." However, amidst the crowd, the newly arrived young man remained silent. He said nothing. Who knew what he was thinking? Suddenly a strong gust of wind swept through the sky. People below exclaimed, "Sect Master Wu Xin has arrived." In the sky, the elderly Wu Xin was flying on his sword. Surrounded by numerous flying swordsmen, he landed first. Seeing him arrive, his subordinates rushed over to respectfully report, "Everyone within 800 Ls who could make it has gathered. Quite a formidable crowd. There are a few unfamiliar faces among them." Elder Wuxin cleared his throat. "If they serve the demonic path, all is well. As for the rest, pay them no mind." He then turned to survey everyone and spoke. "Today, this master has summoned you fellow Taoists to the Lin family, all for the sake of the demonic path's prosperity. I know you all harbor deep resentment from when the Lin family suppressed our demonic path. Now, this master has learned that while Lin Miaoyang was cultivating, he went berserk, causing great damage to his vital energy. We only need to eliminate Lin Miaoyang, and the Lin family's treasures are yours for the taking. This master guarantees no monopolization. All right, it's time. Everyone, quickly enter." Everyone followed Elder Wuxin into the Lin Manor's back courtyard. Everyone within the Lin Manor, seeing the sudden ambush, immediately fought back. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Audacious demonic fiends, don't you dare act so wildly. That demonic leader held a fan. With a mere flick, a head went flying right before his eyes. Cruelly, he uttered, "Slaying! I haven't felt as thrilled in ages." He looked ahead and saw a young woman from the Lin Manor. Beside her, a servant was raising a sword towards him. The fiend looked at the young woman and guffawed, his tone dripping with suggestive charm. "Ha ha, such a beautiful young lady. Become this king's concubine, He started to speak, then saw a sword blade resting at his neck. He looked over. It was the masked youth from earlier, Qin Lai. Qin Lai turned to the two Lin family members and urgently said, "What are you waiting for? Go hide." The Lin Manor servant, bewildered by the situation, scratched his head. The graceful and charming young woman beside him, no wonder that fiend was so captivated. She said in a gentle voice, "Many thanks for your rescue, Senior. I am Yang Yu-er, and my father is Lin Sui-feng." "Senior, are you a demon cultivator?" Qin Lai said coldly. "Who I am, you don't need to know. Just find a place to hide." Yang Yu-er turned and spoke to the others present. "You, Go to the rear courtyard and inform them that person is a friend, not an enemy. Don't let him get hurt. This disciple obeys. The other person turned around, clasping their hands nervously. Madame, please hide inside. It's not safe here. Thud! Something landed, sliding a long path across the ground, causing a thick cloud of dust to billow up. The one approaching was old man Wu Xin, swaggering as he spoke. Lin Yao Yang, you cowardly turtle. Come out and fight this old man. Qin Lai watched him, startled by the scene unfolding before him. He couldn't help but exclaim internally. Wu Xin actually made a move. He's got some serious guts now. His cultivation is clearly just at the great perfection of Gi Zhen. Yet he dares to challenge Lin Sui Feng. Lin Yaoyang appeared from somewhere, snorting as he looked at Wu Xin and said, You heretic, you don't even know what kind of place Lin Manor is. Today, I'll make sure you come, but never leave. Jin Li stood afar, secretly observing Wu Xin and Lin Yaoyang. They fought their way to the front courtyard, so it seems tonight's ambush will quickly conclude. Go over and take a look. It's rare to see Dan Yang fight. This is a perfect learning opportunity. Thinking this, he immediately ran to hide in the bamboo forest to observe. This bamboo forest's layout is quite eerie. It's as if it follows the cyclical principles of the 5 elements. Turning around and around, all I can hear are sounds, but I can't find anyone. Qin Lai muttered inwardly. How vexing! He quickly ran closer to get a clearer look. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual power struck above Qin Lai's head. It landed behind Qin Lai's back with a loud bang. In front of Qin Lai, the clump of bamboo, hit by the spiritual power, revealed a large hole. Qin Lai quietly observed. In front of the courtyard were Old Baldy and 2 demonic disciples. He shouted towards the room ahead. Break in and destroy the spirit water for me. The guards, swords in hand, defended the room's entrance. They retorted, Don't even dream of it. Quickly closed the door. Old Baldy, who looked like a monk but had a venomous tongue, flashed a cunning smile. Heh, today all of you shall perish here. Having said that, he turned to the 2 demonic disciples and scolded them. What are you dawdling for? Quickly kill him! He was startled, yet both he and those 2 demonic disciples. Before he knew it, he was tightly bound by vines, unable to move. Old Baldy Long looked around. Who dares to ambush me? In front of him, Ji Fu Feng appeared with an imposing presence. Wham! Ji Fu Feng struck Old Baldy, sending him sliding across the ground, leaving a trench in the earth that led straight to the bamboo forest. Old Baldy crashed into the bamboo grove behind him, coughing up blood. He sat up, glaring at the person in front of him, and roared, Who are you, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Wuxin sect? Qin Lai looked into the room and asked Yang Yor, What is this chamber? Yang Yor replied, This is the Lin family's spirit marrow vein. Once it's destroyed, the spirit vein will dry up. Qin Lai exclaimed, No wonder. Spirit marrow is the very essence of mineral spirits. Its function is to continuously produce new spirit stones. Normally, spirit marrow cannot be destroyed. It's like the source of a river. If it's destroyed, it's like blocking the flow of the source water. In the long run, the spirit vein will dry up. Old Baldy clutched his wound, still venomously cursing. Damn it, this old man is asking you. You dare not answer? Qin Lai snorted. He began to unleash spiritual energy, then turned and cursed at the old man in front of him. Fool! At death's door, and still so arrogant. He looked in fear at the spiritual energy before him. It was a late-stage Kuai Zhen realm. Qin Lai gently raised the wind banner and lightly placed it on the ground. With a clang, surging spiritual energy struck the bald old man. From somewhere, another surge of spiritual energy blocked it. The 2 opposing forces exploded with a bang. Qin Lai's hat also flew off, and smoke and dust obscured everything. A heartless old man appeared from nowhere. He looked at the palm heart thunderbolt in his hand and spoke. I didn't expect the Mu family, besides Mu Yaoing, to have an expert of this caliber. Your Excellency, you assist the Lin family without a word. Have you considered the consequences? Qin Lai's hat fell to the ground, revealing him. 2 streams of yin-yang spiritual energy swirled around the young man. Qin Lai looked at old man Wuxin with a provocative smile. Old demon, is that all you've got? If you're so capable, then come here. This young master will play with you until the very end. Old man Wuxin heard that, grew enraged and shot forward, roaring, You rotten brat! You said it yourself. Before the old man could even lay a hand on the young man, a palm strike came flying straight at him from out of nowhere. That old man grunted, Lin Yao Yang! Old man Wu Xin collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound to stem the bleeding. He looked up at Lin Yao Yang and spoke, Lin Yao Yang, you're indeed formidable. The world rumored you'd suffered qi deviation. I never expected you were still hiding, not appearing here. Lin Yao Yang replied, I've been waiting for you, old man. Wu Xin, I already knew you served the 4th prince wholeheartedly. This time you came on behalf of Mo Shen, didn't you? HMPH, a conspiracy to ambush me? Keep dreaming. Old man Wu Xin struggled to his feet, then laughed and said, Excellent, Lin Yao Yang. We'll meet again. like the unchanging mountains and endless rivers. Today's humiliation will surely be repaid in the future. With that, he gritted his teeth and flew off with all his remaining power. Yet, he still turned his head back, clearing his throat. "You brat, you're quite something. This isn't over yet. Just you wait." Quinlai watched the old man flee with his rear end wiggling, feeling a burden lift from his heart. He won! Wu Jin fled. Yang Yu ran into the courtyard, joyfully approaching the young man. "Esteemed senior, on behalf of the Lin family, I thank you for your immense kindness." Quinlai bent down to pick up his hat from the ground, and hearing this, he immediately replied, "No need. This humble one still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Yang Yu, seeing her benefactor leaving so soon, immediately let out a loud cry. "Esteemed senior, please wait." Before Yang Yu could even finish speaking, Qinli had already vanished into the bamboo grove. Behind them, Lin Suifeng and his daughter had just caught up. Lin Yuran quickly asked, concerned, "Mother, are you all right?" Yang Yaoni heard the call, hummed softly, then turned around. She saw her two beloved people. Walking over to Lin Yuran, she looked at her tenderly and spoke softly. "My dear child, why have you returned?" "I am fine." "How are things at Ganqi Shan?" Lin Yuran replied, "About this, the ancestral master is presiding, and Lin Suifeng arrived late. Is the ancestral master still safe and sound?" Interrupting the conversation between the madam and her daughter, Lin Suifeng bowed respectfully to Yang Yaoni. He bowed down reverently. Yang Yaoni immediately dismissed the formality. "You, Suifeng, rise now." "I'm fine, Yang Yu. Just now, I sensed that Lin Manor had a highly skilled expert assisting us." "Where's that person?" Yang Yu, standing beside her, replied, "About that, the ancestral master. He's already left." Yang Yaoni said, puzzled, "Gone? Such immense benevolence, how could you let him leave so easily? Why didn't you stop him?" Yang Yu explained, "Actually, it's not that Uni didn't want to stop him. It's just that Uni hadn't even finished speaking, and he was already gone. I don't know why." Lin Miaoyang sighed. "Leave quickly! Tell someone to clean up. Afterwards, make arrangements for everyone to rest. Suifeng and Duran, come inside to talk." The three entered, and Lin Miaoyang recounted everything that had transpired at the Lin Manor. Lin Suifeng immediately sighed. "Can you believe the demons pulled a feint in the east, attack in the west stunt? It completely tied up our reinforcements. As a result, our formation was scattered at Ganqi Mountain. Suifeng is willing to accept punishment." Lin Miaoyang let out a sigh. "I can't blame you for this. It's just unfortunate for the other families in the Lin family alliance. Is there any other news?" Elsewhere, Qinli was in secluded cultivation, unleashing his Dan Yang Qi. True enough, nothing about this was ordinary. Quinlai needed to quickly break through his current cultivation realm. Cultivation is indeed the most arduous of all hardships. Quinlai has achieved what he has today, precisely because he has always maintained a steadfast heart dedicated to the Tao. After settling all matters concerning the He clan and Yan Manor, Quinlai prepares to break through to a new realm. Among the 9 cultivation realms, the Dan Yang stage is the most challenging. Yang is the essence, and Dan is the form. Once the golden core is complete, one can truly undergo a physical metamorphosis, transforming into an unparalleled Tao body. The azure spirit fruits, obtained from Shu Yuanjie's Qiankun bag, only have 2 left. Last time at Baiyan Mountain, 1 fruit alone helped me break through 3 cultivation layers. Now I am at the 6th layer of the Guzin stage. If I consume 2 more, then the path to the Dan Yang stage will be within reach. Quinlai recalled some unpleasant memories from the past. Back then, my talent was truly abysmal. I was a good-for-nothing, constantly bullied by others. I'm afraid even if I were tossed into a crowd of ordinary people, I would still be considered rock bottom in terms of talent. But now, I'm cultivating the immortal devil transformation, carrying both righteous and evil paths within me. Cultivating the righteous path requires stability and unwavering focus. There must be no contradictions whatsoever. As for the demonic cultivation technique, its most prominent feature is lightning-fast cultivation and breakthroughs. These 2 cultivation techniques complement each other, covering each other's weaknesses. Plus, with the aid of various spirit pills and divine medicines, breaking through will be a piece of cake. Quinlai clenched his hand tightly, unleashing spiritual power, divine light, and the inner sword's 4 palaces' spiritual power. Taking the elixir stone as its form to develop, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was imperceptibly attracted. This is the guiding aura of the Dan Yang's initial great Tao, isn't it? Quinlai looked at the surging spiritual power around him with delight. He sighed. How many people in this world have miserably failed trying to achieve Dan Yang? For cultivators, Lingzhu and Gizhen are merely the foundational entry-level stages of cultivation. Only when Dan Yang succeeds can one be considered officially setting a clear boundary with mortals. With a sudden rumble, black clouds appeared in the sky outside. Continuous lightning strikes struck down repeatedly. At the same time, inside the room, Xinlai was puzzled, looking at the changes in the spiritual energy before him. What's happening? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around me suddenly erupted. As if suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed in his heart, "Oh, right! The Danyang realm is the most important realm among the 9 cultivation realms. When breaking through, it often leads to astronomical phenomena. The initial success of the great Dao has heaven and earth bearing witness." No sooner had he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed as a bolt of lightning instantly descended, shattering the room where Xinlai was cultivating. Xinlai was unexpectedly struck by a thunderclap, making him stagger to his feet. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it! An anomaly has appeared. It won't be long until its aura spreads beyond a 100-mile radius. Very soon, people from afar will detect it." Everyone looking at the phenomenon in the sky exclaimed in surprise, "Where did that thunder come from?" Xinlai couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. If someone were to come and disturb me right now, it would be utterly disastrous. The path of cultivation greatly relies on opportunities and destiny. I've endured for so many years. How can I let all my efforts go to waste at this critical moment? He recalled the past. All those difficulties have already been overcome. If fate has decreed it so, then I will defy the heavens. Everything I've experienced, I must stake it all on this moment. A bolt of lightning directly struck down upon Xinlai. "Ugh! Ah!" he cried out in agony, struggling to resist with his body. Succeed or become a martyr. Meanwhile, at the Lin family manor, the old ancestor observed the heavenly anomaly. Someone is breaking through to Danyang. Lin Miaoyang stood with his back to Lin Suifeng, letting out a sigh. After 100 years, a Danyang master has reappeared in Shangyuandi. Indeed, the younger generation is truly formidable. Lin Kuifeng stroked his beard and remarked, "For hundreds of years in the Zhao kingdom, our Lin clan, only our old ancestor managed to ascend to the great Tao. The rest of us youngsters aren't even as good as an outsider. How truly shameful." Lin Miaoyang turned back to console him. "It's all right. Noble families rise and fall like the tides. Why should I bother burdening myself with worries for my entire cultivation life? Although we lost this time, all the elites of our Lin clan must be preserved. Just focus on cultivation, and there will surely be a day we rise again." Lin Kuifeng clasped his hands in affirmation. Meanwhile, at Xishui village, someone rushed in to announce, "Chief, we just received news that someone in Shangyuan City has broken through to the Danyang stage." Mo Shen, after hearing the news, immediately said, "I sensed it already. The world is so vast. There are talents in every generation. Back when I broke through to the Danyang stage, there weren't any grand astronomical phenomena like this." "Oh, right. Have you found any news on the Lin clan remnants you were sent to search for?" The subordinate knelt at his feet and replied, "Not yet. However, the Lin family's crushing defeat last time crippled them. There's no way they can bounce back." Mo Shen angrily turned around and scolded, "What kind of work is this? A bunch of rabble like them, can they possibly fly into the sky? Send more men for me. Absolutely no Lin family remnant is allowed to escape." The subordinate, trembling in fear, immediately clasped his hands respectfully. "Yes, this subordinate obeys your command." Meanwhile, Qinli had just been struck by 2 bolts of heavenly lightning and had ascended to the Danyang stage. He was in the process of circulating his spiritual power to recover. His pupils suddenly opened with a whoosh, and Qinli, like an arrow, shot straight up into the sky. Xinlai looked down at the scenery beneath his feet, overjoyed that without using any levitation technique, he could soar through the air just by relying on his spiritual power. So this is the power of the Danyang stage? The great Dao of Danyang led to a strange phenomenon, with many fellow cultivators flocking to it. It's clear how arduous and difficult the path of cultivation truly is. As for me, I'm afraid that even if I faced clan suppression at that time, after all that wandering and stewing in resentment from leaving home, I finally accomplished something. Time to head back and surprise second brother. It's been quite a while since I last saw them, way back at the auction house. Before I left, I was basically just riding on second brother's coattails, basking in his glorious aura. This time, I'm returning to repay the kindness from all those years ago. Having thought it through, he swiftly flew towards Qin Manor, only to arrive in Bianjing the following afternoon. Xinlai stood by the wall, peeking inside. After all these years, this place is still the same. Nothing has changed. These past few years, second brother's cultivation has dropped because he was worried about me. To avoid agitating him, first, I'll just suppress my cultivation to the early Kuaizhen realm. Just as he was about to move, a voice suddenly piped up from behind. "Who are you, standing at the main gate of my Qin family? What do you want?" Xinlai jumped, immediately ducking behind the wall. But he quickly realized that voice belonged to his second brother. Overjoyed, Xinlai spun around to face the person. Xinfeng exclaimed in utter surprise. "Huh? You called me what?" "Second brother, it's me. Your 13th brother. Qin Feng froze for a split second, then recognized the familiar face before him. The facial features were 80% similar to Tin Lai's when he was a child. Now the person before him had the bearing and charisma of a true young man. Qin Feng placed both hands on his 13th junior brother's shoulders and said joyfully, 13! Is it really you, 13th junior brother? You've returned. You've grown so much. Your second brother almost didn't recognize you. You silly boy. You just disappeared for years like that. Didn't even bother to check in. Truly making us worry sick. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, all right, have you gone home to greet father yet? Qin Lai was startled upon hearing this. He didn't know what to say about the matter and lowered his gaze. Qin Feng continued, are you still hung up on that incident from back then? Little brother, you're so stubborn. After saying this, he turned and patted his junior brother's back. Forget about it. Let's not talk about this today. Come on, let's go into the room. I'll let you meet someone. Who is it? Qin Feng replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha! You'll find out soon enough. With that, the two men headed into the room. Inside the room, young Qin Zijian, with his sharp eyes, watched his father lead someone in. When 13th uncle was introduced, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed nimbly. Your nephew Qin Zijian respectfully greets 13th uncle. Qin Lai looked at the adorable child. You've grown so much taller than before. He placed a hand on your shoulder and inquired, your second brother's son. My, how big you've gotten. No need for formalities. No need. I chuckled inwardly. Truth be told, I'd already met him. However, it's better not to mention that now. Qin Feng spoke up from the side. 13th brother, since you've returned, second brother coincidentally has something he wants to discuss with you. You also know that your sister-in-law's maternal home is in Song County. Therefore, I want you to take Zijian to her maternal home tomorrow. Qin Lai didn't notice the unusual expression on Zijian's face. Upon second brother's words, he replied with a smile. No problem. Rest assured, just leave it to me. Zijian clasped her hands and immediately spoke to her father. Father, why is that? Didn't you say earlier? Qin Feng immediately interrupted. Silence! He then looked at his son with stern eyes and said, when adults are speaking, children should not interject. In short, this matter is settled. 13th brother, at the 4th watch tomorrow, the two of you shall depart. Qin Lai was surprised. Huh? So soon? Why the rush? Doubt filled his heart. What's going on? I just have this nagging feeling. Late at night, Qin Li wasn't resting. He was in the room with Jiu Shu Wei. Time flew, and it was already the 4th watch. Qin Lai stepped out of his room, only to find Qin Feng and his son standing at the doorway. He exclaimed in surprise, second brother! Qin Feng then spoke. 13th brother, your luggage is all in the Cosmos bag. You two can travel light and easy. Then let's just depart. With that, he handed the Cosmos bag to Qin Lai. 13th brother still seemed to have something to say. Father, Qin Feng crossed his arms, sternly cutting him off. All right, you're only staying there for a few days. If anything happens, you can tell me when you get back. After that, he turned to 13th brother and gave instructions. Brother, I'll trouble you to look after him on the road. Qin Lai replied, second brother, rest assured. With me by his side, Zijian will certainly reach Song County safely. After the two had been gone for some time, the scenery ahead had become clear. Qin Li turned to the child and spoke. Zijian, it's already bright, and up ahead is a main road. How about we rest for a bit? Zijian immediately turned, looking at 13th uncle with sparkling eyes. Uncle 13, could I go over there and relieve myself for a bit? Oh, all right. Yet, after ages of waiting, Zijian still hadn't returned, leaving Qin Li perplexed. How odd. Why is Zijian taking so long to relieve himself? Nothing's gone wrong, has it? I'll use my spiritual energy to scout a bit. I couldn't sense anything nearby, so I'll cast a bit more spiritual energy. And then I noticed the child was running back in the original direction. Confused, he wondered, what in the world is going on? Why is this child running back towards home? This is a bit out of the ordinary. If he had dropped something, he surely wouldn't have gone alone. Recalling what happened last night, when he met Urga, he immediately felt that he was hiding something. He had to chase after him and get to the bottom of it. Qin Lai chased until he arrived, spotting a familiar small figure, and shouted, Zijian! Zijian saw that Uncle 13 had already caught up. His heart did a little scared dance. Ah! You, Uncle 13. Qin Lai immediately blocked Zijian's path and said angrily, be honest with me, child. What exactly is your father up to? Zijian knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he let out a soft and looked up with pitiful eyes. Uncle 13. Please save my father, Qin Li urged frantically. What happened? Child honestly recounted everything. Actually, a few days ago, during the final decisive battle at Ganshi Mountain, the Lin clan fell into a trap. They were forced to retreat and seek aid from the Lin clan manor's main headquarters. However, this move shattered the entire battlefield situation. From then on, Bi Shui camp with its surging momentum, completely dissolved the Lin alliance, which was based in the strategic Shangyuan region. After the Great War ended, the Lin Mansion alliance crumbled, never to be the same. To protect themselves, the major powerful families scattered in all directions. Among them, of course, was the Qin clan, one of the three great powerful families. In this world, nothing stays hidden forever. This Mo Shen is quite vindictive. He subjected the captured allied cultivators to severe interrogation. Eventually, they investigated and found that the Qin clan was also an initial force opposing Bishui camp, so they immediately dispatched people to Bingjing to seek revenge. At this point, Zijian lowered his gaze. Uncle 13, when you returned, that's also when my family received the news. They said that people from Bishui camp had already arrived. Father knew that Uncle 13's cultivation wasn't easy. He decisively used the matter of entrusting the child to force him to leave. Chen Lai of the Chen family secretly exclaimed, "What? Second brother, you didn't even discuss such an important matter with me. You didn't even discuss it with me." He recalled the incident from the afternoon before. Oh, right. He did ask about my attitude towards the old family. Now that I think about it, that was actually him probing me, but my reaction at the time was, Qin Lai hurriedly asked, "So what are the Qin family's current plans? What about them? They're just planning to sit around and wait for death," Father said gently and quietly. The Qin family established its foothold in Jinghai over 200 years ago. Their grandfather couldn't bear to abandon this place. Moreover, eldest uncle was always highly regarded by grandfather. Even the position of family head was passed down to eldest uncle. But who would have thought that? This time, eldest uncle completely abandoned the family, showing no concern, and left a day earlier. Qin Lai continued. So then, second brother had to come back home to help. Am I right? Yes. Qin Lai clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Oh, Qin Day, you really take the cake. How dare you abandon the Qin family to their fate and flee on your own? If anything happens to second brother, you will definitely pay 100-fold for this. Qin Lai looked down, his gentle eyes fixed on the child in front of him, and spoke. Never fear powerful foes, as long as you're willing to advance and retreat together with your family. Zijian, you did exceptionally well. You didn't disappoint your brother's expectations. With that, he took out a talisman and some elixirs, handing them to Qinjian and saying, "Take this talisman and these elixirs, then find a place to hide. If an enemy appears, use them. They will keep you safe and sound." Zijian whispered, 13th uncle? Without waiting for Zijian to continue, Jin Li had already flown towards the Qin manor, leaving the child with his parting words. As for the Qin family, just leave them to me. At the same time, at the old Qin family residence, Qin Feng stood in the middle of the large room and spoke. Father, your son believes that Shi Shuifort's intention to destroy our Qin family is extremely clear. Even if we surrender, the Qin family will barely survive. We might as well fight them to the bitter end. Qin Yu, standing in front, retorted, "That's not right. What you're saying is mistaken. Didn't eldest brother send word that as long as we open the gates and surrender, they absolutely won't lay a hand on anyone from the Qin family? Dignity? That's a trivial matter. Human lives are what truly matter." Old Master Qin's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Qin Feng turned to Qin Yu, his expression stern. Qin Day fled without uttering a single word. Now, not only has he fallen into the hands of Shi Shui village, he's also surrendered and admitted defeat to my Qin family. When has our family ever produced such a person? After all this, you still believe him? Old Master Qin could no longer hold back. Enough! All of you, quiet down. My Qin family has resided in Jinghai for so many years. We've encountered countless great troubles. In the end, didn't we overcome it all by relying on our united efforts? I thought that when you took over the Qin family, you would also be like me, never yielding to humiliation or submission like others. However, except for Finger, all of you have abandoned your dignity. You've truly disappointed me. Qin Yu, still not fully understanding his father's words, argued back. Father, if they order an attack from the outside, we can stop them. But what if next time the one who comes is the Demon Lord? Therefore, even if it means temporary forbearance, as long as we protect the Qin family's bloodline, there's no need to fear not having a chance to return someday. Those around, finding Qin Yu's words sensible, immediately began to whisper. Indeed, it seems logical. Upon hearing his own children say such things, Qin Yi furiously exclaimed, "What? You lot." He let out a frustrated HMPH, then turned his back in utter helplessness. It's all ruined, completely ruined. I, Qin Yiju, am utterly useless. There is simply no way to protect the Qin family. If you wish to surrender, then go ahead and surrender. Just don't expect me to be like the rest of you. I, Qin Yiju, cannot possibly be so utterly shameless. After a while, Qin Day stood before Ma Shen's subordinates and delivered a statement. Just now, I received word from the strategist The Qin family has officially surrendered. Upon receiving confirmation, the strategist immediately declared, "Indeed, what a brilliant plan!" Wait, there's something truly odd about this. It's certain that even if the Qin family had stubbornly resisted, he still could have effortlessly slaughtered the entire clan without sparing a single life. Upon hearing that, Qin screamed in terror. Didn't you promise that if the Qin family surrendered, they would be spared? Truly, how pathetic for that naive Qin. And you actually believe the words of a cunning villain like that demon lord? The strategist slowly smirked. I'm just saying, if you can just convince the Qin family to lay down their arms and surrender, I can put in a good word for you, and even find you a spot at Suishui camp. He paused, his gaze turning frigid. As for the others, Suishui camp has no more room for arrangements. Qin had been brazenly tricked. He trembled with rage. What? You're going back on your word. Strategist, however, maintained a terrifying calm. Qin, you know your duty well. This strategist agrees to grant you a way to live. The Qin family has already surrendered. You should also help out by purging the undesirable elements as soon as possible. Then, Suishui camp will greatly reward you. Qin finally realized his opponent's sinister intentions. He stammered in horror. You want me to help you wipe out my own family? The strategist let out a mocking sneer. Family? Haha, do you really think that after betraying the Qin family, they would still consider you family? Qin pupils contracted, his mouth stammering, unable to form words. Just as he said, Qin had no escape route left. A moment later, the Qin Manor's noble descendants departed from Bianjing City. Upon seeing Qin and Ma Shen's group, they immediately stepped forward to salute. Qin Yu, you will lead. Without a word, Qin Yu led the Qin family's direct disciples out of the city to surrender. We hope Lord Shu will honor his word and fulfill his previous promise. Qin, seeing his younger brother, immediately asked, Lao Ju, everyone has arrived. Where are Lao and our father? Qin Yu replied, they are still determined to resist to the very end, truly deluded and unwilling to awaken. I planned that once these people are properly settled, I would return to support them. Qin turned, lightly patted his younger brother's shoulder, his voice filled with remorse. My apologies for letting you all panic and worry. As for father and the two elder brothers, just leave them to me. There's no need to worry anymore. As he finished speaking, a sharp surge of spiritual energy emanated from his hand, without a hint of hesitation. It plunged straight into Qin Yu's heart. Fresh blood spurted from his chest. Qin Yu stared bewilderedly at the wound. Then he collapsed to the ground, looking up at Qin with eyes full of resentment and with disbelief. Eldest brother, why? Qin looked down at his dying younger brother at his feet and said coldly, Don't blame me, ninth brother. I truly had no choice. Strategist Shu, standing nearby, stroked his chin as he witnessed the fratricidal scene, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha! What a marvelous play! My meticulous planning was not in vain. I, Shu, merely said I'd spare you all, and you actually believed me? His voice was filled with glee. Go on, continue. Qin face darkened. He said regretfully to his now breathless brother, Ninth brother, I truly am sorry. Dignity is but a trivial matter. Life itself is what truly matters, you see. His hand once more gathered spiritual energy, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He knew, though only a mere flicker of life remained in him. Upon realizing he'd been deceived by his own kin, struggled to shout out in rage, Qin, you utterly despicable scoundrel! Everyone, retreat quickly. Before he could finish, Qin spiritual energy strike landed, bringing forth fresh blood. It splattered as Qin Yu breathed his last. Finally, strategist Zhu rested a hand on his chin, looking utterly dejected. Retreat? To where? Ugh, this is such a headache. Do you really think you can escape? He sternly issued the command. Wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. An hour later, at the old Qin family residence, Shu Rui was incredibly smug. He kept sneering at the Qin family. At this point, you're all just fish caught in a net. Most of your clan's descendants are already casualties. Qin Yijue, you might as well just obediently accept your fate. However, you are quite fortunate. You have a very filial son. I've made a deal with Qin. Once the Qin family is wiped out, he'll serve the campmaster with all his might. So that counts as preserving your Qin family's bloodline, wouldn't you say? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yijue became absolutely enraged. He pointed directly at Qin face, continuously spewing curses. Qin, all my years of loving and protecting you were utterly wasted. Who knew you were such a wolf in sheep's clothing? You won't even spare your own kin. Qin felt these words were a bit off, so he quickly waved his hand to explain. Father, you can't possibly blame me for this. A wise man knows when to pick his battles. Father, you wouldn't let your son die for a mere scrap of dignity, would you? Qin Yijue was so enraged he could only glare, utterly speechless. You brute! I have no son like you. Upon hearing these words, Qin clenched his jaw tightly. He couldn't utter another word. Seeing this, Shu Rui grew even more intrigued, instantly fanning the flames from the sidelines. They're trying to poison you with vile thoughts, Qin. You see it clearly now, don't you? Even if you risk your life for the Qin family, serving as their strategist, they still won't remember your good deeds. A family like that, and you're still clinging to them? Over on this side, Qin Feng could bear it no longer, furiously roaring at Shu Rui. Don't you dare be so arrogant. One day, the Lin Manor will rise from the ashes and annihilate you all. Not a single one of you will be left standing. Upon hearing that, Shu Rui found the words utterly laughable. He laughed so hard his mouth hung open. A supremely smug look plastered on his face. The Lin Manor, you say? Ha ha ha! Don't even mention the Lin Manor. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal won't be able to save you all. Suddenly, a young man's voice, full of bravado, rang out from a distance. HMPH. Your words are a little too big for your britches, aren't they? The moment the words fell, an immense surge of power swiftly plummeted to the ground, creating a powerful gust that sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. Qin Yijue and Qin Feng were instantly dumbfounded. Could that be Qin Lai? Indeed, the figure who appeared was none other than the returned Qin Lai. Qin Feng, worried for his safety, immediately stepped forward, raising a hand to stop Qin Lai. This place is none of your business. Hurry and leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Yijue slowly turned around. Qin Li, are you really little Lai? Queen Lai's eyes became incredibly resolute as he gently reassured his second brother, Qin Feng. Don't worry, elder brother. I'm here now. Today, no one, and I mean no one, will lay a finger on you. When Shu Rui heard these words, he felt quite amused. He couldn't help but exclaim, My, what big talk! Are you, sir, perhaps preparing to make an enemy of me today? Qin Dai saw Shu Rui's expression. He immediately felt a bit suspicious of the strategist. This is my 13th brother, my father's youngest son. Shu Rui, upon hearing these words about Qin Li, was stunned. He spun around to question him. The Qin family has a 13th child. Why didn't you mention him before? Qin Dai, upon hearing this, stammered a reply. Strategist Qin, this 13th brother of mine isn't gifted enough. He broke ties with the Qin family many years ago. I didn't expect him to show up now. Shu Rui, at this moment, coldly replied, If this fellow Taoist has already broken ties with the Qin family, I think it's best not to get involved. Qin Lai paid no mind to his words. He just gave him a half-hearted glance. Whether I get involved or not, is that any of your business? These words directly enraged Shu Rui. He couldn't hold back any longer, sneered, and clenched his fists. You're really something. Even if you're at the great perfection of the true path today, this strategist will wipe out the entire Qin family. Kill him for me. No sooner had he spoken than two burly men from behind simultaneously rushed towards Qin Lai. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately started sweating profusely, his expression becoming incredibly anxious. They're all mid-stage Return to Truth realm masters. You don't stand a chance, little brother. Hurry and run. Qin Lai, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm, merely knitting his brows slightly. He raised his sword and charged straight at them. In a flash, both of those masters were taken down in a single breath. Seeing this, Shu Rui was furious, continuously turning to curse Qin Dai. You scoundrel! Didn't you claim that he was the one with the weakest talent in the Qin family? Qin Dai couldn't believe his own eyes, instantly becoming flustered. He was speechless, stammering, I don't know. How was I supposed to know? How could he have become so formidable now? Meanwhile, Qin Lai, before the astonished eyes of Qin Yijue and Qin Feng, plunged his sword straight into the ground. He cut a truly awe-inspiring figure. Shu Rui, at this moment, became panicked, his mind constantly speculating about this aura. I know this all too well. Ever since the great victory at Qianjishan, I've only ever felt it on one person. I can't believe this guy, whom Qin Dai called a good-for-nothing, is actually a master of the Danyang stage. Qin Lai, seeing his attitude, couldn't help but snicker a few times. HMPH, a Danyang master who with a single thought can form talismans and within Yukong Valley is reborn as an Earth Immortal. In the cultivation world, they're also known by another name. That is an Earth Immortal, someone who transcends mortality to become a true immortal. The Danyang stage, although it's the lowest threshold among the 9 cultivation realms, it has undoubtedly transcended the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Shu Rui was absolutely furious, his rage practically reaching the heavens. He had originally thought this mission was an easy one. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Lai popped up out of nowhere. All his plans were completely ruined. He was so enraged his face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. Damn it, yours truly miscalculated again. A direct confrontation is absolutely unwinnable. Thinking this, he immediately took off and flew away. There's no other choice but to escape the city first. Then he'd gather the remaining people, and afterward, quickly request reinforcements from the campmaster. We'll fight Danyang with Danyang. Qin Li, seeing his actions, widened his eyes. Oh, trying to run away, are we? I've already declared. I'm right here today. No one should even think about it, of laying a single finger on anyone from the Qin family. With that, his spiritual treasure slowly floated up. Xu Rui, seeing such a strange thing for the first time, couldn't help but be scared. What is that spiritual treasure? What in the world is that thing? Meanwhile, Qin Lai simply gave him a few quick glances, while simultaneously roaring, "You are forbidden from touching my family now, and you won't be allowed to ever again." With that, he unleashed a windblade slash straight towards Xu Rui. This strike immediately carved into Xu Rui's body, causing him to bleed fresh blood continuously. Enduring the searing pain, Xu Rui quickly accelerated, desperate to escape. Seeing this, Qin Lai simply couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Well, if it isn't the reversion to truth realm, 9th layer? Grand perfection? What a surprise. Never mind. Let him run then. After all these years of playing hide-and-seek, it's finally time to settle accounts. With that, he slowly descended into the Qin family manor's courtyard. The moment Qin Feng spotted Qin Lai's return, he rushed over and anxiously inquired, "How's 13 doing?" Qin Lai casually brushed off his attire a few times and calmly replied, "He managed to escape, but it's nothing to worry about. Just so happens, I also have a few personal scores to settle. Need to clear them up with Rui Shui Camp." Qin Feng slowly raised his hand, asking doubtfully, "Your current cultivation, junior brother, is it truly the Danyang stage?" Qin Lai merely shrugged a few times, quickly replying, "Indeed." Hearing this, Qin Feng was utterly delighted and couldn't help but shout, "Excellent, kiddo. You're really something." Then he sharply turned towards Qin Yijue, smiling meaningfully. "Father, our Qin family has produced an Earth Immortal." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yijue felt a slight doubt in his heart. This Earth Immortal, is he still the little Lai who everyone mocked and ridiculed back then? This son, whom everyone considered a good-for-nothing back then, has today averted the Qin family's catastrophe of annihilation. Afterwards, he slowly walked closer, continuously shaking his head, muttering, "I was truly wrong about little Lai. I am not worthy of the title of his father." Qin Feng quickly shook his head a few times after hearing this. If little Lai heard about the rescue, it shows he bears no grudge against father. Qin Lai, who was on the other side, originally didn't seem to mind, just remaining silent. Qin Yijue, on the contrary, knew himself. How did I treat Qin Lai? It was only natural for him to bear a grudge. He sighed softly. That's because he remembers your past kindness towards him. But apart from you, all the other Qin family descendants, did any of them ever treat him like a brother? Then he slowly looked down at his hands, trembling with emotion. Stinging sensation suddenly welled up in his nose. Among us elders who truly comforted him on those cold, dark nights, "Finger, it seems I'm truly getting old." The older one gets, the more one realizes the extremely grave mistakes of the past. Utterly wrong. As the words left his lips, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Immediately after, he coughed up blood. Qin Feng, seeing this, panicked and rushed to support his father. Despite his immense hatred for them, Qin Lai couldn't help but turn to speak. Upon hearing this, Qin Yijue clutched his chest and slowly looked into Qin Lai's eyes. "Little Lai, do you still cough, still blame your father?" These words made Qin Lai feel utterly awkward. He simply turned his face away in silence. Qin Yiju's eyes immediately flashed with a pained expression. He kept shaking his head. "It seems you still can't bring yourself to forgive me, son." Seeing this, Qin Feng was equally anxious. However, he didn't know what to say either. His father, Qin Yijue, slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "It's all right. I brought this upon myself. No one else is to blame. I only hope that in the future I can assist my two sons in helping the Qin family to prosper. Only then can I truly rest in peace." Upon hearing these words, Qin Li couldn't take it anymore. He burst out indignantly. "Are you still like this, old man? You only ever think about the Qin family. Everything you do is for the sake of the Qin family. Gifted prodigies. You cradle them in the palm of your hand. But those with meager strength you deem utterly useless for life. Have you ever even considered, is there anyone here who isn't your son or a member of your family? And what child doesn't need a father? They, for the patriarch's seat, to satisfy his expectations, risked their lives in cultivation. And what's the result? Even basic human decency was tossed out the window. Trinde is also your son. It was precisely your teachings and nurturing that made him value cultivation as his life. Forgetting his duties, you erred, not just towards me, but also by not understanding your own place. You targeted your own disciples, severed family ties, and you still can't see what you've gained or lost? These heartfelt words from Qin Lai left Qin Yiju utterly stunned. He couldn't utter a single word. Qin Lai continued, "The Qin family's descendants are being massacred, and even now you're still plotting countless strategies to plan for the Qin family's future, huh? Right now, what you should be doing is begging for forgiveness. From everyone." After hearing these words, Qin Feng let out a soft sigh. He turned and whispered, "Father, 13 spoke no lies. We really have been quite excessive." Fen Yizhui could no longer stand firm at this moment and immediately collapsed to his knees. His eyes were filled with utter despair. To think I've lived an entire lifetime and still don't understand things as clearly as Xiao Li. What a truly wasted life. Qin Feng, seeing this, also ran up, ceaselessly pleading, "Father, I've realized my mistakes. Your words have truly awakened, Father. Do you still intend to leave?" Qinlai shook his head, quickly replying, "Second brother, it's not that I want to leave, it's that this matter fundamentally isn't over yet. I don't mind telling you, it's Asterisk I who will put an end to this whole mess." Qin Feng's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears, and he suspiciously asked, What did you say?" "How could it be you?" Qinlai gently clenched his fists, nodded, and replied, "Indeed, this whole mess originated because of me. Although we repelled Shu Rui this time, as long as Mo Shen isn't annihilated, second brother will always be in hot water. This matter absolutely must come to an end. And what's more, the sooner the better." Hearing Qin Lai's resolute words, Qin Feng couldn't stop speculating. "So you mean you intend to destroy Mo Shen?" But with Ma Shen's strength, Qin Li merely folded his arms, then continued in a cold voice, "Dan Yangqi, I've heard of him. Even so, what of it? His mistake was trying to lay a hand on you. Therefore, he must die." Qin Feng's eyes widened, a knot of worry forming in his chest. Qin Feng, after a moment of deep thought, turned to face Qin Lai. He nodded slightly. "All right, I understand your intentions now. My final question. Are you Lai Feng?" When the Lin Fu alliance was still intact, young Miss Lin once mentioned that Lai Feng possessed a mid-grade spiritual artifact flag. Therefore, you are not only Li Feng, but also the person who previously saved the 3 great noble families at Kui Shui Camp. Am I correct? The Lin Fu alliance and Kui Shui Camp have been at odds for so many years. Whenever a crucial moment came, a mysterious person always averted disaster for the alliance. Qin Lai then slowly spoke. "Lai Feng, is Qin Li the same person as Li Feng? And what's their relationship? I simply don't want others to think, after leaving the Qin family, he still had to use the alias Qin Feng to deceive others. Only then did Qin Yizhu understand that a Grandmaster of Danyang actually needed to rely on the Qin family's reputation. If he hadn't initially scorned and blamed Qin Lai, the Qin family could now be standing firmly on the city walls, unyielding in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, admired by thousands. It was Qin Yizhui who single-handedly squandered this opportunity to change their future. After a moment of deep contemplation, Qin Feng finally dared to confirm that his 13th junior brother was indeed Li Feng. No wonder Lai Feng's attitude towards Zijian was unusually kind. I kept asking, but I still couldn't understand. Until just now, after you used that treasured flag artifact. Before he could finish, Qin Lai quickly cut him off. Right? It's no longer important now. Zijian is currently outside the city. He's not in any danger. Both of you brothers don't need to worry. The urgent matter now is to deal with that villain from Kui Shui Camp. Having said that, he turned and left, not forgetting to remind them. 5 days later, at New Tushan, 200 miles south of Shangyuan City, Xiao Li will officially battle Mo Tan. With a single strike, I'll completely eradicate Sui Shuijai and the Xueming. Anything else, we'll discuss later. As soon as the words ended, he vanished in a flash. Qin Feng saw this and was utterly bewildered, quickly shouting loudly, 13, wait a minute! From his side, Qin Yaju gently tugged on Qin Feng's sleeve. He gently asked, Finger, what did Xu Li mean by those words? Qin Feng sighed softly, then said with a serious expression, Father, you still don't understand. 13 might claim to sever all ties and obligations, but deep down, he's repaying our kindness by tackling this grievance. He wants to help us solve a huge problem. However, what kind of person is Mo Tan? How could 13 possibly be his opponent, all by himself? At this moment, Qin Yizhui seemed to become an entirely different person. He wanted to redeem all his past mistakes. He immediately turned sharply and declared loudly, This matter cannot be delayed. Immediately send a message talisman to the Lin family. Tell him about this. We must fully support Xiao Li. At this moment, Qin Feng again gently asked in a low voice, There's one more thing. How do you intend to deal with Father Qinde? Qin Yizhui, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brows. That traitor! Let's wait until this matter is concluded. Then, Xiao Li can deal with him however he pleases. Meanwhile, at Zhu Shui stronghold, from outside, the furious shouts of Shan Dasheng could already be heard. You failed the mission, yet you still have the nerve to show your face here? Shu Rui, seeing this, immediately panicked. Stronghold Master, our opponent is a Danyang stage cultivator. This is absolutely not a problem that many people can solve. Shan Dasheng, upon hearing this, subtly shot him a few glares. Shu Rui, you've served as a strategist for my Zhu Shui stronghold for all these years. Yet, My Jushui stronghold is a mere branch of the fourth prince. Although you've dedicated yourself, if one day the fourth prince successfully ascends the throne. He said this then, plunged a hand straight into Shurui's body. He warned him in a cold voice. I, this stronghold master, will most certainly build you an absolutely magnificent mausoleum to thank your spirit in the heavens. As soon as these words were uttered, Shurui was instantly scared, speechless. Blood dripped profusely from his heart. Shurui looked at Mo Shen, bewildered, his voice tinged with grievance. Why did Mo Shen take out Shurui's purple mansion? He held it up, inspecting it with covetous eyes. In response to Advisor XU's question, there was only an answer utterly devoid of compassion. I only look at the results, not the process. Do you want to be known as Jushui Camp's #1 intelligent advisor who was carelessly killed, or receive a grand burial? Which do you choose? Only now did Shurui finally understand that the title of #1 military advisor he held was merely to keep him content, working his heart out like a dog for Mo Shen. Words had already left his mouth, yet he found himself speechless. There was no reasoning with such a person. Mo Shen continued. What's more, to solidify this Camp Lord's Dan Yang cultivation stage, I absolutely need the Yuan Yang purple mansion of a Gizhen cultivator. Therefore, even in death, you'll be considered to have served my Jushui camp with utmost dedication. Shurui managed to yell, Mo Shen, you're using this method to break through to the Dan Yang stage. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Ma Shen fixed his icy gaze on him. Quiet, military advisor 2. This camp master is working. I don't need you to stick your nose in. With a whoosh, Ma Shen struck Turui with a blow using his spiritual energy. Turui, already severely injured, couldn't stand firm after another blow and fell backward. From Ma Shen's lips, one cold word escaped. Die. Turui's eyes, filled with terror, stared at the person before him. With a resounding thud, he was killed. Ma Shen snorted. What a waste of your intelligence! Suddenly, something flew past the window. It caught his attention. He snorted. A signal talisman? What happened? The signal talisman flew inside, landing in Ma Shen's hand, transforming into a letter. Ma Shen looked puzzled. The Qin family of Bianjing is fighting with me? What is this about? From outside, a subordinate rushed in. Urgent report, Camp Master! Something bad has happened. News has spread everywhere in Shanggu Yuan City about a decisive battle between you and the 13. Ma Shen, full of doubt, asked, Have you traced the source of these fabrications? Reporting, Camp Master. It was spread by the Lin family. Ma Shen snorted. Interesting. They can't defeat me head-on, so they plan to use this method as a decoy, huh? Fine by me. In that case, agree with them. We must make Lin Tuifeng completely give up hope, taking this opportunity so they can experience the formidable power of our Jushui Zai. The news of Qinlai clashing with the Demon Abyss has now spread throughout the Shangyuan cultivation realm. Since we've decided to fight a decisive battle against the Demon Abyss, naturally, we must prepare thoroughly. First, Qin Li returned to the Heishi alliance. He arranged many tasks for his subordinates. After that, he went to the Yipin Lu. There, he secretly talked with Zhu Songqi until midnight. Next, he retrieved talismans and elixirs accumulated over many years from Yanshou Manor. Finally, he also went to the auction house to buy a pile of weapons. All that's left is to wait. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, great ancestor Lin, hearing Lin Yuran's call, Lin Yaoyang turned around. Yuran, you've arrived. I heard your father say you've been feeling restless lately. Has something happened? Lin Yuran fell silent, finding it hard to express herself. Lin Yaoyang continued. It's still because of Qin Li's appearance, isn't it? Indeed. Back then, you two almost got together. And then, there was no news from him for so many years. By the time he reappeared, he was already a master of the Dan Yang stage. So, it's natural for your heart to be restless. That's only to be expected. Lin Yuran, her thoughts precisely articulated, lowered her gaze. Indeed, everything is just as Grand Ancestor said. Lin Yaoyang reminded Yuran. The path of cultivation places immense importance on one's mindset. I heard he was treated coldly when he left home. How could you possibly know about that? He's lived quite well these past few years. 3 years without revealing his whereabouts proves he must have his own personal struggles. As I see it, he likely felt he had no face to meet you after the engagement was annulled that year. But so many years have passed since then. Both of you are no longer the same as before. Therefore, you should forgive him now. It's unknown what Lin Yuran was truly feeling inside. A hint of displeasure flickered across her face as she blurted out. However, Lin Yaoyang spoke sternly. Yuran, this time, Qin Li's decisive battle with the Demon Abyss is also to bring an end to all these past grudges and grievances. You must not disrupt his plans. Do you understand? Lin Yuran softly replied. Yes, Grand Ancestor. Please rest assured. Yuran still understands this principle. Seeing that Yuran had understood, Lin Yaoyang continued. All right, if that's the case, I can finally rest at ease. Everyone, let's put everything aside and let the Dan Yang battle decide. 5 days later, at Niutu Mountain, All the great noble families had gathered to prepare for battle against Qin Lai. Everyone is waiting for Qin Lai to arrive, but he still hasn't shown up by noon. Then Sui Fang grew anxious, as Qin Li still hadn't arrived, and I don't know how much of a chance he truly has of winning this great battle. Lin Miaoyang calmly said, "Just be calm. Since Qin Li dared to accept the challenge, he must surely have some confidence in his strategy for these 5 days." He also didn't specify an exact time. Everyone just needs to wait quietly. Sui Feng, have all the great families arrived? The Qin family's father and son, Qin Yi and Qin Feng, walked over and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, old ancestor." Lin Sifeng respectfully reported, "Ancestor, everyone has basically arrived. They are all currently concealing their whereabouts, awaiting orders. The Qin family is also accompanying us." Lin Miaoyang turned and said, "All right. For today's battle, as soon as Mo Shen is defeated, we will immediately cause chaos. As long as Rui Shui village is destroyed, the Shuing will not be able to achieve anything significant." Lin Suifeng replied, "Yes." Then turned to Qin Yi and asked again, "Why hasn't Qin Lai arrived yet? It's almost high noon." Old Master Qin replied, "Truly, I dare not conceal it. My worthless son's disposition, this humble one, truly doesn't fully understand either. As his father, I am truly ashamed." Lin Miaoyang, seeing Qin Li's dejection, quickly advised Patriarch Qin not to blame himself. Anyone who undertakes grand endeavors always has a peculiar quirk or two. I believe Qin Li also has his own plans. Qin Feng thought it made sense. He turned to his father and said, "Old Master Lin is right. Let's wait and see. Father believes Qin Li will definitely come." Then Yulian suddenly snorted and opened her mouth to mock. "I only fear he's just putting on a show, all talk and no action. And at the crucial moment, he'll get scared." Hearing her younger sister speak of Qin Li like that, Lin Yuren angrily yelled at Yulian, "You shut your mouth!" Seeing her older sister defend Qin Lai like that, Yulian retorted, "What's wrong, sister? Could it be that what I said isn't true?" Lin Yuren couldn't hold back anymore and chided, "Qin Lai's challenge against Mo Shen is related to the future direction of our Lin family. How can you be so utterly disrespectful? Apologize to Patriarch Qin at once." Old Master Qin, standing nearby, simply offered a wry chuckle, dispelling the tense atmosphere. It's fine. Youngsters are innocent and frank. We won't take it to heart. For now, we can only continue waiting." As time slowly passed, the midday sun, hanging high in the sky, began its descent towards the west mountain. Just as night was about to fall, and everyone was on the verge of losing their patience, a streak of light appeared in the sky. The streak of light flashed and landed on Niutu Mountain. Lin Suifeng exclaimed, "That's Ancestor Qin Lai! He's here!" Lin Yuran, seeing the familiar figure, also inwardly exclaimed, "Qin Li!" Qin Lai landed directly beside Mo Shen, who had been left hanging for nearly an entire day and had completely run out of patience. He said, "Finally you've arrived. This camp master thought you deserted the battle." Qin Lai looked at him, smiling. "What's wrong? If this Qin arrived a little late, then you could live a little longer. Isn't that a good thing?" Mo Shen, who had waited all day and was now further provoked by Qin Li, immediately erupted in anger and shouted, "Brett, don't you dare talk back. Even the Lin family were defeated under my hand. Who the heck do you think you are?" With that, he leaped forward, attacking. Qin Li swiftly dodged the move. The two continued like this for several moves, with one attacking, while the other evaded. Mo Shen couldn't catch him, growing increasingly frustrated. "HMPH," Lin Yulian muttered, propping her chin in her hand like a seasoned old-timer, observing, "Something's not right. How could Qin Lai fall into a disadvantageous position right after arriving? Could he really be all talk and no bite?" Lin Suifeng, standing nearby, reprimanded Yulian. "Your temperament is far too casual, my child. You have no ambition whatsoever. If you keep this up, your cultivation realm will fall behind your older sisters. In terms of foresight, you're still far behind Yuran. Can't you see that Qin Lai clearly isn't using his full strength?" Meanwhile, Mo Shen still couldn't catch Qin Lai. Seeing him dodge left and right, like a mischievous monkey, he cursed, "You stinky brat, you're quite insidious, aren't you? You intentionally set a 5-day appointment, then show up late. Trying to wear down this camp master's patience, are you? Making it easy for me to make a mistake." He unleashed a deadly move, striking at Qin Lai. Qin Lai darted up like lightning, making Mo Shen miss, who then slammed his fist into the ground with a resounding thud. Rocks and earth shattered and flew up from the impact point. Qin Lai landed elsewhere, answering his question. "So you've only just realized that even an Earth Immortal has limits they can't cross. Your mental state will definitely take a hit. When masters clash, it's not merely about mystic techniques or profound skills. Sometimes, what's in your head is far more important than mere spellcraft." Tan Lai, while speaking, pointed to his own forehead, scoffing at Ma Shen. "Honestly, it's hard to imagine how you ever managed to command Zhu Shui camp. You damn dog, you're courting death." Ma Shen glared, eyes wide with fury. Yet he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Pillars of spiritual energy erupted around him. Tan Li observed. Lo and behold, a sturdy inner armor appeared on his body. With spiritual energy surging around him, Ma Shen spoke to Tan Lai. Even with your flawless schemes, you couldn't possibly fathom the might of this overlord armor. Today, even if you possessed the power to shake heaven and earth, don't even dream of injuring me in the slightest. In the distance, Lin Miao Yang watched him, astonished. What? The overlord armor? Lin Suifeng, noticing the old ancestor's grave expression, quickly said, Old ancestor, what is the overlord armor? Lin Miao Yang replied, This armor is a top-grade spiritual artifact, crafted by Junshan's grand artificer Wang Tong. It was created for its exceptional defensive properties. No defensive spiritual artifact of the same level can possibly compare to it. It has long been the paramount armor of high-origin immortal cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Suifeng's expression also turned serious, and he said, Well, if we can't break through Motham's defenses, then isn't it obvious we have no chance of winning? Lin Yao Yang secretly observed, a suspicion growing in his heart, and it was indeed correct. But this overlord armor, how could it be? Does Motham also have a connection to Kunji Xiantian? Are we still playing hit and run? Motham angrily snorted, then roared. Chained fireballs? A waste of effort. The overlord armor is protected by an inherent Tier 3 spell. Its defenses cannot be broken. Even if you and I are both at the Danyang stage, you still won't be able to break through my defenses. You can only wait for death. As he spoke, spiritual power gathered into a fireball before his eyes. Across from him, Jinli pulled out a talisman, launching it forward to block the attack. Looking at him sharply, he said, Both at Danyang? Ridiculous! Although your aura genuinely reached Danyang, there's no mistake about that. But your spiritual power isn't genuine. The heavy traces of a low-level cultivator are far too evident. Upon reflection, you must have used some method or borrowed strength to ascend to your current state, right? So at most, he's just at the pseudocore stage. Mo Shen, hit where it hurts by Qinlai's words, immediately grew furious. He snorted provocatively. Well then, why don't you come try it? With those words, his spiritual power struck towards Qinli. Qinlai immediately shouted, Black Scale Shield! Block it! A shield appeared in Qinlai's hand, deploying a layer of spiritual energy to block the attack. The two sides collided with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Meanwhile, Lin Suifeng stood watching, stroking his beard as he exclaimed, So that's how it is? You ran, my child. Do you still remember what I once said during the final decisive battle? Mo Shen suddenly broke through to the Danyang realm, ultimately leading to the events with the Lin Alliance. We suffered a crushing defeat and were forced to return. Looking back, Mo Shen breaking through to Danyang probably involved some sort of trickery. Lin Yuran replied, Indeed, but if Qinlai is genuinely at the Danyang realm, logically speaking, he shouldn't always be on the defensive. Could it be that he has other plans? Suddenly, Lin Yuran let out an "Oh!" He turned to see 3 people from the Black Faction running over. The 3 of them bowed in succession. Black Faction Alliance elders pay their respects to young Miss Lin. Many thanks to Lin Manor for helping me deal with Sun Tian this time. Lin Yuran, indicating there was no need for such formality, replied, It's not necessary. Have you all also come to New Two Mountain to be spectators? Li Shanqiu replied, On the contrary, I did not come to watch. I came under the orders of Lai Lord. Lin Yuran exclaimed in surprise. Lai Feng? He came here too? Lu Tianxie added, That's right. The Manor Lord ordered that once I've completed almost everything, he will come to New Two Mountain to meet up with you. However, I'm unsure why he still hasn't arrived yet. Lin Suifeng, standing nearby, then spoke. There's no need to panic, everyone. Now is a crucial moment in the battle. Let's wait until it's over. It won't be too late to go find Lai Feng then. Qin Feng, observing the battle, worriedly asked, Old Master Lin Yao Yang, is he all right? He replied, Don't underestimate cultivators. The cultivator of the Danyang realm, rest assured. Qinlai won't face any significant hindrance. It's just, what exactly is his true intention? Qinlai was continuously struck by Mo Shen, and his black scale shield shattered. Mo Shen walked closer. This is the exact consequence of angering this chieftain. Qinli struggled to his feet, let out a snort, then burst into hearty laughter. Mo Shen then asked, What's so funny about this situation? Ha ha ha, do you still remember Mo Yi of the Hongwu school? Mo Shen, hearing his younger brother mentioned, immediately asked in surprise, What? You know my precious younger brother? Qinlai replied with a cold laugh. Ha ha! Not just know him, we were practically bosom buddies. Your brother Mo Yi is precisely the one who met his end by my hand. Mo Shen's face twisted into an ugly grimace. What? You are the one who killed my precious younger brother. Qinlai, seeing his anger, continued. Mo Shen, you've been clashing with me and the Lin Manor for years. How pathetic that until this very moment, you only just found out who killed your own brother? You, the illustrious campmaster, and now the head of the Blood Alliance. Isn't that just absolutely laughable? Mo Shen, fueled by the hatred for his brother's demise and Qinlai's mockery, ground his teeth. Very well. I've been searching for you for so many years, and you finally dare to show your face. If that's the case, then your head shall be offered as a sacrifice to the departed spirit of my precious younger brother. He fully unleashed his spiritual power, summoning the Taiji sword, and thought to himself, it's time to unleash my true power. He then summoned the Bua saber and the Fufeng banner. Qinlai roared, Mo Shen, the grudges between you and me should end today. Take this. Both the Nirvana sword and Azure Moonsaber strikes clashed simultaneously. Mo Shen immediately unleashed his butterfly wave sword art. Not to be outdone, Qinlai countered with his formidable severing void saber art. They exchanged over 10 dazzling moves, yet still, no victor could be determined. Mo Shen roared, Qinlai, I must skin you and rip out your bones. Only then will this hatred in my heart be appeased. Both continued to unleash dangerous and intricate killing moves. Meanwhile, the three elders of the black market, witnessing the spectacle, immediately exclaimed in astonishment, Hey, look, it's the Azure Moonsaber with the severing void saber art. Isn't that the spiritual artifact that I found a few days ago on behalf of the Manor Lord? Furthermore, this Qinlai even possesses the floating wind banner. What exactly is going on here? The chatter of the three men made Lin Yu Ran pay attention. She suddenly remembered events from a few days ago, when her mother had been saved by a benefactor. This person had wielded a large golden spiritual artifact banner. Moreover, they also possessed many medicinal pills, and all of them were of premium grade. Lin Suifeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel perplexed. Ever since Manor Lord Li Feng defeated Sun Tian in the black market, the fact that he possessed a mid-grade spiritual artifact great banner was no longer a secret. But this very flag was now in Qinlai's hands. Could it be that the one who has been supporting the Lin clan all these years is Qinlai? Lin Suifeng, utterly bewildered, turned to Qin Yi and asked, Brother Qin, what's going on? Why didn't you tell us about Qinlai's true identity? Qin Yi then spoke up. Clanmaster Lin, I am truly sorry. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that 13 left home for many years and endured countless untold hardships. What's more, this time, it was also thanks to him that our Qin clan managed to survive the calamity of annihilation. Therefore, my father and I decided that until he willingly revealed his identity, we would continue to help him protect this secret. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu Ran's expression became indescribably complex. Her heart churned. Qin Li Feng. So they were one and the same, just a name change, and yet it was the same person. She knelt, as memories related to the two of them flashed through her mind. From the moment he rejected the marriage proposal to the time he protected Wei Jian. And even when he stood up to protect her, treating her wounds, Lin Yuran's face darkened. She couldn't believe he had always been so close to her. The one she had been waiting for all this time was right beside her. Yet he still refused to reveal his true identity to her. Lin Yuran, seeing her older sister like this, called out loudly, Big sister! Lin Suifeng sighed deeply. Heaven's will truly mocks us. Lin Yuran, if there's something you need to say, wait until the battle is over. Lin Yaoyang, standing nearby, agreed. That's right. No matter how you truly feel about Qinlai in your heart, now is not the time to vent. For now, we must prioritize the bigger picture. Understand? She just quietly replied, Yes, Lin Yuran understands. On the battlefield, Mo Shen and Qinlai were still fiercely battling. Mo Shen roared, You clueless little whippersnapper! How do you like the taste of this old man's Dailang sword art? Qinlai sneered, letting out a cold HMPH. All brawn, no brain, huh? I already told you, having a brain matters more than fancy spells. Don't you want to know what I've been up to since the Chen hour? Until this evening. Where did I go, and what did I do? Upon hearing this, Lin Suifeng's eyes widened in realization. That's right, if Qinlai and Li Feng are one, then, thinking of this, he immediately turned to the three black market elders to ask them something. Elders, earlier you mentioned that you had finished something, and only then managed to arrive here. May I ask what that was? Lu Tianye hesitated, unsure whether he should speak. Lin Suifeng quickly interjected. It's all right, Manor Lord. You have already revealed your true identity. I'm sure he'll tacitly agree. Lu Tianye immediately replied. All right then. Today, while on our way to the meeting place at Mo Shen, the Manor Lord led us to raid Bishui Zai. After a period of intense fighting, we achieved victory. The enemies from the 5th level of the Return to Origin realm and above were all annihilated by the Manor Lord himself. After that, the Manor Lord ordered us to clean up the aftermath and then come to New Tushan to rendezvous with him. On this side, Mo Shen heard the conversation of the three black market elders and immediately flew into a furious rage. He swung a powerful sword strike. As if to crush everything, he roared each word. Damn it! You actually dared to bring people to ambush my main base. My business Tanlai replied disdainfully. What's there to be surprised about, really? Back then, when you sent Sun Tian to ambush my black market, did you ever think you'd be ambushed one day? Or are you saying these arrangements didn't come from your hands at all? Mo Shen glared at Tanlai and cursed. Impossible! How could you destroy my Bishui stronghold just by relying on a black market? Tanlai explained. What a happy coincidence. I happen to have a very well-connected friend. That is, of course, Zhu Songqi. He said he has some connections with Fu Zhen, the deputy prefect of Changqing Prefecture and the Ganqi Mountain Garrison. Mo Shen seemed to have guessed what Tanlai was about to say next. He paused for a moment, then turned to ask, You guys have the ability to mobilize the troops stationed at Ganqi Mountain? Tanlai confirmed. That's right. My people are cooperating with Changqing Prefecture. How many people do you think Bishui Stronghold and Shuming can escape? Even if you rush back with all your speed right now, you'll only be able to recover an empty mountain stronghold. There will be nothing left. Mo Shen didn't believe what Tanlai said. He angrily roared. Nonsense! My Bishui stronghold. I've been running for so many years. How could it be attacked overnight? I, Qinlai, swear I'll cut out your tongue today, or my name isn't Qinlai. Qinlai looked at him with a cold sneer. Then we'll just have to see if you even have the guts for that. The two men lunged at each other again, swords and blades clashing. Mo Shen pressed his sword against Qinlai's, declaring, You puny brat, all you do is flap your gums. If you're relying on these weak, pathetic attacks, don't even dream of it, of breaking through my overlord's technique. Qinlai snorted, swinging his blade in a severing void attack. Don't be so quick to judge. Even if you possess the overlord's armor, I, Qinli, can still take that head right off your shoulders. Qinlai unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Severing void, twofold force, severing void, threefold force, then severing void, fourfold force. Enough! Mo Shen roared, launching a counterattack. Go meet Yan Wang for me. His technique was called Butterfly Wave Soaring Heaven. Qinlai met it with Severing Void, fivefold force, parrying the blow. The two clashed fiercely when Mo Shen suddenly felt that this attack from Qinlai wasn't quite matching his own power. Lin Yaoyang, observing from the sidelines, also sensed something peculiar. He silently pondered. Strange. Why does Qinlai always want to go head-to-head with Mo Shen? Perhaps he himself already knows clearly. A thunderous explosion rang out, and Mo Shen froze in astonishment. Qinlai seems to have achieved his goal. Mo Shen wondered, How can this be? I have the Overlord armor. How could I be injured? Mo Shen asked. You stinky brat. What did you do? Qinlai replied, Indeed, your overlord armor is truly impenetrable. Ordinary magic would truly have a hard time injuring you. It's just, compared to your exterior, is your interior just as impenetrable? What's with this inside and outside talk? What is he saying? Queenly means internal organs. That's right. Even if Mo Shen's armor is incredibly tough on the outside, the body inside is still merely flesh and blood. This Zhankei saber art, although it might seem weak at first glance, increases in power with each progressive move. Its power gradually increases. Qinlai is precisely using this head-to-head approach, intending to strike down Mo Shen from the inside out. But if that's the case, wouldn't Qinlai himself also take a hit? Then it must be related to that Fufeng banner. Say, did you notice? After Fufeng Ji, he has always been by Qinlai's side, never leaving him. What's more, there were no signs of him attacking. At first, I thought it was to speed up his movement technique. Only now do I realize he's planning to use the wind's power to protect himself. So then, isn't victory guaranteed? No, that's not right. This method is still too reckless, even though it's the only method to break through the Overlord's armor. If my body can't withstand it first, then everything will be over. To injure and subdue me? You're still a bit out of your league. It's over now. Mo Shen unleashed a torrent of fierce internal energy. Qinlai was astonished. Such intense pressure. So it turns out the profound core realm can also channel natural forces. This glorious blade sword move is so fierce. It must be Mo Shen's strongest technique. If that's the case, I must also unleash my full power. Come on, let's fight until one of us drops dead. Threefold void slash. Such immense power. The white profound elixir chi is a top-grade medicinal pill. He intends to use it to restore his vital energy. Saying that, he swallowed the elixir. He still had a hidden move? Don't bother trying to die so easily anymore. Mo Shen charged forward, swinging his blade. Your fate of defeat is already sealed. That move just now, you can't kill me. The result is your miserable death. Impossible. I won't just take this. Both sides are exchanging blows fiercely. Qin Lai enraged. "Break it!" Mo Shen was struck, flying back 100 meters while Qin Lai's entire body ached. His spiritual power was completely depleted, and the Overlord armor could no longer be maintained. Could it be that this old man will truly die here today? But if everything he said earlier was true, then living would be worse than dying. If so, I might as well drag you down with me and end this. Mo Shen, just watch what Qin Lai can do. If I die, don't you dare hope to live in peace. What does he want to do? Come with me to hell! Oh no, Qin Lai is in danger! Qin Lai didn't even have time to realize what was happening. A fierce, demonic energy attack shook heaven and earth, shattering the spiritual energy shield. I didn't expect Mo Shen to be so insane as to self-destruct his Zifu Yuan Dan. Sui Feng quickly informed the other noble families hiding nearby. Tell them to search together for Qin Lai's whereabouts. First, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Yes. Second, the situation isn't optimistic. Patriarch, is there anything else? Although Mo Shen was defeated, it's hard to guarantee that no one will come looking for his traces. You mean the forces behind Mo Shen? Whether it's Mo Shen's people searching or us, we're all racing against time. Now, we just have to see who can discover it sooner. Early next morning, in a nearby mountain cave, Qin Li lay motionless, covered in injuries. He drowsily opened his eyes and looked around. Where is this place? Ah, yes. Mo Shen and I were dueling, and I was careless. I had to withstand his final blow. I didn't expect Mo Shen to sacrifice his cultivation just to kill me for good. Qin Lai struggled to his feet and leaned against the rock wall. He clutched his stomach, gritting his teeth in agony. Earlier, when I used the Zhangque blade technique to clash with him head-on, I didn't expect it to injure my internal organs as well. What's more, I can't even draw out my spirit energy. It seems my Zifu Yuan Yang is temporarily paralyzed. As if my injuries weren't enough. Right now, I'm just like an ordinary person. I must return to Shangwan City immediately to regroup with my brothers, Qin Lai thought, pushing himself. After a few steps, he quickly covered his mouth to stifle a dry cough. He took his hand away and saw bloodstains on it. Looks like I'll have to rest for a bit first. After regaining some strength, Qin Li made his way to a small stream. He scooped up some water to drink. Qin Li gazed at his reflection in the water, thinking to himself, come to think of it, who exactly saved me? And how did I end up here? I don't recall anything about it at all. The only thing I can confirm is that this person isn't a remnant of the demonic cult. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. He raised a hand to wipe the remaining water from the corner of his mouth. Qin Lai suddenly noticed something in the distance. As he got closer, he saw a set of clothes on a rock. Qin Li exclaimed inwardly, "What's that?" It's a woman's outfit. Could it be Lin Yuran who saved me? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from in front of him. With a hint of mischievous allure, she asked, "Am I not pretty?" Qin Lai, flustered, he quickly turned away. "Please don't make a fool of this humble one anymore." "Miss Lin, when did you learn such a trick?" He suddenly remembered that this voice wasn't Lin Yuran's either. She would never have such a teasing habit. Like this. "This isn't Lin Yuran," Qin Lai blurted out. "Who are you?" Qin Lai mused to himself. He was usually accustomed to using spiritual power for reconnaissance, but now his entire cultivation was unusable. How could he have been so careless? The young woman stepped out of the hot spring. Her red hair, fair skin were covered by a single towel. The alluring woman gasped. "Oh, who am Ko? My, this young lady is bathing. You're the one who barged in, so shouldn't be the one asking who you are?" Qin Lai pondered inwardly. This woman's background is unclear. I can't discern which faction she belongs to. My cultivation temporarily can't be utilized. After the young woman finished dressing, Tanli turned around, clasped his hands, and addressed her. "It is indeed my presumption. I was unaware this place already had an occupant. If I have offended, I humbly beg for your forgiveness, young lady." She immediately retorted, "Oh, so an apology just fixes everything, does it?" Qin Lai didn't expect the woman before him to be so unforgiving. So he asked, "Then how does the young lady wish for me to atone for my transgression?" She coiled her arms behind her back, tidying her hair as she said, "Just now, you thoroughly inspected this young lady from head to toe. If I don't gouge out both your eyes, wouldn't that be letting you off too easy?" Qin Lai internally scoffed. This woman is truly ruthless. The moment she opens her mouth, it's always about gouging out someone's eyes. She should definitely be called a little demoness. The little demoness walked over. "What's wrong? Not content?" Qin Lai stammered awkwardly. "Naturally, I am grateful for your life-saving grace." However, outside the cave entrance, a group of people's footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by their chatter. "There's a mountain cave here. Let's go in and search. We absolutely must catch that guy and avenge the camp master." Qin Lai's expression instantly turned serious. "Those are remnants of the Wei Blood Alliance, and it sounds like about 4 people. Noticing the change in Qin Lai's face, the little demoness smirked. "Oh, have they come looking for you?" Qin Lai cupped his hands. "Indeed, I must depart from here. If it's convenient, I hope this young lady might leave her name. I will surely repay you handsomely someday." No sooner had he finished speaking than a stone flew at Qin Lai's shoulder. With a thwack, The little demoness then pointed a finger. She cast some sort of incantation on Qinlai. Qinlai was alarmed. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" She replied, "Don't worry. It's just a body-fixing spell." "All right, fine. You guys don't follow the rules, and you even cursed me." "Well then, this maiden has changed her mind." The ground suddenly trembled. The soldiers were flustered and scared, not understanding what was happening, when an explosion sent everything flying. Her demonic cultivation is too swift. I couldn't even clearly see her forbidden moves. This woman is so young. I wonder if there's some powerful expert backing her. HMPH. That's the price for cursing at people. Hey, which sect do you belong to? Do you know anyone from other demonic sects? If you do, perhaps this maiden, in a good mood, might spare your life. Oh, this junior inherited the Wuxin demonic sect. Wuxin demonic sect? Never heard of it. About that. This junior, you're not some rogue cultivator sect, are you? In that case, too bad. With that, the young lady turned and left. Qinlai rushed over. This can't be right. It's too strange. Clearly, this woman's strength is only at Spirit Void level 6. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she managed to kill 3 Great Perfection Spirit Void soldiers and 1 early-stage Return to Truth cultivator. I'm currently being held captive by someone. It seems this tribulation is unavoidable. If you've already dealt with those people, then what's next? Why aren't you scared at all? What good would fear do? If I told you I was scared, would you really just let me go? Since I'm already restrained, how you deal with me is completely up to you. Don't you dare think this young lady can't do anything to you. HMPH, let me carefully consider how to handle you. Didn't you say you wanted to gouge out my eyes? Oh, that was earlier. Now I've changed my mind. Besides, how can you see a woman's body and not even flinch? You're asking Naruj me. Why? But aren't cultivators like me all aiming to achieve enlightenment and become immortals? Thus, matters between men and women are naturally put on hold. Immediately put on hold, according to you? Yet you're still ogling my body, aren't you? Regarding that, I do admit I've been disrespectful to this young lady. HMPH, if you're so utterly devoted to the spiritual path, then tell me, who exactly is Miss Mu? Please, don't make a joke out of me anymore. And since when did Miss Mu learn this trick? Young lady, please don't misunderstand. I am truly, genuinely devoted to my cultivation. Miss Mu is just a friend of mine, that's all. This girl's personality is really strong. She won't suffer any losses. If, for now, Miss doesn't want to kill me, could you perhaps release this body-fixing spell? With your cultivation, surely you're not afraid I'll run away. How exactly did this girl seal all my movements? Was it my primordial spirit? Or some acupoints inside my damn body? I still can't bring out my spiritual power, so how can I break the seal? Or should I wait for her to come back? A strange surge of warmth shot into Qinlai's armor. What is this, the mysterious spirit tablet? Could it be that the mysterious spirit tablet has succeeded? The mysterious spirit tablet is indeed my savior. That girl's strength is unfathomable. If she comes back, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Far away from Qinlai's cave. Travel through the night back to Shengyuan Ancient City. After informing the Mu family, I will enter seclusion to heal my injuries. Qinlai had regained his freedom, but fear still lingered in his heart. Recalling the journey on Mount Yutu, dangers were indeed everywhere. In the end, despite the fear, he didn't encounter any real danger. He still returned safely. A few days later, a report came from the Shengyuan City Lord's mansion. The head of the Mu family wants to see you. I know, it's just a minor injury, yet old Master Mu has personally graced us with his presence. This humble one apologizes for his poor reception. Master Qin, it's too much. For so many years, you've always extended your aid. First, you helped my Mu family overcome its difficulties. Then, you eliminated those wicked thieves and saved my Mu family. When we were in such a dire situation, how could this old man Mu not come to express his gratitude? It was just a trifle, not worth mentioning. All my life, I've cultivated, only hoping for the great path of immortality, to transcend the mundane world. Could it be you've never considered leaving your homeland to journey to the outside world? This old man Mu is quite old now. Although I long to seek the path of immortal cultivation, I cannot abandon my loved ones. The Mu family is merely a middle-tier lineage. If we wish to preserve its standing, we must have a master guarding it. The Mu family is just a middle-ranking clan. If they wish to maintain their standing, they'll need a master expert to defend it. Your worldly attachments haven't faded, so how dare you leave? I'm afraid that's not all, is it? From what this one knows, many years ago, the Mu family participated in seizing the emperor's throne. You're already old, and they'll cultivate the great Tao of Dan Yang. According to the Imperial Zhao dynasty's regulations, the throne will soon change hands. The Mu Manor and the 6 princes have a close relationship. In the future, if there's a struggle for the throne, Can Lord Mu truly remain indifferent? Haha, what can I say? Truly worthy of being the master of the black market manor. Your grasp of information is exceptionally good indeed. If Lord Mu has already gotten involved, naturally, I cannot help but be concerned. This is precisely why this old man dares not leave. However, Master Qin, is it possible you don't wish to bring glory to the Qin family and secure a position in court? Lord Mu, if there's something else, just say it directly. This is an imperial edict, personally bestowed by the emperor, recommended by the 6 princes. It invites Master Qin to serve in the court with the title of National Preceptor. The other day, the 6th prince sent a token of trust, entrusting me to relay a message to you, sir. If sir can accept this position, you will attain glory for your clan. Your clan will inherit it for hundreds of generations, enjoying the nation's emoluments. The Qin clan will be noticed by the populace, having just been conferred the title of a middle-tier noble family. You will enjoy glory and wealth for a lifetime. What's so great about this national preceptor position? Even with immense power, it only lasts a few decades. In a few hundred years, by then, imperial power would have long since changed hands. How would that still concern the Qin clan, especially since now the Qin clan has almost been wiped out? Only a very few people remain. This action is merely to want me to join the 6th prince's faction. That's all. I humbly accept old Master Mu's good intentions. But my ambition does not lie here. Truly, that prince has overestimated me. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Yuran asked me to deliver this letter to you. Ah, young Miss Mu. What does she want with me? Haha, although Sir's cultivation is very high, when it comes to matters of the heart, you still have much to learn. I've bothered you enough. I won't stay long, so I'll take my leave. Old Master, take care. What's this about? Mu Yuran asking to meet me. It must be something related to my identity. How should I talk to him now? Xiaoli, it's your father. Are you there? What's going on? I'm resting right now. What does father want to talk about? What is it? Just spit it out. All right. I never realized I'd neglected all of you because of this. For many years, your father can't recall a single memory between us. As your father, I am a complete failure. Your scolding actually woke me up. The Qin family's renown grows louder each day, but our family bonds only fade in return. I heard from Brother Mu that the emperor issued an edict inviting you to court to accept the title of national preceptor. Living a normal life? Your father fully supports that. However, this time, your father feels what you did was not quite right. It's time for the Qin family to consider what the way truly means, and what family truly means. Xiaoli, you don't need to forgive your father, but I hope that if the Wayne family faces any danger in the future, based on our blood ties, you will lend a helping hand. Your father is preparing to return to the capital tonight. If you ever have time later, come back and visit, won't you? You've done your hating, you've done your scolding, facing my father, yet I couldn't utter a single word. Let's not even talk about social etiquette. After more than a decade of chilling solitude for things to come to this, it just makes me... Is it possible I'm still dwelling in an autumn night where cold water flows, wind howls, and frigid air envelops the entire study, just waiting for a single ray of warmth? Quinlai just stood in the room like that until the moon ascended high into the sky. Sound broke the silence. I arranged to meet you at the Mu Manor during the second watch. Why didn't you come? Ah, Miss Mu, what's the matter? Just a family matter. Miss Mu, why are you looking for me? I came to tell you this. In half a year, I will leave the Zhao kingdom to seek the path of cultivation outside. Also, regarding the events of that year, I have something to say as well. Actually, I wasn't initially looking at you just because of the engagement. I felt you were a truly talented individual. Marrying you seemed, at the very least, more dependable than marrying anyone else. My lady, did you truly think that way back then? What exactly was so wrong with me? Rejecting the engagement? Fine. But over these many years, you and I met countless times in Shangyuan City. Why did you never meet me under your true identity? Am I really so detestable that you wouldn't even grant me a chance to explain? Not even that? What if I told you that year? I wasn't using you to forge a marital alliance between the Qin family and the Mu family. Would you still have rejected the engagement? Or perhaps reconsider, even if two hearts perfectly align, it should still be the man who proposes marriage. Where did this notion of a woman taking the initiative even come from? Of course, because I believe such matters should be left to men. Enough. I admit your reputation, Qin Lai, now echoes throughout the land. You know how to swiftly rise above 10,000 people. Miss Mu, what I wanted to say is, do you understand my heart? Afterward, we went our separate ways, and even if we met, there would be no connection. A ray of light flashed in the dark sky. My father took over the Qin family from grandfather. He was 56 years old. For 15 dedicated years, it was only to bring glory to the Qin family. An hour later, what does King Junqin Li anticipate? Has father been sick for a long time? Father! Mr. Trin, the person is already dead. Please restrain your grief. But who did this? By the time this old man arrived, the Qin clan members were almost annihilated. However, We didn't find the bodies of Qin Feng and his son. Zijian! Brother, Zijian! The sound heard earlier was probably made by a Danyang stage master. But even so, which Danyang stage master would hold such deep-seated hatred for the Qin manor? Could it be Mo Shen? Twin lie. Even if I die, don't dream of living a good life. This old man remembers. Mo Shen's tyrant armor belongs to Kun Shi's Yi Xiantian. But Yi Jiantian is several thousand away from here. Forget it. Whether Mo Shen is from Kun Shi or not still needs investigation. The Qin family head's bones aren't even cold. Yet father and son Qin Feng have vanished without a trace. For now, it's better to first enter the Qin family head and then perform the funeral ritual. Qinli was furious. Father had prepared to return due to a sudden illness that night. If you're free someday, come back to visit. That conversation from a few hours ago. I didn't expect it would be an eternal parting. What's more, I didn't say anything at all back then. Father, your son was wrong. It was I who harmed you. A few days later, outside Bianjing City, Miss Qinliamu's funeral has concluded. You still haven't. Are you really not going to take a look? I've been away from home for many years, and now I'm the instigator. I truly have no face to confront them. This isn't your fault. You only beat Ma Shen to death. You only wanted to resolve the Qin family's crisis. Miss Mew, you must have known about my past childhood. These past few years, I've always felt I had no feelings for the Qin family. This indifference when I thought I had no connection to them whatsoever. Yet I didn't realize at all that in my heart, I had gradually forgiven them. Before my father passed away, he sought me out to talk, but I simply didn't answer him. I thought I still truly hated them until the bad news arrived. Qin Lai reported, Eldest young miss, Mr. Qin, we discovered an ancient jade piece in the hand of Patriarch Qin. What? A jade pendant in his hand? This jade piece isn't a magical artifact, nor is it some kind of treasure, Father. Why, before his death, did he still clench it tightly in his hand? Patriarch Qin, even on his deathbed, he wanted to protect this jade piece. He must have had another intention. First, let's keep it safe. We can discuss it after the burial. After the burial, the Mu family left in the night, only leaving a few people to help Qin Lai handle the remaining affairs of the Qin monarch. Qin Li went to Qin Yiju's study, intending to find the secret of the ancient jade. No luck. There's absolutely no clue. What was father's ultimate intention in keeping this ancient jade? And what about second brother and fourth GM? Where on earth are they? Why is the position of this tile relatively lower than the others? Could it be there's a mechanism here? The secret of the Qin family and the ancient jade is probably right below here. Unbelievable. Beneath father's room, there's actually a massive underground hall. On the wall, it reads, Ziyang's Secret Scroll, Advancement Cultivation Method. This cultivation technique is the advancement method for the Ziyang art. It must not be passed outside until one ascends to heaven. It is to be inherited by Qin family descendants without exception. This secret scroll can be cultivated to the Danyang stage. The brilliant great Tao of Danyang has been perfected. So the Qin clan does possess such a profound mental technique. I left when I was young, so I really had no clue about this clan's secrets. Let's see what else it says. Qin Yiji, bearing the heavy burden of our ancestors' responsibilities. He left his old home and settled here, all to preserve the bloodline and maintain order for the Qin clan's future generations. Unless one is the clan head, do not peek. Our clan has been passed down for 32 generations, reaching Qin Ye. However, our clan members are scattered all over the world. Just how extensive our bloodline is has never been properly researched. All members of the Qin clan, remember our ancestral teachings well. You absolutely must not open the Huanglongduan Shi without authorization, and you are forbidden from leaving Shanzhou on your own accord. Remember this. Remember this deeply. Left by the 32nd generation inheritor of the Qin clan, Qin Yiji, from Shenzhou. Shanzhou, isn't that the Zhao state? And you must not open the Huanglongduan Shi without authorization. Could it be referring to asterisk this very door that we're not allowed to open? But the power of the Qin clan, I am the last of my bloodline. If I don't try, then no one else will have a chance. This stone door is so heavy. I'm at the Danyang cultivation realm, yet I can't even push it open. Could I be using the wrong method? What would other Qin clan disciples do? Does this mean I absolutely must cultivate the purple yang art? My cultivation has already reached the early stage of the first level of Danyang, yet the highest method in the purple yang secret scroll only allows one to break through to Danyang. It seems this might not be too difficult. I memorized the lower volume of the mental technique back when I was a child. Now I just need to continue cultivating the upper volume. With Qinlai's current cultivation, the upper volume of the mental technique should only take one night. However, the truth behind the purple yang secret scroll isn't so simple. At this moment, The advantage of the immortal devil transformation immediately manifested. When the primal yang spiritual energy couldn't break through, I switched to using primal yin spiritual energy. The two yin and yang energies within my body mutually supported each other. 2 hours later, Qin Li successfully cultivated the purple yang secret scroll and mastered the purple yang art. Success! This massive Huanglong stone door has finally opened. Let's see what's actually inside. In the middle, there's a stone platform. It seems there are also forbidden formations arranged around the room, but I don't know why they haven't activated. Is it because too much time has passed, so it has lost its effect? Let's check other locations. How strange. What's special about this Rock 7? Why was it hidden by that Huanglong stone gate? Descendant of the Qin clan, having met Qin Yi of the Qin tribe, why do you not quickly kneel? What? Qin Yi, you have opened the Huanglong stone? Meeting this old man proves you are the first junior in the clan to possess the celestial spirit physique after me. At the same time, you will also inherit the position of clan head, and only with the sun and moon Dangok in hand could you arrive here smoothly. If the defensive mechanism had activated, then your physical body and spirit would have vanished. So that restriction wasn't damaged due to age, but because I have the precious jade passed down by my father, it wasn't activated. But I don't have any celestial spirit physique at all. This is all due to the immortal demon transformation. Ancestral jade, the clan head's purple yang secret technique, and the physique, one cannot lack any of the three. I really got lucky. 1,000 years ago, the Qin clan suffered a great catastrophe. Almost all the elites of the entire clan were killed in battle in Dongzhou. Although almost annihilated, the bloodline still remains. My ancestors, in their desire to preserve our bloodline, commanded this old man to settle in Shanzhou. Today, this old man, on behalf of our ancestors, will pass on to you 3 precious artifacts. Use these 3 artifacts to cultivate diligently, and one day return to Dongzhou. Investigate the truth behind the Qin clan's annihilation, avenge them, and wash away our humiliation. Remember this, Qin Lai of the Qin clan. Remember the teachings of our ancestor, Qin Yi. He must be my great-grandfather, judging by the name. I didn't expect the Qin family to have such a history. Whatever, let's see. What exactly are these treasures? Heaven forging steel is originally a material for forging weapons, known for its sturdy structure. It looks like a blazing hot flame, but when held in your hand, there's no heat sensation at all. Due to its inherent nature, it can transform into various forms. It's mainly used as a personal weapon. The Universal Treasure Tome records 9 ultimate cultivation techniques of the Qin clan. Among them is the primordial magnetic void art, and the one yin-yang art originated from it. It also serves as the foundation for cultivating the martial art, the lowest level of the primordial magnetic void art. Finally, there's the domain of law, which includes the domain of gravity. The strength of one's cultivation determines the intensity of gravity. Everyone within this field will be suppressed by the gravity. At the same time, it can also be seen as one's own spiritual energy space, varying in size. After a preliminary understanding of the 3 treasures, Qin Li followed the passage out. Only after he rotated the stone, covering the mechanism back to its original position, did he feel at ease. Although no one will live in the Qin family's old house anymore, it's still better to be careful. 13th uncle, where are you? Zijian, are you all right? 13th uncle, I heard about the Qin family. Who on earth murdered Grandpa? How could they be so cruel? We still don't know the culprit's identity. Mu Manor has already sent people to investigate, so we'll surely have news soon. Oh, right. Where have you been these past few days? Especially when the Qin family was attacked by Zirui. Father told me to return to Mother's old home in Song County to report that I was safe, but my cultivation level is too ordinary. Just going back and forth took several days. Only when I returned to the capital did I learn that something major had happened to the Qin family. I quickly entered the city to meet 13th uncle. So your father wasn't with you then? That's right. At that time, father went with Grandpa. Why couldn't we find it? For now, don't just make wild guesses. A piece of paper can't stop a raging fire after all. Zijian, quickly return to Yuanjiyu City. Find the Black Market Alliance. Tell them to dispatch people to track down information. After that, wait for my return at Yan Manor. Understood? Hold on. 13th uncle, where are you headed? Before the funeral, I'd already asked Mu Manor to investigate the culprit. A few days have passed. It seems they've managed to unearth a few clues at least. The 2 of us shall act together. Only then can we quickly find your father and avenge your family. Yes, 13th uncle, I understand. At dusk, Mu family estate. Master Mu, do you have any news regarding the Qin family's annihilation? Is there any news yet? Yuran, relay the information we've recently uncovered to Elder Chuan. Go on then. Is there truly news? Indeed. We discovered this on the corpse found on Ling Mountain Valley. This is Father's spiritual artifact. It appears that after annihilating the Qin family, they even stole their treasures. Furthermore, the scene also bore traces of a struggle. Aside from that, we also found this command medallion on the corpse. This proves that they are a branch of Kunshi disciples. However, after killing Master Qin, they should have come for you, right? Yet they didn't. What's baffling is, if the killer came here for revenge, why didn't they come for you, but vanished without a trace after killing Master Qin? Exactly. According to the commotion that night, the other party definitely had a master of the Danyang stage. They wouldn't be afraid of a fight, would they? So we're guessing something must have interfered. For example, after they killed him, perhaps they ran into some trouble. What did you say? Those traces of a struggle? Exactly. If the other party has a master of the Danyang stage, and they still have to hide everywhere, it proves they definitely encountered no small amount of trouble. Are there no other clues at the scene? Like bloodstains, for example? Of course there are. This is the crucial point. Continuing to follow the bloodstains, we finally trace them to Bailing Valley. Our detective overheard disciples in the valley talking, saying that many days ago, an elder from the Kunshi branch ran into Bailing Valley, severely injured. Since then, he hasn't come out for days. Where exactly is that Bailing Valley? Valley Master Cheng Wu of Bailing Valley is known as the Divine Physician Wolflord. He's highly skilled in alchemy. In his middle age, he trained at the main branch of Kunji. After mastering his craft, he returned to establish Bailing Valley, his cultivation reaching the late true reversion stage. Excellent. Any doubts will be cleared with further investigation. Master Qin, you intend to go to Bailing Valley alone? My father's vengeance. The grudge of a destroyed clan. How could I ever forgive? Many thanks, Clan Head Mew, for investigating this information. I will certainly repay this favor in the future. Sixth Prince. Will he be all right going alone? There's no other way. After all, the Mu Manor also belongs to the Sixth Prince's faction. Our secret investigation into this matter has already breached a taboo. If we interfere more deeply, I'm afraid we'll be exposed. The main branch of Kun is quite influential. This Shi is also a thorn in the Seventh Prince's side. So Qinlai, what else can be done? We can only trust him. 3 hours later, at midnight, Bailing Valley. Old Master, pill refining can be delayed. There's no need to rush. You must also pay attention to your health. There's nothing we can do. Senior brother is too gravely injured this time. Even I have no solution. De Gyupam Bao Vitimach Lao Pu de Bitongandong Kot Roy. Jenu Jomako Kim Dan Qua Motasiti Tot. Nyung Dang Tikla Kauthu Dan Duanke Trin the Jian Quiet. Huh? Kong Dong, by Madame Luata. Woi Hong Fai de to a Bailing Valley. Ha ha. Haicho Keiten Chen Wu. Wei Kun COE New Lakodao Okde. Beijota Hoingoi Vaikao. Neongoi Tra Loi that. Tasetha Chechongoi. Hu Kao Ki Chung Lande. Ham Nengwei Dong Mang Chai Tot. Bong Tingling Han Kong Lei. Chuyen Givai. Dotninko Mot Lung Trong Luk. Ko the Homa Di Chuyen Duo. Kon Keep. D2 Bailing Valley. NGHE Len. Geet. Dong Fi Loi Nua. Woingi Tavao de Kirgi. Lenokam I de Val Tordium Nai. Chachay Bailing Valley ne Chico Hang Wei Latavangwei. Chila Motia Five Lu Quencon. Wei the Malai Kotuvi Dan Duanki. Chen Wu. Dong Filoi. Wei Chicanoicho Tabiet Ailangwei Yetja Chukua. Bianjing Chin Clan Ladwok. Woi. Tabien Goi La I Roy. La Chen Ning Ye. Hong Lao Truok de da Giat Ma Shen Kua Tishua Village. No wonder you found your way here. But you've truly made one mistake after another. Because the Qin family members weren't killed by anyone else. But by you. What did you just say? Mo Sen was the beloved son of my senior brother, Nanxiang Taoist. For you to kill him is to kill my senior brother's own flesh and blood. If my senior brother hadn't encountered some trouble, then by now, you and the other Qin family members would have already gone down to the Yellow Springs together. You, Qin fellow, today you won't escape. You can't leave. You think you can stop me with just your paltry skills? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you, just because you have Yi Xiantian backing you up? Gulp. He's not joking, is he? He's really gonna kill me. Tell me, where is Nanxiang? Senior brother Nanxiang. 2 days ago, they left Bailing Valley to return to Kunshi. Unfortunately, en route, they encountered a demoness. Just because of a disagreement, both sides immediately engaged in a death match. The result was the whole group was brutally attacked by that demoness, suffering terrible casualties. Senior brother Nanjiang was gravely injured. Only by returning to Kunshi's Yishanjian could he be healed. By now, he might have already entered Yuechang. Kinli, you, everything you wanted to know, I've told you. Please spare me. From this day forward, from this world, there will be no more Master Xinlai of Bailing Valley. You broke your word. In the tranquil darkness of the night, a horrifying impact suddenly rang out. After destroying Wu City, Qin Li did not immediately rush to pursue Nanxiang. Instead, he decided to investigate carefully, because he understood that reckless actions would only lead to futile results. Within the Zhao kingdom, apart from the imperial family, the strongest immortal sects are divided into Lingnanfei, He Peak, Huangdong Liu Li Mountain, and Kun Ji Yi Xian Tian. The disciples in these sects are countless. Intersect masters gather like clouds, while powerful experts are as dense as a forest. Not to mention other places. Yi Xian Tian alone boasts the 9 Danyangs. Each of them possesses magical arts and illusory techniques, each with their own unique specialties, and Nanjiang is one of them. 3 days later, in Yu City, even after spending 2 full days investigating, Qin Li still hadn't gathered any further information about Nanchong. He secretly wondered, could the enemy have already fled far away? Esteemed brother in front, please stop for a moment. May I ask, are you also here to participate in Kunshi He Hian Tian's Immortal Selection Grand Assembly? And you are? My surname is Zhao, and my given name is Yuan. I'm from Yangxia District, you know. Brother, how should I address you? My name is Qin Li. I'm from Sheng Yuan, and it's my first time here. I don't know what this Immortal Selection Assembly is all about. So Brother Qin doesn't know this assembly is for recruiting disciples into the West Mountain One-Line Peak. They recruit outer disciples every 5 years. Accepting disciples, huh? The first line heaven has countless experts. It's not easy to just barge in, so this is my chance. So that's how it is. I only heard there were opportunities here, but I didn't know what that meant. Many thanks, Brother Zhao. Oh, does Brother Chen also intend to participate? Of course. That's excellent. Today is already the last day of the Immortal Selection Assembly. We must seize this opportunity. How about we become companions? We can help each other out. All right, then I'll trouble Brother Zhao to lead the way. Although this person's background is a bit mysterious, he seems to possess a lot of information. Quen Lai secretly calculated, perhaps I can use him for my grand scheme. No problem. An hour later, a majestic voice resounded. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Immortal Selection Assembly. This old man is the Grand Elder and head of the Guiding Hall. This is the Jade Hall's examination grounds, and the time limit is 6 hours. You only need to cross the valley behind you, and you'll be considered a success. Today is the last chance. If you find it difficult, you may leave. Otherwise, you must abide by all the rules of my one-line heaven. Does anyone else have any questions? Excellent. The canyon behind us is the mountain gate of one-line heaven. Therefore, the official assessment begins now. Brother Tin, don't rush into the valley. What's the matter? From what I know, there are a few 4 symbol beasts in this valley. 4 symbol beasts. So we must prepare something beforehand. The mist-repelling grass. Brother Chin, your keen eye is impressive. I heard that 4 symbol beasts despise it, especially the scent of mist-repelling grass. With this, the 4 symbol beasts won't target us. Let's go. Let's check ahead now. Heeding Chinlai's words, the group immediately advanced. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, followed by the appearance of a gigantic demonic beast. It was roaring and charging straight towards them. Just as expected, there's a fight up ahead. If we can avoid it, we should, to conserve stamina. Even with Qin Lai's current strength, I could easily defeat these demonic beasts, but doing so would expose my identity. The gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. Senior Brother Zhao, stop immediately. The 2 of them froze in front of the demonic beast. It roared. The terrain here is so cramped. There's only one solitary path. The cosmic grass is useless now. Qin Lai, could fighting be our only option? However, it's still too early to expose ourselves. Nanxiang Taoist's location is still unclear. Keenly mused to himself. This is a Dingguang talisman, a Tier 2 spell. How did it end up here? Senior Brother Zhao, be careful. The Dingguang talisman is more than enough to deal with a 4 symbols beast. However, the problem is that this talisman hasn't been awakened. It's just an incomplete charm. Hand that talisman over to me. Quen Lai quickly cast the lightning charm. A deafening sound rang out, and just as expected, the demonic beast was annihilated. The people of Yixian Tian clearly knew the formidable power of the 4 symbols beast, so they had hidden the key to victory right inside the valley, just like with the cosmic grass earlier. And even this lightning charm, this talisman hasn't activated its spiritual essence yet, though awakening it isn't too difficult. Any capable entry-level disciple could easily manage it, and, of course, they could also pass the trial. It seems they wanted to test both the eyesight and experience of the disciples. When the last 4 symbols beast fell, Qin Li and Zhao, Yuan also reached the end of the mountain valley after some struggling. Although a few other people also managed to arrive, most were rejected. Only those who truly understood the intent of one-line heaven were qualified to enter the sect. Congratulations, everyone. From today onwards, you are all legitimate probationary disciples of One Line Heaven. However, probationary disciples are not yet official disciples. Only by working hard for 3 months will you be qualified. My One Line Heaven has 3 peaks, 5 valleys, and 7 immortal caves. You will be assigned to any place based on your individual fate. Disobeying the sect is a crime akin to treason. All information is in your jade tokens. After confirming, you may leave on your own. HMPH. I don't care where I'm assigned to. As long as I can get close to Taoist Nanxiang, that's enough. Brother Chin, congratulations. Spring Return Peak is a great place. You really lucked out. Not at all. It's still thanks to Brother Zhao's guidance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter One Line Heaven. Oh right, Brother Zhao, where were you assigned to? Why was I assigned to Lingmiao Peak, specifically in charge of the sect's defense? According to the rules, we must immediately leave the Trial Valley. It seems you two, if we want to meet again, it will be several months from now. That's for the best. This Zhao Yuan doesn't know the inside story. If we were assigned to the same place, who knows? It might affect my revenge plan. No, Brother Zhao, you're overthinking things. Let's go. With that said, the two rushed off. Well then, let me see if this Kunshi First Line Sky has anything I need. At Huichun Peak, Junior Brother Qian, we truly took a full day's journey to reach Huichun Peak. After joining, the main daily task is managing the medicinal fields and looking after the flowers and herbs. As long as you, within 3 months, learn to distinguish herbs. After passing the herb distinction assessment, the senior brothers will naturally recommend you to become an inner disciple. This is your living quarters. From now on, if you have anything to ask, just come find me. Understood. Distinguishing herbs? I can even refine a Yuan essence pill, so what's there to fear about this? Tonight, I'll seize this opportunity to scope out the situation. That night, at Huichun Peak, Qin Li realized he could now enter the Grand Zhong Treasure Hall. He knew that the closer he got to that place, the chance of finding Nanjiang grew greater. This place indeed hides quite a few secrets. Could this be some other peaks? Surely there's something interesting among these peaks. I absolutely have to go check it out. I'd better leave here soon. He lightly leaped over the whole peak, stealthily observing. Indeed, this place has disciples guarding it. This must be the way. Oh no, is this a forbidden zone? Who goes there? Hold your hands. I am from Huichun Peak. How audacious. You dare to trespass and wander into the secret chamber pavilion at night. Who are you? I am Qin Lai. I just became an outer disciple today. This afternoon, I was just looking for a restroom, but unfortunately, I got completely lost and ended up here. After a lengthy explanation, those two didn't attack, but they still remained a little suspicious of Qin Lai. They escorted him all the way to his residence to confirm his story, and only then did they agree to leave. I hadn't imagined that a forbidden zone would be so formidable. I only just lightly touched it, and an alarm went off. Next time, I'll definitely have to find another way. Somewhere inside a cave. Greetings, Senior Brother Sect Master. Sect Leader Nan Xian Taoist sustained severe injuries to his 6 internal organs and 5 viscera. To be able to preserve his life is already a tremendous stroke of luck. As for Taoist Xi Nanxiang, sustaining injuries like that, it's truly a rare sight to behold. And I heard the one who brought him to such a sorry state is a female demoness who's barely out of her teens. At the border of Zhao Kingdom, a demoness rose to prominence not more than 300 years ago. Seriously, when did our border become home to such a character? Senior brother, in my opinion. My injuries this time aren't related to the Qin family, are they? Recount it for me. It was nearly dusk when I arrived at Wangjun Mountain, invited by Mo Shen. But I didn't expect Mo Shen to have been killed by someone from the Qin family. In a fit of rage, I immediately went to Changyuan City. And seeing the Qin family, I immediately went to town on them. I killed everyone there, only to realize that there were no Danyang Qi experts among them. This proved that the true culprit wasn't present. Just as I was about to search for the culprit, suddenly a female demon lord appeared. That demon lord possessed exceedingly high cultivation. Her demonic arts were consummate, and even her magic spells were unlike any I had ever encountered. Therefore, I suspect her. She is not a true demonic cultivator from the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. However, Senior Brother, rest assured, this demon lord has no discernible background. Yet, demonic cultivators are temperamental. Even if their actions are intolerable, we must still accept them. This sudden misfortune I can bear. It's merely that the culprit who killed my demonic retainer has not yet revealed themselves. I cannot accept this. I ask Senior Brother to send people to thoroughly investigate this person's whereabouts, for I must have my revenge. I must have my retribution. You are injured to this extent, and you still want revenge? Senior Brother, that fellow from the Qin family, directly advanced from the spirit stage to the Danyang stage. This person's innate talent is exceedingly high. Such talent is rare in this world. Senior Brother, if we wait, we will only be nurturing a tiger to invite calamity. He's just a mere Qin punk. I'll definitely catch him eventually. When that time comes, this venerable one will personally ensure he leaves and never returns. Nangjiang, little brother, how long will your injuries require recuperation? Approximately 1 year. I'm afraid I won't be able to make a move even once. In that case, just stay here and recuperate until you're fully healed. It was already incredibly tough for me to train you to reach the Danyang stage, so don't you dare lose your life. But rest assured, I'll handle this matter myself. Thank you, senior brother headmaster. 3 months later, junior brother Chin. The other day, we unanimously recommended you to the medicine pavilion, and it has finally yielded results. Congratulations, you are now an official disciple. Thank you, senior brother. What are you talking about? This is also something you earned with your own outstanding performance. Moreover, I heard the medicine pavilion wants to create new elixirs, so this time you have another fantastic opportunity. New elixirs? That's right. Apparently there's an elder in our sect who is injured, and their wounds just won't heal. An injured elder needs new elixirs. After committing murder, the culprit will surely run into trouble. You mean those are traces of a fight? I finally found you, Nanjiangjiao. 1 day later, at the medicine pavilion. Someone from your lot has been recommended to the medicine pavilion. I didn't expect such a talent to come from your side. This old man's surname is Su, and my given name is merely Chi. I am the head of the medicine pavilion. Starting today, you all have been assigned to this medicine pavilion. This old man doesn't demand that you excel at the work here, yet I absolutely forbid you from doing anything wrong. If anyone makes a mistake, I will enforce the sect rules and punish them. There will be absolutely no leniency. Conversely, if you perform well, you will be rewarded monthly with access to the scripture depository to study cultivation techniques and solidify your cultivation. Understood? Excellent. If Nanjiang Dao is injured, he'll definitely need elixirs. As long as I stay in the medicine pavilion, I'm sure I can find Nanjiang Dao. So, what exactly should I do? He's currently injured, yet he's still a mid-stage Taoist alchemist. Someone with his cultivation base is truly rare. Moreover, I haven't cultivated regularly these past few months. I guess I should just focus on cultivating for now. And I never expected this Nanjiang Dao to be so important here. I hope that when I fight him, if there are any mishaps, I can safely escape. Oh boy, senior brother, where are you off to? You're new here, aren't you? This is a cart of failed elixirs. Why would senior brother bother with such a trivial matter as failed elixirs? How about I handle this for you? Oh, if you're so eager to help, then I'll gladly hand that over to you. Queen Lai secretly cheered. Today, I've unexpectedly stumbled upon an absolute bargain, and a massive one at that. The medicine pavilion truly is something else, to waste so many elixirs. To others, these elixirs are merely duds. However, to me, they're precious treasures. As long as I have my mysterious star disk, I can refine as many as I please. With this, I'll be able to advance incredibly fast. Junior disciple Chin, where are you? Elder Shu wishes to speak with you. Hold on a moment. What in the world is happening now? Disciple Chin Lai greets Elder Shu. May I enter? Come in. You are Chin Lai, correct? I need you to answer a few questions for me. Yes, Elder, please feel free to ask. Are you a rogue cultivator? And where are your origins? Reporting, Elder, this disciple is indeed a rogue cultivator. Do you have any family? No, I don't. At first, this disciple lived in a small village on the mountain. But after a flood, everyone in the village and all our possessions vanished. Luckily, this disciple survived. You're a rogue cultivator. So, who did you inherit your cultivation from? It was an old Taoist master, whose name this disciple doesn't even know. He gifted this disciple a few cultivation formulas, and then this disciple cultivated to become a true immortal cultivator, just like I am now. What scroll is that? Could it be information about me? HMPH. When I had that decisive battle with Mo Shen at New Shen, I used my true form. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? This person's cultivation level must also be at the Danyang mid-stage. If I fight with all my might now, I'm afraid I'll lose, but escaping isn't an option either. This place is very tightly guarded. Plus, there are so many restrictive formations here, it'd be too easy to get discovered. And on top of that, they're incredibly sensitive. What am I going to do? My revenge hasn't even been exacted yet, Xin Lai, and now I have to die in this place. All right, you may leave now, Qin Lai, surprised, said. Ah, yes, this disciple takes his leave. The person in this portrait is not him. His appearance doesn't seem to be a disguise. Perhaps Elder Brother Luo, the head instructor, is overthinking things. No matter how bold the Qin family's son may be, he couldn't possibly run right under our noses. That was truly dangerous. I was almost exposed. The why isn't important anymore. Right now, I still need to cultivate quickly and increase my win rate. The next day, Good morning, Junior Brother Chin. Is it your turn to visit the scripture storage cave today? Ah, Senior Brother, so this is the scripture storage cave. I've heard that this place only contains introductions to low-level cultivation techniques. Oh, so it's all just stuff for ordinary cultivators. For me, it's probably useless, huh? The record of true words is quite interesting. Each and every symbol possesses immense power. Mortals can comprehend the essence within them through these writings. The restrictions and seals passed down throughout the long, arduous years of the cultivation world. They are precisely formed and evolved from these true words. As long as one thoroughly comprehends the true words, one can utilize spiritual energy to engrave and depict magic arrays, thereby generating miraculous power. All restrictions almost certainly share the same origin. Yixian Tian is, of course, no exception. Wow. I never expected this Tangjing Dong to hold such a handwritten copy. Those people really must have been blind fools. Quinlai couldn't help but feel thrilled to his very core. With this handwritten copy, he would no longer have to fear the many restrictions in Yixian. Instead, he could gradually delve deep into them, researching and learning. Just like that, he helped out at the Yao Gate during the day, and at night, he would refine waste pills and research true words. More than 2 months quickly passed by, and exhilarating news reached his ears. Someone had seen Elder Nangxiang return to his dwelling on Mount Tianyi. This was about half a month ago. It's time! After learning True Word 6, all the restrictions of Yixian Tian will have no effect on me. There's no benefit in prolonging this any further. Can, Qian, mixed, Li, general, poison blood, true words, break the forbidden spell. Bang! Excellent. Senior Brother Nanwu, how's the investigation going? This portrait was commissioned by someone in the capital, so there shouldn't be any issues. Taoist Nanyu, I've thoroughly investigated all of Yiquan Tiankunji. I haven't found any suspicious individuals. Junior Brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. You don't need to worry too much. Besides, what's so bad about Wulingdong? What are you rushing back for? Lying in bed recovering these past few days, my body's about to grow roots. If I don't get some activity, I'm afraid I'll even forget how to hold a sword. All right. Later, I'll have someone bring you some elixirs to nourish your bloodline. It's so late, and I still troubled Senior Brother to come all this way yourself. Nanjiang is truly ashamed. We're all fellow disciples. We should look out for each other. I've troubled you, Senior Brother. Please take care. Ah, these injuries. I wonder when they'll finally heal. I just fear that Chinbrat is still idly strolling around out there right now. It truly is infuriating. So you're Nanxiang? Who are you? How dare you barge into Yiquan Tian in the middle of the night? You've been looking for me for so long, and you still haven't recognized me? You're Chen Lai. Impossible. The protective ward didn't trigger any alarm. What's more, Senior Brother Nan Wu just left and didn't even notice you. You idiot. Who'd be foolish enough to try a one-on-two fight? Nan Sheng. You annihilated my Shin clan. I'll settle this score with you once and for all. You little bastard. You've arrived at just the right moment. My vengeance will finally be settled today. You're all the same. Now just die. Nanxiang and Chen Li lunged at each other. Chen Li's fierce strike caught his opponent by surprise. A thunderous explosion tore through the house. You little bastard. What kind of dark magic did you just use? Ha, you old beast, you're not entirely clueless, are you? Let's see how much longer you can dodge my attacks. Lightning Glow Charm. Begone. There's an opening, and all your precious treasures can't stand against my level 3 Berserk Thunder Tremor Talisman. The two sides clashed with their arcane arts, unleashing earth-shattering explosions, while smoke and fire obscured everything. Damn it! My previous injuries were too severe, preventing my recent attack from unleashing its full power. But if he took a direct hit from the Berserk Thunder Tremor, he's either dead or crippled. Just wait a little longer. Once my senior brothers detect this commotion and arrive, I'll peel the skin right off you. Cough, cough. Qin Li emerged from the smoke and flames. What, you old bastard? Even if Heavenly King Laozi himself came today, he wouldn't be able to save you. How are you still standing? I told you, I have a clear score to settle with you. Crimson Dao Slash. That guy couldn't dodge the sword in time, fell, and died before he could even gasp. Success! Luckily, he was already severely injured. His actual power must have been affected as well. But the rule of the cultivation world is that the big fish devours the small, without regard for the process. Only the outcome matters. I can't stay here long. I must retreat. The sect master has ordered the immediate capture of Qin Lai, the traitor of our sect. Disciples from all peaks, valleys, and caves, act immediately. Spare no expense. We must find him, dead or alive. It seems the Yishuan Tian sect has already reacted. If I get caught, it'll be big trouble. I must increase my speed. Mountain Patrol disciples? Why now, of all times? Junior Brother Chen Lai, is that you? The sect master has ordered you to come with us. Sorry, I refuse. I can only hope you forget about this. a sword/severed his head. Cutting grass without removing the roots won't do. You know, right, Brother Qin? Queen Li's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the brother who had been by his side for so long. This aura is from the Dan Yang stage? So he's been hiding his power all this time. Zhao Yuan said with a mysterious expression, when you do something, you mustn't leave any traces, and that, my brother, is your flaw. Qin Lai was perplexed. Zhao Yuan, just what kind of person are you exactly? The man in front of him replied, quote, Yed, I never expected you to be a Dan Yang stage master yourself. It seems I truly misjudged you. However, no matter what schemes you're brewing in your mind, the current situation at Yishenchen will only benefit my plans. He turned and continued. 3 days from now, at Zuoma Slope, I shall respectfully await your esteemed presence, Brother Qin. I hope you keep your word, Brother Qin. You may leave. Quinn Lai, surprised that he was allowed to leave so easily, asked, You're letting me go. Aren't you afraid it might affect your plans? Zhao Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground and replied, If there are no witnesses or physical evidence, what will they use to accuse me? Now go quickly, or you'll miss your chance. Quinn Lai quickly soared away, leaving behind a word of thanks. Half an hour later, in the main hall, a thunderous roar of rage echoed, shaking the very foundations. Who can tell me what this is all about? Here we are, one of the top 3 sects in the Zhao kingdom. And yet, someone infiltrated, assassinated an elder, and didn't even trigger a single defensive formation. This is truly an utter disgrace. Elder Sectmaster Nanxian roared, startling everyone. Nanwu Daoren stood up, taking all the blame upon himself. Sectmaster Senior Brother, the culprit is Qin Lai, without a doubt. This is my fault. I shouldn't have left. At that time, I only thought about getting elixirs to heal Junior Marshal Brother Nan Xiang. I didn't expect something would happen right after. Judging by the lingering aura at the scene, Junior Marshal Brother Nan Xiang definitely used the Raging Thunderquake technique. The culprit is injured. They certainly haven't gotten far. He clasped his hands and continued, addressing the Elder Sectmaster. Sectmaster Senior Brother, failing to thoroughly investigate Qin Lai's true nature is my fault, Nan Wu. I vow to atone for my sins through merit and will personally leave the mountain to apprehend this person. The Elder Sectmaster pointed his whisk towards Nan Wu. He said, Very well. I, this venerable one, command you to swiftly leave the mountain and capture Qin Lai. He was already injured, and the terrain was unfamiliar. We absolutely cannot let him leave Kunji. Understood. By the order of Nan Xuan Zhenren, sect leader of Yi Shantian. Grand pursuit operation, with immense momentum, immediately commenced. The barren lands of the Kunji Mountains were high, desolate, and devoid of human presence. Queen Lai dragged his body to a wild patch of forest in the mountains. He clutched the wound on his chest. No wonder it's a rank 3 spell. At first, I felt absolutely nothing. Only after my agitated emotions settled down did I realize I was actually pretty badly hurt. If I hadn't cultivated the Yuan-Si starry sky art, I'm afraid I would have been blown to smithereens right here. Qin Lai looked around, assessing Kunshi, which was, once again, a vast, open plain. There was fundamentally no place where he could hide his body. Something shot over with a whoosh, crashing into the mountainside with a resounding bang. The earth and rocks there also shattered. Nan Yu Taoist had already caught up. He moved towards Qin Lai, his presence completely overwhelming. Qin Li, how audacious. This is where it all ends for you. You painstakingly ambushed our sect and murdered our elder. Still thought you could make a safe escape, did you? Qin Lai suppressed his injury, chuckled, and said, I dared to sneak into Yixiantian and kill Nan Chang. Then I'm naturally confident I can escape. As for you, when I first arrived, you couldn't even detect who I was. Now you still have the ability to hold me back? Oh, by the way, I have something to show you. As he spoke, he took out a glowing elixir from his hand. Nan Wu was astonished. Huang Long Pill, how is this possible? These elixirs must not be revealed to the outside world. Where did you get them from? Qin Li replied, These were originally discarded elixirs from the Yaoji, but it just so happens I have a way to refine them. You all wanted these elixirs to help Nanxiang recover from his injuries, but today, they've become the very boost that helped me break through to the second layer of Dan Yang. How do you like that? How's your mood now? Qin Lai summoned his BUA blade, signifying a challenge. Hearing Qin Lai's words, Master Nan Wu immediately roared. You're already injured, yet you still have such a big mouth. Watch me shut it for you. He unleashed his spiritual power and struck towards Qin Lai, who shouted, Then go ahead and try! With that, he immediately slashed his blade and struck. The two attacks collided with a resounding crash, sending a shockwave through the Taisun region. About an hour later, at Yishantian's main hall, a subordinate rushed in, reporting in a hurried tone, Sectmaster, something terrible has happened! A disciple from the ancestral hall just sent word. Just now, Elder Nanyu's life tablet, kept in the ancestral hall, shattered. Upon hearing the news, Nanshuan's face paled, as he exclaimed in shock, What? How can this be? Wasn't that Qin Lai supposed to be injured? Subordinate replied, If he's already injured, then shouldn't we send more people? Hearing such an utterly useless suggestion about that fellow, he roared. The opponent is also at the Danyang stage. This isn't a problem that can be solved by simply increasing or decreasing our numbers. To consecutively kill 2 of my great elders at the Danyang stage in such a short time. This Qin Li is truly the bane of Yi Xiantian. It seems this venerable one will have to handle this personally. The next morning, a report came from within the Lin family manor, reporting to the old ancestor, news has arrived from Kun Shi's side. True immortal Nan Xiang of Yi Xiantian was dismembered with a single blade in his own room. He died a terrible death, and the culprit is none other than Qin Li of the Qin family of Bianjing. Lin Yaoyang stood up, walked away from the table, and said with a chuckle, "Bravo to this Qin Lai. He actually succeeded after all. He actually managed to kill Nanchang right under the nose of 8 grand dans? What in the world happened?" Lin Suifeng, standing nearby, promptly replied. According to the intelligence our scouts gathered, it said that after Qin Li infiltrated Yishantian, he researched and broke through many restrictions. So he raised his blade, and without a sound, without a trace, managed to dispatch his enemies like that. Lin Yaoyang pondered for a moment, then said, "But Sectmaster Nan Xuan, who has commanded Yishantian for many years, would absolutely not stand by and do nothing. What happened next? That's the crucial part. 2 hours after Qin Li fled, he encountered true person Nan Wu in the Kunji territory. Then, he again raised his killing blade and slew Nan Wu in the desolate mountains. This isn't the innocent youth who refused the engagement years ago anymore. He's clearly transformed into a ruthless cultivation fiend." Lin Yaoyang sighed deeply. The 2 incidents in Kunji will undoubtedly cause a huge stir in the Zhao kingdom. This is going to pull a lot of strings. Perhaps the 6th prince will swiftly make his move. He turned and asked, "Oh, by the way, how is Ru Ran?" Lin Suifeng, thinking of his daughter, replied to the old ancestor that she had already left the borders of Zhao Kingdom. She must be nearing the Fengshui Divine Palace by now. Lin Yuran had always been distracted by thoughts of Qin Lai, who had once broken off their engagement. This had caused her to neglect her immortal cultivation, so, upon hearing the news, Lin Yaoyang felt a sense of relief. Excellent, excellent. Whether her innate talent can be fully unleashed depends on her fortune this time. We must also quickly prepare ourselves. The Zhao Kingdom is about to undergo a significant change. 1 day later, as agreed, Qin Li and Zhao Yuan met at Zuma Slope. Seeing Guanlai approach, Zhao Yuan inquired, "Brother Qin, are you well?" Yesterday's events had startled the entire Zhao Kingdom, so Zhao Yuan's inquiry was merely an attempt to show intimacy with Qin Lai. Qin Li didn't answer, but instead questioned Zhao Yuan. "Just what is your background, brother?" Zhao Yuan chuckled, replying, "Hiding it from you for so long, Brother Qin, was my bad." "My bad?" Qin Li repeated in astonishment. "You are this prince. You're a member of the imperial family." Qin Lai's heart skipped a beat. "Wait a minute, Zhao Yuan." "Zhao Yuan. So the Zhao Yuan I know, and that imperial family's Zhao Yuan, Trio of Yin, were just pronounced the same all along? So you're the 6th prince?" Zhao Yuan replied, "Indeed, 3 months ago, when you rejected my recommendation to grant you feudal territory, I thought I would never receive your help again in this lifetime. This is a matter I've lamented for quite some time now." Hearing this, Qin Lai immediately knew that things weren't looking good. He then said, "Your Highness, I, Juin, have never sought power or gain, and that remains true even now. So please speak frankly if there's something on your mind." Seeing Qin Lai's straightforwardness, Zhao Yuan spoke sincerely. "Indeed, conversing with an intelligent individual truly saves a lot of trouble. This prince will also speak plainly. I wish for your assistance in eradicating Nan Xuan." A wave of surprise washed over Qin Lai. Eradicate Nan Xuan? I never imagined Zhao Yuan's ambition would be so immense. Could this be the true reason he infiltrated Yishantian? Zhao Yuan continued, "Honestly, I won't hide anything. For all these years, this prince and my royal brothers have contended for the throne and power, all to one day gloriously ascend the throne. Yet, Father Emperor's heart isn't entirely on my side, and the 3 great sects within our Zhao Kingdom's borders, you still remember them, correct? My 4th royal brother, a heaven-gifted prodigy, is clearly favored over this prince. His power, well, that goes without saying. Yi Xiantian and Zhu Danyang all heed and obey him. The 3rd prince possesses a heavenly spirit body and profound Daiyou roots. Even though he's not at court, he presides over the entire East. Everyone at Liuli Mountain responds to his every command. As for Feihe Ridge, under my direct control, not only is its terrain desolate, but it's also far from the imperial capital. While my disciples are all elites, Their numbers are insufficient. This is a flaw deadly enough to be fatal. I know you have no interest in court affairs, nor any ambition for power. However, I currently have an opportunity that could be a turning point, one that could win the Emperor's favor. At the same time, it also benefits you. Qinlai, the sixth prince, asked skeptically, benefits more? The prince replied, indeed, you and Yishantian are already like fire and water. But do you think that just by escaping from Kunji, it'll be one struggle for a lifetime of ease? What do you mean? Zhao Yuan continued. The Qin clan was massacred by Prime Minister Nan, practically wiping out the entire family. Yet your second brother, Qin Feng, went missing but left behind a wife who hasn't suffered any misfortune. The wife you hid in Shangyuan. Is this true? Qinlai's face darkened as he retorted, you investigated me. According to Lin Yaoyang, his Sixth Highness's plan is progressing very smoothly. The main force, divided into 3 routes, has already set out. The people from Lin Family Manor have successfully held back the other Danyang masters, and Qin Li has also departed for Nanshuan's location. Meanwhile, Qinlai looked at Zhao Yuan. It seems he's not simple. He even investigated my background. So he turned his suspicious gaze towards Zhao Yuan. He asked, Your Highness, investigating me so thoroughly, unless you intend to threaten me? Seeing Qinlai suspect him so much, Zhao Yuan immediately brushed it off, saying, Not at all. This prince merely wanted to tell you something. A few hours ago, Nanshuan sent someone to Shangyuan City. Qinlai was startled. What? They've already found out about Shangyuan City? Then Zijian, isn't he? Zhao Yuan interjected. Don't be afraid. This prince has already sent someone to stop them for you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, you know. Zijian luckily escaped danger. Aren't you going to thank this prince? I should have known this fellow wouldn't do anything without strings attached. Of course, helping others isn't done for free. Qinlai then said, escaping the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's maw. Your Highness, how exactly do you expect me to thank you? Only then did Zhao Yuan comfortably state his terms. It's rather simple. As long as Nanshan isn't utterly annihilated and Kunshi remains standing, you, my friend, shall never know peace. Qinlai let out a resigned sigh, realizing that endlessly dodging the issue wouldn't get him anywhere. So he said, Your Highness, with your boundless cunning and wit, you must surely have a perfectly comprehensive strategy already cooked up. Spill it. What magical feat must I perform to get rid of Nanxian? Piece of cake! 2 of Yixiantian's 9 great Danyang are already out of the picture. I'll dispatch someone to impersonate Brother Qin, just to throw their scouts off the scent. Once I make my grand exit, you, Lin Miaoyang, and myself, the dynamic trio, will then flank and assault Nanxian. Qinlai mused inwardly. Hold on, old Master Lin's son is joining the party too? Right, the Lin family has always been chummy with the 6th prince. No surprises there. Figures. With a nod of understanding, Qin Li conceded to Zhao Yuan's terms. Fine. The moment old Master Lin's son shows his face, we'll spring into action, naturally. Half a day later, a frantic report burst forth from Yixiantian. Qinlai's tracks have been spotted near Mountain 22, way up in the northwest. He ran towards Shualing after injuring the scout. Upon receiving the news, Elder Nanxian scanned his surroundings, then said, All right! We must capture this traitor with a single strike, to ensure the safety of Nan Cheng and Nan Yue. You 2 junior brothers immediately advanced towards Mount Continue the pursuit. The elder then looked at the remaining 2, continuing his instructions. Nan Yang, Nan Huo, you 2 go to Zhuling and set up a blockade. If Qinlai truly arrives there, there's no need to confront him directly. Wait until the pursuers have gathered from both sides. Attack him together. Nanji, Nanrong, your experience is still shallow, so remain at the sect to manage the battlefield situation. The rest of you will accompany this elder to Mount Peak to search for him and prevent him from fishing in troubled waters, or secretly slipping away from Kunshi. Everyone, depart immediately. After Elder Nanxian finished giving all his instructions, everyone agreed and chanted, Yes, Elder! In unison, cupping their hands respectfully. Elder Headmaster Nanjian had meticulously planned and given his orders. His heart was filled with hatred and resolve. Qin Li, he thought, I don't believe you can still escape from this inescapable net. After a period of scouting, Lin Yaoyang, finally, having returned to seek out the 6th prince, Zhao Yuan, upon seeing him, paid his respects to his highness. Anxiously asked Lin Yaoyang, What's the situation like ahead? Lin Yaoyang replied, By now, they've probably already engaged Nanchuan. On Mount Peak, Elder Nanchuan landed gracefully on the snow. Here, the mountain peak is high. The weather is frigid, and the terrain is treacherous. He moved forward, whisk in hand, saying, Indeed, just as this venerable one predicted, that Mount over there was merely a diversion. Your true aim was to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and escape from Kunshi. Kunlai, who had fought a fierce battle with him and was now covered in wounds, struggled to his feet. He snorted and asked, "Where are your disciples and followers, then? Aren't they planning to charge in all at once?" Nanchuan replied disdainfully, "Dealing with an early-stage Danyang realm cultivator like you, this venerable one alone is more than enough. They merely need to ambush you from all sides, leaving you no path of retreat." "Qinlai, do you have anything else to say?" Qinlai straightened up and retorted, "Oh, no path of retreat. What a clever saying. Is this truly the grand style of your Yishan Tian? In that case, this Qin also has something to say, just to get it off my chest. The Kunshi sect, with its 100,000 thugs, relies on brute strength to bully the weak, oppress, and assault other factions. Even the 9 Danyangs, boasting a 1,000-year legacy, are no exception." As he spoke, he swung a spiritual energy blade forward, expressing his anger and dissatisfaction. Old man Nan Xuan also swung his whisk to block, yelling wildly. Qinlai snorted, and the two men clashed again, engaging in their decisive blade techniques. Nan Xuan swiftly flew behind Qinlai, swinging his whisk down with murderous intent. "That kid! Prepare to die." By now, Qinli was exhausted, having taken the old man's full blow and coughed up blood. Red blood splattered onto the white snow, a truly shocking sight. He looked at the young man kneeling before him and said, "It's over, Qinlai. You killed 2 Grand Elder Danyangs of Yishan Tian. This matter cannot end so simply." Qinlai looked up at him coldly. "This is not for you to decide." As he finished speaking, a beam of light arrived right at Nan Xuan's position. He quickly dodged away. "Nan Xuan, you of Yishan Tian, disregard the law, indulging Nanxiang in his assaults and slaughtering the entire Qin family. Do you confess to your crimes?" Lin Miao Yang approached, sternly interrogating the old man. Nanchuan, startled, declared, "You're clearly disrespecting royal decree. Could it be that this is how it truly is?" "Everyone knows, Lin Miao Yang, that you are a retainer of His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince. This venerable one also knows that the King of Zhao has always wanted to eliminate the 3 sects, but I never expected that Yixian Tian would be the very first. And how many more people did you bring? Show yourselves! If True Master has extended an invitation, how could I possibly not show my face?" Zhao Yuan flew down. "Greetings, Sect Master Nan Xuan. Long time no see." Nan Xuan looked at the arriving man, immediately assessing the disciple of Ling Miao Peak. "Zhao Yuan, so it's you, Sixth Prince." Zhao Yuan looked at him, chuckling. "Precisely, True Master. Even facing peril, you show no fear. Truly admirable indeed. However, although your cultivation is profound, facing 3 Danyang stage cultivators alone, I wonder how much confidence True Master has in winning." Looking at the 3 Danyang stage cultivators before him, he remained calm, thinking, "The Zhao clan's ambition to eradicate the 3 sects has spanned over a century. If it were me, I absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by either." But Zhao Yuan, just like before, he said with a sinister expression, "If Master True Human has seen through everything so clearly, then this prince also guarantees you, as long as you follow me to Langyang and stay in Yuquan Palace for a while, you can still be the sect leader of Yixiantian." I wonder what Master True Human thinks. Nangxian True Human pondered for a moment, then let out a sigh. If this venerable one has truly fallen into a trap, then I have nothing left to say. As if agreeing to Zhao Yuan's conditions, Zhao Yuan immediately laughed triumphantly. "Excellent. This is a precise judgment. Yixiantian can be considered complete now." Qinlai, seeing that the matter was settled, stepped forward. "If your highness has finished with state affairs, then you should also answer my question. Where are the Qin family members now?" A flicker of anger seemed to cross Zhao Yuan's eyes. He replied, "They are in Langyang, under my people's watch. Not a single hair is missing." Qinlai continued, "What I promised has been done. The remaining members of Yixiantian can't stir up any trouble. When will the matter Your Highness promised me be fulfilled?" Zhao Yuan turned his back sharply. He said, "Why the rush? Does this prince look like someone who goes back on his word? If you also stay in Langyang, this prince will make good on his promise to you in due time. This empress has reclaimed the supreme position, ensuring eternal glory for your Qin family." Qinlai recalled that illusion. He had reminded Qinlai, "You must keep these 3 treasures. Cultivate diligently. One day, you will return to Dongzhou, uncover the truth behind the Qin clan's annihilation, avenge them, and wash away their shame. Remember this. Remember those words." Qinlai said, "Don't hold on to such grand hopes. My ambitions currently do not lie in Shanzhou. Unable to retain Zhao Yuan, my capable right-hand man, I feel powerless. Right then, you're covered in injuries, so you need to rest well. In 10 days, I'll be waiting for you in Qicheng Langyang, the capital of the Zhao state." "Understood. I hope your highness can keep your word." A few months later, Qin Li finally departed from Kunji. This collaboration with Zhao Yuan had helped him see through many things. Those high-ranking, powerful individuals turned out to be nothing more than a bunch of gambling addicts and prone to debauchery. The reason Zhao Yuan always called him brother was simply because he still saw some exploitable value in him, that's all. Furthermore, after continuous confrontations with 3 Dan-level experts, Qin Li's body had reached its limit. Utterly exhausted and unbearable, he had no choice but to find a quiet place to recuperate in peace. 9 days later, the entire Longyang city was abuzz with an earth-shattering rumor. Have you heard? Kunji Yichotian has been wiped out. Apparently Qin Li went up the mountain, and with the strength of a single person, utterly destroyed Yishan Gorge. With a single flaming spirit blade, he consecutively slew 9 Danyang experts. Another person added. Finally, even Nanxian True Person also died by his hand. Oh my god, is he really that amazing? Well, rumors are just like that. Passing through people's mouths, they quickly become exaggerated. Strolling through the streets, Qin Li couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing the widespread rumors. He never imagined that people would claim Nanxian died by his hand. Most likely, Zhao Yuan deliberately added embellishments when spreading the news. On second thought, it makes sense. In a struggle for power and profit, it's hard to avoid affecting the reputation of the royal family. That's not so strange. However, on the other hand, there's no need to exaggerate to the point that he alone killed 9 Danyang masters. Turning a small matter into such a big deal really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, Qin Li's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. Isn't that the demoness from that day? The girl, having just spotted Qin Li, let out a gasp. She pointed directly at the person in front of her. You're the one who peeked at me bathing back then. As she spoke, she covered her mouth, her voice brimming with indignation. It really is you. I've been searching high and low for you, you know. You scoundrel! This young lady saved your life. Now that you're all better, you're just going to leave without a word? Qin Li felt a tad awkward. This Qin is truly grateful for young lady's life-saving grace. If there's anything this Qin can do to help, this humble one will gladly dedicate all his efforts for young lady. The little demoness cleared her throat. When I saved you, didn't I already tell you? This young lady saved your life, so your life belongs to me. What? Are you trying to deny it now? Qin Li was speechless. Although this humble one was once saved by young lady from a great calamity. That doesn't mean this Qin will let young lady do whatever she pleases with him. The little demoness widened her eyes. What do you mean? Are you saying you still want to fight this young lady? Unexpectedly, the girl let out a huffy sigh, her eyes twinkling with mischief. When looking at the young man opposite her, all right, if you win, this lady will let you off. Got it? Really? Of course! The two agreed to go to the outskirts of Longyang for their duel. By then, the sky had already begun to dim, nearing evening. Qin Li, holding his spirit artifact, spoke up. Then, allow this humble one to offend you. Seeing his dismissive attitude, the little demoness scoffed. HMPH, a dignified cultivator of the Danyang stage, and you're using Lasta's flimsy weapon. Are you looking down on this lady? Qin Li raised his sword to eye level. Young lady, you are this humble one's benefactor. Of course, I won't be using my full strength. As long as you can snatch the sword from my hand, I'll consider myself defeated. The little demoness looked at Qin Li, smiling as she replied, I didn't expect you to be such an upright gentleman. If within 10 moves, and I can't take the sword from your hand, then this lady will humbly concede and leave. With those words, Qin Li immediately swung his sword, unleashing the Fireball Cascade move. More than 10 fireballs generated from his sword chi flew straight towards the little demoness. However, who knows what magic she used, but with just a flick of her finger, the fireballs immediately halted, and Qin Li also suddenly became motionless. He looked down at his hand in astonishment. His sword had been snatched away without him even realizing when. In that brief moment just now, something utterly terrified you. The little demoness raised the sword in her hand, declaring, 3 moves, and you've lost. Qin Li, with no room to argue, replied, This humble one is utterly defeated and accepts it. You may chop or kill as you please, young lady. Chop or kill? What nonsense! I haven't been interested in Shanzhou for many years, only to finally meet someone as amusing as you. So it would be a real pity if you died, wouldn't it? Saying this, she retracted her sword. The little demoness then approached Qin Li and stroked his chin. Her eyes full of mischief, she asked, How about you call me master? Qin Li firmly refused. Absolutely not. The girl's expression flickered. Then a glint of joy appeared. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Ha, I won't tease you any more. My name is Yaila. What's yours? Qin Li coldly replied with 2 words. Qin Li. Yila leaned close to him and whispered, Qin Li, that sounds nice. What brings you to Lingyang? I have something to do. Yila promptly ran and stood in front of him, playfully poking Qin Li's stomach. In the mischievous tone of a young girl, she asked, What sort of thing are you doing? Is it interesting? Or how about you take me along? I'm quite idle these days, after all. Qin Li glanced at the little devil girl, secretly pondering, This girl's true strength is unfathomable. If she were to accompany him, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Thinking this, Chin Li agreed. All right, let's go then. The little devil girl double-checked. You said it! No backing out now! Chin Li, looking exasperated, grumbled, Nonsense! And so, the two of them returned together. Returning from the outskirts, it was already pitch dark. Chin Li had originally intended to arrange a room for the little devil girl. However, she wasn't keen, saying she had a better place to stay and wanted to take him to see it. As the two stood in the courtyard, Yila brought out an umbrella. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind arose around them, lifting both into the air. Chin Li panicked. Hey, in Lingyang City, you're not allowed to fly using spirit arts. What if someone discovers us? What will we do then? Yila, holding the umbrella, reassured him, Don't be afraid. This is called a spirit evasion umbrella, a top-grade spirit artifact. So rest assured, with its protection, our spiritual power definitely won't be exposed. Under the bright moonlight, Yila, in her crimson attire, holding the umbrella, truly exuded a hint of gentleness. Her enchanting purple eyes were breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Chin Li utterly stunned. After a moment, seeing Chin Li silent, Yila promptly called out, What's wrong? Why the sudden silence? Hearing the call, Chin Li startled awake and stammered, I just felt that since we're already working together, there's no need to explain everything. Chin Li cleared his throat twice, regaining his composure. 3 months ago, members of the Qin clan, my kin, were killed outside Changyuan City. That's why I immediately set out to find the culprits. Though I've received intelligence on the main culprit, but one of my nephews is being held captive in Langyang. My purpose for coming here this time is to bring him back. Yila murmured. Oh, so those who died outside Changyuan City were your kin? No wonder. Few of them did have a resemblance to you. Queen Lai flinched, then quickly glanced over. Early the next morning, an old man was waiting outside. As soon as he saw Chin Lai, he quickly turned and inquired, Mr. Chin, are you awake? Only then did Chin Lai respectfully express his thanks. Good morning, esteemed elder. I apologize for presumptuously disturbing you last night. Before he could finish speaking, the old man laughed heartily, shaking his head. What are you talking about? Qin Shansheng's matters are also this old man's matters. But where's the fairy maiden who accompanied you? Chin Lai was a little taken aback. Fairy maiden? Oh, you mean Yila? She's currently cultivating inside. The old man grew a little curious. Unable to hide his nosy nature, he leaned in. He whispered to Chin Lai, May I boldly ask a question? Qin Shansheng and that fairy maiden. Are you two, perhaps? That kind of couple? Hearing this, Chin Li felt a little confused. He awkwardly asked, What kind of relationship? The old man wasn't shy in the slightest. He stated frankly, Well, aren't you two a dual cultivation pair? Hearing this, Chin Li was startled and flustered, denying it repeatedly. Old man, you've misunderstood. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man let out a few chuckles and quickly turned away. Ha ha ha, young people's matters. I totally get it, I get it. Bin Lai stood there, completely at a loss. He couldn't utter a single word. He just brought a hand to his forehead, continuously shaking his head. Well, explaining it now won't do any good anyway. Then he turned slightly and asked, Oh, that's right, venerable elder. Just where exactly is this place? Last night, when I arrived, I was so restless I didn't pay proper attention. The old man turned around and replied, This is Beilu Mountain, near northern Lingyang City. Upon hearing this, Chin Lai's eyes widened. Is this the Beilu of the Imperial Garden? Could it be that the venerable elder is actually part of the imperial family? As soon as he said this, the venerable elder just laughed continuously and shook his head. Ha ha, Master Chin, you jest. This humble one is merely a humble villager. I just tend to the imperial family's garden behind the mountain. The old man turned away and continued. If there's nothing else, this old man shall take his leave. Do whatever you need to do. Chin Li was even more surprised by this. Venerable master! This is your abode. Aren't you cultivating here? The venerable elder waved his hand repeatedly. Oh, me? I wouldn't want to disturb the immortal maiden's rest. Therefore, this old man has another place to stay. Please excuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man quickly left, leaving Chin Li behind with countless unanswered questions. Elder, venerable elder. Just as the venerable elder left, Yila also arrived. As soon as she arrived, she continuously peered around. Wait, so that old man left already? Chin Li was a little bewildered by her nonchalant attitude. Little girl, are we really just waltzing in like this? Meanwhile, Yila felt completely at ease with the situation. She merely shrugged a few times and quickly replied, What's the big deal? I'm always around here when I visit, you know. At her words, Chin Li had no idea how to respond. He simply put a hand to his forehead, shaking his head continuously, utterly defeated by her. Then he continued. All right, about that matter I asked you last night. Have you found any clues yet? Yila pondered for a moment before replying. Oh, you mean that old Taoist priest I beat up, right? Uh-huh. Last night, I tried hard to recall what happened after that old Taoist priest ran away. Indeed, I haven't encountered him again. I was merely a passerby. And when I saw people fighting, I noticed an old man who resembled you a little, so I rushed over to check it out. These words made Chinli's face immediately darken. He clenched his fists. Ila continued. However, by the time I arrived, everyone was already dead. Therefore, I didn't see the two brothers you mentioned anymore. Quinlai's whole body trembled violently at this moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately rushed forward, his demeanor becoming extremely agitated, sweat pouring down. He placed both hands on Yila's shoulders, squeezing them tightly as if searching for a sliver of hope. Think again. Please try to remember. Did you miss anything? Seeing his expression, Yila felt a little awkward. You're hurting me. I told you there's nothing. I barely know anyone in Tianzhou. If there were, I would definitely remember. Quinlai then realized his actions, immediately pulling back. I'm sorry. Yila couldn't bear to see him like that either. She slammed her hand down decisively, saying, Don't be so gloomy. You're my retainer, you know. Your troubles are also my master's troubles. Once things in the north are settled, my master will help you find it, all right. Hearing these words, Qinlai had a thought. The north you just mentioned, is that the northern part of Tianzhou? You're talking about Beiling Yuan, right? Then she waved her hand repeatedly. No, absolutely not. That place is one of the 3 great perilous lands of Tianzhou. It's frozen year-round, with blizzards raging all day long. That's not a place you can just visit. Yila then raised his hands and crossed them over his chest, calmly replying, What's there to be afraid of? With me here, your problem will be resolved quickly. When that time comes, you should come with me. Quinlai gaped, pointing at his own face as he skeptically asked, Me? I have to go too? Yila shrugged, stating firmly, Yes, the ice origin does indeed have some peculiar things. However, I've already grasped the characteristics of that place. This time, we'll definitely be able to find that old monster. Quinlai just sighed softly. Man, I really do get into a lot of trouble. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. There isn't much time left. I should also go to that place to take care of important matters. Upon hearing that, Yila quickly said, Let's go. I will go with you. Qinlai didn't refuse, but he didn't forget to remind her. All right. Let's be clear first. After we get there, please find a nearby place to wait for a moment. I'll go inside to pick someone up, then come right back out. Seeing that, Yila kept pouting, and acting all mysterious. Fine. So if anything happens, just call for me. A few hours later, the two of them quickly arrived at the Mingwang mansion. Upon their arrival, Zhao Yuan warmly invited him in. Brother Qin, please have a seat. Upon hearing this, Qinli immediately clasped his hands and chuckled. Your Highness, you are far too kind. How could this humble one possibly dare to sit and converse with your Highness? Zhao Yuan didn't mince words anymore. If that's the case, then this prince will get straight to the point. Brother Qin, you came to this prince's place to resolve that matter, didn't you? This prince guarantees you will certainly become the most esteemed person among all. Qinlai gently raised his hand, his demeanor incredibly resolute. Your Highness, this Qin still only has that one thing to say. I only need the people of the Qin family, and I do not wish to participate in any power struggles or schemes. This humble one only yearns to seek immortality and the Tao, and does not wish to get too entangled with worldly affairs. I hope your Highness understands. As these words fell, Zhao Yuan immediately sighed repeatedly, full of dejection, and shook his head. It seems this prince still hasn't won Brother Qin's favor. Qinlai, seeing his attitude, couldn't help but feel suspicion arise in his heart. Your Highness has many formidable experts by your side. Losing one, this Qin, is hardly a significant matter. Why must you be so stubborn? Zhao Yuan continued. 10 days ago, you and I successfully joined forces to destroy Kunxi. After sending Yi Shui Tian to the Yellow Springs, I thought the struggle for the throne was finally over. But to my surprise, Father Emperor said only by bringing all 3 sects under my command could I truly become the master of the Eastern Palace. Although the 4th prince has fallen, the 3rd prince still stubbornly clings to Huandong. That's why I am in dire need of manpower right now. Qinlai listened, nodding repeatedly in understanding. This Qin understands your Highness's plight. However, this Qin also has his own troubles. Zhao Yuan, unwilling to give up, kept pressing him. Is it really impossible to negotiate? Qinlai sighed softly, then added a few reassuring words. Your Highness, rest assured, this Qin will not join your faction. But at the same time, I also won't join the 3rd prince. Only then did Zhao Yuan reveal his true colors, speaking a single sentence in a cold, enigmatic tone. Brother Qin, you are indeed very intelligent, but unfortunately, now I'm afraid both of us no longer have a choice. Qinlai couldn't help but feel bewildered. He frowned slightly. What's the meaning of this? Zhao Yuan sneered and quickly replied, Brother Qin, just look outside. Qinlai was startled. He spun around abruptly and immediately ran outside. In front, A man in a brown robe had been waiting for a long time. On his robe, there was also a mountain-shaped symbol. It looked very familiar. Kunlai then felt a little doubtful. Liuli Mountain? A person from Wandong? The man in the yellow robe, upon seeing Zhao Yuan, immediately clasped his hands respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, Sixth Prince." Finley frowned slightly, quickly turning towards him and asking doubtfully, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Yuan appeared very calm, slowly stepping forward. "Let this prince tell you. 1 year ago, when you were still in the qi cultivation stage, did you once save a friend in Yuan City?" After hearing these words, Qin felt a little confused. "Your Highness, this Qin truly does not know what you are talking about." Zhao Yuan slowly turned towards the corpse by the wall and gave a slight smirk. "No problem. Let this prince help you remember, Brother Qin. Look carefully. Do you know this person?" After looking carefully at the old man in front of him, Qinli's expression immediately darkened. He just said coldly, "I know." Zhao Yuan then became smug. "Very good. It seems Brother Qin still hasn't completely forgotten him. His name is Zhu Song Qi." While investigating the relationship between the two of you, this prince discovered yet another matter. Previously, Wandong had a traitor, and that person was Zhu Songqi's close friend, Wang Owazi. You once helped him escape Liuli Mountain's pursuit. This prince isn't wrong, am I? These words left Qinlai speechless, unable to utter a single sound. He gnashed his teeth, clenching his fists in seething rage. "You're not wrong. This must all be your Highness's doing." Zhao Yuan merely chuckled, shaking his head repeatedly. "Alas, the third brother is just too well established. This prince's position isn't firm enough. Fundamentally, I had no chance of beating him. But as luck would have it, heaven just handed me an opportunity by letting this prince discover this matter. If I don't seize this chance to make a move, wouldn't I be betraying Brother Qin's genuine goodwill?" Then, he smugly laid out his conditions to Qinlei. "Now, Brother Qin, you have only 2 paths before you. First, pledge loyalty to this prince and uncover Wang Owazi's whereabouts. If so, this prince can act as your mediator. The grievances between you and Wandong of Liuli Mountain will be considered settled." Upon hearing this, Qinli seemed to understand and immediately continued Zhao Yuan's words. "So if I, Qin, don't agree, then there's only the second path. Your Highness will hand me over to Liuli Mountain to be dealt with." Then he chuckled faintly. "In exchange for Liuli Mountain switching its allegiance, at that time, His Highness can unite the 3 sects and secure the position of Crown Prince. Am I right about that?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan couldn't stop exclaiming, "As expected of Brother Qin, what you said perfectly aligns with my intentions." Qinlai, however, fundamentally felt that this matter was far from simple. He immediately spun around towards that man, questioning, "Liuli sect, you all sided with the Sixth Highness just for a traitorous scion? It can't be that it's simply for that scion, can it?" That man furrowed his brows slightly, responding indignantly, "When that scion betrayed us and fled, he took with him a treasure belonging to the Liuli sect. Our sect has been searching for it for many years. We only had 1 chance to capture him. However, you ruined that chance. Not only that, you also killed disciples of the Liuli sect. It's even possible that you were the one who seized the PFU Feng Qi. So no matter what, you won't escape involvement in this." Qinlai, fundamentally unconvinced, immediately turned back to reason with Zhao Yuan. "HMPH, Your Highness, even if I, Qin, were to submit, what good would that do? I have no idea about that scion's whereabouts. The people of Liuli sect, aren't they just on a wild goose chase?" Zhao Yuan assumed a calm demeanor, slowly approaching and gently placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, this lord can help you investigate. Furthermore, this lord is truly sincere with you today. Court struggles are fine, and the matters of the 3 sects are no problem either." With that, he looked straight into Qinlei's face, smiling meaningfully. "You think that you can still be like an ordinary person and easily leave my royal manor without knowing a thing?" Qinlai felt utterly bewildered. His mind raced with calculations. From the oppressive killing intent, this level of danger is probably no less than that of Yikshu Tian. At this distance, if I launched a sneak attack, I'd definitely have a chance to severely injure Zhao Yuan. But after that, I would become a criminal of the Zhao kingdom and simultaneously offend Liuli Mountain, leaving me with no place in this Tianquan. Moreover, Zijian is still in his hands. A true man knows when to yield and when to assert himself. As long as I can preserve the Chuan family's bloodline, what does it matter if I discard a little dignity? He took a deep breath, then turned towards Zhao Yuan and replied softly, "It seems this Qin has no other choice. I agree to help your Highness." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yuan wore a satisfied expression and nodded repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. Only those who understand the times are true heroes. For Brother Qin to serve this prince willingly, it makes this prince very happy. However, this prince knows you are a very difficult person to control. Therefore, those who do not work for me must all die. To put my mind at ease, I invite Brother Qin to take this blood crow pill. Twinly could no longer tolerate his insolence and furiously bellowed, "You!" Zhao Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why, Brother Qin, do you refuse?" Quinlai's face at this moment immediately darkened. He had no choice but to force himself, clenching his teeth and taking a deep breath. "No, Your Highness, you're thinking too much." With that, he reached out and took the blood crow pill. Just then, something quickly pierced through the city wall. After a loud explosion, the earth and rocks there were rapidly blasted apart, revealing a large opening. Quinlai, startled, spun around. "What's going on?" It turned out to be none other than Yi Luo, who just walked in, shaking her head repeatedly. "You idiot. If they tell you to drink something, you just drink it? Is your brain filled with water or something?" Seeing this, Qinlai slightly furrowed his brow. "Yi Luo, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside?" Hearing these words, Daila found them a bit ridiculous. She asked back sternly, "Why can't I come in? If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have eaten that poisonous pill?" Qinlai, knowing Daila was worried about him and that was why she acted this way, continuously shook his head. "Girl, you don't understand." Daila clenched her fist, subtly glancing at Zhao Yuan's group, then said, "I don't understand, huh? Aren't your family members just in their hands? If you eat the poison, how will you detoxify it then?" Seeing someone arrive to disrupt his plans, Zhao Yuan immediately put on an intimidating display. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you barge into this prince's manor?" Daila basically didn't even bother to glance at him. She immediately pointed straight at Zhao Yuan's face and questioned him. "You are truly malicious, kidnapping someone's kin to threaten them. Now I command you, release his family members immediately." Seeing Daila's arrogant and wild demeanor, Qinlai immediately turned pale. "Girl, are you crazy? This is the Langyang Imperial capital. Just nearby is the Imperial Palace itself, with countless masters inside. Once we make a move, even a war chariot could easily dispatch us. Let's get out of here first." Someone like Zhao Yuan, who stands above thousands, naturally couldn't tolerate this slight. He furiously roared, "How dare you? Where do you think my prince's manor is? Do you think you can just come and go as you please?" Then he spun around to the man in brown robes, ordering the people of Liuli Mountain, "Today, as long as you capture that girl, within 2 days, this prince will hand over the royal prince to you." The man frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Agreed. Your word is your bond." He then quickly advanced towards Yila, warning her, "Young lady, since you've stepped into this prince's manor today, don't even dream of leaving." Yila frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. "Leaving? Huh? How could I? This lady is the one who doesn't want to leave. I'll say it one more time. Hand over Qinlai's family now." Behind her, Qinlai's face turned ashen. He couldn't utter a single word. "Oh, that girl." Then, Yila glared fiercely at them. "Otherwise, don't blame me for drenching this Ming prince's manor in blood and razzing all of Lingyang City." No sooner had her words fallen than a crimson lightning bolt descended from the sky, struck directly at that brown-robed man, causing him to scream in agony and vanish on the spot. Seeing this, Qinlai couldn't help but feel suspicious. What? A single lightning strike could kill a grand completion of Guzhen realm? Not even a speck of dust remained. Even a grand completion of Dan Yang realm couldn't achieve that. This cultivation is way too terrifying. Could this last be an expert of the Yingfu stage? At this moment, in the imperial city's Taihei Palace, Emperor Zhao Yin saw the fourth prince, Zhao Yu, enter the palace, and was rather surprised. "Your state affairs are done. What brings you to the hall?" Zhao Yu took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and softly replied, "Imperial Father! Your son has come here to beg for punishment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin's expression became exceedingly perplexed. He frowned and asked again, "Beg for punishment? I've already told you, if you cannot manage it, then abandon your claim to the throne." Did you not listen? Ever since Emperor Gaozu ascended the throne, there has been a clear admonition. The 3 sects, the Tiger Wolves, and the Zhao 7 Sons are absolutely not to be trifled with. Zhao Yu's face instantly paled. He couldn't utter a single word. Zhao Zan continued, "This time, thanks to the strategy of your 6th brother, you borrowed external forces to quietly resolve the matter of Nanchuan. If this matter were to get out, wouldn't it greatly affect my court's efforts to maintain national peace and prosperity for thousands of years to come?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu bowed his head slightly and replied, "Father Emperor's teachings are absolutely correct. Your son has realized his mistake. However, those words just now couldn't help but make Zhao Zan a little skeptical." Zhao Zan directly issued an order. "From now on, I bestow upon you the title of Grand Academician of the Inner Cultivation Hall, to research the classics within the royal palace. At this moment, the guards outside the hall saw a red lightning bolt emanating from the direction of the underworld prince's manor, and they immediately panicked, ran inside, and reported. "Reporting, Your Majesty. The underworld prince's manor in Dongcheng has been attacked." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zan's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in a cold voice, "What? Who dares to be so bold?" That person quickly reported, having already clearly investigated the identity. He is none other than Qin Lai, the one who, together with His Highness, annihilated that group of thugs, Zhu Tian, the first of the West, a few days ago. On this side, Zhao Yu frowned slightly. He felt these words were utterly baseless. No way! Elder Six is a Danyang stage cultivator, after all. How could he possibly be in danger? The attendant then continued. "Reporting. Your Highness, Your Majesty, that Qin Lai didn't come alone. Beside him, there's also a demonic woman. All the masters in the Mingwang Manor will hardly escape this calamity." Zhao Zhan gently raised his two hands and crossed them over his chest. Unable to bear this outrage, he immediately issued an order. "This Qin Lai has caused chaos throughout Kunxi. Now he comes to my Lang Yang, treating me as if I don't even exist? Immediately gather the inner palace cultivators and follow me out of the palace. To apprehend Qin Lai, I must personally go see if he has truly grown 3 heads, or 6 arms, to be so incredibly audacious." Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan, having just witnessed the previous scene, still seemed to have no concept of fear. This only made his attitude even more arrogant. "Blood washing throughout the Langyang royal manor, Qin Li? I see you've truly eaten a tiger's guts and a bear's gall, bringing along some smelly brat. And you think you can completely disregard imperial authority?" With that, he let out a loud shout. "All forces of Mingwang Manor, obey my command and slaughter them all." No sooner had he spoken than soldiers continuously poured out from inside the manor. Qin Lai, witnessing this sight, instantly fell into a panic, his face turning an unhealthy shade of green as he continuously gritted his teeth. Including Zhao Yuan, there must be a total of 6 Danyang stage cultivators. We're doomed. Completely doomed. In contrast, Yila, on her side, merely smirked a few times. Then she directly unleashed a technique from beneath the ground. A blood-red hand instantly emerged. All the people of Mingwang Manor lost control, flung into the air, and killed instantly on the spot. Zhao Yuan, seeing the scene, was speechless. He was so terrified his legs turned to jelly. Stumbling back several steps, his face utterly devoid of color. A demonic cultivator? How could just one move wipe out all the masters of my manor? He turned to look at Yila, seeing her unleash such a move yet maintain such a calm demeanor, as if she hadn't expended any energy. He immediately began to ponder. This situation, it doesn't look good. This wretched girl's cultivation far exceeds my expectations. It seems we'll just have to go to the Longtang Jiaori Pagoda then. We'll have to ask the Supreme Emperor to personally intervene. Qin Lai had already raised his talisman, ready for battle. Yet, before he could even make a move, Yila's technique had him rooted to the spot in dumbstruck awe. Yila subtly glanced towards Zhao Yuan. Extending her hand, she coldly uttered, "Demonic palm seal, go!" Her attack swiftly surged straight towards Zhao Yuan. He panicked, frantically looking around. He had no idea what to do. In mere moments, he was completely ensnared by the demonic palm seal. Yila calmly shrugged and turned towards Qin Li. So wasn't capturing him all you needed to do? Qin Li finally snapped back to reality, thanking her as he quickly moved closer to Zhao Yuan. "Thank you, young lady." He then subtly furrowed his brow at Zhao Yuan. "Now, you can't do anything else. Tell me, where is your Tan clan located?" Even now, Zhao Yuan still sported an incredibly smug expression. He relentlessly threatened Qin Lai. "Qin Lai, don't you dare think that just because you've captured this esteemed person, you can get away clean. If this sovereign dies, then Qin Zijin won't live to see another day either." In just a moment, cultivators from the Longtang Shaori Tower will arrive. No matter how profound that wretched girl's cultivation might be, can she truly keep your Qin family safe forever in this Zhao kingdom? Yila found the words more and more grating on her ears, unable to suppress her fury, and spoke loudly. Why waste words on trash like this? If it were up to me, even a prince would be pushing up daisies. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Qin Lai couldn't help but feel uneasy, immediately falling into a pensive silence. "My dear girl, I know your cultivation is profound, but this matter has truly spiraled beyond the control. It's simply out of my hands now. Inner palace masters are as numerous as clouds. I can't guarantee my own escape. Please, listen to me and leave at once, all right?" Upon hearing this, Yila fell silent, completely at a loss for words. Qin Lai forced a weak smile, drew his sword, then declared, "Just leave what comes next to me." Yila, unwilling to accept it, slapped her chest and loudly scoffed. "HMPH? Does this young lady look like the type to flee at the first whiff of danger?" Seeing her defiant attitude, Qin Li simply couldn't comprehend Yi La was doing and asked suspiciously, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi La pressed on. "I said I'd save them today, so I'll definitely save your family members. Who dares to stop them? I'll kill them, let their blood flow like rivers, drowning heaven and earth in darkness. I also want to see what the Zhao clan possesses that could possibly stop this grandma." After hearing this, Qin Li felt deeply moved. "You rascal!" After a moment of contemplation, he let out a soft sigh, then chuckled a few times. "HMPH, if I continue to refuse your kind intentions, it would mean this Qin is unworthy of the Tao, of being a person. All right, if we can safely depart from Lingyang today, and from now on, you are family to me." With that, he drew his sword, swung it powerfully in an arc, and declared loudly, "Who dares to touch her? This Qin will make them regret ever setting foot in this world." That single sword strike was actually the immortal demon transformation, displaying two distinct colors, blue and red. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened. Utterly speechless. Primal Yang transforming into Primal Yin? How could you? You actually possess an yin-yang spirit physique? Qin Li just let out a few sneering chuckles upon hearing this. "It's too late now that you know. Come on, rascal. We're going to stir up some serious trouble." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yin fiercely charged down from above, loudly cursed Tan Lai for his sheer audacity. Down below, Zhao Yuan's eyes immediately lit up, as if a new ray of hope had appeared. He became even more smug. "This voice, its imperial father." Zhao Zhen subtly glanced at Zhao Yuan, then looked at the two of them. "Release King Ming immediately." Tian Lai found these words rather amusing, then began to relentlessly mock them. "Oh, I never imagined this Tan's prestige was so immense. It even forced His Majesty the Emperor of Zhao himself, to personally appear." Zhao Jin couldn't contain his rage, immediately roaring, "Impudent! How dare you show off in front of us and flaunt your might! Guards, seize that rebellious scoundrel for us." Tan Lai also couldn't stand their blatant display of intimidation. He immediately raised his sword and pressed it against Zhao Yuan's neck. "Let's see who dares to make a move now." Zhao Yuan, seeing this look of Tan Lai, immediately became utterly terrified for his life. Thus his attitude promptly became much more agreeable. "Tan Lai, do you truly wish to challenge this prince to the death? This won't benefit you in the slightest." Tan Lai knew perfectly well what kind of person Zhao Yuan was, so he didn't even bother listening to him babble. Zhao Yuan immediately retorted, "Don't even think about negotiating with me. I know there's no escaping today. However, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." His knife-sharp gaze slowly turned towards Zhao Yun. He coldly retorted, "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" From above, Zhao Yin felt his words were truly absurd. Clearly, he was not the one currently in the advantageous position. Instead, it was Zhao Guo and his people. He immediately became smug and continued to threaten arrogantly, "If you dare to kill my son, I will annihilate your entire family. I don't know that even though the Qin family was annihilated, their maternal relatives are still in this Shan prefecture. With just a single word from me, all the maternal relatives connected to the Qin family, you will all die. You still dare to make a bet." Zhao Yu, who was beside him, saw Zhao Yin's confidence and quickly turned to him. He asked doubtfully, Imperial Father, are we really going to bet with him?" Zhao Yin then quietly whispered, "Although I rule a nation, I have also fought wars for half my life. No matter how ruthless my methods are, I will always be single-mindedly devoted to my clan members." Then he sighed. "Could it be that you would let Elder Lu die by Qin Li's blade?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu seemed to understand. He immediately clasped his hands and shook his head repeatedly. This humble servant wouldn't dare. A moment later, Zhao Zhen turned his gaze downwards, slightly raising his eyebrows. "Humph! How will you choose now, Qin Li?" Witnessing Zhao Zhen's display, Yi La couldn't hold back any longer. She clapped her hands repeatedly in applause. "Since you all are having such a good time playing, why don't I, this royal one, join in on this gamble as well? Qin Li, what if I told you I could teach you a super soul magic technique? You killing Zhao Yuan would be no big deal. I'll help you smooth over the rest of the situation. Do you dare to bet?" Zhao Yu, who was above, froze for a moment after hearing these words. What was that? Isn't that just a bit too much bluster?" Zhao Zhan slightly raised his eyebrows, continuously shaking his head with a face full of mockery. "How truly laughable. 2 fists can hardly contend with 4 hands. Even a formidable hero can't fight against so many." It seemed to him that this girl's background was quite formidable. However, she had unfortunately developed a serious case of arrogance. Qin Li, a hero caught between affairs of the heart and grand ambitions. Do you truly wish for your lifelong heroic reputation to be destroyed by this demoness? Qin Li took a deep breath, then asked in a serious tone, "What's the point? How much worse can it get? Regardless, Today's events already have a predetermined outcome, even if Zhao Yuan is released. Do I still have any other way out? With the schemes of you Zhao family members, the fate of the weak is always predetermined. With that, he abruptly turned and looked directly into Yila's eyes. In my entire life, I have never wronged anyone. My only fault lies with you. Let's break through this siege together. With those words, he decisively raised his sword and cut down Zhao Yun on the spot. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Ken Lai merely chuckled triumphantly. I'm betting on you to win. Zhao Yuan's blood splattered everywhere. Lass, I'm betting on you to win. The fourth prince, who had observed everything from start to finish, was utterly horrified. What? He actually killed the sixth prince? Zhao Jin couldn't believe his eyes. I never expected Qin Lai to dare kill my son, he roared. Scoundrel! Dismember this traitor into 8 pieces for me. Do not let him live. With that, his retainers charged at Qin Lai from behind. Yila spoke coolly, a wicked glint of amusement sparkling in her eyes. Oh, how marvelous! With that, she raised her arm to the sky and bellowed, Grand Devil Min Ri Incantation! The light in the sky suddenly vanished, leaving behind a dark, gloomy expanse. Above, a mesmerizing red light swirled. Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces contorted in shock. What in the world is happening? Why has the sky gone dark? It's high noon in the imperial capital, a place of such importance, yet someone is openly casting spells. Just what kind of divine being could this possibly be? That eerie red demonic energy swirled towards the very center. It emitted a surge of power, plummeting directly from the heavens. With a sudden forceful impact, Emperor Zhao Guo's retainers were sent flying, and Zhao Yin's face paled. This? How can this be? These people are all cultivators of the mid-Danyang stage, yet they couldn't even withstand a single move, immediately defeated by her. Zhao Yu turned to look at Zhao Yin urgently. Imperial Father, this woman's cultivation is truly astounding. I fear she might be a master of the spirit talisman stage. Please, Imperial Father, quickly return to the palace, Imperial Father. Emperor Zhao Guo looked at the woman before him, appraising her. Your cultivation level truly surpasses everyone here. But letting them go like this, I truly cannot swallow my anger. Imperial Father, could it be? That's right. Our dynasty's Grand Emperor is also at the Anpuchi realm. I will immediately relay this news to the Grand Emperor. Cao Jin hadn't even finished his instructions when Yi La immediately swung her hand to strike. Can't win, so you call for help? Is that how an emperor should act, huh? Yi La's hand had already struck Zhao Jin's face with a slam. The impact sent the Zhao Emperor tumbling straight to the ground like a dying ember. Qin Lai silently appraised. So powerful, she defeated the Zhao Emperor in one move. This girl's cultivation level is truly profound and unfathomable. Zhao Jin lay sprawled in the crater. It was formed by his impact. Yi La sighed, looking at the electric orb in her hand. How boring. It seems your Zhao clan is only good at empty talk. If you've run out of strength to resist, then farewell. Having said that, she threw the electric orb from her palm down to the spot where the Emperor was. The Zhao Emperor was lying sprawled there. A loud sound rang out, stopping his subordinate's attempt to show mercy. It was the booming voice of an approaching figure. Following that, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Emperor Zhao Guo, protecting him. Leaning his staff on the ground, the old Grand Emperor Zhao Mu approached. Zhao Jin spoke to him. Grand Emperor, Your Majesty, this fellow's actions in the imperial capital, and he's implicated many of our imperial and royal family members. His crimes are unforgivable. I beg the Grand Emperor to uphold justice for our dynasty. Zhao Mu gritted his teeth, a murderous expression clouding his face. Damn it! A resounding slap landed squarely on Emperor Zhao Guo's face. The old man roared. Do you even know who they are, you utter fool? And you, a bunch of foolish nobodies, dared to lay a hand on them? Zhao Jin was astonished that the Grand Emperor would protect outsiders. Huh? Grand Emperor, this emperor. Zhao Mu snorted. You've completely disgraced my Zhao imperial family. At this moment, the gloom in the sky also dispersed, and Dila and Qinlie descended. Seeing the two, Zhao Mu greeted them. Mr. Qin, what has made you so angry? Perhaps this old man can arbitrate for you? Qinlie hadn't expected the venerable old man to. Ah, the one who stayed with me the other day? It was the Grand Emperor. Zhao Guo immediately let out a gasp. So it was the Grand Emperor. Master Tween, this old man did indeed hide something from you before. However, Master Qin, there's no need to address me like that. We can just speak as equals. Qin Lai suddenly remembered. About that. But just now, I killed Zhao Yuan. Zhao Mu smiled. Oh, it's fine. Just a misunderstanding. What's done is done. This old man doesn't just have one grandson, you know. Beside him, Ila lightly coughed, and the Grand Emperor immediately leaned closer to her. Corners of her lips twitched. First of all, Esteemed Miss, there might be a misunderstanding here. Your Excellency is magnanimous. Perhaps you could calm your anger for a moment. Let's go back and discuss this later. After saying that, he turned sharply and angrily to the Emperor. Zhao Yin, speak. What exactly is going on here? Zhao Yin stammered. This matter. Seeing the Emperor couldn't manage to utter a single word, he roared, "Can't you speak up?" Then prepare to abdicate for me. That person over there, you are Zhao Yu, aren't you? Don't hide anymore. Come out here. You'll be the crown prince next. Zhao Yu emerged from behind the pillar, his mouth twitching slightly. Thank you, retired Emperor. From behind, Yila crossed her arms, looking cold. All right, old man, don't put on a show in front of me. I can't be bothered with your Zhao family's affairs. But bullying my people? Absolutely not. Yila's eyes widened. Release Qinlai's family now. Fairy Maiden, please rest assured they'll be released instantly. Release them immediately, if you please. After this, we'll go inside the palace to talk. All right? Yila snorted. Let's go. We're outside. After Zijian was released, Qinli recounted the entire rescue process from beginning to end. And Yila had accompanied him. Zijian exclaimed, Uncle 13, are you serious? How can it be fake? Inside the palace, Yila sat on the throne, crossing her legs and propping her chin. She let out a bored sigh. Oh, so being an emperor is this boring, huh? What's so 9-5 sovereign about this? It's utterly uninteresting. The Grand Emperor stood below. Io, immortal maiden, haven't you calmed down yet? Or perhaps if you find someone displeasing, this old man can just issue a decree to have them executed directly. Yila propped her chin and looked down. Old man, you don't need to go killing people. It's just that my family's Wenlai was tormented by that grandson of yours. After such a long time, a proper explanation is due, isn't it? The Grand Emperor thought for a moment, then said, how about this? This old man will take a loss. I'll personally take him as a disciple. Then, a hereditary first-rank title for several generations of the Qin family. What do you think of that? Zhao Zhen, from his hiding spot, secretly exclaimed. What? Personally taking a disciple? Even a direct descendant of the Grand Emperor like me has never been personally taught. Now he actually wants to accept Qinlai as a disciple, plus a first-rank title? This reward is way too easy to get, isn't it? Yila stepped down from the throne. Is that all? I heard your Shanzhou has something called Liuli Mountain, which was previously at the Mingwang Manor. This maiden already killed one of their disciples. They certainly won't let this matter go easily. Or perhaps, upon saying this, she immediately glanced at the Grand Emperor Emeritus, who seemed to understand. He turned. Understood. Understood. Just wipe out those Taoist priests and it's done. Now I shall immediately dispatch troops to Raz Lioli Mountain, a triumphant ha! And what about you, Qinli? We have already resolved it. Next, do you have any other arrangements? Wenlai replied, I have been away from my hometown for many years. Now that things are settled, of course, I wish to return home and see it. If that's the case, then let's depart immediately. Done. She then turned to the Grand Emperor Emeritus and said, Old man, if I catch you trying to play both sides later on. Zhao Mu chimed in. Immortal maiden, rest assured. What I have promised, I will certainly deliver. As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them left. Zhao Mu's face visibly relaxed as he let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Behind them, Zhao Ren stared blankly, not having understood anything from the beginning. Only now did he get a chance to speak. Grand Emperor Emeritus, why did you listen to that demoness's words? Could it be that even with your cultivation and the military might of the Zhao state, I'm still not her match? Zhao Mu sighed deeply. There's something you still don't know. A few years ago, when that demoness first appeared, Vigia was just as enraged as you. I had been in seclusion on Beilu Mountain for many years and had long since broken through to the spirit incantation realm. Yet, before that demoness, Vigia couldn't even last 30 moves. The Emperor exclaimed, What? Are you sure? You are the only spirit incantation expert in our Zhao prefecture, and yet you couldn't last more than 30 moves. Grand Emperor lowered his gaze. Indeed, if it weren't for me begging for mercy and time, Vigia would have long since returned to the Yellow Springs by now. Zhao Jin's face turned pale. But how could such a formidable figure be involved with Qinlai? Would they be dual cultivation partners? Zhao Mu sighed. No wonder Hanger was so unlucky as to provoke that baleful star, Qinlai. Consider this time as your father helping you out. However, from now on, it will depend on how you treat the Qin family. Zhao Jian let out a heavy sigh. Seriously, how could someone so powerful be backing them? I could only nod and agree. What else was I supposed to do? In short, you absolutely cannot offend anyone from the Qin family. If Qinli hadn't pressured her today, the Imperial Palace would have already turned into a massive battlefield. After leaving the Imperial Palace, he brought Qin Zijian back to Bianjing to receive his enfeoffment. This news has now spread to every nook and cranny of the impoverished far north region. Qinlai's name is now a household topic, known by all. Once the news reached Liuli Mountain, the Huodong was completely swept clean by elite troops. Everyone on Liuli Mountain, from top to bottom, was utterly annihilated. Not a single soul escaped. Half a month later, midsummer arrived. Finally realized it was time for him to depart. Demoness Xiao had helped him with such an incredibly huge matter. Given the current circumstances, perhaps he wouldn't be much help on this trip. Still, it was one more person to have around, so she wouldn't have to feel so lonely anymore. Qin Li and Yila landed together in a courtyard. Seeing the person before them, Qin Li offered a greeting. Big Brother Wei Jian himself, was absolutely overjoyed. "Brother Qin, you're finally back." Ye Ru, standing nearby, reminded him. "Brother Jian, hold on a sec." Wei Jian, too overcome with joy, disregarded his surroundings and rushed over to clasp hands with Qin Lai. "Brother Qin, you don't need to stay with the Lin family anymore. Furthermore, my cultivation has also recovered to the level it was back then." Qin Lai also joyfully congratulated Big Brother Wei. Wei Jian continued, "That's why I want to return and help you protect the Qin family. Don't worry, brother. As long as we're still breathing, we will definitely help you watch over the Qin family." Big Brother Wei, "Many thanks," Wei Jian immediately replied. "What's with the thanks, brother? If it weren't for you, I would have died at the hands of the demon cult back then." Ye Ru spoke up from the side. "All right, you brothers killed 6 princes. The 4th prince was made the new crown prince, and the 3rd prince, according to rumors." She choked up a bit here, so Yi La immediately said from the side, "What's there to be afraid of? If that 3rd prince dares to stir up trouble with the Qin family, isn't he afraid of getting schooled by Zhao Mu?" Qin Lai continued, "No doubt, the one who regrets it most right now is Zhu Songji. He was captured by Zhao Yuan and must have suffered greatly. However, I have something important to attend to today. There's no way I can make it to Shang Yuan. I can only trouble Brother Wei to go in my stead to express our gratitude." Wei Jian pointed his thumb at his chest and said with a chuckle, "Brother, rest assured, leave it to me. I'll make sure everything is handled perfectly for you." After saying that, he journeyed until the 3rd watch of the night before stopping to rest. The next day, Qin Li summoned Qin Zizhan into the Qin family estate to give him instructions. "Zizhan, your 13th uncle must leave here for a while. From now on, I entrust you with the authority to manage. You are the master of the Qin family. I believe you can certainly make our Qin family prosper and expand. As for news about your father, the Emperor Emeritus has already sent people to inquire. If there's any news, wait for me to return, and I will personally go find your second brother." Zizhan's expression became resolute. "13th uncle, I believe father is definitely still alive. He will surely return." Qin Lai hummed in affirmation. "I also believe so, Zizhan. By the way, has Zhao Mu agreed to let you enter the Dragon Ascent Tower for the sun sacrifice?" "Yes, he said that." Qin Lai continued, "Zijin, my child, remember this. Now, I can't always be by your side to protect you. Wherever you go, you must be careful. You absolutely must survive." Yila, who had been huffing and puffing in the back, finally piped up. "No need to waste words. Elder Mu absolutely wouldn't dare harm Zijian. Otherwise, this young lady will personally rip out his bones." Unexpectedly, this little devilish girl was so confident. Qin Lai's lips twitched. Right. I believe you, but that's a bit much." Qin Lai turned to Zijian, giving him a few books and instructing him. "Zijian, these are the Qin family's genealogy records and some secret techniques. You keep them. These are the Qin family's secrets. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Remember that. Uncle 13, rest assured I won't utter a single word, even if I die. Zijian, I believe you will definitely succeed. Yila, we should go now." The 3 parted ways. "Zijian, I must go now. This journey is long, and we haven't set a date for our return yet. You must take good care of yourself." With those words, the 2 flew away. Zijian, behind them, waved his hand, shouting loudly, "Shisan Shu, take care!" Zijian entered the room and casually opened a book. On it were written the names of several members of the Qin family. Qin Zimo, Qin Yutang, Qin Ling, and Qin Lai were listed as members of the Qin family's direct lineage. Shisan Shu, as long as you're alive, the Qin family will endure for generations. With that thought, Zijian retrieved that very page. The Sephora trees of the imperial capital had already bloomed in full. 10,000 miles away, past the wind-blown flowers of Beijiang, north of the Great Wall, it was already a frigid winter. Water flowed, turning into ice. Legend had it that since ancient times, Shanzhou took the Beijiang grasslands as its dividing boundary. It was a strategic point of the Great Northern Ice Plain. This place often saw heavy snow and bone-chilling cold across countless miles of land. Among the ice-clad mountain ranges, human traces were rarely seen. Qin Lai looked at the snow-white wolf lying dead in a pool of blood and commented, "A level 2 demonic beast. Didn't know its own strength, huh?" With that, he walked straight into the cave. "Girl, are you all right?" "Yila, stood with her arms crossed, right next to the alchemy furnace. "I'm fine, rest assured." Quinlay continued. "You mentioned you came to find an enemy. Since entering the Northern Great Wall, you haven't casually used your spiritual power. Could it be that your opponent is truly that powerful?" Ela lowered her eyes. "That old monster is indeed very formidable. I need to ensure my spiritual power is always abundant at all times. Otherwise, once I encounter them, it will be very difficult to attack and defeat them." Quinlay thought to himself, just how formidable is a character that even that girl is wary of. "Ah!" Quinlay turned to look at the front of the store. There was a tiny baby monkey, the size of a fist. It looked up with clear eyes into the cave. It chattered a few times. Quinlay walked closer to it, bent down, held out his hand, and gently spoke. "Little one, you're here. Come here. I won't hurt you." As if understanding human speech, it immediately jumped onto Qinlai's hand. Qinlai lifted it up to observe. How strange! In this place, with freezing skies and frozen ground, how can there be a baby monkey? Ela crossed her arms from behind and chuckled. "It probably took a liking to your alchemical furnace." "No mistake, this monkey is called a Ling Bao Hao. It's a type of spirit beast that is highly perceptive. They only need their noses to sniff out where any rare treasures are. They can even sense spiritual energy." The little monkey jumped from Qinlai's hand and climbed onto the alchemical furnace. Qinlai added, "Oh, it must have smelled the medicinal scent from my alchemical furnace. I guess that's probably it." Yila playfully poked Qinlai's hand, signaling, "You're quite something. This time you've really found a treasure. This Ling Bao Hu is extremely sensitive to rare treasures. No rare treasure, no matter what kind, can escape its nose." Qinlai sighed. It's just a fortunate coincidence, even though it's said that reaching a certain cultivation realm makes one impervious to hot and cold. However, you still need to rest and recuperate to prepare for dealing with your enemies. I only brought out this cauldron of mine to keep you warm." Qinlai turned around and saw Yila staring intently at him. He hummed, "What are you looking at me like that for?" Yila blinked and blushed. I was thinking you've been so kind to me. So from now on, can I call you Liet Geej?" Qinlai scratched his head and said with a chuckle, "So that's what this is about. Didn't I already say that day at the Mingwang Fu? From now on, you are my family. You can call me whatever you like." Yila exclaimed delightedly, "That's great, Liet Geej. Please guard me. I plan to cultivate for a short period." Qinlai stroked his chin and thought, that old monster will definitely make a move soon. By then, an intense battle will be unavoidable. Having thought that, he then turned to Yila and asked, "Little one, I haven't asked everything about that old monster yet. Can you tell me, what does he look like, and what cultivation realm is he in?" Yila pondered for a moment. His name is Yan Qing Yang. Outwardly, he's just an ordinary old man, nothing unusual. As for his strength, he's likely in the late-stage core formation realm. That old monster has a late-stage core formation cultivation base. Little one, don't tell me your cultivation isn't far off either? This young lady's cultivation has also reached the great perfection of the core formation realm. Otherwise, how would I dare come seeking revenge? Qinlai stammered. "Great perfection core formation?" De La giggled. "Brother Lai, you may have heard of it, but even a profound talisman master isn't much to boast about yet. Wait until you cultivate to the Tongshuan stage. Only then can one be considered a true master. However, this maiden can also be considered a genius. At my age, very few people achieve profound talisman grand perfection." Qinlai unconsciously repeated, "At your age? How old are you anyway?" Dila crossed her arms, turned away abruptly, and huffed. "A woman's age is a secret. I'll never tell you, brother." Qinlai thought of the familiar figure of Lin Yuran. Is age really a secret? Why am I thinking about her? Qinlai immediately stopped thinking about it. He turned to Dila and teased, "You, a woman, little girl, would be more fitting." Hearing that, Dila exploded in anger like a bomb and shouted, Why can't I be called a woman? You dare to look down on this maiden?" After her outburst, she turned to the alchemy cauldron to pick up the little monkey. Qinlai secretly smiled. Sure enough, she's still a child. To get so angry over something like that. Dyi La carried the baby monkey out of the cave entrance. "Come on, Dongbao. Let's ignore him. I'll take you out to play." "What? Dongbao? Is that the name you gave this monkey, sis?" Realizing Dyi La had left without him, Qinlai chased after her, yelling loudly, "Hey, wait up, kiddo!" Qinlai looked around, but couldn't see Dyi La anywhere. A pang of worry struck his heart. This is it, I'm doomed. If she acts recklessly, what if she runs into that old monster? "Kiddo, nothing must happen to you. Absolutely nothing." There it is. Qinli spotted Dongbao hiding behind a rock and landed immediately. "Dongbao, why are you here? Where's that kiddo?" Dongbao chirped a few times. Its paw seemed to point in a certain direction. What's that supposed to mean? The kid's right in front of me? Dongbao climbed onto Qinlai's shoulder, chirping and pointing its paw in that direction. Qinlai cursed silently. "Damn it! Even if Dongbao is a spirit animal, it still can't speak human language. Well, no choice then. Let's go see. Following Dongbao's guidance, Qinlei flew in that direction. It just landed in front of a mountain cave. Qinlei observed his surroundings. Unexpectedly, where Dongbao led, there was actually a cave. What's more, it's so close to where we landed. Qinlei stepped inside. Inside, there were tables, chairs, beds, and wardrobes. All the necessities were present. This place was definitely not formed by nature. Instead, it looked like someone lived here. Qinlei walked over and opened an incense burner on the table. Sure enough, the agarwood incense hadn't fully burned out. It seems the owner of this place just left not long ago. Could this be the reclusive dwelling of that old monster? The one that Kid always used to talk about. Suddenly, Dongbao ran off. Qinlei thought to himself, Dongbao is the spirit treasure monkey. Since it brought us here, this place must be temporarily safe. Dongbao ran to a door, pointed at it, then turned back to look at Qinlei, chittering. Qinlei said, "You want me to open the stone door?" Qinlei observed the stone door, assessing this cave dwelling of a soul manifestation expert in the late stage. There must be many treasures inside. Why don't I give it a try? Qinlei placed his hand on the stone door, unleashing a bit of spiritual power. HMPH! It actually opened. Could this old monster have been overconfident in his own strength, that he made such a huge blunder? Qinlei stepped inside. All around him, a hazy mist swirled. In the middle of the room, there was a coffin. Qinlei walked over and placed his hand on it to examine it. This is a coffin? Why on earth is there a coffin here? What's more, spiritual energy emanated from all four sides, and it can even heal injuries. Quite impressive. Well, since I'm already here, how can I possibly leave empty-handed? This treasure now belongs to me. Having said that, he reached out to retrieve the coffin. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the cave. Oh, what rotten luck. Qinlei was startled. The voice grew closer and closer. I didn't expect this old man to run so far, only to still be found by her. It's only been 3 years, and that wretched girl has already reached profound talisman great perfection. What truly awful luck. Suddenly he saw a small monkey walk out in front of him. He exclaimed, "What? A spirit treasure monkey? Why did it run back by itself?" He reached down, seeing the little monkey rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue at him, and immediately scolded it. "You little beast! Instead of obediently testing pills for this old man, you even dared to run away? Just wait and see how this old man teaches you a lesson today." Qinlei seized the chance while Dongbao was distracting the old man and quickly ran off. The old man turned around, noticing someone in the cave. Qinlei yelled out, "This is it! Dongbao, run!" The old man furiously swung his arm, launching an attack forward. Damn it! You think this old man's cave dwelling is just a walk in the park? With a crash, Qinlei fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! That punch was too much. If I hadn't dodged that punch in time, I would have been sent careening off the cliff. He looked down at the motionless youth lying on the ground. "You stinky brat! I, this old man, am a dignified cultivator at the grand perfection of the core formation realm. How could someone like a mere brat like you think you can just do whatever you please with? Today, if you manage to escape this old man's grasp, how will young King Yang still hold his head high in the cultivation world? Die, you scoundrel!" The old monster swung an attack toward Qinlei, who was still struggling on the ground. He watched the massive surge of spiritual energy about to hit him. He thought inwardly, "This isn't good. I can't dodge it in time." With a boom, Qinlei saw a protective layer of spiritual energy materialize around him. It deflected Yan Qingyang's attack, leaving him utterly bewildered. There were footsteps approaching from over there. Young Lady Yila stood in front of Qinlei, blocking his way. Luckily, I still caught up. "Brother Qinlei, quickly get out of the way. Just leave this place to me." Yan Qingyang saw Yila had caught up, and he was so furious, he ripped off his outer robe. He bellowed, "You demoness! It's you again? You're clinging to this old man and won't let go. What in the world do you want?" Yila responded coldly, "Old man Yan, you know full well, yet you still ask? Back then, you hit this auntie with a palm strike. Do you think that matter can just be forgotten like that?" The old monster, Yan Qingyang, clarified, "That was because back then, this old man didn't know your true identity. Besides, didn't I apologize to you in the end? Because of you, this old man's Huajian sect was even disbanded. Why are you still not satisfied?" With that, he leapt up, his hand clenching into a fist, channeling his spiritual power to challenge her. Yila also cast a spell, her mouth still bickering with him as she fought. "You damn old man in Yunzhou. After all, this auntie here is also a figure of renown. You want to settle that matter so easily, huh?" Yan Jingyang unleashed fierce spiritual power to attack, cursing the stinky lass as he fought. Don't think that inheriting the mantle of Lingyu Demon Venerable means you can just do whatever you please. This isn't Yunzhou, and your master isn't here either. If you insist on clinging on till death, then today I shall risk my life against you. Yila also unleashed her magic to block the attack. Dream on! 2 streams of spiritual power from 2 nascent soul stage masters. What a spectacular sight indeed! The 2 streams of spiritual power clashed, neither showing any weakness, creating an explosion that shook everything around them. Yan Qingyang stared at Yila, eyes wide with shock. That rotten brat! I can't believe that in just 4 short months, she cultivated from the middle nascent soul stage to the great perfection realm. Indeed, she lives up to her reputation as the #1 genius of Yunzhou's demonic Tao. The shockwaves from the clash also affected Qin Lai. He grunted, then adjusted his posture, standing more firmly. His eyes looked up at the 2 people before him. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This truly is a decisive battle between nascent soul stage masters. This battle is too intense. It seems their strengths are very well matched. If both sides end up injured, I'll have to lend that girl a hand. Qin Lai watched the 2 fiercely fighting in the air ahead. A claw attack nearly scratched Yan Qingyang. He snorted, then quickly dodged backward. Qin Lai's figure entered his sight. Qin Lai was sitting properly on the ground. It seems he's channeling spiritual power, about to do something. Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth, a thought flashing through his mind. What is that kid doing? Could he be trying to recover his spiritual energy in such a short time? Then seize this chance to make a move? That stinky girl's power is comparable to mine. If both sides deplete their spiritual energy, then this kid is the crucial factor for victory. While the old geezer was lost in thought, Yila seized the opportunity and attacked. The girl unleashed a strike directly at Yan Qingyang. Fighting me, and you dare to get distracted, old man. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Yan Qingyang's heart pounded with dread. I'm doomed! He didn't have time to dodge when Yila roared, Die! That was also the moment he was struck in the gut by that attack. His internal organs were shattered. Blood gushed out as he died with his eyes wide open. Qin Lai stood up, letting out a soft, Whew! Looks like I didn't need to help after all. You're seriously amazing, lass. Yila chuckled triumphantly. Hee. If he hadn't been distracted watching you cultivate, I wouldn't have found an opportunity that quickly either. This time, thankfully, Dongbao led the way. Otherwise, finding this old monster would have been quite a hassle. But where is Dongbao? Hearing the call, Dongbao quickly chittered and scampered to her side. Seeing Dongbao still so mischievous, she smiled and said, Ah, Dongbao. Haha, are you all right? Dongbao nimbly clung to her shoulder. Seeing the 2 people in front of him, so cheerful, Qin Li finally realized that after Yila led Dongbao away, she had immediately found the lair of Yan Qingyang. To prevent Dongbao from getting injured, the little demoness had put it away. After the battle with the old monster, the 2 of them used their battle techniques, seeing it getting farther and farther away. However, the old monster then cast a blinding spell to escape. The old monster returned, but unexpectedly ran into Qin Li. Qin Li exclaimed, Girl! Luckily you appeared in time. Otherwise, my poor life would have been left in this frozen Northland. Qin Lai walked over to her, oblivious to something hurtling towards his back. Yila, facing Qin Lai, saw this, and her face instantly blanched as she yelled, Lai Gay Ganger! As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her arm, throwing Dongbao behind her, and her figure flew forward to block the attack for Qin Lai. A dark energy pierced Zila's heart. Qin Li's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixed on the young woman before him. He cried out, Girl! As blood continuously gushed from her mouth. It turned out to be a remnant soul of Yan Qingyang, which looked at Zila and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you demoness! You destroyed my cultivation and injured my body. Even if this old man dies, I'll drag you down with me. We'll meet again in the underworld. Ha 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 ha! Finally, that remnant soul dissipated, leaving behind a lingering hatred on her body. Qin Lai quickly rushed to Zila, the young woman lying motionless on the ground. He asked worriedly, Girl, are you all right? Zila struggled to speak. No, I didn't expect that old monster would risk its life against me. I was too careless. Qin Lai's face darkened as he helped Zila sit up. Girl, you must hold on. With that, he immediately channeled his vital energy into Zila. However, a sense of unease and fear immediately arose in his heart. What's going on? My vital energy is going in like throwing mud into the ocean. It had no effect at all. As if she knew the current situation, Zila said tiredly, It's useless. That old monster used the Bingjie technique. It means one strike completely destroys a lifetime of cultivation. The main purpose is to perish together. Qin Lai's eyes widened, his face paling as he looked down at the wound directly over her heart. Yila struggled to continue. My heart meridian is severely wounded, and my primordial spirit is about to dissipate. Unless Master is here, I won't be able to survive another hour. Qinlai fiercely embraced Yila, exclaiming, "No, no way. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Yila raised her trembling hand. Her gentle eyes gazed at the young man before her. "Brother Lai, you're truly fortunate. From now on, you won't need to stay by my side anymore." Qinlai gripped Yila's hand. "Don't say another word. I'll find a way. I will." No. His mind was a tangled mess, panic intertwined with fear. What should I do? What should I do? Qinlai looked towards Dong Bao. Dong Bao seemed to want to say something. It chirped and waved its paw. Qinlai watched it, deep in thought. What does Dong Bao mean? What do its gestures imply? That's right, that coffin. The old monster's coffin. Dong Bao was originally used by him to test medicine. No wonder. Thinking this, Qinlai quickly went in, carried out the coffin, and placed her inside. Qinli looked at Yila worriedly and asked, "Lass, how are you feeling?" Yila widened her eyes, looking at Qinlai's face, feeling a little panicked inside. "A coffin, Brother Lai? You're already planning to bury me?" Seeing that she could still speak, Dong Bao also let out a sigh of relief. Qinlai said, "You still have the energy to babble? It seems this precious item really works." Yila nodded in agreement. I won't die for the time being, but what are you planning to do next?" Qinli replied, "Next, I plan to go to Yunzhou." "Didn't you say only your master could save you?" Yila clutched her wound, her voice weak. "From Shanzhou to Yunzhou, it won't be easy. You'll encounter many difficulties on the way. With me as a burden, you might die on the way before even reaching Yunzhou." Qinlai shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? As long as there's a chance, I won't just watch you die, even if I have to carry you. I'll take you all the way to Yunzhou." Yila looked at the young man before her in astonishment, recalling a familiar scene. Back then, she had also stepped forward to help Qinlai, shouting, "Is this young lady someone who runs away at the sight of trouble? I will definitely save your family today." Yila's eyes welled up with tears. "Brother Lai, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. I trust you," she said, then closed her eyes. Qinlai leaned down and held Yila's hand. He tightly gripped the girl's hand, sighing inwardly as he looked at the sleeping maiden. A faint smile still lingered at the corners of his eyes. Thank goodness she's only in a coma, so her life isn't in danger for now. However, if this drags on, the girl will suffocate sooner or later. Qinlai closed the coffin lid, his eyes filled with determination. Only by reaching Yunzhou and finding Leng Yu demon venerable can the girl be saved. No tribulation will ever stop me. 3 days later, at Mount Beilu, Grand Emperor Zhao Guo was sitting on a chair. Holding a teacup, he savored the comfortable days without that demoness. "I truly hope I never encounter her again." "Well, isn't it just like heaven to deliver exactly what you loathe?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Qinli, carrying a coffin, landed in the palace and greeted him. Senior Zhao, still doing well, he cursed inwardly. That Qinlai is such a jinx! What he feared most always came true. He reluctantly stood up and walked towards Qinlai, a cheerful facade plastered on his face as he spoke. "So it's Brother Qin. Long time no see. Are you still doing well?" Qinlai took out a scroll and a brocade pouch, then spoke. "Elder Zhao, this junior has come, seeking your assistance. Inside this scroll are some rare medicinal herbs that I require. And this Cosmos pouch is something that Lass obtained by killing a Grand Master of the heroic consummation realm in the northern ice plains. Inside, there are many magical artifacts. Consider them a reward for your troubles." The old Grand Emperor took the brocade pouch and opened it. In his heart, he mentally exclaimed, "This pile of artifacts is truly top grade, genuine, and worth a fortune. Killing a master of the heroic realm. Could it really be true?" He calmly tucked the brocade pouch into his sleeve and said, "Brother Qin, since you are the lord of a nation, whatever request you have, this imperial family will naturally do its utmost to help. It's just, why do I not see that immortal lass?" Qinlai set down the coffin and glanced at it. "This coffin? The lass is recuperating inside." He was astonished. He silently exclaimed to himself, "What? The demoness is injured? It seems the incident in the northern ice plains is true. But I wonder how severe her injuries are. Can I even throw a punch anymore? If I make it tough to capture them now, what are my chances of winning? Like 0%? He pondered, only to catch sight of Qinli's utterly cunning smile. He hesitated. Hold on. Something isn't quite right here. Why would she so easily tell me that demoness is injured? What if it's just a flesh wound, considering her cultivation? How many moves could I even last? She even managed to take down a Grand Perfection Master, for crying out loud. Even if she's hurt, I'm probably still not her opponent, am I?" The old man did some quick mental recalculations, then looked up at Qinlai, who was patiently waiting. "Ah, fairy maiden, you're not in any trouble, are you?" Qinlai replied. "Just a minor scratch. That lass's sect is in the demon realm. Not too long ago, we managed to establish contact with them. Her master, the Ling Yue Demon Venerable, has already dispatched people to offer assistance. When the time comes, we will provide backup in the Dahuangze. Furthermore, Qin Li paused, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The old Grand Emperor prompted, "Furthermore, what?" Qin Li gave him a mysterious grin. "Furthermore, Ling Yu Demon Venerable specifically asked me to deliver a message to the junior generation. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly repay this debt of gratitude." The retired Grand Emperor looked at Qin Li's expression, feeling displeased with the cold moon demonic venerable deep down. This brat, a late-stage ethereal profound realm expert, dared to send word of this old man from Shan province all the way to Yun province. Outwardly, he maintained his composure and spoke. "Brother Qin, I truly didn't expect the immortal maiden's background to be so utterly formidable." This humble one was truly blind to the obvious. "Rest assured, I shall immediately prepare everything you require." However, stroking his beard with a thoughtful expression, he spoke up. "From Lingyang to the Great Desolate Marsh, the journey is long and perilous. Since you'll be traveling alone, this old man simply can't feel at ease. Therefore, would it be acceptable for some inner palace cultivators to escort you too?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Li immediately cupped his hands and replied, "That would be even better. Since your majesty, the retired Grand Emperor, has been so incredibly thoughtful, this junior is profoundly grateful." "Very well, we shall depart in 3 hours." This junior takes his leave. "Mr. Qin, please take care on your way." Meanwhile, at the Qin family in Jinghai, Ye Ru held a letter in her hand. She said to Wei Jian, "Brother Jan, here's a letter from Qin Li." "What? Let me see." Wei Jian snatched the letter, and the moment he opened it, his expression completely transformed. Brother Qin and Miss Yila got into a bit of a pickle, all because he showed concern for Miss Yila. "And he actually sought out the Supreme Emperor to get ingredients for alchemy, my dear sister. Look, he wrote all the detailed situation here." Yiru took the letter and began to read. Her expression couldn't hide her utter surprise. Brother Lai truly has guts the size of the heavens. He couldn't even establish contact with the demon realm of Yunzhou. Yet, he actually tricked the Supreme Emperor into giving him a spirit talisman banner. However, Dahuangze is so far from here. What if something happens on the way? Wei Jian's expression turned serious. "Haven't you gotten to know him yet? That's just how he is. As long as it's something he's set his mind to, he'll definitely persevere until the very end. Things have come to this, so we can only take it one step at a time." Yiru sighed. "You're right." Wei Jian's heart couldn't help but fill with worry. "Brother, I wish you a safe journey." At the same time, at the border of Dahuangze, a dry, rocky, and desolate place, an inner temple cultivator, sent by the Supreme Emperor, was hunting down the demonic beast that attacked Qin Li. With just one move from him, the demonic beast was utterly shattered. Qin Li stood by, clapping his hands enthusiastically in admiration. "Incredible, truly incredible, Elder Dong. You've worked so hard." Dong Wuxi turned and replied humbly, "Marquis, you're too kind. My duty is simply to ensure your safety. I wonder, which direction should we head next?" Qin Li replied, "Elder, you've brought this Marquis all the way here. This Marquis is already incredibly grateful. This Marquis will proceed on his own from here." Dong Wuxi suddenly recalled the Grand Emperor's instructions. This journey, accompanying Qin Li, has 2 objectives. The first is to verify the true identities of that man and woman. The second objective is to observe Qin Li, to see if he is truly connected to the Yunzhou demonic realm. If anything suspicious is discovered, he must immediately send word back. In urgent situations, he may act first and report later. Dong Wuxi let out a sigh and then spoke to Qin Li. "I'm afraid that won't do. The Grand Emperor specifically decreed that I must bring the Marquis to meet our fellow practitioners in the Yunzhou demonic realm." Qin Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His half-truths were still met with suspicion, it seems. He claims to be an escort. However, his true intention is probably to monitor me. Zhao Mu is truly not easily fooled. The healing spiritual energy within the coffin, though useful, can only heal others. It cannot be used for oneself. If this drags on, I'm afraid that girl won't be able to hold out until Yunzhou. Therefore, we must use top-grade elixirs to aid in her recovery. Fortunately, Zhao Mu is still wary of that girl's strength, so he wouldn't dare to cause a fuss. Otherwise, Qin Li turned to Dong Wu Tai and replied, "This Marquis understands. The Da Huangzi is swarming with demonic beasts, especially the venomous kind, which are exceedingly numerous. Elder Dong, have you perhaps heard of Xie Guiling? That's precisely where I meant to meet the people from Yunzhou." Dong Wu Tai gasped in surprise. "What? Xie Guiling? That place is notoriously sinister. They actually picked that as a meeting spot?" "Indeed. We'll stop at the foot of Xie Guiling to rest first. Early tomorrow, we'll rendezvous with the people from Yunzhou. My apologies for troubling you, Elder Dong." Internally, Dong Wu Tai was brimming with suspicion. This Chin Lai guy chose such a chaotic place. Could he really be lying? What if some venomous beasts or evil bugs pop up, and he uses the chance to just sneak away? Suddenly, a person materialized before them. That person also spotted the two of them. Six eyes stared at each other in utter surprise. Dongwu Tai muttered to himself, "Isn't that Wang Ozi, the trader of Liuli Mountain? I heard Wang Ozi's cultivation was crippled. The highest he reached was only the Guizhen stage. How could he possibly be here and still be alive until now?" Back then, this guy stole the high-grade magic artifact, the Ganoderma vase, and ran off. Today, meeting him here, there's no reason not to pursue him. With those words, Tong Wuxi leaped towards Wang Ozi and attacked. Wang Ozi quickly dodged and darted away, leaving Tong Wuxi utterly perplexed. What's going on? He's only at the Guizhen stage. How could he evade my attack? He gritted his teeth. He turned back and spoke to Chin Lai furiously. "Lord Marquis, this scoundrel is a runaway trader from Liuli Mountain, that Wang Ozi fellow. Though their sect was annihilated, leaving behind such a vile remnant is hardly good. We might as well pursue him and investigate, don't you think?" Chin Lai mused to himself. It really is quite strange. Why would Wang Ozi appear here? Never mind. The more chaotic things get, the more advantageous it is for me. With that thought, Chin Lai turned to Tong Wuxi and said, "All right, let's chase after him and see." After chasing for a long while, the two of them arrived at Wangze Xiegi Ling. Dong Wuxie asked, "Marquis Hu, how is it? Did you find anything?" "Didn't see anyone." He angrily punched a nearby rock. "Damn it! How could I let him escape?" He couldn't help but feel disgruntled. Could it be that Pinganji has no fate with this old man? Qin Lai set his coffin on the ground and said, "Hearing Elder Dong's words, it seems this Wang Wazi truly has a secret." Dong Wuchie feigned ignorance and calmly replied, "Secret? There's no secret. I think you, Qin Lai, are merely a jinx. Accompanying you accomplishes absolutely nothing. All day long, you just lug around that tattered coffin. Bad luck." Hearing such words, Chin Lai's expression turned icy. "What did you just say?" Dong Wuji couldn't hold back any longer. He bellowed, "You carry an unlucky coffin. Got a problem with that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of spiritual energy grazed past his face and struck the rock wall. Dong Wuxie's face instantly darkened. "You dare to attack? Fine, this old man understands. You basically have no contact with the Yunzhou realm. You deceived the Grand Emperor Emeritus." Chin Lai sneered as he looked at him. "Deceived, huh? Ha, so what? You think you can stop me? I originally wanted to resolve our issues peacefully, but you spoke disrespectfully about the girl. Well, then there's nothing left to say." Tong Wuxi wasn't about to back down either. "Nothing left to say, you say? Ridiculous. With that meager ability of yours, what could you possibly do to me, huh?" With that, a pillar of spiritual energy erupted around him. Chin Lai assessed him. Late-stage Dan Yang. He's hidden his cultivation realm. Tong Wuxi soared into the air, spiritual power churning like a whirlwind. He declared, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have kept an eye on you? The Grand Emperor Emeritus has given orders. In special circumstances, I can kill you. Chin Lai, prepare to die." With that, he unleashed a spiritual energy attack at Chin Lai's feet. Chin Lai quickly retreated, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Can't catch your target, so you're taking it out on me instead?" He grew even more furious, shouting, "Enough talk! It's useless." He continued his assault on Chin Lai, but then suddenly stopped. Below, Chin Lai picked up a talisman. It summoned a demon. Dong Wuxi's face paled. "No way! Is that a Black Fiend demon?" Once this demonic talisman is unleashed, it has no match. A demoness. Is she truly from the Yunzhou realm? He quickly landed, putting on a friendly face as he grabbed Chin Marquis, saying, "Marquis Chin, let's talk things over calmly. How about we both withdraw our hands for now?" Qin Lai retorted coldly, "Isn't it a bit too late to beg for mercy now? Old man Dong, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Just be a little smarter in your next life." With those words, he didn't let the old man escape. The demon soul flew over, tearing into Dong Wuxi. Qin Lai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He smiled towards the coffin. Fortunately, that lass had a trump card in her cosmic pouch. Otherwise, dealing with a late-stage Dan Yang cultivator would have been truly difficult. What a pity there was only one such talisman. Moreover, the energy consumption was too great. I need to find a place to recover first. After finding a safe spot, Qin Lai opened the coffin lid. Dong Bao scurried out of the coffin, chittering away. Qin Lai watched and chuckled. Ha. This trip must have been quite uncomfortable for you, Dong Bao, wasn't it? As if responding to Tan Lai's words, it cried out, "KKEK." With an aggrieved expression. Tan Lai continued, "KKGK, you're a spirit treasure marquee. What if someone discovers you by accident?" Before he could finish speaking, Tan Li saw that Yila seemed to have lost all vitality within. Particles seemed to float around her. Tan Lai worriedly exclaimed, "Oh no, the lass looks dead." Her face is so terribly pale. This is the phenomenon of the primordial spirit dissipating, due to its cooperation with the healing spiritual energy inside the coffin. All the medicinal ingredients Jiamu gave me have been refined into elixirs. They're all gone, and I haven't replenished any elixirs along the way. We're almost at the border of Yun province, and the lass can't hold on much longer. Tan Lai pursed his lips. Damn it! Does heaven truly want to destroy me? Does heaven really want me to die? Damn it! Someone was approaching. Tan Lai quickly recognized who it was. A familiar figure stepped forward. You are Wang Huazi. Wang Huazi clasped his hands behind his back and said, You saved me. Tan Lai frowned. Saved you, senior? What are you talking about? Don't you recognize me anymore? Wang Huazi said hesitantly, Did you kill the old man? Chen Lu was bewildered. What in the world are you blabbering about, old man? Doubt couldn't help but creep into his heart. What's happening? What's wrong with Wang Huazi? Qin Lai noticed a slight movement on his shoulder. He glanced over and saw Dong Bao clinging to him in terror, trembling like a leaf. What's wrong, Dong Bao? Are you scared of him? Qin Lai yelled, Hey! What do you think you're doing? A beam of light suddenly appeared in Wang Huazi's hand. Instantly, he pointed it straight ahead. Suddenly, Qin Lai froze, unable to move. A chill ran down his spine. It's a body immobilization technique. This is bad. Don't tell me he's going to harm the girl. Wang Huazi walked over to the coffin and looked at the person inside. As the old man cast some spell on Yi La, she suddenly opened her eyes and stepped out of the coffin. She looked around, then asked, Tell me, where is this? Seeing Yi La stand up, Qin Li immediately asked, Girl, you're awake? Although Yi La was awake, her complexion still looked unwell. She raised her pale eyes towards Qin Lai and asked, Big brother Qin Lai, what's wrong? Qin Li didn't budge. His back still turned to her as he spoke. It's fine, I'm just temporarily unable to move. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, Wang Wuzi prostrated himself on the ground and addressed Yi La. Esteemed immortal maiden, please accept this humble one's bow. Yi La turned around, glared at him, and scolded, You audacious fiend. I was kind enough to enlighten you earlier, yet you dared to lay a hand on big brother Qin Li. Terrified, Wang Wuzi bowed his head even lower and said, This humble one recognized the immortal maiden, but I had no ill intentions. Seeing his sincerity, Yi La decided to let it slide. All right, considering you helped me heal this time, I'll spare you. Guard outside the cave. Do not enter without my command. Understood? After an incense stick burns, the body-fixing spell was finally dispelled. Dong Bao hopped off Qin Lai's shoulder. Qin Li also stretched his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was quite a scare, wasn't it? Little girl, what in the world happened? Yi La replied, Honestly, it was just a stroke of dumb luck. I recall he's a blood-red centipede who's cultivated for 900 years. 2 years ago, I passed through the great wilderness marsh, met him, and gave him a little enlightenment. Who knew he'd learn how to shapeshift today? Qin Lai mused. No wonder Dong Bao was scared stiff and trembling like a leaf. Turns out it's an old demon, he continued, addressing Yi La. Girl, how are your wounds? Yi La replied, sounding a bit tired. They haven't healed yet. The centipede spirit just used its inner energy to temporarily stabilize my primordial spirit. It'll just take time, like before. So, isn't your condition back to square one? Only your master can help with this. Yi La continued, It's all right. It's just that right now, we've already reached Yunzhou. Once we enter Yunzhou, I'll have a way. Before she could finish, she clutched her painful wound, startling Qin Lai. Don't talk anymore. Your face looks terrible. Yi La rubbed the space between her eyebrows, saying, Brother Lai, the centipede spirit has shapeshifted. From now on, he can escort us. You don't need to worry anymore. I'm still very dizzy. Looks like I'll just have to keep resting. Don't worry, girl. Heaven never closes all doors. As he finished speaking, Qin Li took Yi La's hand. He held her close. I'll definitely get you safely to Yunzhou. Hearing this, Yi La, feeling at ease in Qin Lai's embrace, let out a soft sigh. A hint of a smile still lingered at the corners of her eyes. After placing Yi La in the coffin to rest, Qin Li exited the cave. Seeing Qin Li approach, Wang Tang spoke up. Master Qin, I apologize. My previous state wasn't intentional. I've only just taken human form. I still can't speak fluently, but the immortal lady's condition was unstable, and there was no time. Qin Lai interjected. All right. I don't blame you. What's your name? Master, just call me Wang. Wang Tang. Qin Li repeated, perplexed. Wang Tang? Wang Tang replied. To be honest, a year ago, a cultivator appeared. He jumped into my humble cave. He absorbed too much demonic energy, was poisoned, and died. Therefore, I transformed into that person's likeness. Qin Li was astonished. A human cultivator? He had an appearance just like yours. Wang Tang produced a bottle of medicine and a book, then responded. Indeed, these are items found on him. Please, Mr. Qin, take a look. Qin Lai held the book and saw King's dazzling bone transmutation art written on the cover. Wang Tang. It truly was him. So Manhwa was just a nickname after all. I never expected the senior who taught me the secret art to die like this, in the Dahuangze. It truly makes one feel a sense of melancholy. Furthermore, this bottle is emitting wafts of medicinal scent. Could it be a bottle for storing various elixirs? Seeing Qin Li examining the bottle, Wang Teng spoke. Mr. Qin, this is called the Ganji Ping. It can refine demon beast inner cores and transform them into exquisite wine. When used in alchemy, it can significantly increase the success rate of concocting pills. Qin Li was astonished. What? Is that for real? Never before. Could one only increase purity with the mysterious star plate? With this item, that lass won't have to worry about lacking elixirs to prolong her life anymore. Setting off from this place, we can reach Yunzhou in half a month. Plus, with the purity-enhancing function of the mysterious star plate, even if she takes one pill every day, the remaining supply will be more than sufficient. Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming, "Looks like I can finally breathe easy." In the following days, Qin Li continued his journey towards Yun Province, with Wang Teng in tow. With a 1,000-year-old armored spirit as a bodyguard, their journey was surprisingly smooth and unhindered. Most importantly, the armored spirit's speech became more fluid. It no longer stuttered. Simultaneously, Qin Li relentlessly hunted other demonic beasts, never failing to secure their inner cores. Thus, the two journeyed together, helping each other out along the winding path. One day, just before they crossed into the borders of Yun Province, Qin Li successfully broke through to the third level of Danyang. He let out a satisfied breath. Phew, success! Having said that, he stood up and turned to the figure beside him. Wang Teng, we're finally out of the great wilderness marsh. This is Yun Province territory now. It's your first time here too, isn't it? Indeed, Wang Teng replied. That's right. Though I am merely a spirit beast, I am still entering the domain of human cultivators. Master Qin, after you've delivered the immortal maiden to Yun Province, do you have any grand plans? Qin Li frowned. What are you hinting at? Wang Teng continued, his voice steady. You, Master, have painstakingly journeyed to bring the immortal maiden to Yun Province. I'm sure those in the demonic realm will be eternally grateful. Even if you decide to settle down in the demonic realm of Yun Province, I'm afraid no one's brave enough to say no, right? Qin Li turned to look at the that then coffin for a moment, then spoke. No, Wang Teng, you're looking at things a bit too simply. What do you mean? Righteous and evil cannot coexist. Even if that girl's master is quite active, I'm afraid others would barely tolerate me if I stubbornly stuck around, and that would just be another burden for the poor girl. Let's not bring that up again. Let's find a place to wake that girl up. Let her contact the people of the Yunzhou demon realm first, then we can talk. At the same time, in Shanzhou, within the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom, a retainer was kneeling before Zhao Mu, reporting, Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor, the imperial censor of Yongshan, while investigating the whereabouts of Qin Feng of the Qin family in Xiling, discovered an ancient cave dwelling dating back 10,000 years. Inside the cave, there was a transmission array, and a broken sword was found. Upon inspection, it was precisely Qin Feng's spirit artifact broadsword, Nandi. The Grand Emperor exclaimed, An ancient cave dwelling from 10,000 years ago? Are you talking about the ancient cultivator dwellings from the era of demonic chaos? Yes, Your Majesty. Your subordinate speculates that Qin Feng most likely entered the transmission array. By now, he is surely no longer in Shanzhou. The Grand Emperor stroked his beard and said, The ancient cultivator Jiyu Sai's cave is worth exploring. Oh, right. Has there been any news from Elder Wu Ta? Reporting to the Grand Emperor Emeritus, Elder Tong's life tablet, which was kept in the Imperial Cabinet, has just shattered. I fear it bodes ill. Night has fallen, and the moon hangs high. In the nameless deep mountains, on the northwestern border of Yunzhou. Kiddo, didn't I tell you to rest properly? Yi La looked at the young man before her, regretfully. Master has received the demonic talisman's message and is likely on his way. We'll have to part ways here. I want to look at you a little longer. She walked closer to Qin Li. Brother Li, do you really have to return to Tianzhou? Qin Li replied a little sadly. My second brother's whereabouts are still unknown, and I can't rest easy. Yi La then said, You went through so much trouble to bring me to Yunzhou, only to leave immediately. My heart feels extremely uneasy. Qin Li didn't know what else to say. He just uttered, Kiddo, then reached out and stroked her cheek. Suddenly, a flash flickered in the distance. The two looked over, and Yi La said with a smile, Ah, Master! The figure in front snorted. You brat. Do you still even have your master like me in your heart? That was the figure of a mysterious woman. Her face was hidden, her appearance captivating. Beside her, a demonic eagle perched on her shoulder. Its eyes glowed with red light. Yi La walked up to the figure and said, Your disciple knows her mistake. Besides, Yan Qingyang has already been killed by me. Master, this time you only sent a single clone to pick me up. How very clever. That figure glared at Yi La, then said, You brat, you dare to talk back, huh? You're injured. What happened? Why were you so severely injured this time? The demonic eagle flew close to Yi La, She chuckled. It couldn't be helped. My luck truly wasn't good this time. However, fortunately, Brother Lai was there. Only then could I return safely. The eagle perched on Yila's shoulder, then snatched her up and flew off. Yila quickly said, "Wait, wait," flew to her master's figure, then dropped her with a thud onto the ground. Yila's backside ached all over, and she complained indignantly, "Master, I'm seriously injured. Aren't you afraid?" "No. One will take care of you in your old age or see you off in your final moments." "Stop spouting nonsense. I'll deal with you later. You, a cultivator, saved this damned girl, didn't you?" Qin Li respectfully clasped his hands. "This junior Qin Lai pays his respects to your excellency, the Demon Venerable." The Demon Venerable continued, "This girl is very seriously injured and needs to return to recuperate. I owe you a favor. Tell me, what do you wish for?" Qin Li replied, "Your Excellency, Demon Venerable, I brought this girl back to Yunzhou not for any personal gain." The female Demon Venerable exclaimed, "Oh!" and continued, "If you don't desire any treasures, then I shall bestow upon you a demonic seal. This demonic sacrificial seal can be controlled by your will, and it unleashes its power according to your intent. Under its influence, its target will surely perish. Thus, consider this my repayment of the favor I owe you." The demonic seal flew to Qin Lai's hand, as if recognizing its master. Qin Lai paused for a moment, then spoke. "Your Excellency, Demon Venerable, the girl will be all right, won't she?" The female Demon Venerable looked down at the young man and said, "Qin Lai, you are also a cultivator. You should know that the righteous and demonic paths are fundamentally opposed. If you don't, you'll not only harm yourself, but you'll also harm her. Do you understand? Rest assured, with me here, she won't die." Tian Zuchi Zhubo. Wang Teng hastily knelt down. "You, my subordinate, have earned merit by escorting my disciple. If you have nowhere else to go, then follow this venerable one back to the palace." With that said, all three vanished. By this time, dawn had already broken. Qin Lai stood alone, isolated amidst the mountains and forests. Dongbao came running from somewhere, chirping joyfully, "Ji Ji!" Qin Lai looked at it. "Ah, Dongbao, that lass left you behind again, didn't she?" Qin Lai reached down to pick up Dongbao, saying with a smile, "Haha, if that's the case, we should probably get going now." Dongbao climbed onto Qin Liye, and the two of them shot off into the sky. The Shanzhou encounter. Fate brought them together, traversing the ice plains, facing near certain death. Hardship in the desolate marsh, escaping demonic pursuit. Their bond deepened through close companionship. "The journey is long and arduous. Please cherish yourself, lass. We shall meet again." At the ruins of the ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, located in Shanzhou's Ongshan district, as planned, the Grand Emperor went to investigate. His retainers, after a thorough investigation, immediately reported, "Reporting, Your Majesty, we have already excavated nearly half of the ancient cave. Precious jades and ancient artifacts, along with spiritual elixirs, have already been moved towards Lingyang. The remaining treasures have also been unearthed and sorted." The Grand Emperor then said, "Excellent! This expedition has yielded a rich harvest. We just need to continue digging deeper. Filling the national treasury will be a piece of cake." Outside the cave, Qin Li arrived and noticed a stranger. A subordinate of the Grand Emperor immediately blocked him. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass and cause trouble in the Ongshan Forbidden Land?" Qin Lai stepped forward and replied, "Please report for this humble servant, Qin Li, who requests an audience with the Grand Emperor." The Grand Emperor, hearing Qin Lai's name, shouted loudly, "Let him in!" Qin Li entered and clasped his hands in a bow towards him. "Your humble servant greets the Grand Emperor." Zhao Mu waited for Qin Li to finish his greetings, then spoke. "Beloved Minister Xin, you've returned. Was your trip to Yunzhou successful?" Qin Li replied, "Thanks to your Grand Emperor's blessings, the journey to Yunzhou, though alarming, was without actual danger." Zhao Mu, upon hearing this, fixed his dagger-like malevolent gaze on him and spoke. "However, this old man heard your journey was quite the roller coaster of perils, and ultimately, my dear minister, you vanished without a trace, while Grand Secretary Tong met his end on Zai Wilderness Mountain. Minister Qin, perhaps you could enlighten this old man on the matter?" Qin Lai crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Explain?" "Very well then, this humble one shall certainly clear up your Majesty's doubts." Upon saying this, Qin Li's face grew serious, his eyes turning to steel. "That detestable Tang Wuzuo!" Zhao Mu, perplexed, motioned for Qin Li to continue. Qin Lai explained, "On that fateful day, this humble one and Grand Secretary Tong reached Xiege Ridge, where a sudden conflict erupted. Grand Secretary Tong believed that this humble one's supposed connection with Yunzhou was a sham, so naturally, he decided to eliminate this humble one. But precisely at that moment, someone from Yunzhou's demonic realm appeared and, in a fit of rage, struck him down. Given his utter ignorance of the true danger, This humble servant believes Grand Secretary Tung's death was hardly an injustice. Qin Lai's account was such a tangled web of truth and lies that even the Grand Emperor couldn't discern fact from fiction. He then pressed on. Minister Qin, how exactly do you propose to prove your claims are true? Qin Lai then produced the command medallion and spoke. Grand Emperor, please see, this is the demon seal personally bestowed by the Cold Moon Demon Venerable. How could this possibly be fake? Zhao Mu examined the demon seal in his palm. The character, demon, truly, only a profound mystery realm expert could possibly write it. Is the relationship between this lad and the demon realm truly real? So Qin Lai successfully tricked him. He then spoke. My beloved Minister Qin, you have suffered. Tong Wuxie dared to scheme for personal gain, deceiving all from top to bottom. He truly deserves death. I will issue an order to exterminate his 9 clans. Qin Lai immediately said, Grand Emperor, you speak too harshly. The matter of Hongzhe was caused by Tong Wuxie himself. This matter has nothing to do with the Zhao dynasty. Your humble minister has already clarified this with Yunzhou of the demon realm. Grand Emperor, there's no need to worry. Zhao Mu let out a breath. My beloved Minister Qin, you are truly considerate. Qin Lai continued, it's but a small matter. After your humble minister returned to Lingyang, I heard that the Grand Emperor has news of 2 revered figures. I wonder if... The old Grand Emperor immediately replied, My dear Qin, please take a look at this place. With that, he led Qin Lai deeper into the cave. Beneath the ground, it seems there's a magic array, as you can see. Indeed, Qin Feng once spent some time here. However, this teleportation array has already been used. From this old man's deduction, by now, he might no longer be in Shanzhou. Qin Lai paused for a moment, deep in thought, then said, Emperor Emeritus, the method to reactivate the teleportation array, could you bestow it upon your humble servant? Oh, my dear Qin, you wish to use it too? Qin Lai immediately replied, That's right. No matter how slim the hope, I will not give up. Emperor Emeritus, I apologize for troubling you. Zhao Mu handed a scroll to Qin Lai. If my dear Qin has requested it, this old man naturally won't refuse. On this scroll are recorded the key techniques and methods for teleportation. This journey is fraught with dangers. I wish my dear Qin a safe journey. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After Qin Lai used the array to leave, the Emperor Emeritus's retainers appeared. He knelt down, utterly perplexed. Grand Emperor, why would you give him the teleportation formation spell? If he stayed to thoroughly study it, our Zhao kingdom would be in peril later on. The old man angrily turned, cutting him off. Shut your mouth. What do you understand? This Qin Lai's reputation in Shanzhou is far too great. It's enough to threaten the standing of our Zhao clan imperial family. Now that he wants to leave on his own, only an absolute imbecile would try to stop him. Moreover, facing a teleportation formation, who knows what kind of situation he'll land in? What if it's a place of deadly wilderness and toxic swamps? At this, the old man chuckled sinisterly. Zhao Mu finally understood, bowing deeply. Grand Emperor, you are truly sagacious. A flicker of joy sparked in Zhao Mu's heart. As for whether Qin Lai lives or dies, that depends entirely on his luck, doesn't it? The blink, his eyes opened. Qin Lai found himself leaning against a large rock. He glanced around. Where is this place? He mused. Ah, right. After the Grand Emperor departed, I immediately activated the teleportation formation. I'm definitely not in Shenzhou anymore. There are no traces of the formation in any direction, which means this is a one-way teleportation formation. There's no turning back now. Qin Lai scouted around, looking at the cliff face. It seems there are some words carved on the cliff face. Bianfeng. The other words are unclear. Bianfeng. Could this be Bianjing? Qinfeng. It really is. Second brother must have used the teleportation array to get here. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. The heavens truly have eyes. Second brother is still alive. How wonderful. These carvings don't look like they were made at the same time. Second brother can surely take care of himself now. However, the circumstances are dire. The current situation is unclear. It's better to be careful. Is there a way to gather intelligence? Just as Qin Lai emerged from the cave, he spotted someone. It was already nighttime, and he easily hid behind a cliff. A mountain patrol disciple. Perfect. I have an idea. Without another word, Qin Lai struck the mountain patrol disciple hard on the back of the neck. The man fell, and Qin Lai used his soul-devouring art to finish him off. Pausing for a moment, Qin Lai noticed a symbol on the lantern lying on the ground. He then realized, to his surprise, one end of the teleportation array was Yingzhou and the 10 Great Yin Mountains, south of Yingzhou, the Sam Luo ghost realm. This place's hierarchy is distinct. The hierarchy is strict. Almost all are soul cultivators. At the top is the extremely mysterious Ghost Mother. Next is the Ghost Lord. All of them are formidable beings. However, soul cultivators and demonic cultivators share the same origin, and there are no specific rules. There are no rules against inferiors challenging superiors, as long as one's strength is sufficient. Then climbing to the top of Giyin Mountain is extremely simple. Since that's the case, with that, Qinli activated his heavenly demon transformation, converting his pure yang energy into pure yin. This way, he wouldn't be suspected anymore. Fortunately, that girl had passed on this soul-transcending art to him. Otherwise, wanting to know these things would truly be troublesome. "Hey, who are you?" Someone approached from behind and shouted at him. "You dare not bow before this ghost envoy?" Qinli turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ghost envoy Ling Shu, rank 6. So that's it. Your position now belongs to me." As soon as he finished speaking, that ghost envoy also died by Qinli's hand. A moment later, an urgent report arrived from the White Bone Cave on Giyin Mountain. "Cave Master, someone from the outside has appeared beyond Ghostian Mountain." The one inside the den turned and asked, "What's going on?" The minion responded, "This individual has been challenging everyone along the way. Both the ghost envoys and the ghost messengers have already fallen. Now the guardian is holding him back. Cave Master, what should we do?" Before he could finish, someone from outside was blasted in. They were slammed into the wall with immense force, shattering the surrounding rocks and debris. "Just a mere Guizhen mid-stage cultivator, and you dare call yourself a guardian? Are you the cave master here?" Qinli strode in from the cave entrance. "I'll give you one chance. Kneel or die." Seeing Qinli's arrogance, the cave master roared, "Insolent fool! An outsider like you dares to cause such a commotion. This cave master has no need for a subordinate with such questionable loyalty. Die!" Before he could utter another word, Qinli coldly struck. Qinli unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, sending him sprawling into his own pool of blood. Qinli walked over, a chilling aura surrounding him. "From this moment forward, I am the new cave master here. Anyone who objects is welcome to challenge me. However, your life will be the cost of entry." The subordinate was terrified. They quickly prostrated themselves. "We wouldn't dare change masters. We dare not respectfully welcome the new cave master to his post." Qinli secretly snorted to himself. "These soul cultivators, all of them take the souls of living beings as their cultivation resource. There's no need to go easy on people like them." Establishing himself firmly on Guiyin Mountain counted as the first successful step. Afterward, Qinli found a room on Guiyin Mountain, closed the door, stepped inside, and Qinli spoke. "It's safe for now. Come out, Dongbao." Dongbao crawled out from Qinli's chest, hopping and chirping a few times. Qinli looked at it and reminded it, "You can consider this your base. Just remember to keep yourself well hidden at all times. I'll save some food for you. Next, I still need to continue organizing my intelligence. This place is located in the south of Yingzhou near Yunzhou. Its greatest mortal enemy is the Ruyi Immortal Alliance, south of Yin Mountain. To counter this immortal alliance, Ghost Mother Bai Mei specially established 2 rules. First, challenging the position of Ghost Master. You must send a report to the Ghost Mother, then choose a day for the rematch. Secondly, if we happen to engage in battle with the Immortal Alliance, everyone must cast aside previous grudges and unite to fight the enemy. Currently, it seems the Ghost Envoys are only at the Spirit Void cultivation stage. Therefore, there's no need to worry. However, the Dharma Protectors and the Cave Master are at the Return to Truth cultivation stage, so their actual strength will be a bit stronger. As for the position of Ghost Lord, it seems one needs to reach the Danyang cultivation stage to be eligible. If we continue to challenge higher ranks, we might be targeted by the Ghost Mother, which would be disadvantageous to our plan. Qinli walked to the table and saw a book. He curiously opened it and discovered it was an account book, recording the neighboring Yusheng cave. It listed that they borrowed 1,000 slaves from us, and the return is long overdue. Slaves? Could it be that? Qinli immediately walked out towards the door, calling out for a servant, who quickly came over. "Cave Master, what are your orders?" Qinli crossed his arms over his chest. He said, "The neighboring Yusheng cave borrowed our slaves and hasn't returned them. Follow this cave master to investigate the situation." The servant immediately replied, "Cave Master, you can't! We haven't been granted permission to barge into their cave dwelling. Others will consider that a provocation." Qinli said, "Challenging this, Lord? So what if it's a provocation? You owe people money and don't pay, yet you think you're in the right." The servant stammered, "Sir, if you do this, what if they complain about you to the Ghost Lord? What will we do then? When the Lord Ghost Lord punishes us, not only will we not get our 1,000 slaves back, but our Baiji Yudong will likely face misfortune." Qinli stated sternly, "My decision is final. Anyone who dares utter another word, this Lord will ensure they die without a burial." After speaking, he shot off, leaving the servant frantically calling out for the cave master. Qinli thought to himself, "HMPH, who needs you to return the slaves or not? My goal is to find second brother. Based on my previous deduction, second brother definitely isn't living so well. With his cultivation, it's probably hard for him to even be a ghost official. If he doesn't have an official position, then he can only be a slave. Second brother, wait for me. I'll come save you right away. Qin Lai landed in front of the adjacent cave. The cave guard saw a stranger enter and immediately warned him. Halt! This is an ore mine. Outsiders aren't permitted. Get out. Qin Lai scanned his surroundings. Second brother, are you here? Qin Lai's eyes landed on a spot. Among the slave laborers toiling away, he spotted a familiar young figure. He was resting on a pile of dirt and rocks. Qin Lai's heart swelled with joy. Second brother, I found you. You really are here. Suddenly, someone approached. He greeted mockingly. Well. Isn't this the new cave master of Baijiu Cave? What brings His Excellency here? Qin Lai turned to him and spoke coldly. You must be Ying Ya, the cave master of Yushang Cave. You've arrived at just the right moment. My Baijiu Cave will be taking those 1,000 slave laborers back now. If you dare to stop me, be warned. My fists and feet have no eyes. The cave master of Yushang Cave, a young man named Ying Ya, smirked at Qin Lai. How laughable. I merely borrowed these slave laborers from Wu Tu. What concern is that of yours? Qin Li thought to himself, the Bone Lord. Could it be the previous white bone cave master whom I killed? Qin Lai continued, are you seriously asking me to find a dead man to confront? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Or are you implying that your Yushang Cave also wishes to change masters? Ying Yi burst out laughing. Ha, you've got guts. Fine, this young master will play along with you then. With that, Qin Lai immediately lunged forward and delivered a punch to his chest. Ying Yi sprawled on the ground, indignant. You ambushed me! Qin Lai looked down and scoffed. Ambush? HMPH. Such an incompetent junior with such weak cultivation. Come talk to me when you can withstand a single blow from my hand. After rescuing Qin Feng, Qin Li secretly led Qin Feng into his room. The two reunited, overjoyed. Second brother! 13th! It's truly you, Junior! When I saw you, Junior, I really couldn't believe my eyes. Qin Lai calmed down and immediately asked, Second brother, you suffered so much. Where have you been for the past half year? We looked for you everywhere. Qin Feng replied, It's a long story. Qin Feng painstakingly recounted the past events, telling everything from beginning to end, all the things. After the Qin family members scattered, it turned out that day Qin Lai planned to take the clan members back to Bianjing overnight. Unexpectedly, they encountered Nan Xiang, who came for revenge, on their way. When Nen Zhang saw the Qin clan members, he naturally didn't waste any words. He immediately unleashed a killing move. Qin Yujue risked his life to protect Qin Feng and help him escape. The disciples of Yixian Tian pursued relentlessly, refusing to give up. It wasn't until he reached Yongshan County and fell into a cave that Qin Feng barely managed to save his life. Qin Feng continued, At that time, my entire body was injured, so I could only regulate my breathing first and then figure things out. Subsequently, something unexpected happened. I found the entrance to a cultivator's cave dwelling, and I even found a secret chamber storing spirit pills. So, to recover quickly, I consumed those elixirs there. Qin Feng lowered his eyes, frowning, and continued. That's right. I was just about to leave. When I discovered that teleportation array, I accidentally activated it incorrectly and ended up encountering Yan Kun. Qin Lai frowned. Who is this Yan Kun? Tan Feng replied, I'm not sure. I only know he constantly changes bodies. He's a soul cultivator who has lived for ages. At that time, he was trapped within the forbidden array of an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. That forbidden array could originally only be opened from the outside. As a result, my arrival led to his release. Tan Lai pressed him with questions. Then what happened? Why did he bring you to Yingzhou? Tan Feng sighed ruefully. It's just my fate, I suppose. Back then, just after entering the cave dwelling, I accidentally consumed a heaven ghost pill. They say this pill can transform one's physique, turning you into a ghost corpse spirit body. It's quite ironic, really. When Yan Kun finally escaped his predicament, he truly intended to kill me. However, once he found out I had consumed the heaven ghost pill, he dropped that idea, and what's more, he used that teleportation array to bring me here. Tan Lai then inquired, in that case, does he have another agenda? Tan Feng hummed in affirmation. Indeed, Yan Kun once suffered chi deviation during cultivation, which severed his own Dao root. If he wishes to advance further on the immortal path, he must borrow my ghost corpse spirit body. Qin Lai stared wide-eyed as a terrifying thought sprang to his mind. Could he be planning to seize my elder brother's body for reincarnation? Hearing his younger brother's question, Qin Feng began to explain the sinister plot. The ghost corpse spirit physique is the pinnacle for soul cultivators. It not only cultivates primal yang spiritual energy incredibly fast, learning ghost corpse arts also becomes incredibly easy. Unfortunately, a ghost corpse spirit physique like mine, which manifested halfway, was modified by the heavenly ghost pill. Without reaching the Danyang realm, one cannot fully refine all the medicinal properties of the heavenly ghost pill. Therefore, he can only wait until the day my Danyang realm fully activates. Only then can he perform the soul-snatching and body-usurping technique, allowing him to possess my body and reincarnate. Quinley clutched his forehead, a headache washing over him as he realized the extent of the danger his elder brother had endured. Oh, my heavens! The bizarre encounters my elder brother has faced are truly no less impressive than when I borrowed the immortal demon transformation from Su Yuanji back then. Qinlai spoke, his voice firm. This can't go on forever. Since my elder brother and I have reunited today, then I won't let that old demon harm you again. Qinfeng frowned worriedly, warning his younger brother about the enemy's strength. Are you planning to kill Yan-kun? He's a grandmaster of the Danyang realm's great perfection stage, you know. Recalling the demonic mark the demonic empress had bestowed upon Qinlai, he curved the corners of his lips into a confident smile, then spoke. Second brother, don't worry, I've got this handled 10 times over. Just trust me. Qinfeng, however, only lowered his eyes, his voice tinged with despair. It's no use. If you kill him, you might as well kill me too. Qinlai was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. What do you mean? Qinfeng's face turned grim as he unveiled a horrifying secret. I know Yang-kun's secret. How could he have allowed me to leave so easily? The reason I'm out today is because he has already placed a soul seal upon me. With just a single thought, he can scatter my soul to the winds whenever he pleases. As he uttered this, Qinfeng unconsciously clenched his fists. Qinlai stood there, absolutely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe the sheer malevolence of Yang-kun. What? I never imagined Yan-kun could be so utterly vile. Qinfeng tried to reassure his younger brother. It's all right. I'm already figuring out how to investigate the Soul Seal's secrets. Once I've figured out precisely how to undo it, then killing him won't be too late at all. Shifting topics, Qinfeng then inquired about their family. Oh, speaking of which, after General Nan's ambush, how is everyone doing? Were father and the others able to escape? Qinlai hesitated, avoiding his elder brother's gaze. This matter. A heavy sigh escaped Qinfeng. Actually, I'd already expected this, unless Nanjiang himself ceases his actions. Otherwise, the Qin family members would have absolutely no way to escape. Brother, you wouldn't believe it. After you left, so many things transpired. Qinlai then proceeded to meticulously narrate every single incident that had transpired, from how he became the Yishan Tianbao Shou to the cataclysmic battle that shook the imperial palace to its core, until Shujian inherited the position of Qin family head. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng's face lit up with joy and pride. Splendid! Absolutely splendid. It seems that Senior wasn't wrong. You truly are a prodigy. Qinlai, curiosity piqued, inquired about this Senior. What do you mean, that Senior? Qinfeng abruptly paused, spun around, and let out a few coughs, clearly trying to avoid the topic. Ahem. Nothing at all. Brother, Qinli urged anxiously. The two brothers' conversation was cut short by an announcement from outside. Reporting. Dongju, Cave Master Yu Shang, and Ying Yi have arrived. Understood. This Dongju shall arrive forthwith. I'll accompany you. Qinlai impulsively tried to dissuade him. Brother Qinfeng quickly explained the reason. Don't forget, I am still under Yan-kun's control right now. This time, your raid on the cave dwelling to abduct someone was completely haphazard. Moreover, this Ying Yi fellow is Yan-kun's adopted son. This time, he's probably here because of my disappearance. We haven't found a way to undo the soul mark yet, so our relationship still needs to be kept secret. Understand? Qinlai clenched his hand into a fist, finally having no choice but to agree. Fine. Following that, Qinli led Qinfeng to meet Ying Ye. As expected, a verbal battle erupted, and during the confrontation between the two, Ying Ye was subdued by one of Qinlai's moves. Under Qinlai's powerful methods, the nearby cave dwellings no longer dared to provoke the Baiji Yudong. Thus, Qinli had seemingly gained his initial foothold upon arriving in Yingzhou. 3 days later, a subordinate knelt down and reported, Reporting Cave Master! The remaining affiliated cave dwellings have basically been brought under control. Qinli asked again to confirm the situation. Ying Ye is no longer causing trouble for you all? I'm afraid he's no longer in the mood for that. After the handover, he ran straight towards Yan-kun, the Ghost Master, and judging by his appearance, I'm afraid he went to complain. The young man crossed his arms and coldly snorted. If he dares to bully others with his power again, I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson again. Are there any other updates? The subordinate continued, reporting some important intelligence. Oh, just now, our scouts received some news. Under the jurisdiction of the Tianming Alliance, there's a second-tier noble family escorting a shipment of goods to the Lingnan sect for a transaction. Oh, there's such a good opportunity? Immediately, personally select a few ghost envoys, then depart and follow me. The subordinate looked at Qin Li with a puzzled expression. Depart? What does the Lord mean by that? Qin Li continued with an enigmatic smile. If the Tianming Alliance is already our rival, then we should stir up a little trouble for them, shouldn't we? And conveniently, try our luck. As he spoke, the corner of Qin Li's lips curved upward. Meanwhile, in the Manhwa range, within the Qinghua forest, according to Qin Li's ghost messenger, the shipment is currently en route. A man in dark green robes turned to ask the bald old man in front of him, Wei Longqing, the goods have arrived. Where are the spirit stones I need? He replied, 2 yang of top-grade spirit stones. If they're fake, we'll exchange them. Wei Longqing took the 2 yang in his hands. He examined it and said, This holy lotus is excellent, but Lord Jiang doesn't seem to trust me much, does he? What does that bald old geezer mean by that? Wei Longqing glanced forward and said, The setup over there. Surely those aren't your people. He followed his gaze and realized they weren't his own men, so he panicked and bellowed, It's ruined! Quick, protect the goods! Thud! All the remaining goods scattered chaotically onto the ground. A subordinate rushed to old Jiang, asking worriedly, Lord, are you all right? He hastily replied, Don't worry about me. Where are Wei Longqing and our goods? The goods are unharmed, but Wei Longqing is nowhere to be found. Old Jiang fumed. Nonsense. Someone robbed the goods. He must have escaped. Suddenly, a group of people approached from the front, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha! It seems Lord Jiang is quite aware of the current situation, isn't he? Old Jiang looked at their attire, introduced their identities. You are from Guiyin Shan, the leader of that group replied. That's right! We are the ghost envoys of Bai Ji Udong. Guiyin Shan demands you hand over the spirit stones. We'll let you go, or would you prefer to die here? At the same time, 20 miles away, another brawl was unfolding. Wei Longqing, panting, looked at the young man before him and asked, Just who are you? Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Qin Li crossed his arms and looked at him with a mocking smirk. What's wrong? Not running anymore? Could it be that your cultivation is too weak and you've run out of energy? Scorned. Wei Longqing immediately flared up. Bullshit! I, this old man, am renowned in Yingzhou as Young Master Shadow. How could I suddenly run out of energy? It must be your trickery. Qin Li didn't let him ramble, interrupting him with a wave of his hand to unleash his water arrow art. If you can't stomach this, then let's just settle it with our strength. Each water arrow shot towards Wei Longqing, who quickly retreated to dodge. Qin Li pursued him, remarking, Impressive footwork. Your title isn't just for show after all. Pity your cultivation is too low to mingle with the big boys. Now die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Li struck Wei Longqing directly in the chest. This caused him to spit blood and fall dead in a pool of blood. Phew, Qin Li thought with relief. That's settled. Next, I just need to retrieve the treasure. That was Wei Longqing, the great bandit of Yingzhou. If I can make good use of this identity, who knows what might happen? After the incident in the Qinghua Lingnan forest, the Ruyi Immortal Alliance had already begun to take action. However, just as things were getting started, another sinister incident occurred. Earlier, young Master Ru Ying, Wei Longqing, had infiltrated the Jingyue Immortal sect. He stole the supreme treasure, the sacred lotus flower. While everyone in Yingzhou and the Ruyi Immortal Alliance was cursing the thief, several more thefts occurred in quick succession. First, the treasure vault of the Luohan Hall at Dayi Temple was robbed. That night, 5 9-turn golden pills were stolen. On the second day, Ru Yulin lost a 6-harmony wind-stabilizing banner. On the fourth day, 3 Yun Lai Chi guiding bells from the Jindao Pagoda were taken down. On the sixth day, the pure red bottle from Zhuhuo Tower was stolen. The Yanzhu Grand Thief's continuous crimes led to righteous figures joining forces to capture him. But in the end, they all failed. However, someone spotted the mysterious thief seemingly fleeing into Guiyin Mountain. Inside the Baijiu cave on Guiyin Mountain, a satisfied laugh echoed, Ha ha ha! Meanwhile, several ghost envoys under Qin Li's command were feasting sumptuously, clearly enjoying themselves. One of the 2 men chuckled. Last time, if it weren't for Cave Master Ming's decisive action, we wouldn't be where we are today. Indeed, these 2 top-grade Yang Spirit Stones are enough for us for a very long time. Oh, right. Has the Cave Master still not emerged from seclusion yet? Not yet. The Cave Master is completely devoted to cultivation. No wonder his power is so immense. Following him in the future, we'll definitely never regret it. Ha 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 ha! Exactly. Come on, let's drink. Meanwhile, in Qin Li's seclusion chamber, after some time, Qin Li opened his eyes and let out a relieved sigh. Phew, I've finally succeeded in refining it. Qin Li gazed at the glowing golden core right before his eyes, marveling to himself. The medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions Golden Core is truly extraordinary. Just a few pills, and it still took me 10 whole days to refine. Still, it wasn't a wasted effort. I've now broken through 3 entire levels in one go, and officially advanced to the Dan-Yang late stage. He mused, if my cultivation can't temporarily advance any further, then I might as well cultivate some demonic sect techniques. That way, I won't accidentally expose any weaknesses in the future. After a thorough search of his bookshelf, he selected a single volume. Following the instructions in the book, Qinli started unleashing the profound yin-congealing fire, the devouring bone-severing soul technique. The green flame in Qinli's hand swelled, and with a bang, the entire room was reduced to rubble. Qinli gazed at the chaotic mess in the room, slightly flustered. No wonder this is a Tier 3 spell. Good thing I reacted in time. Otherwise, this whole room would have been gone. Qinli raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. This spell, while powerful, is quite slow to cast. Later on, I'll mostly be facing enemies in the Core Sun stage. I need to practice until I can cast it within 2 breaths. That's the only way. After his cultivation advanced, Qinli studied his techniques relentlessly. It's been ages since he'd focused on cultivation like this, not since he was at Yishantian. Time flew by, and another 5 days passed. 5 days later, Qinli finally emerged from his room. He looked around, only to find desolation, and his heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. What's going on? I came out of cultivation, and there's no one around anymore. Could something have happened? Qinli glanced towards the cave entrance and spotted a figure who looked like a grim reaper under his command. He immediately rushed over to investigate. The ghost messenger, covered in injuries, saw Qinli and joyfully exclaimed, "Lord, you finally come out." Qinli immediately asked, "What happened?" He began to explain. It was like this. A dozen days ago, the Ruyi Immortal Alliance was repeatedly robbed. They claimed they saw the thief who stole the treasures run into Ghost Yin Mountain. Because of this, they've been constantly demanding we hand over the culprit. But the problem is, we fundamentally didn't steal anything from their Immortal Alliance. So with just a few words, both sides couldn't agree and started fighting. Qinli felt a pang of guilt. What? The time I transformed into Wei Langqing to steal treasures actually led to a full-blown war? The ghost messenger continued. Lord, both sides are now in an endless stalemate, and it has already alarmed the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Lord has commanded all soul cultivators of the True Realm, Tier 3 and above, to face the enemy. Qinli thought to himself, it has already alarmed the Ghost Lord. Then, wouldn't Yan Kun also be involved? Qinli turned around and ordered, All right, you don't need to say anything more. Go rest and recover well. I'll go check the situation on the front lines myself. As you command. Qinli immediately left. 20 miles outside Ghost Yin Mountain, both sides were in a fierce standoff. The righteous faction shouted loudly, You evil cultists and heretics! Your defeat is already sealed! How much longer do you intend to resist? The Yinshan faction let out a disdainful snort, using the excuse of searching for Wei Langqing to ambush us. And you still have the nerve to call yourselves a renowned Orthodox sect? Today's matter isn't over yet. Even if we die, the Ghost Mother will avenge us. A woman's voice echoed from high above. Ghost Mother Bai am I. If she truly intended to protect you, then why isn't she appearing now? The ghost envoy stared at the woman flying in the sky and stammered, You are. That's the Ruyi Immortal Alliance. Alliance Master Shuijing Daoren. Shuijing coldly swept her blue eyes downwards and said, Truly ridiculous. You're being used by others, yet you're innocently unaware. If you all remain so confused and ignorant, then why don't I, this humble Taoist, help you find liberation? She detected something sneaking in the distance. Ruyi immediately cast her sharp gaze. Who's sneaking around over there? Show yourself! A burst of power from Shuijing unexpectedly struck the cliff. Qinli swiftly flew up to dodge, secretly admiring An Fu Qi, the expert. Indeed, his sensing ability is extraordinary. Seeing Qinli land, Ruyi Immortal Ming immediately assessed the young man before him. Primal Yang spiritual power. It seems you, Junior, are also from the 10 Great Yin Mountains. Coincidentally, this time, I'll catch all of you in one net. Below, someone suddenly screamed, Alliance Master! Help! Save us! The Orthodox faction was being surrounded by dozens of human skeletons. It turned out that was just an illusion. Those people seemed to have fallen into some kind of formation. Shuijing Immortal Ming looked down at the formation in front of him and evaluated the death spirits. No, wait. Could it be the Crimson Blood Underworld Desolate formation? If that's the case, then... Sure enough, a familiar voice suddenly appeared beside them. Fellow Taoist Shuijing, long time no see, eh? Shuijing Immortal Ming turned around, recognizing his opponent. Bai Mei, the ghost mother of the 10 Great Yin Mountains. She had silver hair, yet her appearance remained youthful. She exuded a noble, yet icy aura. Bai Mei spoke coldly, her voice low and tinged with mystery. Indeed, it is I. You all went through so much trouble. Using Wei Long Qing to set up this trap, was it all just to lure out this venerable one? Shui Jing immediately said, naturally, the 10 Great Yin Mountains and the Ruyi Immortal Alliance have been at odds for many years. It's also time to decide who wins and who loses. Shui Jing's cold, sharp eyes narrowed. Today we must not only eradicate the evil cultists harming the human world, but you and the Yin Mountains shall also be completely wiped out. And eliminate all evil, Bai Mei coldly retorted. Humph, how arrogant. Wait until you can break my Scarlet Blood Netherworld Wilderness Array first. Then talk. Saying this, she unleashed a surge of spiritual power to attack. Shui Jing coldly laughed, her hand holding. It's up, an ominous shadow talisman. Who wins, who loses? It's still far too early to tell, she said. Look, what is this? With those words, she threw out a talisman and shouted, Mystic True Array Soul Talisman! Bai Mei immediately dodged to the side, saying, You actually possess such a precious talisman? Bai Mei, don't celebrate too soon. Victory or defeat hasn't been decided yet. Bai Mei scoffed, the corners of her lips curling up. Wait until the 10 Great Yin Mountains Ghost Lords escape their predicament. Then this venerable one truly wants to see if your mouth can still be as tough as it is now. Queen Li stood below, observing the two of them fiercely fighting. A thought ran through his mind. The Ghost Lords are under siege. If that's the case, then it's not just this location. Other locations must have also erupted in conflict, he realized. So that's how it is. The 10 Great Yin Mountains and 10 Great Ghost Lords. I realize that Yin Mountain is just one of the 10 mountains, and the Ghost Lord isn't just Yan Kun. For the safety of the two lords, Yan Kun as the Ghost Lord absolutely cannot die. Right now, the Immortal Alliance Master and the Yin Mountain Ghost Mother are in a standoff. I can't get involved either, I think. The quickest way to resolve this battle is... That's right. I remember it was mentioned in the Yingzhou topography that the Ruyi Immortal Alliance is an assembly of several sects. The Shuijing Dao Alliance right here, coincidentally, they're the masters of the Jingyang Immortal Stronghold. If I can't intervene on the main battlefield, then I might as well feint to the east and attack in the west. Thinking this, Qin Li then departed. The Ruyi Immortal Alliance is located 160 li south of Yin Mountain. With my Danyang stage cultivation, it would only take the time for 2 incense sticks to burn. Easy peasy. Late at night, at the Ruyi Immortal Alliance, Qin Li landed at the Jingyu Immortal Stronghold. Seeing a stranger burst in, 5 or 6 disciples immediately surrounded Qin Li. He scanned them with his eyes. As expected, no big shots with Danyang stage cultivation or higher were present. Seeing the sinister figure before them, they cried out in alarm. You! Who are you? Qin Li smirked. Well then, this just got easier. Profound Yin Fire. Activate! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Li cast his spell, and a surging stream of green flames erupted, engulfing everything. It completely enveloped the Jingyue Immortal Villa. Everyone inside was utterly powerless to resist, and perished. Qin Li looked up at the raging inferno, calculating to himself. The flames are raging now. Shui Jing will surely discover this soon enough. With her Anfu stage cultivation, for her to return to this place would take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I must leave quickly. That night, at the 4th watch, at the Shidayin Shan, Qin Li knelt before Bai Mei and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate greets the ghost matron. Bai Mei looked down, her gaze scrutinizing the youth before her. So your plan was to burn down the Immortal Villa and lure the tiger from its mountain? Qin Li bowed his head respectfully. This subordinate was inept. I couldn't withstand the Immortal Alliance encirclement. Therefore, I had to find an alternative path. This plan of yours was quite serendipitous. Bai Mei sighed. It's fine. This battle is extremely perilous. This venerable one already knew you possessed the talent to adapt to any circumstance. It's clear you are exceptionally intelligent. Now tell this esteemed one your name. Reporting, Ghost Mother. This humble one's name is Phyla. To conceal his tracks, Qin Li adopted this false name. Bai Mei praised the youth before her. Good Phyla. In this battle, you burned down the immortal abode and retreated from the water mirror, which clearly shows your ingenuity and resolve. Wukong Ti Tuyet. These 2 mountains hold crucial positions. Starting today, you shall go to the Tuyet Mountain. Qin Li thought to himself, being the ghost lord of the Tuyet Mountain. How interesting. Qin Li then clasped his hands respectfully. Many thanks, Ghost Mother. Suddenly, a red-robed man nearby showed his displeasure. He stepped forward and reported respectfully to the Ghost Mother, This Phyla is the cave master of Bai Ji Yu, a cave under my ghost Yin Mountain. Isn't this a bit too? Bai Mei immediately flared up and cut off Yan Kun. How audacious! This esteemed one personally bestows rewards. Who are you to butt in? Or are you trying to teach this esteemed one how to do her job? Yan Kun immediately retracted his meaning, not daring to utter another sound. It was this subordinate who overstepped his bounds. Qin Li glanced at the man, confirming in his mind, Yan Kun. He is none other than Yan Kun. So young, it's likely he's already changed bodies several times, huh? What an old monster. Aimei swept his gaze across the hall and coldly declared, Very well. Remember this. In the 10 Great Yin Mountains, my words are law. Is that clear? After the conference, Qinlai made a trip back to Whitebone Cave to convey the news of his impending promotion. He also informed them not to worry about Yingye anymore. He then proceeded to Corpse Extinction Mountain to take up his new post. However, he was unaware of the name of the shadowy figure. His alias had already spread. The righteous factions of Yingzhou now all knew that night a wisp of underworld flame had completely incinerated the Immortal Alliance's mountain peak. Enraged, Taoist Shuijing investigated and uncovered the culprit's identity. Thus, Fei Luo Ghost Lord, the new master of corpse extinction, became renowned far and wide. However, it was an infamous reputation. Clear as day, time flew by quickly. When Qin Li emerged from his cultivation retreat once more, it was already half a month later. Qin Li led Qin Feng to a secluded spot behind the forest to talk. There, Qin Feng looked at his younger brother and said, I've already heard everything about your situation. Don't ever do anything that dangerous again. Qinlai immediately replied, But I'm perfectly fine, aren't I, brother? No need to worry. Then he quickly inquired, Oh, right, how far have you investigated the matter of the soul imprint? Qin Feng continued, his tone a mix of joy and concern. My efforts haven't been in vain. There's been progress. I found out that old man cast the binding earth soul imprint on me. However, it seems I've recently been affected by the ghost corpse spirit body. My cultivation speed is accelerating, and the gap to reaching the Danyang realm. I'm afraid there isn't much time left. Qinlai's expression changed dramatically. What? How can it be this fast? It's only been a few days. You've already continuously broken through several realm levels. Yan Kun isn't going to? No, brother, I'm telling you. You mustn't. You absolutely cannot let him achieve his goal, brother. You just need to maintain the Great Perfection realm and not draw in any Danyang Qi. Give me 10 days. I will definitely find a solution. Qin Feng crossed his arms and reluctantly agreed. All right, I will try my best to control my cultivation, and I'll wait for you for 10 days. If you don't return, even if I have to commit suicide, I won't let him get what he wants. After speaking, he turned to the worried young man looking at him. We can't stay in this place for long. Hurry up and leave, or Yan Kun will get suspicious. CACA, you must wait for me. 3 days later, Qin Li arrived at the Lingnan market. He heard that people from Yingzhou's southern territory all came here to gather information and trade items. It doesn't seem much different from Shiwanji's old black market, does it? Qin Lai entered an inn and spoke to the innkeeper. Innkeeper, give me a superior room, he sighed and said, Yes, honored guest, please wait a moment. Seeing the innkeeper sigh, Qin Lai immediately asked, What are you sighing about? He replied, Don't tell me. Honored guest, you haven't heard about the Jiang family situation yet? Which Jiang family? The innkeeper sighed again, feeling disheartened, and said, There's been a huge commotion lately. I heard that a junior from the Jiang family outside the city went out to travel. Unfortunately, they were injured by a venomous creature. This poison is extremely potent. It doesn't just affect the body. Even the soul has been infected. To save them, the family head has always been looking for an antidote. Finally, they heard about a kind of rare. The pill, called the soul cleansing pill, can detoxify. Qinlai's expression subtly shifted with a hint of doubt. The soul cleansing pill? He repeated, pondering the name. That's right, the shopkeeper affirmed. However, refining this pill requires the holy lotus flower, which is only cultivated by the Jingyu immortal sect. But unfortunately, a few days ago, Fiend Lord Fila set the mountain ablaze. An entire lake of holy lotus flowers were all destroyed. What a tragic waste. Qin Li instantly recalled the Jiang family's holy lotus flower. That was them, he mused. He then realized the flower in his hand was the very last one. Ah, indeed, heaven truly never closes all doors. He promptly slammed a pouch of money onto the counter and asked eagerly, Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, could you explain more about that soul cleansing pill? Seeing the money pouch, the shopkeeper's eyes practically turned into dollar signs, and he began to explain enthusiastically. Hee, absolutely no problem at all. They say that particular pill has the wondrous ability to purify one's very soul. So, whether you've been afflicted by soul poison or bear the mark of a primordial spirit's imprint, just swallow this soul cleansing pill, and you'll be completely cured. Qinlai pressed on. In that case, do you happen to know who can actually refine this pill? Shopkeeper replied, quite dramatically revealing the pillmaster's identity. Of course I know. This person is Taoist Huang Yuan, residing on Mount Zhaoyang. It's just that he's been in seclusion for many years and hasn't met guests for a long time. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qinli's heart. This is great. With this, both my senior brothers will be saved, he thought to himself. No one in the world knows that the sacred lotus flower is in my possession, nor do they know that I am Fei La. This makes it convenient for me to act. Before his joy could fully subside, a familiar voice approached from outside the door. Corpse, absolute, ghost master Fei La. Hearing his identity mentioned, Qinli turned around and asked, "Who is it?" As soon as he saw the person in front of him, his pupils constricted. Shuijing Taoist? Why is she here? Shui Jing glanced at the young man in front of her and snorted. It is you indeed. Instead of hiding in the Shida Yin Shan, you dared to run to my Fangxi Ling Nan and burn down this humble Taoist's immortal feast. And you even dared to proclaim yourself everywhere? How audacious! With that, she launched a wave of spiritual energy forward. The force was immense. The inn seemed to explode. Walls shattered. The roof was blown off, and the innkeeper fell to the ground. He stared in horror at the scene before him. Where Qinli had stood, there was now a crater. There were bloodstains, but no sign of him. Shuijing looked at the blood trail ahead. A trace of displeasure arose within her. The one who made this blood trail isn't dead after taking one of my attacks? HMPH. You might have gotten away this time, but you won't escape my grasp forever. This time, without BMI backing you up, let's see where you run. Qinli ran to a desolate mountain region, his body covered in injuries, blood flowing from his wounds. Qinli gasped for breath, thinking to himself about his opponent's terrifying power. This is the true strength of a spirit manifestation stage master. A single strike left me with no strength to fight. Just now, if it weren't for the mysterious star disk automatically protecting its master, I'm afraid she would have realized this treasure not only cultivates elixirs and refines souls, but also protects the Niwan Palace. In the distance, a flash of light streaked towards him. It was Shui Jing, already in pursuit, who declared, "Useless trash, where are you running?" She unleashed another surge of spiritual power towards Qinli. Qinli swiftly evaded her deadly strike. As he ran, he cursed. To think, a dignified leader of an immortal alliance and a spirit manifestation stage master, yet relentlessly pursues and tries to kill a mere trivial core formation stage ghost master like me. Is this truly the conduct of your renowned orthodox sex? Shui Jing landed and said, "Useless trash. You burned my immortal dwelling and destroyed my sacred lotus pond. Furthermore, you're a corpse extermination ghost master and a confidant of BMI the rogue cultivator. Is there any reason for me to spare you?" Qinli looked up and retorted. The outcome of that great battle, everyone in the southern realm knows it. Is the alliance master being so aggressive simply because I burned down his immortal's abode? And now you're feeling a bit resentful? Shui Jing interrupted. Silence. That day, if Bai Mei hadn't intervened, what could you possibly have accomplished? Or do you think you'd be standing here talking to me right now? Qinli tilted his head back, glanced at Shui Jing, and said coldly, "All right, if the Alliance Master is so self-assured, then this humble Fei dares to invite the Alliance Master to teach me a lesson with just one move. I will unleash my full power. If the Alliance Master can withstand this humble Fei's attack today, then even if I'm publicly executed by 1,000 cuts, I'll accept it willingly." Shui Jing curled his lips. "Very well. You got guts. You challenge me, a late-stage Danyang cultivator. If you don't die, this poor Taoist will no longer trouble you today." Qinli smiled. "Please, Alliance Master, make your move." "Excellent. Fei, take one move of this poor Taoist's Bodhi seal." At the same time, on the 10 Great Yin Mountains, Bai Mei suddenly sensed the aura of the Bodhi seal. Shui Jing is fighting someone again. The Bodhi seal specializes in subduing all evil spirits in the world. She thought, it's hard to imagine that in this southern continent, Yingzhou, apart from me, who else could possibly withstand this move? But no matter who it is, anyone who takes this move will surely be defeated. Once the Bodhi seal is unleashed, the world will lose one more demon. She sighed, pitying such a talented individual. Meanwhile, Shui Jing roared, "Fei Luo, if you become human in your next life, don't be an evil demon. Die!" As she finished speaking, the Bodhi seal struck towards Qinli. Its aura was so immense, it seemed as if it wanted to swallow Qinli whole. Qinli smirked. "Bodhi seal, how laughable! My demons haven't even given a fake Buddha like you permission to get this enraged. Go forth, incantation command!" As he spoke, a demonic seal on Qinli's hand flew forward, blocking the Bodhi seal. Shui Jing was astonished. "What? A demonic sigil incantation. You understand this incantation? She watched wide-eyed as her power was simply blocked. The clashing auras of the two opposing spiritual powers erupted outwards. Shuijing quickly retreated to dodge. Qin Lai seized the opportunity to escape. Before leaving, he laughed and said, "Shuijing, you've lost. This humble one won't bother you any longer. Oh, I'll definitely come back another day to seek guidance, all right?" Shuijing remained silent, roaring internally. "Next time we meet, this humble Taoist will absolutely pulverize you." Qin Lai flew straight towards Zhaoyang Mountain, thinking to himself, "Phew, good thing. I still have that secret weapon left by Leng Yu Demon Venerable. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Shuijing and I are officially sworn enemies now. From now on, I really need to be careful. The most important task now is rescuing my two elder brothers from Yan Kun's grasp. Therefore, the soul-cleansing pellet is absolutely essential." Qin Li arrived at the stone slab in front, which had Zhaoyang Mountain carved upon it. He recalled the shopkeeper's words. This person is Taoist Huang Yuan. He resides on Zhaoyang Mountain, but he's been in secluded cultivation for many years and hasn't received guests for ages. Qin Li flashed a mysterious smile, clearly up to something. Wang Jing, Iron Mother, all sorts of high-grade medicinal ingredients, even top-grade Baiyang spirit stones, and the magical artifact Gan Pingji. Taoist Huang Yuan gazed at the pile of rare and exotic treasures before him and said, "Taoist Qin, you've offered such a hefty price to ascend this mountain. What kind of pill are you seeking?" Qin Lai, in Lai Feng's form, replied, "I seek a soul-cleansing elixir." Huang Yuan Dao Ren exclaimed, "Perhaps your excellency also knows. This elixir is no ordinary item. This old man hasn't met outsiders in ages, and I don't wish to interact with anyone else. On what grounds do you assume this old man will concoct an elixir for you?" Qin Lai hesitated, then offered a ridiculous reason. "Based on this humble one's determination." Wang Yuan Daoren looked at the young man before him, assessing. Determination truly youthful, but the items he's presented are quite enticing. It would truly be a pity to let such an opportunity slip by. He walked up to Qin Lai and said, "Very well, this old man will accept your items. However, for concocting the soul-cleansing elixir, one precious ingredient is missing, the sacred lotus flower. As long as you can acquire this sacred lotus flower, this old man will immediately open the furnace and begin concocting the elixir." He was secretly delighted, thinking, after all, the Jingyue immortal abode was already burnt to ashes. If he can't obtain the sacred lotus flower, these items are mine for sure. Not allowing him to gloat for too long, Qin Li took out an item and said, "Taoist Master Huang Yuan, take a look. What is this?" Taoist Master Huang Yuan turned around, only to see a lotus flower. Gentle light radiated around him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sacred lotus! How do you have a sacred lotus? This thing only comes from the milky spring essence of the Jingyue immortal estate. Only they have it." He quickly grew wary, distancing himself from Qin Lai a little, then shouted loudly, "Taoist Qin, what's your connection to that Fira fellow?" "Of course he's Fira. And Fira is him." Qin Li replied with a sly smirk, "Don't mind the relationship between Fira and me. The sacred lotus is right here, senior. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Qin Li unleashed the aura of his late-stage Danyang cultivation to pressure Taoist Huang Yuan. Taoist Huang Yuan felt Qin Li's cultivation, knowing it couldn't be avoided. He then agreed. "Fine, but refining the soul-cleansing pill will take 2 days," Qin Lai said. "No problem at all. I'll stay on your Zhaoyang Mountain for these few days. If there are any other issues, just come find me." Taoist Huang Yuan turned to leave. "In that case, Taoist Qin, please make yourself at home. We'll meet again in 2 days when the pill is complete." "What a bother," Qin Lai muttered, rubbing his forehead. Because currently, he's assumed Lai Feng's appearance, yet he's going by the name Qin Lai. He secretly snorted. "What a mess. Now, everyone outside thinks this appearance of mine is the real Qin Lai, while my original appearance is Fei La. Oh well, all that matters is rescuing my 2 brothers. I can't worry about too much else right now. Since there's nothing to do for now, I might as well recover from my injuries first." And so, Qin Li temporarily stayed on Zhaoyang Mountain. For 3 days, he observed his surroundings and checked on the progress of his alchemy. By evening, he would diligently meditate, slowly healing his injuries, and this cycle continued. 2 days later, the time for Qin Feng to break through to the Danyang stage was fast approaching. Yan Kun led him to a mountain cave, pointing to a formation inside. He then said, "Qin Feng, just go inside and sit." Qin Feng walked over, observing the formation on the ground, and recognized it as a soul-gathering formation. "It seems you've been prepared for a long time." Yan Kun immediately said, "Of course, I've been waiting for this day for almost 15 years. Naturally, I had to be thoroughly prepared. Don't think that constantly suppressing your cultivation and refusing to break through will grant you a path to survival. As the saying goes, when a cup is too full, it spills. Not everyone can defy the heavenly Deo." He curled his lip. "Look, The time has finally come. With those words, a beam of light burst forth from Qin Feng's heart meridian. Qin Feng's heart couldn't help but stir with a sense of unease. This is a sign of an impending cultivation breakthrough. Like an unstoppable flood threatening to breach the dike, it can no longer be suppressed. Yan Kun cracked a smile. Like a hungry, venomous snake, he stared at the delicious prey right before his eyes, just waiting to strike and devour it. Ha-ha! The Danyang Qi guidance has finally arrived. Once you reach Danyang cultivation, your progress will be thousands of miles a day. What a shame, though. This body will ultimately still belong to this old man. Swift as lightning, a stream of spiritual energy enveloped the formation in Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the spiritual energy before his eyes and exclaimed, You actually blocked the heaven and earth anomaly during the Danyang Qi guidance? Yan Kun immediately replied, Of course. This old man has been preparing for so many years. How could I let others disturb us? What's the matter? Not convinced. Don't forget, your soul has already been controlled by this old man. With just a single thought from me, you wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. He walked closer to the formation and sinisterly declared, Accept your fate, Qin Feng. From now on, I will be you. You're the one, huh? Ha ha ha. Quite the big talk, wouldn't you say? A voice echoed from somewhere, accompanied by a powerful, swift move that intervened right between the magic formation and Yan Kun. Qin Feng was overjoyed as he looked at the person before him. Quenlai swiftly tossed a bottle of elixirs into Qin Feng's hand, saying, Second brother, catch! Drink it, then focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to me. Yan Kun stared at the familiar face before him. Fei La, you dare ruin my plans. Qinlai stared at him coldly, his eyes as sharp as blades. Fei La, what nonsense are you spouting? My name is Qinlai.